So, do we see a Charlie Viper? Do we see a Charlie Razor? Or do we see something else from him? Because they are banning more and more pause ones. I kind of like the Ursa.
I'd be cool with an Ursa. Battle of Fury Ursa build. Great damage immediately. You'd have to build halberds. And this is a pretty decent lineup for Viking to build halberds and heals on, though. Letting it go down to the wire.
Phantom Assassin.
Your hero.
It's PA.
It's PA, yep. This is the cut. You could almost say one of Charlie's best heroes, but at the same time, it's a hero Viking are very familiar when they're playing the PA. How do they play against it, though? It's a whole different question.
Yep. Well, there's going to be an MKB on this Lina. That is going to be the key here. And this is much more of a Viking draft. Finally, Boom is going to have a hero that he doesn't necessarily have to jump on. He can stand and deliver. We're going to hopefully see an early BKB from him. We're going to hopefully see a hell of a lot of right-click damage from him. And chicken fighters are going to, at some point, especially with this PA, have to do the thing that their lineup is not all that great at right now, which is engaging. I'm hoping to see a lot of work from this era Clockwork.
5 seconds.
What do you feel like? Tie series? You think Vikings draft is good enough?
I think Vikings draft's pretty good here. PA is going to have a decent lane versus the Bango, but she's not going to shove him out. And they do have the team fight advantage this time around on Viking. I think it's basically only the Phoenix for Chicken Fighter, so this one could be tight. I'm slightly favoring Viking here. Partially out of bias, but also partially just because they're finally looking like they're going to play some Viking Dota.
Well, ladies and gents, this is a chance for Chicken Fighter to take down one of the top teams in Europe. Viking GG down a map. And Viking obviously want to stay fighting all the way alive, at least to a map 3, to know that they gave it their best. But obviously, they know themselves. They haven't given their best yet. And they want to keep on going. Tough place. 2 great teams. One of them going out. I would love to see both of these teams in TI, at least in the group stage, to be completely honest. I would love to see both of them there. But we're unfortunately not getting the privilege of getting both of them there.
Definitely not. And I do think that there's a lot of other teams that would have something to say about that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. There's definitely heavy competition all aboard. But let's jump into this one. I'm excited about the PA. See what the European PA can deliver.
Get to it, shall we?
And, of course, on the other side, Viking GG. I want to see more aggression. I want to see more map control. I want to see dominance. Team fight dominance from them, because they looked like you could say sacrificial lambs in some sense in game number 1. Just on the run, just running away and meeting their inevitable fate.
Yep. This is where you stand and fight. Let's see if they can bring it. So far, they've already got all of the rotations into mid secured. Yep.
Very, very long route. And the smoke runs out. Kezu. They're waiting for him to run into a spot where they could approach him. Because right now it's not doable. It's just not doable. Kezu's gonna give full info. So, smart choice. Chicken Fighters, they disengage from this. Reposition on their side of the map. Even if it's night vision, these players are still very, very aware of what's happening around them. So you're not going to be making any foolish plays onto the enemy high ground. Like, hey, let's run there, even though they see we're coming. Little contest on the river.
Maybe let's not.
Yeah. 2 for 2.
All these wards, all the wards watching this action here are not very likely of them to run into each other. And both of them securing their mid lane versus the possible rotations from the enemy offlane coming in. So, Lina getting secured versus this Clockwork, as well as the Razor getting secured versus the possible Snapfire coming in. Neither of them want to be bothered here. This is a mano a mano.
Charlie Peksu up against Kezu Aramis here in the top lane. PA Phoenix capable of harassing. No stuns though. Just slows and damage. You also have Aramis, who can... also a great surprise nuke is Little Shredder plus the Swashbuckle,
Oh yeah.
which can definitely hurt.
Yep. And if you get any disarm triggers, Charlie can't even trade back. He's actually going to have to play this lane pretty carefully once it goes later.
Yeah, that's the issue. You talked about the Halberd pickups that are definitely going to be coming up at some point of the game, but they already have like the Pangolier, which is directly a disarm. It's a bit of an RNG one, though it has a pretty high chance of proccing, so you can almost reliably think about it that Kezu will get the first Swashbuckle into the fight to hit Charlie in to start rolling into the ultimate. So
That's
at
what you'd
least have a
hope.
chance to get the disarm out before anything starts rolling in. But that's the moment when you're committed. When you pop your ulti, you know you're going in. So better get that disarm off.
If only you could actually press a button and get it, but I think we both know some Pango players who just
Yeah.
never proc.
Some Pangos never proc, that's true. Bot lane, this is, again, Abaddon versus the Viper. So basically, PL starts taking poison attack stacks. Celery is going to have to spam shield to get rid of those poison attack stacks. Then also you have Doppelganger, which is another great tool with dispelling. Not an easy lane for the Vampire Viper. Oh my god. I guess it's some kind of a vampire, but not at least in the recent memory
The
that we know.
traditional sense, no.
I don't know where that came from.
They're not going to be a threat to Shiba either, though, so he's going to be able to get some pretty nice farm up here.
Denied.
As well as that Era is the real threat in this lane. He can kill Celery once he gets a second level in Battery Assault up. You can see him holding points even now. Looking for an opportunity, see if he's going to need the extra nuke from the Rocket Flare. Or if we're going Cogs, second level Battery Assault and Murder.
Just a bit of casual trading going on. This is the fate that Pexu's going to have to tank. Going to have to soak up a lot of attention here from Vikings offlaners. Again, same type of idea. Buy time and space for Charlie. And as soon as Kezu's realized that he's alone, instant reaction. Great read from Chicken Fighters, knowing that if Aramis is not there directly, it's an opening for some more than just trading.
This is going to be fine though. Gets shared next to Tango. They both have a magic stick as well versus the dagger spam from the PA. And there
Hello.
we go. Era, 2 levels battery assault, 1 level power cogs. You know, I say these things and then I don't look at them because I like, when I'm observing games on my own, it's just like, yeah,
Oh,
that's gonna
Shad.
happen, and then I see a notification.
Oh,
It's like,
Shad.
oh, okay, it happened.
Beautiful, beautiful play there from Era and Chipe. Not only getting the celery kill, but the one that really matters, getting Chad. And a double kill for Era. That means more than just the boots that he's already had at level 1. 700 gold sitting in the bank. Look at that water rune just calling his name. And back to lane we go.
That's painful for Boom. Pretty low on mana, and that's the way that he keeps the Razor away from him, is just using his spells in order to increase the distance. His attack range is good, but not that good, and now he's going to have to play these next couple of waves very carefully. You can see Supreme pressing his advantage here just through positioning already.
Yeah, there's jumping around lanes, trying to keep an eye open on any possible openings for either team. Like, if the Pango's alone in the lane for a second, that means the Chicken Fighters will instantly press the advantage. Then, obviously, the Clockwork wants to play aggressive in bottom. Then we saw some great Clockwork plays yesterday from Fishman. Let's see if we can
Absolutely
top that.
amazing.
If Eric can top that, then it has to be a very stellar performance.
It is, but I have seen amazing work
Oh, boy.
from him.
Well, wasn't expecting that.
No, in fact, I was thinking about the fact that Kazu would probably hold his Swashbuckle here, because this is a very dangerous moment for him to go in. Being on low HP as he is, but as it turns out, Pexuj is getting low. He can't trade versus the Snapfire. The attack slow doesn't really mean anything when faced with a little Shredder.
Yeah, yeah.
He's always going to cop the full damage. At the very least, Charlie took a couple hits there, so he could play up. And this camp has been blocked for a while now. So yeah, re-sentry. But a lot of valuable time has been lost already.
For sure. They have the easy camp open now. It's a bit late for it though. They can at least have the advantage for the PA to rotate to farm the easy camp and then go back to lane. It's the closest camp to kind of push a tiny bit of extra gold. And PA is one of
Look
those
at the
heroes
mid
that's
lane.
capable of definitely going for it. Supreme
Working
though.
hard, stun
Dodges the
misses.
LSA, slows on Boom. Error coming in as well. Aramis in trouble. No way for her to get out. Laguna Blade on Supreme, not enough. And Boom is in trouble. Celery comes in to help out with the cogs. But does he have enough? The heal comes through. The Fairy Fire comes through. Celery lives. Boom lives. But heavy trade. Chicken Fighters get to stay in lane. And Supreme is going to get more and more XP as Boom has to go all the way back home.
Yeah, so both of the supports rotated into the mid lane on the timing out of the first round of wards just after that 5-minute mark.
Era. They're going in again.
Oh, Era's just in. The Celery
No
can't
mercy.
do anything.
No mercy at all. Gets the shield off for a very, very small benefit here. Celery down Supreme. Does Boom get the catch on him?
Yes!
Whoa, so close. Misses the
misses the
LSA
follow-up.
stun as well. They all just walk away.
Like, that's the indication right there, and I think if you're Supreme, you read that. It's like, he popped his stick, reinforcements are coming. That was a very close judgment call by Supreme there. It's like, okay, fine, I know Boom is gonna be in here immediately. This Celery is just buying time for him. Will I get out? He gets out.
Sadly,
Hashtag
just a dollar short. A minute too late. Era. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, yes!
For Era, this is pretty
hell
big.
yes.
He does force the heal. Celery gets the heal out on Shad, but this is not the place for the PL to be right now. He's been driven out of lane. Jibba's made sure of that. And Chicken Fighters, they're excelling this laning stage.
Radiant's bottom tower under fire.
It's amazing what Era is
It
doing
is
with his
amazing.
clockwork right now. And he denies the ward. That's very smart, actually. He's pretty sure that he's given that one away, and he is correct. Celery already pinged it.
Like, what can we expect from the coming minutes? This is kind of like a repeat from game one. Chicken Fighters just keep up the pressure, and Vikings start to lose map control.
They are, and the real problem here is that Boom hasn't really been able to do anything just yet. So the next couple of minutes are crucial. Kezu needs to come in for the next fight, hit a good Rolling Thunder, so that Boom is not the center of attention, and he can actually, or at least he will be the center of attention, but they can't afford to focus him because there's this Pango stunning everybody. So that Boom can actually output the damage instead of hurrying around, being careful that he doesn't get blown up. He's going for the Yules as well. Like, it's a good Yules game. You got a lot on your plate. You can't exactly afford to get caught by the cogs. There is setup problems for your team as well. Like, you're basically the only setup that your team is going to have. But this is going to delay your BKB. This is going to delay your Boots of Travels. If he goes into this Yules, I want to see a BKB immediately after. Skip the Boots of Travels. Otherwise, it's going to be too late. This game's going to go too fast.
Viking pressing the advantage here with 4 heroes in mid, realizing bottom is a no-go, top is a no-go. Maybe we can do something mid. Chicken Fighters sure to take the response into here. Jib is coming in. Vexus coming in. Forcing Viking away. Creep wave is there. Era looking for the wraparound coming in from the river. He might just converge on his own side of the map. Needs one more extra level to get the hook shot off. So doesn't have it available just quite yet.
Money to burn.
He can go grab some more levels on the abandoned bot lane. It's actually surprising to see how fast Chad has retreated into the jungle. That bottom lane was dangerous, but at the same time, with Era starting to roam more, he would have had a little bit more time in there. And we talked at the start of the first game how a lot of offlaners you see right now would pressure through the safe lane naturally. Kezu's not going to be doing that.
Kezu's not at all. Charlie comes in, steals the haste rune. He's ready to fight. Look at that bloody big damage onto Aramis, but Kezu, boom, gets the Laguna Blade. Pexu doesn't have the egg. He's only level 4. Viking get 2 kills almost scot-free. Interesting 10-minute action rune contest, and Viking pulls out stronger because they've got the entire bloody team there. But it works. It pays off.
A little bit surprised to see Supreme go in so hard. And then again, that has been his MO for the previous game as well as this one. Position up, give your team vision, let them follow up. But in this case, they had a Rolling Thunder to contest with, and the rest of his team said no thank you.
Big difference maker for sure. They're TPing in top. Peksu at least. Shibe,
Radiant's bottom tower under
he's
fire.
all the way back to mid just to make sure that they can protect their mid tower, get some mid
Dire's
XP,
top tower
and
is
a little
being
bit of extra
attacked.
farm. Kezu and Aramis slow workings on this tower, trying to keep this catapult alive at all costs. And here comes Celery. He's ready to tank up a little bit, comes in for healing.
Dire's
Got his
top
ulti.
tower is being attacked.
Peksu's just going to have to watch as his
Radiant's
tower
bottom
falls.
under fire.
This
Dire's
tier 1
top tower
does
is
finally end
under
up going
siege.
for Viking.
Dire's top tower is destroyed.
It is
tower?
pretty much
Bottom tower is
simultaneous
being
though.
attacked.
Yeah. Tower trade.
Radiant's bottom
Classic
tower is
tier 1 tower
demolished.
trade. Top to bot.
Dire's middle tower is being
Boom.
attacked.
Almost has that Yules ready. And then Lina has something to play with when you have the setup.
Yeah, straight into the BKB. I like this. He knows he doesn't have the time. No greed this game. Chicken fighters will come to you.
Charlie having a great time so far. Very close to having a Battle Fury. Fantastic start. 83 last hits picked up already. Hasn't been threatened. Did get to participate in a small skirmish while stealing the haste rune, but that didn't go in Chicken Fighter's favor.
Radiant's bottom tower
He's
Now,
ready to back up his team.
another siege towards mid. Kezu has his ulti ready. They have everything available.
The problem is just that Viking can't really take this fight whenever Chicken
No, they
Fighters
can't
is in
really.
position. Like, you have the double ranged core action here. You're going to be taking damage on the way in and the way out.
It's like they're definitely making themselves known that we're here. Can you please rotate here so we can buy more space for our Phantom Lancer? Because Shad needs security and he needs knowledge. He needs info. He needs to know from his team where to be. Where can I go? Are the enemies planning something? Can you force some kind of aggression somewhere? But don't fully commit. Kind of soft commit.
Yules
Here
up.
comes the Yules though. Hook shot. Beautiful from Era. Cancels Boom. Now Supreme does get the link out. Bit of damage there. Mortimer's Kiss is coming through. Kezu has the rolling boulder and a lot of damage. The Laguna Blade is on fence. Shad gets the kill out of all heroes. A big one and another one going for Viking. GG will be Era falling as well. And Viking score 2 kills. Now they can get to that mid tower and get more dosh.
Peksu did not have a TP scroll, and even then it's on cooldown, he could not be there for that fight. They would have needed a very fast pick-off to make that
Like
worth
one
it.
more here. Ibe
Huh?
gets
He
the
can't do
ulti
anything.
out, but he's melting. He's falling. He's low. Did he have the damage for it? The lance flies out. Yes, they do. That's a 3rd kill. Chicken Fighters, hello.
Yeah.
This is a wake-up call.
This is definitely a wake-up call. They were a little bit, I don't want to say they were sleeping at the wheel here, but that was overly optimistic on the bot side of the map, and then, of course, immediately punished. What did you think they were going to do? They have been at that mid tower 3 times now. They love that opportunity. Viking finally getting some moves done.
Yep, and it's important for them. Not only for the terms of it's map 2, we're fighting elimination, their confidence. We've talked a lot about the mental factors of playing in a lower bracket run. After having a loss, you've already lost once, you can't lose again. And talking about they dropped from the upper bracket to the lower bracket. So every map counts and every moment requires that extra little bit of focus. It gets really draining when you have to play such a long run. But in the end, at some point you just start treating them as games. They're normal games. But you have to get that confidence in as soon as possible to start playing your game, because they were very disconnected in game number 1. And they even felt like they were very disconnected for the last 10 minutes. Now in the past 4 minutes, since the 10-minute marker, when we had that haste contest in the top action rune, Viking,
These drawings.
they feel a bit rejuvenated. However, Charlie is yet to reveal his cards, and he is farming like a madman.
Got Battle Fury at an excellent timing, going to speed on into the Desolator now. PA is a bit of a slow hero these days, unless you enable her to fight early. We've seen some Desolator first experiments, especially Madara really likes that, but
Wait,
this is
look
the
at
tried
this.
and true method.
Look at this move from Viking.
Damage.
Yeah.
If they
Kezu
can
drew
get,
this one out. He's got a blink.
if they can get in place on time, they've got the vision down. They find Supreme. Razor is a great target to go for. Stun connections, beautiful connections, everything connecting onto Razor. Supreme falling and out. Peksu also dead. Instant warning sign for the Phantom Assassin. Move away from the triangle, go somewhere else. He's already cleared the camps anyway, so he will continue rotating towards the top half to farm. But for Viking, they kill the Razor again. They've technically shut down this Razor's game right now. And now they can go for Roshan.
They got the minus armor over from the Snapfire. They've been looking at this for a while, especially because you know that chicken fighters would really want to have this to either secure Supreme's position in front of a team fight or the ability of Charlie to jump in. But now instead, it's going to mean security for either Shad or Boom. It's going to be Shad. So he wants to get active with his Diffusal Blade.
Life, death, love, fear, and
Pexu for a moment, he was TPing to the outpost, hoping that, yep, I could go for a dive. Doesn't matter if I die, if I get the Aegis, or if I even get the Roche kill, that's already big. But just a few seconds too late for this one. Now Viking, with all those kills that they've picked up, they have the Diffusal Blade on the Phantom Lancer, a real threat. They can start pressing the advantage, and they want to do it early enough. This is kind of like playing up against that scary late game hero, where you need to start taking away enemy towers, force them to play on the defensive, starve them from farm. So basically, starvation would be the term to use.
Mm-hmm.
This is what they want to do. Now they want to play aggressive with at least 3, maybe 4, why not even 5. But at least have lanes pushed out, because their bot lane is obviously going to be pushed out by the Dire team. Every single time this lane is going to be pushed in deep, but they need to keep top and mid in. They're still sieging this top lane. Era keeping an eye open. No opening though. They're going to have to let this one fall.
You can see Kezu drawing the angle at which the attack might come, but the thing is that chicken fighters are not actually interested in this right now. They need items on Jibe right now. They need to finish the Sanj and Yasha over on their Razor. If they take a fight right now, they're just going to get demolished by the Rolling Thunder once again. So,
yeah.
Rather, chicken fighters would just use this as time to get their items up, bought for the price of a tower. It's not great, but it's better than losing heroes right now.
Not sure if they saw that smoke. It was on the edge of that ops board, actually catching it. And there is a Charlie inside the triangle, moving downwards. Celery drops down the ward, hoping to catch someone. There's a Supreme behind the tower. Nobody's defending bottom. Nobody's pushing mid. Nobody's pushing top. Should be a danger indicator. There's a Pango courier that's been spotted and pinged out. Pexu on a mission. Yeah, he's like, okay, it's a moment for me to do some aggressive warding. They find Era. They're going to have to suffice with something. They can't even kill him, I think.
No, it's too hard. You don't run up there.
Yeah, you just don't. It's a valiant effort. Not enough. However, that is the BKB.
He's got 2 waves mid now, and he did so, the first one right in between the tier 1 and tier 2, really making sure that if the Radiant would want to go for him, they'd have to retreat their entire team back. And you know what? Since they didn't do that, they'll have to go back and show some heroes on the mid wave now. Plus some nice farm for that Phoenix.
Now that I was actually looking, I was looking at the Pango courier, because that's where Pexu was cutting out the mid wave and getting the aggressive wards down. Was Kezu actually scouting with his courier at the same time? It did feel like he was micromanaging 2 areas, you know. It is a moving ward in the end, so... Plus, it was only a Coiling Blade on it. However, chicken fighters and their smoke, it does end up popping. There's the hook shot onto Boom. They've got the prime target, and a brilliant execution. Just absolutely destroys that Lina out of the fight. Kezu on the run. Celery, he's going to have to pop his ulti, try and get some distance away. Not looking too shabby for him. He's probably not going to be making his way out alive from this one. Viking lose 2. Chicken fighters find some revenge for their previous 2 engagements, and they're going to get a tower down as well.
They were really hoping that Zalina would be able to get her BKB off, or that they'd have an option of actually getting this stun off with the Aquatic Shield, but she simply died too fast. There's nothing to save if she's already gone.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That's the problem with the Lina core.
Lina is going to need, like, somebody carrying an AC, maybe carrying your own Lotus Orb or something, have Shiva's guard to survive a PA. You need to stack up so much armor. It feels like, is this even paying off anymore?
The real issue is that if you stack up armor, you're not stacking damage.
Exactly. That's the thing. You can't really go for that either, so positioning is key. For Viking, though, they are smoking up for his mid. Lina pushing out the wave, taking a bit of a bait. They're ill suspecting of this. There's a ward down, though. The sentry spots that the Ops is here. Maybe they are trying to bait them in. Recognizing that was probably because of the smoke play they did before. They put the sentry down. but they didn't want to get rid of the orb, so Viking doesn't know that their ward has been spotted.
And they're going to give it up right now. All Chicken Fighters needs is the confirmation that they have indeed backed off.
Charlie
Kezu's
sitting in the
still
trees.
Yeah. Hunting.
Yep, Charlie teeping out. Era just wants a little bit of friendship. No high five from Celery? No? Nope.
This is swords drawn. You don't have any hands free. You're holding weapons of murder.
21 minutes though in this second game. A couple more kills than we had in the previous match. However, not that massive of a difference. Viking maybe in a better hold of this game than they were in the previous one, but they're not ahead. They're definitely not ahead of Chicken Fighters. I would still fear this PA above anything else. The shape that she's in.
Here's the burst damage.
Yeah, the burst damage is definitely there, but also the fact that PA can easily clear out these Phantom Lancer illusions. Will beat PL in a 1v1. The thing is, it is a team fight game in the end, so you can't just put an honest 1v1 and hope for someone to come out stronger. Era hookshot to take the DD out, but he also manages to block himself out. Gives his life away for this one. At least no DD for Boom.
Burns, doesn't
No
it?
DD for Boom, no Rolling Thunder for a little bit. Both sides know that this is the ability that determines the team fight, so a little bit of space to breathe for Chicken Fighters.
Yep,
Just
Charlie.
a tiny little bit.
Charlie gets to make a move, at least around the bottom area. Look around a little bit. Celery, gonna walk into Shibe. Shipping is also around. Just a little bit of scouting. This is what Celery does. Locates the enemy. He
This
will...
is Ench as well. It's really kind of playstyle that he likes. Hoodwink.
But I
I
guess
think he only...
good moment to maybe look at items here, because there's a, chill phase going on right now. Tiny bit of a 2k lead for Chicken Fighters. Almost 4k in XP, around 3k at the moment. I was looking at the BKB Sanjin Yasha for the Razor. Just a bit of extra stats, making Razor survive fights a little bit longer. We've got a BKB coming up on the PA, and the Viper also having a BKB soon. Pretty grim stuff in store for Vikings in their team fight, because that basically diminishes a lot of this Lina, who has yet to build any right-click damage. It's all mobility and spells and a bit of tankiness with the help of the BKB.
You can see by the PL's build that he is not looking to fight that PA, he's looking to fight her team. So he's
Shad
got his
Octarine?
basic stats up right now. Yep, it's Shad Octarine, Aether Lens first. He's already got the shard in his pocket.
Pretty spicy. He did build it in, was it the OG series? Wasn't enough to win the game there. I've seen a couple other Phantom Lancers as well go for the Octarine build. Just for... It's more survivability, because you can doppelganger more often, plus more lances. So if you combine it with the shard that he's already picked up here, you get the bounce, you've got more illusions jumping in. So it's kind of like, it constantly gives you vision. That's what the Pango needs. A little bit of vision. The Lina needs vision as well to get those spells out. They're difficult to land. However, Chicken Fighters, their vision is coming straight through a smoke. Do they get behind Viking, though? Are they going Roche? Charlie's going Roche at least. Nobody's defending top or bottom. Should be an indicator that something's going on.
The Viking are making their move.
They're scouting, but Roche is already halfway. Gonna be a very tight call. Here comes the Dire Scan. They know they're there, and this also gives the indicator for Viking that they just came out of the Roche pit. Roche is at half HP. Chicken Fighters disengage all the way back to the high ground. Smart call.
They can only sneak in. If they go in there and get caught by the Mortimer's Kisses and the Rolling Thunder, they are toast.
Celery checks there's nobody in. Also, the Rocket Flare flies into the pit. And now we're at a stalemate. Both teams just observing what the other one is doing. Looking over the hill and yelling maybe some evil words on each other's. It's just a river between these two.
Choice insults.
Yeah, good old one cottage to another. Just the rivers in between. Charlie back in the pit. Takes a bit of a glimpse there. Abaddon with a Force Staff. I like this item pickup here.
Very necessary versus a Clockwork. It makes the Clockwork's game so much harder, and at bonus points you're also getting breaking static links with that.
Celery's ulti is already gone.
Yeah.
Just as a simple thing as a PA dagger crit with a Desolator. That's all that was needed here. And that just might be the
Now he got
indicator.
scouts
Mortimer's
anymore.
Kisses, very disconnected, one spell after the other. Viking are using resources. At least doing damage onto the Phoenix. Phoenix is coming back up though. And PA also got a lot of HP regen. The longer this takes, the less effective that Mortimer's Kisses actually was. But how do they make the initial play? Is it just Kezu jumping in with a Pangolier hoping to interrupt? Chicken Fighters know exactly what to look at. Celery has parked himself on the stairs. One crit can be enough to kill him. He needs to know that.
He was
Egg pop.
great.
Okay, here we go. The egg has been popped. They're going to commit to the Roshan. BKB comes out. Charlie will take the Aegis for himself. And Kezu, he does manage to get something out of it. It is the cheese. Oh, wait. Hang on. Was that the cheese? It might have been the
Yeah, it
cheese,
was
but
the
he did
cheese.
pop it. He got the heal out of it, though. And everybody's still alive with the BKB and Lina. The DD has been popped as well. Here comes the PA. Charlie coming into the fight. He gets healed up into the air. LSA stun is available. They get the stun on Charlie. No, they don't. They actually miss it. And PA still fighting his ground. Trying to get the jump in. Gets another one onto Boom. And he gets hit by the Laguna Blade. Still has the Aegis by himself. And Chad has already taken out Supreme. That is the first casualty of this fight. It was a long brawl. They took the Aegis, they used the cheese, but it was the Razor, the only hero to die this fight. 9,000 damage and 8,000 damage on the board, but only one kill.
Excellent damage juggling by Viking there. That's what they need to do in order to stay. If it's a longer fight, for sure, these Phantom Lancer illusions are going to start stacking up, giving that vision. And Chicken Fighters need to ignore that and burst targets down. So you could see Charlie's almost indecision there, as he would be forced to jump up the high ground if he wanted to actually kill anyone. But that would put his backlines completely at the mercy of the PL. He decides not to go for it.
A lot of free roaming there from Shad during that fight. He's not going straight for the Octarine. Realize that stats are super important for him to stay alive. If he gets hit by one hook shot, it might just be enough for the PL to, the PA to finish off the PL. So you've got Scotty, you've got then the MKB to chew through the PA, do a bit of extra damage there, not missing the hits. So stats and damage for Lina, another MKB. This is the go-to item, but another defensive item has been built in between. It's the Aeon Disc, just to avoid getting critted to death.
Incoming!
Just a tool to make sure she can reposition and counter-engage after. She cannot be the first target, but at the same time, if she wants to be in a threatening position, she has to be playing up. So this is the happy medium here. It can get triggered by a single dagger, though, once again.
Just waiting for Era to get that Aghanims at some point of the game. They need stuns. He is literally the only stun in this entire team, item and spell-wise. A lot rests on his shoulders. Outside
He's
from
been
that,
making some
yeah,
decent
outside from
plays
that,
with
fights are
that.
different.
Mhm.
Bit of a calming phase going on here as well. Both sides just farming.
Ideally, Chicken Fighters here just extends their lead, but it's hard for them to properly play up. You can see that Viking already assumes that the bottom half of their map is forfeit. They will just stay in this triangle, make sure that they're together, make sure that they can immediately answer any kind of aggression from the Chicken Fighters with force.
Chicken Fighters, 3,000 gold ahead.
It's Moba.
Trying to keep this lead up. Kezu looking for Charlie. Stun comes out. Second stun. They've got the roll-up. Hook shot coming under the backline. Can they finish off the PA? Charlie at 200 HP. The Aegis is still there. He's still alive, and he's not even falling yet. He needs to die, and he does. For Viking, they have a small chance, but for Chicken Fighters, they're reinitiating. They're getting ready for round number 2. Charlie goes in. He rips apart Celery. He takes him out. Kezu also down. 2 instant deaths. They got the PA out once and realized, boys, we're out of damage. Charlie comes in, slaps away 2 quick kills.
I'd say it's still a pretty decent trade for Viking, though. They got away with their important cores after that fight turned south. And this means that the next time they blow up the PA, she doesn't have an Aegis anymore. So they can go over on the aggressive right now. As much as that's a win in terms of terrain for Chicken Fighters, they have lost a very powerful tool here.
They sure have. It definitely demonstrates as well how vulnerable a Phantom Assassin with a BKB in his inventory or in her inventory, ready to be used if you can get it off. That BKB usage pre-Aegis would have been a downfall. So thankfully they used it after, though Viking were already disengaging at that point. But true, if they can do it again, if they can repeat the same pattern on Viking's side, it's not a fight anymore for Chicken Fighters. It's very desperate to get any burst damage in because it's all relying on this PA. In a sustained fight, Viking will win.
They will. The problem is now that they will have to be the ones to make it happen. And it's very doubtful that Chicken Fighters are going to take anything but a great opportunity right now. And as I say that, they are positioning forward though. Charlie would really love to use this DD. That is the key for him. That could make all the difference.
They're also smoking up. Both teams have smoked up, and another fight about to break loose. Era, there's a choke point ahead of him. Shad, he finds the clockwork. Here comes Kezu. They've got the Viper. Mortimer's Kisses coming in for the backline as well. Supreme and Charlie coming in. He will take that Celery instantly. A on this will pop on the Lina as well. The BKB, but Supreme is just giving the chase, and he will take Luna down. Lina's gone. Aramis can teleport away. There's no stuns. The lack of stuns is real. Kezu, though, he heals himself. That was his own heals when he was TPing away. No, he wasn't even
sure
TPing. Okay, I don't
he
know.
was just trying to buy time.
I guess he was.
This DD.
But still,
Lina getting completely walked down.
Charlie with that
Kezu's
DD is about to pop.
Kezu's engagement was just not quite good enough there. It's an open space. It's not very favorable for Pango at all. So he only, like, you can see him hovering in the middle of that team fight, looking for, okay, who am I going to stun? And he realizes that I have 2 choices instead of, you know, 3 at the same time.
This is the illusion trouble now from the shards. At least they forced Chicken Fighters out of their base, but yep, another win for Chicken Fighters, and especially Supreme being able to stay on top of Lina during that whole fight, during the whole BKB duration. Made a big difference in that. Lina was not able to do anything there.
She was not. Right now, the fact that she didn't go into damage means that she can't turn and burn on him. If you want to beat a Razor, you have to blow him up quickly, or make sure you break his link immediately. Either option was not available to her.
Good things in store for Chicken Fighters. Able to take map 1, looking like they're taking map 2, and ending the whole series here. But the game is still going. Viking will definitely not give up without a fight, but the fights aren't just going in their favor. It's very 50-50. Like, they're winning some, they're losing some. But the further this goes, I feel like Charlie's just going to carry the game. 22,500 net worth already picked up on this guy. He's got a Satanic soon. More stats, more HP, plus already the damage that the PA is dishing out. Trouble ahead.
Absolutely, the only real damage that they have to bring in over on the side of Viking, it's all on Boom. And Boom hasn't been able to get a single good fight yet. He's getting targeted down by Era, getting targeted down by these links of Supreme who just sticks on top of him like glue. And there's not enough damage to remove Supreme from him either.
Agreed.
You can't punish him.
Shiba is now working on a Blink Dagger, Clockwork, 2 more pieces away from an Aghanims. And Chicken Fighters taking the initiative. Again, PA is already pushing the top wave in. And probably a warding run here into the triangle. Kezu, he is very cautious. Hook shot, Era, looking for it, Lets him go. There's the sentry down on the cliff. Celery comes in first, so he will take the bait for the team if something's up. And there's Supreme. Forces him out. They definitely made themselves known now.
This is the last outer tower that's anywhere near Roche.
Counter smoke. Viking coming from the side of the lane. Supreme is right in front of him.
They need a good Rolling Thunder.
They need more vision. They don't know what's behind that. They don't know where Chicken Fighters are right now. It's not like they just blindly jump in and hope for the best. They need to win this next fight. Celery finds the wards. They both know the wards are going to be placed down. They're in a smoke. They have the high ground. And Celery's just gone! Charlie instantly deletes him. The hookshot dodge, though, with the doppelganger. Arrow not able to catch a Viking. They're in trouble. They're in the trees. They need to get out. Kezu pops his ulti. Hits on 2. Aramis goes for the TP out. Kezu, he's also rolling out to safety. Shad is also disengaging from this. Charlie, he throws the deadliest dagger in a while on Celery. He's tried a couple times to get this hero out of the way, and now he just one-shots the Abaddon.
With that Fan of Knives breaking the trigger, the automatic trigger over on the borrow time, you'd have to press it manually on Celery, but as it turns out, he just didn't have the time.
Yeah. There's really no time in that moment. Shad on the low ground. Chicken Fighter still holding the triangle position. Love to be here when you're on the Dire team, keeping this area for yourself. The most efficient place to play this game from. Roshan up in 45 seconds. Viking, do they smoke again? Yes, they do. Secondary smoke. This time, no Rolling Thunder for 10 seconds. They need to hold out for that long at least. Dire scan. Beautiful scan. How do they know that they're coming from this side? This move has been read.
They're getting read like a book.
They're getting read like a book. Like you usually, if you see something like that happen, you would probably pop your scan on either behind the tower or on the right side. They're putting it all the way in the middle river. But for Viking, they're not really taking this fight. They're taking the Dire side for themselves.
They need to be close to the Roche, and this is the only place where they'll be allowed to do so. They have control of both the waves as well. Well, I say control both ways. They get to cut the top waves thanks to their vision there as well. And now it's a question of waiting. But they need to be here because they have no way of remotely checking, and they know now.
They need to TP back. They need to get back to the base. Charlie's already hitting their tier 3 towers.
They're taking it.
They're just going Roshan. Okay, this is a risky call, but at the same Chicken Fighters, they know something's up because they're already moving back. They're coming in for the smoke. Viking, scared of this. We're on opposite sides of the map. Charlie goes in the pit. Can he finish off this Roshan? Aramis on the right side. Celery coming in from the river. They've got Supreme also there. Spotting the movements. Another rocket onto the choke point. They see it. They see what's happening. They have the PA all the way at the back. Getting ready to push out another wave. As Roche is now at half HP. 5,000 to go.
Already thinking about pressuring their base. In fact, he doesn't even have to. There's creeps right now. Catapults pushing in the bottom wave. Viking have to hold. They can't give away this Roshan.
This is the most important Roche of this entire game. If Viking gets this, this game keeps on going. If Chicken Fighters take this, win a team fight, it's over.
It's all over.
This is potentially the last fight of Viking in this entire tournament. Boom. Playing with his life a little bit here. He's trying to get back to base. They're losing a melee Rax. He's the fastest hero to get there. But how does Lina get back? Now they're going in.
Division makes all the difference here. These clockwork rockets.
How does Lina get back? Does Lina just buy TP boot 2s? No, he doesn't. She hasn't got them. And they're finishing Roche. Pango needs to make a move. Aegis pop. They're going in. They're going to commit. Never mind about it. And it's Charlie going to take the Aegis for himself. The Mortimer's Kisses into the pit, but it's doing absolutely no damage. Celery down. The hook shot onto Pango. Kezu down. Viking lose 2. They lose 2. They lose to Roshan. Chicken Fighters, they're on the push.
They are neither the PL nor the Lina felt safe going into that fight. There was... I think with the Aegis already down, they just knew that they were going to lose the game right then and there if that fight didn't work out for them, and they didn't dare take the risk. But that is all their positioning and posturing in the end for nothing. So much damage done to their base for nothing. Supreme already guiding that pushed out bottom wave right on into the base.
Straight into the base they go. They need Pango in 15. No Rolling Thunder available. Even for a couple seconds after he has respawned back in the game. Chicken Fighters, they take one set of racks and that much closer to advancing into the next round of the playoffs. Charlie disengages. Chicken Fighters, they're out. There are no more outer towers.
It's alright, let's hold our positioning, choke them out a little bit more. They have the reign of the map, they can do whatever they want right now. Nobody can dare to question Charlie, and Viking don't have the burst damage to make a pick-off happen without straight up committing. And if they commit, chicken fighters are going to be there.
$17,000 gold ahead. 40 minutes into this second game. Chicken fighters holding a good position here to advance and knock out Viking from this tournament. Viking, one of the top 5 teams in Europe, or at least in this European qualifier, about to go out in the second round of the playoffs. They need a miracle. That miracle either needs to be Shatter Boom, Celery with a magnificent save, Kezu with some unbelievable ulti, but it has to be something completely ridiculous to come back from this 18,000 gold deficit.
Is what you're hoping is for chicken fighters to over-engage on a target that's not Boom and then have him sit as a turret while chicken fighters is forced to retreat from his damage. But right now, his only damage item is a Chrysalis. This is not enough. He wants to finish as AC. That would do a great deal for him, both in survivability as well as DPS. But if you finish it right now, you don't actually have buyback.
Chicken fighters still keeping themselves inside this Radiant Triangle. They don't need to go anywhere else. Bottom is passively pushing in the whole time. And soon with that top tier 3 tower falling as well, that means that Viking are going to have to try and defend this base. If they ever go out, somebody has to come back, because that lane is not going to defend itself if that tower falls. Chicken fighters on the wraparound. Smoke into base maybe? They're drawing on the map.
So.
Pexu's drawing that. Go and cap the lane. Someone's going to defend it. Someone called Boom. They might. They only have this moment. They have to go in now. If they go for it, they go for it. They get the stun coming out for the Aeon disc. Will remove it. Boom has a little bit of it left, but the egg is in the between. Can they take this egg down? They're looking to commit to it. The Lena's down. Coming in with the buyback into this fight. Supreme in the middle of everybody right now. With the buyback coming in from Phoenix as well. Pexu. He's keeping on the outpost to return the fight. Supreme taking a bit of advantage here. Taking some of the attention from Viking. Hook shot misses. Not looking too great for chicken fighters at the moment. They have an empty Mono Razor. Has a cheese though. Shad. Charlie in between. Still has that Aegis. Aegis is still up for another minute and 10 seconds. Pexu, who just bought back, came in, but they got the Lina buyback.
This is a win condition now. You can see again, the fact that they get to stick on Alina for this long without any punishment, because there's no real other sources of damage, is huge. It's really only Shad slowly working them down with all of the mana burn over on his Diffusal Blade. The land spam. It's not enough at this point.
Indeed. Shad. Oh, Charlie takes down Celery. Instantly gone. Instant buyback again. This is not the first time it's happened. Charlie is really mocking them right now with these attacks. 8-0 and 4, leading the charge. Jibe coming in, throws the ulti on Shad. He quickly flickers. Try to get himself to a better spot. Kezu with the ulti. Supreme pops the cheese. BKB popped as well, trying to hold his ground at the same time. They got the PA. Kezu coming in with another stun. But that ulti is about to run out, and it does. Charlie still in the front. He's not moving anywhere. He's not going anywhere. Now Viking, they're coming to him. If you're not going, we're coming. The stun on the LSA on the PA, still at half HP. Still has a couple more seconds of the Aegis. The Aegis expiring timing it's gonna happen now. The Aegis is out. Oh no, 1 second. The Aegis pops, and he's gonna come back to the fight. Viking, they just missed their timing there. Charlie gonna come back, and they're gonna take down Celery. Runaway Shad on the runaway. The hook shot from Era onto Kezu. Takes another one. Boom, throwing in the right clicks to try and take down one. They will get it, but Shad is already down, and he's coming back in with another bite. Charlie does get hit by the LSA stun. Viking fighting for their lives here as chicken fighters are taking them all one by one. They're now on the run, trying to get out. Shad with the souls on the Spirit Lances. Pexu almost dieback, pops the egg, and they cannot go on the low ground. They're turning it around. Charlie back on the high ground, getting another jump onto Boom. Aramis on the sidelines. They're losing the Lina. Lina falling low. Supreme coming in as well, trying to get a bit of damage. Boom is dead. Boom is gone. Pexu is there with the Sunray to take the kill. Aramis TP's back to the fountain. And Viking have lost 2. They've lost more than they bargained for. They're going to lose the base, and it's all over for them here. There's nothing left unless something They need something, a sliver of hope. Supreme on the run, 400 HP with his BKB up and running. Might lose his life, but Shad, he's desperately 1v5ing right now against Chicken Fighter. Looking for something. Kezu with a stun coming in with another Rolling Thunder. Supreme still running Shad in the middle, but they're running to the PL, and PL is down. Shad will fall. Sibe, he's got Kezu. Pexu with another dive with a couple HP. GG's called. Chicken Fighters will take this series and knock out Viking from TI.
And in what fashion? Viking just never really got to play their game. Not in the upper bracket, not here. Chicken Fighters looking more experienced and more composed here than a team that's made so many waves throughout Europe in this last season.
So many waves indeed, but not enough here. Chicken Fighters outmaneuvering, out-farming, out-fighting, being more persistent, being the better team here today when it mattered. 2-0. 2 games, both just absolutely fantastic by Chicken Fighters. Not only just game 1, super dominant, put the doubt into Viking's head that they're here to win. Viking, are you ready for us? They were for a moment. They had that mid-game, that early mid-game. They had a touch on it. But once Charlie came out of the jungle, that guy with the big machete comes out and like, I'm ready. I'm ready for this. And he was. 11-0-6 on this PA. The team provided all the time, all the space. 45,000 hero damage, 14k building damage. Rightfully so, Chicken Fighters continue on to the next round. What a game. What a game. What a series as well.
Yeah, what a series. Like, especially the maneuvering and all of this, because these were not high action games, right? But that's because both teams are waiting for their item timings, dodging each other, sharing information. This is a chess game. This is Dota at its most, I want to say, intellectual almost, because for both of these games with so few stuns, and in the case of Viking especially, this lack of burst damage, if you're engaged, you're going to lose heroes, so you gotta pick your moments carefully. And Chicken Fighters just picked better this time around. And I do mean that in the literal sense. Both of these drafts looked like they were shaped to mess with Vikings' heads, to make it hard for them to play that very sort of bullying play style that they play when they're at their best. You can't bully a Razor and a Viper. It's not going to happen. So
Indeed.
Excellent reads.
Also, looking at something that might be changing in the coming patch at some point. I don't know if there's a patch coming, but I'm pretty sure there is, because TI getting posted or postponed till October. I'm looking at the healing meters. Celery 8.7 on the Abaddon. Pexu 14,000 healing on the Phoenix. 14k.
Oh, yeah.
Something's gonna happen to Holy Locket. People suddenly discovered, oh, it's a good item actually now, and overall, I think something might change the healing mechanics as a whole. Not necessarily the item. Maybe Holy Locket as an item. That's probably expected, but it works. That's why Phoenix's Wyverns, they're so popular right now. Also with the Abaddon. But hey, Kips, Chicken Fighters take this 2-0. Did you expect this? Did you expect this to happen?
I did not. I thought for sure that Viking, with all of their experience, would been able to recapture. And even though I've been very impressed by Chicken Fighters' progression through the season, I've cast them quite a lot actually. And the maturity in their decision making has always stood out for me, even if they didn't actually manage to execute always. So I knew the possibility was there, but still, like, between like my bias for the Dutch folk and my bias towards teams that just have a bigger track record, no, I did not think this was going to be a 2-0.
I think many people were surprised as well for that, but all Chicken Fighters fans, all the Charlie fans, must be pretty happy right now. They continue. Viking GG out of the tournament. And I was actually instructed to give a tiny notification from the mainstream. So if I quickly give an update on what's happening there right now. Ghost Frogs were able to take map 1 from the Hellbear Smashers. Game 2 is well underway, probably ending. Maybe it might have already been ended by the time we get to this. However, you can check that out on, I believe it was BTS 2, if I remember correct. Or was it on BTS 1? Yeah, BTS 2. So Beyond the Summit 2 would be the channel if you want to check out what's happening there on that channel. However, we'll take a tiny break because the next one's going to be a banger. We got Spider Pigs. We got Team Bald Reborn. Don't disappear anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
looked after me, brother, when we were children. You always had my back. You took all the blame when our father caught us doing things that drove him mad. Through the years, I could lean on you when I messed up. I'd call you in the night, but I broke too many promises and we split up. Though I still need ya, you gotta save me now. I'm slipping so far down. It's only you I trust to set me free from this. I don't know how I got into this awful spot. I don't know where it ends, so I could use your helping hand tonight. I wanna say that.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Time for the second series here at the B Street. We have Spider Pigs versus Team Bold Reborn. Probably a series a lot of people are looking forward to, and we especially as well, because it's the Gork stack. These guys, it's not even a stack anymore. It's honestly, it's Team Bold. A team in itself that is looking good. It's looking great. High expectations. And we have Spider Pigs, who took a defeat against Liquid very late into the evening yesterday. So a hungry team. Maybe we have two hungry teams. Maybe we will see something spicy and frisky going on here with T-Panda and Kips.
Only 10 seconds.
Yeah, and honestly, the thing I'm always
5
excited for
seconds.
is
Hurry,
LeBron.
hurry.
I love watching his teams. I love watching the growth and the unity that he gives to these guys. And it's always fun to see a noob in that mid lane as well. Also surprised by the progress of Funnick throughout this season. So for me, Spider Pigs are the favorites here, especially after the performance they put up versus Team Liquid yesterday. And that performance was very much enabled by their Luna, and they grab it up immediately again in the first phase. So we're going to get to see the hero that took down Team Liquid once. And I'm curious to see if Team Bold Reborn has what it takes to take down this extremely fast farming, hard-hitting hero.
What I really liked about Team Bold is they came into DPC's season 2 with the closed qualifier spot and then went fourth. It's not like you're in the bottom 2 or bottom 3. They actually went above the halfway line. So definitely tells about promise and also the integrity that this team has, that they want to go and compete with some of the better teams and really put up a good fight.
Yeah, not just a meme any longer.
10
So
seconds
curious to see
pick.
what they've got for us here. So far, Nyx Assassin
Radiant's
ready
ban.
to
Dire's
scout into
ban.
counter initiate, and then the puck, a flex pick presumably, but very tempting to immediately ascribe this one to Excalibur in that mid lane.
Nice to see the Ench come out, at least in the first phase. It's been a couple games now. We haven't really seen the Enchantress come out. Spider Pig's one of the teams who love to
Only
bring it
10
out.
seconds.
Lane aggression, at least, for sure.
5 seconds. Hurry, hurry.
You think they're going to lane it up with the Luna? Just put standard 1 and 5 right here? Or we're going to see the Luna in some other position, maybe?
Very possible. Extremely hard-hitting combination here, but of course, ideally what you'd want to do is have the Enchantress on the off lane so she can start stacking the triangle already for that Luna later on. So either is possible, but I'd like to just strategy-wise see her on the off lane.
Trying to get the some
10 seconds to pick.
reminder of that yesterday game where they did have Luna picked in game number 1. My
5
Dota buff has
remain.
crashed, so
Radiant's
I'll have to
bad.
wait a little bit longer to actually look up at that Luna statistic from game number 1. It was a 42-minute game. They did have Mirana, Hoodwink, Zeus, and Mars. Mars being banned, at least, out of those heroes, so something different will be needed in this approach.
10 seconds to pick.
Would have loved to look at some of the
5
stats,
seconds.
but
Hurry,
I'm not
hurry.
getting there.
Yeah,
It's not
like it's one of the reasons that I'm kind of hesitant right now as well,
team
because
are
I'm
picking.
trying to get some stuff to load and it doesn't want it,
Yeah,
so we're
it's-
just going to have to fly this one without any assistance. Let's go. No stats for us.
There's always stats. I'm just trying to. I have to detour a little bit.
Go-
Anyway,
go
with
somewhere else.
Only
Cheat a little
10
bit.
seconds.
yeah.
Dire team pick. Lion.
And
Jumping
line
about
immediately.
every here and there. Though, we got the lion come out once again, making a stable. I wouldn't really say return. Lion's been around. Lion's definitely been around. It's just not in every single draft. Is there a reason why Lion's not always out? Because I thought that he was one of the
Only
most
10
contested heroes
seconds.
at one point.
Think he still is in terms
5
of pick ban.
seconds remain.
But what you have when a hero is such an all-rounder is that you don't have any actual like specialties coming out of it. So if you want say a double heal lineup, he's not going to fit. If you want a hero that can actually pressure really hard in the lane on your off lane, he's not going to fit. That sort of thing. So he's a great overall pick, but that also makes him kind of weak if you had a good idea of what you're going for. But here, in this position where you want to give as little away as
Radiant team
possible,
pick.
because the enemy is going to get 2 counter picks on the 2 heroes that you're going to pick now, the line is perfect as a support pickup.
Could see Abaddon as a bit of a response to it, as we have the stun removal from Earth Spike and a tiny bit of extra against Lion's Burst. So we've
10
got some
seconds
healing
to
and
pick.
shielding,
Dire team are now picking.
which obviously does hinder a little bit away from the Lion.
And then the noob invoker. So here's their team fight control. Very hard for Abaddon to put anything in edgewise here. Of course, this invoker will have to play up versus the Nyx Assassin, which means that he is going to be copying some of these
10 seconds to pick.
these spike carapace stuns.
Yeah.
It's very hard to avoid that.
5 seconds. Hurry, hurry.
But that's the thing with the Nyx Assassin. You can't really let it hamper your draft too much, because if you do that, you're put right into a corner by the enemy's first pick. It's something that's very hard to draft around. You better just, tank some of those hits and say, fine, you have a Nyx. I don't care. We get to play a signature hero on a
Yeah.
player who really loves it.
Well, what I'm seeing here is the Luna basically was in the winning draft of Spider Pigs in
Dire's
their
bad.
series against Liquid.
Drowning.
13, 112. Very good stats. 860 GPM. 25-minute butterfly. So I think that's
It
the
was an
thing to look
insane
at.
performance by Goma.
Yeah, if-
Absolutely beautiful.
If you got Manta BKB Butterfly in the first 25 minutes, you're already looking into a pretty
Only 10
scary future
seconds.
or near future. Because usually, remember the times when Luna was
5
considered
seconds
40
remaining.
minutes and 40 minutes plus, and it's over.
Mhm.
Now, if you see that in
Radiant
25
stress.
minutes, you're like, yeah, it's over. It's like we kind of just lost 15 minutes off the clock, and we got surprised by it.
Dire's bad.
So yeah, that's the Luna factor that can definitely kick in.
Yeah, and this Drow Ranger is definitely not going to outfarm her unless the Luna really gets contested all the time if her lane goes extremely badly. They'll have to use this Drow Ranger to push towers with. Luckily, you can. Drow Abaddon is a very solid siege combination, very hard to
Only
engage
10
into
seconds.
in order to restrict that Luna's farming area, or at least make her fight her own teammates for
5
that farm.
seconds. Hurry,
And then,
hurry.
of course, with a Buck Nyx Assassin, you can scout her out. You can assassinate her and pressure her in her own jungle, even if there
Radiant's
are
bad.
teleport points for the backup to come in. So Team Bolt certainly have the toolkit to deal with at least the farming potential of the Luna, but executing it is step 2.
All they really need right now for Bald is to get this Puck online. If Puck's game works out, buys a lot for the Drow.
10
Pressure
seconds to pick.
pressurizes the Luna away from the bottom half of the map, forces
5
Luna to
seconds
basically
remain.
play in the top half. And as soon as they're in the top half, if they start leaving the Luna inside the triangle / top side of the Dire jungle for the most basic safe farm area for your pos 1, they can start taking over that area easily. You can with a Nyx Assassin and a Puck. That's grim tidings for your Spider Pigs.
Mm-hmm. Team Bolt here, trying to get away that faces forward. One of the best
10
like,
seconds to pick.
carry matchups for getting on top of the Drow Ranger, but not necessarily one to
5
take her
seconds.
down
Hurry,
himself.
hurry.
And then the axe. Really enjoy that ban actually, because one of the things that Team Bolt is going to need is they need to have the creep waves in at all times to be able to make these attempts on these towers, make these assassination attempts, or at least pressure attempts on the Luna. If the waves are away from them, then there's no way they're getting to the Luna in time. And an axe with the illusions, with the Manta style build, is going to be very, very good. at pushing those waves out, as well as of course being a big threat for the puck, the Drow Ranger.
Ball kind of running out of time. Their last pick here is going to be the Darks here, so we have a pretty nice setup here for the Drow multi-shot. We've got the puck coil, we've got the Nick stuns. Overall, great pressure hero. I do like this draft a lot. However, it is a Night Stalker, which you cannot ignore. It is very hard to ignore his existence. However, the thing with Night Stalker in this draft, when if you looked at, you have a potential Blink line with Hex, you have the Invoker with combos. Night Stalker, you can always see him coming. He pops his ulti, you know you're up for something. They're coming.
Oh, yeah,
Kind of spoils the surprise element a bit.
He doesn't need a surprise element. This entire Team Bold lineups get absolutely wrecked by the AoE silence. They're going to have to build, at the very least,
Now, all of a sudden,
a
you went
Hurricane
back
Pike
in,
over
for
on that Drow
goodness
Ranger.
sake, make
That's
up
a
your
lot of
mind.
slowdown to your damage output. That's all time that you're not actually spending catching up to that Luna. And the same goes for the rest of the heroes. You're going to want probably Yules on this puck. You're going to... Like, Abaddon can't save anybody if the Night Stalker is on top of him. The only drawback to this Night Stalker pick is that he's a little bit on the greedy side. But I'm pretty sure Noob can adjust to that and give Funnick the space that he really needs in order to shine in this game, because he breaks this draft wide open.
Now that we're heading over to the first game of the series and looking in drafts in general, Spider picks that were able to take the first game of the last series. However, we're looking at Team Bald Reborn, their first game of this entire playoff bracket. Do you think they're going to get surprised, or do you think they're coming in with heavy hitters?
The Drow should definitely be a heavy hitter. They picked it very confidently here. And I like the dynamic in their lineup in general. The mid-game power spike that they're going to hit with this Darkseer looks very good for them. But
Well, let's get
they're
to it,
running
shall
into
we?
a brick wall. This Night Stalker is always going to have a really big impact in this game. It is a very good pick. And it would take some serious messing up for Spider Pigs to make him be ineffective. This man rushes a BKB, there's nothing they can do to him.
Yep, in the hands of Gorb, this could definitely be a deadly Drow. There's so many ways to build this hero. So many different perspectives you can take to it. Do you want to go for the Blink Dagger build? Do you not want to go for Blink? Do you want to build up right-click damage? Do you have a teammate with a Force Staff? Drow positioning is maybe one of the hardest range carries to position properly. Not because you have the high attack
This is
range.
aggressive.
This is definitely aggressive, and I think we cannot expect any less from these two teams to actually take a brawl already. Observer Ward also taken out by Noob.
Excellent security for their side now. I would be very surprised if the Dire want to come over here and do the same on the Radiant side. Their lineup is much more fragile.
Coma. Maybe
No.
with that previous moment there showing that he had a couple teammates behind him, that he is very confident going down to the low ground. But it's a 1v4, so he only shows up quickly, walks out. And
Yeah,
so
that
we
was
have
a
our
bluff.
bounce to 2-2. Yeah, it was a bluff. It was definitely a bluff.
Hey, if they back up now, I'm snatching this. If they don't back up, okay, you know what?
Yeah. But it is also one of those indicators of setting fear into your opponent's head that, yep, we might have more people. You don't know about it until you try it out. Gork, however, already taken a couple hits from Lion. Early stun from DNZ. Even if it does do a bit of damage onto the creep wave, I think it hurts the Drow more. She's also prepared with 6 tangos. Prepared to take some hits.
Highlight really has to be up in the face of Funnick here. Does mean that they're missing out on some last hits though. DNZ already sniping the last hit on that range creep. Very nice for them.
Yes, I do commend this Night Stalker for picking up a Bracer all the way to start things off with. Not just mass stats, maybe a Circlet, maybe a, you know, Gauntlets of Strength or something. Nope, straight up Bracer.
Yep, he wants to innate regen, he wants to strength, he wants to push through this lane and dominate it.
A lot of damage coming in here for both Funnick and Pili Die. They're both quite alright though. Now looking at the bottom lane, Pablo might just die here. This is the Impel stun. LeBron, Coma, they're kind of cornering this Nyx Assassin, breaking the salve, getting first blood. Goes for LeBlanc.
Bit of a misjudgment there, I think, to use the salve. He could have really used that in another situation. He was dead as a doornail there.
That was not much to come out from. Looked at the Enchantress was pretty deep in front of the Dire tier 1 tower, but all for a good reason. Getting a kill. Mid
Good
matchup.
start for this extremely aggressive
Yep.
lane. Yep, and then mid.
We have the Invoker and the Puck going up against each other. It's not your out of the ordinary matchup. Pretty basic. Should favor both pretty well here.
Yeah, I mean,
Excalibur.
there's no favor really in that case, right?
Yeah. Excalibur
It'll
likes to
treat
play
both
aggressive.
pretty well.
Yeah.
He does, and of course the Puck is going to get a little bit more out of jungle, a little bit more out of rotations as the bottom lane. Oh dear. Yeah, so this Darkseer pick had one big drawback, which is that picking a Darkseer into an Enchantress means that you're going to get your Surge purged off. That's most of your survivability. Both of the enemy heroes hit really hard here. Without your Surge, you don't get to live. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Rajic die more often down here.
Denied.
Yeah, he hasn't picked up a point in Surge just quite yet. Only that early vacuum point might have been for, I don't know, range creep securing. Could be potentially. It's
Possible.
not the highest amount of damage, but it's something.
But the point is moot, right? Whether you take the point or you don't take the point, you don't get to go out.
You don't get to go out. Exactly. That's the main course of the story. We'll turn a bit of a pull attempt here from DNC. Phonics creep wave does clash with the Dire wave, so at least it stays there. Gork gets the last. It's a couple more here. Phonics not having the easiest lane for the early minutes, but this was expected. The Night Stalker has a bit of difficulties to start off with, but second bracer picked up. A lot of HP. You mentioned the regen game. This is definitely the right course of action for Phonic.
He wants to spend as little of his money on staying in the lane as possible, or I should say on like consumable ways to stay in the lane. He wants a passive regen. He wants to get something out of this as soon as he gets active, and the bracers are certainly going to do that for him as well, tanking him up for the fights, giving him extra damage. And once he gets these phase boots up, he's going to have a lot of armor, and the Drow is going to get pressured out of the lane from that point onward.
Yeah, Drow's definitely going to feel very scared to stay in that lane in the minutes to come. So we'll wonder if they're going to make any Ancient stack plays. That would be something, because as a Drow you can clear those Ancients even if they're double or triple stacks because of the massive range that you have. Do they have the time to stack it though? Because Rajix and Pablo are they're kind of locked in this lane. They can't rotate the Nyx too early.
You can't rotate him too early, especially now because you get an XP differential there. The Nyx is pretty experience hungry. At the same time though, Rajix's game is always going to be just Ion Shell in the back and watch the gold trickle in. Because again, he can't take Surge in this lane. It's not going to do anything for him.
Yep.
So the lane's going to be pushed all the time. The Nyx can totally do things like this. Darkseer will be out of range most of the time for his enemies. And he is free to move.
Bit of a pulling contest here. Pablo trying to get these creeps away from the camp, but LeBron still successful with the wave connection. Now Rajix comes in. Stun from Pablo, bit of damage on the edge. Does have the enchant, so he immediately just removes the Ion Shell. Kind of the downside there, that enchant does have such a huge cooldown, but used correctly, will let the ench live. Doing a bit of damage on the Darkseer. Rajix still trying to run away. Yeah, nice stun.
Pilodai looks to be dying in the trees here.
His middle tower is being attacked.
Yep,
He was
on the
scouting
other
out in the
side.
triangle, looking at the stacks that the line is slowly making.
And yeah, okay, Rajix still ends up dying. So I thought it was safe for a moment. Pablo got the right stun out, let the Darkseer farm those two creeps quickly, but apparently he took too much damage from them, and Koma just threw in one level 2 Lucent Beam and got the kill.
And now,
And now Drow dead. Okay. Great start for Spider Pigs.
I mean,
5-0.
so here we are, double bracer, Phonics really too tanky already, especially if the support over on the top lane is dead. There's no way for the Drow to stay there. This catapult's going to deal some decent damage onto the top tower already. This demands a reaction, and Excalibur has 6. He's going to come in.
Yep, he spotted though. The Radiant Scan does connect on Excalibur, and as they saw, the Invoker already sit in top for quite some time, and now Excalibur misses the coil as well.
Painful.
Well, that's your mid rotation from both sides. The other one gets a kill, the other one doesn't.
Tower taking damage.
Noob has been pushing out his wave very far every time that he can, just really restricting Excalibur's space to go for rotations, to go into the jungle, getting damage onto that mid tower whenever he can. And it's really working out for Spider-Pig so far.
Yep. Pilot Eye is very low on HP. Nothing happening there in bottom. However, Pilot Eye, death number 6 on the side of Team Bald. There's the second on the Abaddon. Funnick getting a... He's getting a great start. If he's not having CS, he's still got 2 kills. At bottom, Projects drops low. LeBron falls. Pablo, Coma, taking a 1v1 here. Skin Carapace. Spike Carapace does reflect the Lucent Beam back on Coma. Coma also runs out of mana here. But that is the first kill for Team Bold at least.
They're basically on track to lose all 3 lanes on Team Bald here right now. And if you lose all 3 lanes, well, we all know what happens, but you don't have anybody to make moves with. So you can only react. And the enemy has all the space in the world that they want to either pick you off or farm. This is exactly what they needed to not happen. They need to have the waves push out. They need to have some towers down in order to constrict that Luna's farming. But she's not constricted in any way right now. She's top of the board.
She's top of the board. 1,000 gold ahead of the Drow as well, and that is only going to ramp up because Luna can farm a little bit faster than the Drow does when you start picking up points and glaives. Curiously, no Mask of Madness, though. Well, they are rotating towards bottom. Noob, DNC, both smoked up. There's Excalibur in mid, which they will not go for. Instead, Invoker... He's got the EMP, Cold Snap, Burn, Coma. There we go. The initiation comes out onto the Darkseer. Still level 5. Even with the stun from Pablo. Is it enough? Tornado still connects. And she is 60 HP, but Excalibur comes to the rescue. Luna in big trouble. Gorp is here as well. They want to make sure that this Drow is a part of this kill. Might as well just get the kill itself.
Lanes are lined with the likes of you.
Pays off in the end.
Sure.
And Pilot Eye.
Bonus skill over on the side.
Abaddon, big trouble. Nothing to do here. LeBron keeps on throwing more and more spears. Ends up being the end of this Abaddon. Noob on the run. Pablo stun in 3. Doesn't he have enough mana for it? The mana regen is very... Oh no, the Darkseer gets caught as well. Again with the Tornado, but it's not enough for the kill. Noob wants to chase the Darkseer. Gets a right-click connection. The Urn will finish him off. Now look at this boy. He's basically being guided by 2 heroes. He still finds a kill in between. He might even try and kill Pablo here. At least does a bit of harassment here. While Gorp gets the kill on LeBron. And the TP from Lion should go out. Still, Noob is still here. Excalibur.
Oh, very fragmented.
Very fragmented indeed. It's a 2-for-2 trade in the end.
Dire's top tower is destroyed.
Yeah, it is, but it doesn't spell much good. That you can see that Team Bald needs the enemy to heavily overextend before they can get enough damage out, and even then, in the case of Noob, they can't actually get him. He regens too much. They can't focus him down without the coil. They're going to need to play so heavily around that coil this game if they want to get anything done. And in the
Very
meantime, the tower trade is already going down. Coma just teleported to top.
Got the tower kill indeed, but that was also the Luna did die in that last fight. It went for Gorp. Drow slightly narrowing that lead together. But still gonna need a whole lot more to keep the package intact. LeBron, DNC, aggression here. Pablo, EMP's out as well. Means everything from the Nexus and Project. Misses the vacuum, doesn't hit anything, and Pilot Eye. Vacuum, oh sorry, Surge. Another shield. Funnick comes in though. Say that the party pooper has arrived and he spoils the party here. It's Funnick with that
He
haste
has
room.
indeed. He's got phase boots, he's got double bracer, picked up a point in his ultimate just now. This man is an absolute menace. Team Bald has to immediately scram whenever he shows up. And he's going to take the bottom lane now, indicating that Spider-Pigs have no intentions whatsoever of letting the bottom side of the map go.
Did you look at Excalibur's inventory? He's going for Veils this game. So this is not Witchblade, this is not Yules, it's not Blink, it's Veils instead. You like it?
Not individual damage, team damage. I think it's very necessary. You could see the damage problems there already. They don't really have any burst apart from the puck. So he's going to have to make what he has really last. The little bit of armor is also going to help quite a bit versus Funnick.
Well, nice two-man stun here in mid as they're pressuring the tier 1 tower. The Tornado EMP into the air. Enchantress low on HP. The call comes out as well. And a chance to take down Enchantress. Pilot Eye does fall to the finger. Here comes the Night Stalker as well. Funnick comes into the Dark Ascension. Will make sure that this puck has nowhere to run. 2 for 1 trade. The Enchantress falls with Funnick looking for more. Trying to look for the wraparound. Pablo is a difficult target because he does have that carapace.
Fortified their towers.
DNC on the sideline. They see Rajix, they see him, and then they go. Dark's here in trouble. Eclipse comes out. They make sure Rajix is also dead. Pablo, Gork, Pilot.
Interesting smoke.
Interesting smoke for sure, at least. But the Tornado comes out. Doesn't hit anything. Pablo, half HP. Gork throws in another arrow to slow down LeBron, but Spider Pig's unfazed about this.
You know, they got quite a few kills out of this. Very nice assertion of dominance from Funnick once again. And you can see it anytime he shows up. Team Bold. They can't do anything. They need to wait out the Dark Ascension, and it's... Or sorry, excuse me, the Crippling Fear, and it's always going to cost them a hero, unless Funnick displays massively.
Gotcha.
Has most HP down on their middle tower right now. And what that means is that this triangle is going to be all but uncontested. It's going to be very hard to go up there when both top and mid are going to be pushed in without getting spotted, or at least, you know, sussed out. And then at the same time as well, it's just more distance to cross.
Now they will suffer.
There's
Luke
more
is going
teleport points.
for an Orchid for this on this Invoker. I like this pickup considering it's really hemorrhaging for the puck to get silenced. Though there is the Abaddon, always instantly purged away, but it is one extra item / one extra spell to force the shield off of the Abaddon.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And look at the item that Funnick's going to pick up as well. This is not a BKB rush. He is not even intimidated by this magic damage coming out from the Dark Sphere and the puck. He says, I'm gonna live through that if I just make sure that you guys don't even get your spells off.
Yeah. Basically, Funnick says no fear in the face of danger.
Yep. The fear is all for his enemies. Chroma's playing up so far as well.
Pushing mid, quick tier 1 tower finish off here. There's the Mask of Madness of the Luna I was hoping to see and waiting for. They could go Roche here 13 minutes in. This could be a 14-minute Roshan. Why not?
You have so much damage. Got the Alacrity over on the Luna as well, extremely powerful combination. And that Alacrity can go over onto Funnick as well if you need a little extra oomph for your Blinking and Night Stalker. There's great synergies in this draft.
Also to think about the fact that you have the medallion, you have everything. Healing, minus armor, damage. We need for a Roshan, really. And this has to be one of the fastest Roshans in this tournament. It might be a faster one, but this is definitely in the top list. 14 and 08 or 07. First Roshan of the game.
And as Koma retreats, he has more stacks waiting for him. This Luna is going to pull ahead so fast. And again, the only physical damage that they have here is Drow. She does have quite some damage through armor, which is normally the problem with dealing with an early farmed Luna, is that your right clicker is not ready. And she has so much armor from her Agi. But problem is that I don't think the Drow is going to actually get to deal any of that damage. This Night Stalker will be on top of her.
Pablo's on a mission behind enemy lines here. He was scouted by a ward. He's going for the bounty rune, but he's in for an ill surprise.
Radiant's middle tower is taking damage.
Hex on the
So
spot.
close to
He's
Blink
thinking.
Dagger as
He's
well.
thinking that. Yeah. It's like I'm pretending I don't know that you're actually there. Waiting with a finger and straight through the raindrops.
Pull them inside out. Double Blink Dagger pickup. This feels so good if you're DNZ. The fact that all 3 lanes win, you don't have to spend your money on anything but saving up for that blink. No desperation plays where you might die or get picked off. They have double initiation now. Even if Team Bald spread out perfectly fine, it's going to be so hard for them to get a good reaction. It's all down to the Darkseer and getting a good wall of replica now. Hoping that Spider Pigs are going to clump up too much in their attempts to chase, and seeing if you could get a Luna illusion to destroy the rest of her team. That's it.
What I'm a bit worried about here is the lack of aggression here from Team Bald Reborn, because they're playing from behind. Struggle with their laning stage. Now they have this Veils on this puck, but they can't really pull much out of it. Highlight Eye is going to be the next casualty on the list. Be taken away in the river, but Excalibur might be in trouble as LeBron is coming in. Manchester does this. Oh, right in the hands of Funnick. This man already read what's about to happen, though he's not able to get this puck kill. Not at least yet, but he will finish it off with the Blink Dagger. You saw that puck escaping? Funnick's ready for him.
He is, yes. It's not going to get better. It really isn't. Like, this is exactly an illustration of what happens if you lose all 3 of your lanes. You can't use one core to play towards. Nobody is strong. Nobody can say, alright, you know, I can take on 2 heroes and live. So you're automatically behind in the numbers game. And they don't have the matchups in their favor either, because this Night Stalker pick is just too good. You can see what it does. Excalibur dares to show the tip of his little wings, and he gets hunted down.
He was. That was the moment where he's trying to get an action rune on the bottom half of the map, and Spider Pigs were definitely ready for it, and they knew exactly where he was going to be going to as well.
I love how this man plays Luna. He just farms the camps furthest away that he possibly can get away with. It's delightful. He's going straight into a Daedalus here. Just picks up a casual Crystallis, finishes off the BKB.
Yeah, what was the item build we were looking at from the previous game? It was a whole lot different than this one. Quick kill on Pablo here, meanwhile in the mid lane. As he had the BKB Manta, Butterfly in 25, then he went Daedalus the next item. He's just going straight up Daedalus after picking up Boots and Dragonlance and Mask of Madness. Love it, absolutely love it. And the NZ, bit over aggressive here behind the tower. Doesn't hurt too much, but at least for Gorp, he's happy to pick up 400 gold for that streak.
This is at least important for the fact that you don't have 2 initiators now, so you can't really follow the one
Look at the side though. Funnick already gets the stomp on Excalibur. He gets the blink away because Funnick's not dealing any damage to him yet. That silence will wear off, but it's going to be up in 6 seconds again.
It's a good opportunity.
Team Bold are in one big piggy line, just chasing for anything they can find. With the Centaur Courser also running in between, so they had a full vision of them as well. They just run out, they just disengage. They're happy. Don't need to force the fight.
I think that was the closest that Team Bald got to getting themselves a good fight in a long time.
True.
But Excalibur had already used his orb, so he couldn't actually go in and get a coil on the retreat.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Well, there's a lot still needed. If Team Bald still wants to keep up with the pace here and start making a pace of their own, because that's what we're kind of expecting and waiting to happen. Maybe
You are. I'm not.
maybe I am. I'm just being hopeful. But then again, Drow can deal a lot of damage if he gets in the right spot. The only difficulty is finding the right spot to be in, and he also needs his team to back him up.
Exactly. This game is positioning for a Drow, and especially now. Like, your hopes are making a stand on a high ground with the Drow getting to hit whoever she wants. This is a bold move by the Baldy boys.
Funnick coming in from the side. DNC nicely goes, and the Cataclysm flies through. Gorp already dropping to half HP. Funnick has the sights on the Drow Ranger, takes him out instantly. LeBron, DNC do fall. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Coma dropping low, 200 HP with no Aegis in this fight. Pablo going for the hunt, looking for him, tries to get the stun, nicely walks into the ice path, gets the stun out. Funnick comes flying in with the blink dagger to save his allies. Excalibur dropping low on the HP, and he will die. Here comes the tornado from Noob, trying to catch some more. Pablo will fall as well, and they're turning it around. They've got the opportunity now. Rajix and Pylai, they have little left to give.
Alright, Little, that was beautifully done. Rajix with that blink dagger waiting in the wings. Oh, poor Pylai. Just leave him, man. But
not much
that was exactly what they needed. They need a Luna illusion in order to make these fights work, and especially with how clump Spider Pigs was and the amount of time that they needed to bring down this Drow. She's pretty tanky right now. She's got the full Dragonlance and a Yasha. You need a little bit more than just a Night Stalker without any damage items whatsoever. So I like that attempt. That was well thought out and well executed. The only problem is just that they're so far behind that when they don't get
Excalibur.
the last touch on Coma, no, he's fine.
Does blink TP in the front of danger. But yeah, I agree. The attempt was already much better. They forced Coma to drop so low that his big KB was basically spent running away and all the way out of the fight. They almost lost the Invoker. Nice thought there by Pablo to pop the Carapace to just walk on the ice path, get a mini stun on the Invoker so the rest can catch up and then follow up. But of course Funnick comes in to rescue the day.
He is an enduring problem in this game. And they can't really afford to focus him because the damage is not actually coming from him. There's so much teamfight control over from the Invoker and so much damage from the Luna that those are the people you'd want to focus. Ideally you ignore the Night Stalker. But you can't really do that until your supports all have 4 staffs and Aeon discs, and they're so poor right now.
They are, and this train is still continuing all the way to the other side. Noob spotted. Here comes the coil. Chance to take the Invoker out of play. And they will. The Dark Ascension has been popped as well. So Spider Pigs might look for a reinitiation here, even without the Invoker. They are around the area. Funnick scouting, hoping for some straggler. They need an opening. That's all they need. They need an opening. Excalibur picks the Invis room. Looks like they're not ready to go for it. Okay, Pilot Eye stays a little bit too long. He's already got 1/3 of the deaths of Team Bold Reborn. Might add one more to the list as he is being encroached from every direction. Funnick comes in with the silence. Nice multi-shot, no spread shot coming in from Gorp. Not.
Ron lives.
Yeah, Twilight Eye down, and LeBron lives out of this one. Surge, get the Nyx Assassin back to safety. Suddenly that Invoker kill ends up being your Abaddon dying as well.
Good initiative though. Like you can see that here they have to respect the team fight capabilities of Team Bolt. They have to make sure that they get Funnick on top of the right heroes. In this case, I think they're waiting for the Drow every single time. Because the Drow is the only one who can kill the Luna through the BKB. And the Drow just didn't show, so they don't want to take the fight.
Yep. And looking at burst damage, deleting factor, Puck is going for a Dagon level 5. Straight up nuke damage with the Veils, relying on the burst. All about the burst.
That will certainly make up for your lack of magic damage. And he will be deleting LeBron and DNZ with that.
Yeah, I think getting rid of LeBron definitely need some kind of magical burst to quickly go through. Otherwise, the split shot, or the multi shot on Drow might not necessarily be enough. It's a good start, but you need a follow up. Otherwise, that healing is going to be too much to deal with. However, Team Bolt, Nyx leading the front, the rest of them kind of bodyguarding the Drow, but also kind of looking for a fight, while Spider Pigs have something on their mind. They're smoking up, coming in from the side here. Heading towards the river, Pilot Eye is there to pop it up. DD Rune has to go deny it, and this might just be the bait to lose his life. Gets Solar Crested. There's the push, the jump from Funnick. And Abaddon slowly melting. They pop his ulti. They've already dealt the damage. Roshan spawning in 15 seconds. And another smoke.
Coma. They'll smoke again. Yeah, they want to use this.
And they're coming in from the side.
Pilot Eye
in the front, but he's gonna die if he stands in the front. He's got no ulti. However, they're just gonna go straight on Excalibur on the back. Meanwhile, Gorp needs to reposition. Coma doing a lot of damage. Cataclysm coming out as well, and a beautiful jump there. And Spider Pigs will take out 3. They will take out 4 as the Abaddon is about to fall again. He literally just bought back, and he dies with it. Rajix onto the high ground, and ultra kill for Coma. Out of that fight, doesn't leave much for Team Bold to reminisce about.
You can see there how effective the Drow damage actually is at going through the Luna's armor. She was very close to falling there in that contest. Luckily for her, she has the Daedalus, she has the crits. She only needs the lucky hit in order to finally take the Drow out, and now they're going to go for the base. This is going to melt like butter.
Fight recap really tells the whole story. 8.6 against 3.5. Puck 0 damage. Darkseer 0 damage. Abaddon did 300 with 2 aphotic shields. It's all about the Drow dealing damage there, but Abaddon with no ulti already popped once. Smart play from Spider Pigs to take the smoke and know that we have another opportunity to go in, and they went straight for Excalibur, just ignoring the Abaddon in the front. They just Funnick knows his mission is find the puck, keep him busy. The boys will do the rest.
They will. And right now we have an Alacrity Luna in the pit. Baiting in Team Bald.
Ooh. Pablo, dangerous waters here. Under a sentry ward, and they find him in the trees. He took 2 times actually ran in the vision of that sentry ward. And it just expired as well, so perfect timing. Not even bad.
Illusion.
Get some 75 gold sentry, get some worth out of that. Get a kill.
And that secures the Roche. Even if they buy him back here, they have no teleport points to go to. Their outpost has been in the hands of Spider Pigs for quite some time already. So all they can do is make the most out of this time to farm.
Yep. And they're just 2-manning this Roche, basically. Coma, LeBron, both in the pit. Second Roshan of this game. The first one was in 14 minutes, the second one 26. Now difficulties ahead for Team Bald. Looking at the graphs here, very one-sided. 18,000 gold for Spider Pigs. Same amount of experience in their hands. Hero levels, pretty
Final
much
bot
tells the
lane.
story. Do some damage on the puck. Can he get out though? Pops the Dagon as a little departing gift. And Fnatic just gets on top. Yeah, that was close. I do like that little cute update
The
on
next assassin is coming in. Pablo. Assassin.
Yep, but he's got no TP though. They might turn their attention towards the Nyx assassin if they know about that. However, I feel like they might just let this Nyx slide.
It's a bit of a waste of time there, I think. I mean, if they have
Agreed.
nothing else to do.
If he cuts the wave, then he becomes a nuisance. But yep, Noob is making his way down. Pablo. This is the end of his tale.
He knew exactly when they were going to be there.
They will secure this kill. And it's going to be another one for Funnick. 10, 0, and 8. Unkilled this game on this Night Stalker. Last pick Night Stalker really paying off.
It was such a good game for it. And Funnick really put his... I mean, we all saw him posturing in the middle of the map. Just straight on the river ramp, all the way before the horn. He knew that this was his game to play and to win.
Another tower taken out by Spider Pigs. It is the tier 2 tower that falls on the bottom lane, and they're heading straight towards the high ground now. Coma leading the front. LeBron right behind him with a Solar Crest buff. Make some short work out of this tower. Rajix on the side. They need a great wombo combo here, but they need to catch several heroes. One is not enough. There's an Aegis. Abaddon has already popped his ulti. His drop's already so low. Got the silence on the Luna. Bit of damage coming in from Gorp. The magical burst coming in from the Dagon. Pablo looking for the stun as well. And it's going to be enough to pop the Aegis at least. But they got the next assassin as Funnick blinks in. And it's still okay for Team Bald. And here's the wall. Nice combo. Coma actually dropping really low here. Might have to be careful here with the BKB. And here we go. The full initiation coming back on the sideline here. Enchantress dropping low. Can they get that kill? Yes, they can. It comes for Excalibur. Finally picks it up. Pablo, however, walks into a sentry. Gets fingered up. The Sunstrike. It's missing him. 20 HP. Noob has his tornado up now. He's not going to throw it, though. They hold their
You
base.
see the power of the Drow. Yeah. If the jump onto the Drow goes awry, like right there, then the damage is actually going to shred straight through Coma. This danger remains. Even though this game is 20k in the lead for Spider Pigs right now, you can't ignore this matchup. You can't ignore the fact that if the Drow gets a good position, you will get destroyed. But they're ready for a new attempt.
Yeah, they're not done yet. They're looking at going back to the high ground, or at least keep the pressure up. Another creep wave is about to approach.
I love this from Corp, by the way. He's buying a Daedalus. He knows. You just need to blow somebody up.
Need to blow
Anybody. If they die, they back off.
The damage output is really good on this Drow. And Spider Pigs, they also recognize the situation. They back out. They let it go for now. Back to farming. I guess there's another item that they're about to finish off here. At least Night Stalker is almost at a nullifier. Very close to a nullifier. I think that already spells doom for the Drow Ranger if you don't have BKB on. And they might
Like
go
any
for
kind
her.
of saving force staffs will no longer go off. It is huge.
Yep. Funnick is observing the situation. If somebody overextends, he will go. He's got the backup of his allies right behind him. Pablo. Bounty run, I guess. Come on, Pablo. There's 2 bounties.
Oh, yeah.
That's
And he
180
doesn't have to
gold.
die for it.
Gotta take
He might get
everything you
earlier
can.
here.
Maybe.
He knows.
On the money. Yoink.
Radiant's
There you
courier
go. Another 90 gold. So that's 275 in total.
And he didn't have to hit a single creep.
Exactly. It's team gold. The best gold. At least in some support players' minds. However, come on. His smoke pops. Pylai in the low ground. He's been tanking bait. It really feels like the Abaddon International.
Oh yeah. All of
Drow's
these
courier.
add-ons are doing so much work.
Oh,
and its string of unforgivable
no
multiple
courier.
rounds has
And
been laid
that's
to
the
rest.
Daedalus
And
recipe as well.
Daedalus. Yeah. It was going to the secret shop to try and get a demon edge. But
Very-
she won't have that extra damage for the defense now.
Yep, that was a very
Funny.
straightforward. Oh no, they found him. Cataclysm coming out as well. They delete Gorp right away. The Drow was gone. Pylai died, dropping half HP. He's got his ulti popped as well. They got the buyback coming in from the Drow. And Spider Pigs, with that quick initiation, all they needed was a Drow kill. They forced the buyback. The damage has been done. They can back out.
Radiant's bottom tower is being attacked.
Now the game's on a knife's edge. Team Bald have no more room to maneuver. Drow dies again. GG.
GG. Yeah, that's pretty much the story here. Difficult times for Team Bold. It happened so quickly. First, the courier kill. Gorp mispositions himself once. Spider Pigs right outside of the base. Quick blink. Couple stuns thrown here and there. You got the Cataclysm instantly from Noob. They knew exactly what they were doing. They know the win condition.
Everybody in this game does now. And this looks like a smoke group up. Yeah, they're going. I greatly admire this from Team Bold.
Hail Mary.
They know that if they get caught in their base once again, it's over. So, you know what? Why not make the stand on your own terms? Why not go out and look for it before it is completely too late and the enemy can determine all of the conditions of the fight?
Agreed.
It's
Take
just
the
too
fight
hard.
to them.
The waves are pushed in.
Take the fight to them indeed. LeBron. Hello. Bye-bye. It's just, I love how he's solar cresting his own courier to give vision, or at least maybe run to the secret shop or something, and then he just stands on the cliff and ends up getting picked off quickly. Wasn't suspecting that at all, or just turning his back at his enemy. I don't know. Might be either.
And this gives Spider Pig some vision to work towards in future attempts as well. But the only problem with this ward is that it's very deep. You actually need your wave to be out
Dire's
somewhat
middle
in order
tower
for
is
enemies to be
being
showing on that.
attacked.
Yep.
Otherwise,
yep.
they're just going to be sitting where
look
they're
up.
sitting right
Look
now.
at top. Look at top. DNC.
Yes,
Noob,
exactly.
right next to Excalibur. They have the Tinker
Dead.
wards on everything. He just walks in. Oh no. He still has the stun he
My
could
boy.
throw down, but no. He just walks in. That's how confident. That's how overconfident they were. And Excalibur's out.
That's a shame.
That's a big shame. That was a, definitely a kill that Spider Pig should have had.
I'm not sure if they have the damage that they need to murder. Actually, if they drop the Cataclysm for it, they do. But otherwise, there is a possibility that the bug survives.
Yep, Meatball,
He's got that
Cataclysm,
Aeon Disc.
Finger. Yeah. But yeah, the
You need
Aeon
to keep
Disc
them
is strong.
locked down.
There is still a cheese on Phonic. Roshan may respawn. Drum roll. 10 seconds.
They will suffer.
And they've
Very
got
quick
full
one.
vision of the kids.
This favors Spider Pigs very much. This is still on the buyback timer. We can actually look at that. Still 5 minutes for the Drow. If they killed Roshan, like, literally right now, their ages would expire by the time the buyback comes off of the Drow. So, a big window.
Exactly. And there is no way for Team Ball to contest this. Their D-board doesn't actually give them vision over the fighting terrain for this. You see Phonic is ready to flank any possible opportunities. They are coming, but they're not fast enough. This is Solar Crest Alacrity on the Luna.
He's still taking it, though. They're turning around, but Phonic's already coming to meet them. Pylai right next to him. The jump instantly on Corp. Corp trying to TP out. Should be able to. It does come at the cost of his last 7-second charge, and it's now down to 6 on the BKB. And also, no BKB now for a whole minute. Spider Pigs are coming.
I don't think he can hold the kind of position where he can deal damage without the BKB. He has to wait until the fight is fully underway, and with the amount of damage that there's on Spider Pigs, I think his team is dead by that point.
Very likely. They do get the jump on Luna. A lot of damage, but it's not enough. It's not enough this time. Corbin, huge trouble. The jump from Funning onto the next assassin. It takes down Corbin. That's a Drow gone. And Rajix will fall as well. 2 heroes, 3 heroes dead. And it will go for the 4th one. It's going to be Excalibur with the Aeondas popping as well. But going back to the fountain, it's all over. GG is called. Spider Pigs, they find the decisive blow. And they take out Team Ball in game number 1.
Excellently played. Spider Pigs really wasting no time after winning these lanes. They play up so far on all of their heroes. You've got this Enchantress giving vision all the time. You've got Coma really pushing the speed and the farming of that Luna to the next level by grabbing as much farm as possible from the enemy side of the map. Team Ball get choked right out of the laning stage.
Pretty much. Could almost look at the graphs here. I don't know, Gaben was on their side for the first 8 minutes. Or after the first 8 minutes, it just jumps into their favor suddenly. But in regards of player net worth, the Drow was behind the Luna. Luna had a fantastic lane coming out. We saw the Invoker dominate against the Puck. The Puck rotating towards top, not for a kill. Noob was able to get the kill with his level 6 rotation. And he stayed there for a while. They took the tower pretty fast. They started taking objectives around the map. And starving Team Bold pretty fast.
Yep. They had a couple of really good attempts. I especially like the initiation towards the mid tower where they get that absolutely beautiful vac wall that does a lot of work. I think if they get Coma there is an option for Team Bold to come back into the game. But listen, look at Funnick. 11, 0, and 10. This man was always going to be there. He was always going to really be a big issue for that lineup no matter how far ahead they caught. So unfortunately for Team Bold, I think they'll just have to be better in the draft next time and not get hit by such a big outdraft at the last second.
They definitely do. It's again, between a rock and a hard place for Team Bold. Need to get their package together. If you are a Gorp fan, however, in chat, if you want to spread your energy towards them, I would suggest writing a heart in chat for the person writing in chat above you so we can spread the love, and through that, maybe Team Bold can make it through. Otherwise, it's Spider Pigs taking the series 2-0. We'll take a tiny break. We'll be back after the commercials for game number 2.
We found love here. Together we will shine, but we know we're running out of time, 'cause we met like strangers in the night. Don't tell me it's over. Now you got that something in the way you smile. I see that spark lights in your dark blue eyes, so I can't let you go without telling you this now. I wanna see you again. I could travel 1,000 miles just to feel your arms around me. I could travel 1,000 miles just to feel your arms around me. I won't give my love to you, but will I see you when I get there? I could travel 1,000 miles just to feel your arms around me. I won't give my love to you, but will I see you when I get there? Oh, we can make it for the world to see, 'cause now I know you'll be a part of me. I we will shine, but we know we're running out of time, 'cause we made like strangers in the night. Don't tell me it's over now. I could travel 1,000 miles just to feel your arms around me. I will give my love to you, but will I see you when I get there? I could travel 1,000 miles just to feel your arms around me. I will give my love to you, but will I see you when I get there? Will I see you when I get there? I could travel 1,000 miles just to feel your arms around me. I will give my love to you, but will I see you when I get there? I could travel 1,000 miles just to feel your arms around me. I will give my love to you, but will I see you when I get there? But baby, it's so damn dramatic. Sometimes I don't know where to go. Oh, he's my sunshine and my headache, but I keep coming back for more. So scary to admit that I'm falling for you while looking in your eyes. And there is nothing that I wouldn't do. I keep trying to break through, 'cause he got me so high. Just watching him, time flies. Make love to him daytime. I can't get enough. Yeah, he got me so high. Just watching him, time flies. Make love to him daytime. I can't get enough. 'Cause it's you that I love. I got to have it. You that I yearn for. So why you wanna let this go? I got to have it. You that I yearn for. So why you wanna let this go? You say I'm shady. What do you mean, boy? I try to figure out what's on your mind. If I could, I would give you the whole world. Just let me get close to you tonight. 'Cause he got me so high. Just watching him, time flies. Make love to him daytime. I can't get enough. Yeah, he got me so high. Just watching him, time flies. Make love to him daytime. I can't get enough. 'Cause it's you that I love. I got to have it. You that I yearn for. So why you wanna let this go? I got to have it. You that I yearn for. So why you wanna let this? You that I love. I got to have it. You that I yearn for. So why you wanna let this go? I got to have it. You that I yearn for. So why you wanna let this go? Why? He got me so high, just watching him, time flies. Make love to him daytime. I can't get enough. 'Cause it's you that I love. I got to have it. You that I yearn for. Why wanna let this go? I got to have it. You that I yearn for. You wanna let this go? I got to have it. You that I yearn for. you were lost, and this is a clue. Love is forever. Love is forever. To believe you gotta let go. Light as a feather. Light as a feather. Lucid dreaming over Tokyo.
Hurry!
We have returned to the grueling battle of Spider Pigs versus the Team Bald
Team
Reborn.
unpicking.
They have a lot of things to do better, for sure. Draft-wise especially is the place where to strike the weaknesses of Spider Pigs. Maybe remove some of those nasty heroes they had to play against. Because, talking about the Luna, for example, that was their key to winning
10
Team Liquid
seconds to
as well.
pick.
A big portion of it. Obviously not the big one, but
5
one of those
seconds
factors
remain.
leading to a victory. So they might just ban it, as they do. Luna and Lena, both removed by Team Bald.
Picking.
You have the Brood and the Timber removed by Spider Pigs. Kips, what direction are we going this time?
Well, see, if you ban out the Luna, it means you need to let something else through, and that is going to be the either Noob or Funnick Viper. Both of these players very comfortable with it. I've praised Noob for this one in the
Only
past
10
before. He's one of
seconds.
those flashy mid players that also doesn't mind taking a step back and
5
just
seconds
playing the
remain.
big dumb green turret.
The big
dumb
dumb green
I-
turret. Okay.
And listen, you have players that literally will refuse good picks because they think it's too boring to play and they can play something that's more interesting and also win. It
Right.
happens. You think it wouldn't, but there's if you're not interested in
10
playing a
seconds
hero,
to
you're
pick.
probably going to perform worse on it. And I've never seen Noob have that problem ever.
5 seconds.
He plays
Hurry,
Viper with full
hurry.
enthusiasm, and I can't help but admire that. As
Radiant
disgusting as
team
it is.
pick.
Yeah, there's a couple players that come to mind who love to play green heroes. Maybe they have something in common. Maybe they have an Isle or something around in the scene as well. Maybe a previous pro player who's maybe retired at some point who loved to play Vipers. Anyway, Pango and Hoodwink. We
Only
talked about
10
fun heroes. I
seconds.
think Hoodwink, in a sense, can be pesky, annoying, but also
5
kind of fun.
seconds
It
remain.
definitely has its flavor.
Yeah, and I really like this direction from Team Bald. Not particular because these heroes are amazing against Viper or anything. Like the break is going to be
Radiant's
nice. You know, getting some team fight flavor into is nice. But yeah, as you say, this is fun. And Team Bald didn't start this entire journey to become super serious, super tryhards. You know, going at each other's throats if they don't make it to TI. That's never been this team. I think one
You
of the
think
reasons
so?
that they
We-
got this far is
we don't
because
know
they
what
have been
happens.
playing pretty relaxed. No.
We don't know what happens outside the cameras, though.
5 seconds. Hurry,
Imagine.
hurry.
Fight me! It's like Corp is, throwing his teammates around the boot camp. I don't know.
Radiance ban.
Clearly, they're breaking
Dire's
keyboards over
ban.
each other's heads right now.
Yeah, there's a chance for it. We can never know. I mean, we can just imagine. Sit and imagine and live. But something that's not imaginary is, at least, if you want to grab a cold drink, get mate mate. It's actually pretty good. I at least have enjoyed this.
I
10
should have asked for
seconds to
some as
pick.
well.
They sent me a care package. I was really happy about it.
5
Stickers.
seconds.
and
Hurry,
drinks.
hurry.
It's all
Oh,
about
stickers
all
too.
about the stickers.
I like their branding. It's very nice. In the meantime, though,
Radiance
Spider Pigs have
ban.
picked themselves up a Treant Protector, and this hero, LeBron loves this hero. Maybe in the laning stage you can work around it as Team Bald Reborn with whatever draft you have, but after the laning stage, when this Treant is going to start holding that safe lane tower, and then after that mid lane tower, you need something to punch through, and you need to
10
punch through in
seconds to
one
pick.
go. Otherwise, you're going to have to spend so many resources to deal with a plus
5
5. It's
seconds
insane. I've seen
remain.
entire games be decided on this. So this is an obligation for Team Bald to pick up something here, be it a Death Prophet or a DK, a Pugna. The Leshrac is already gone, but chonk through that tower, because if you don't do that, you're going to be staring down the barrel of the same problem as you were last game, where you were completely cornered on your own side of the map, and you can't 5-man
Dire's
fight your
ban.
way to a tower because the enemy is already too far ahead of you.
Good old Hannibal knocking on your door. It's like, we can only try to escape evasive maneuvers. How can we really fight them back? Should have we done it a bit earlier on? Yeah, you're very right about that. You don't want to end up being cornered, especially
Only
too
10
early in the game.
seconds.
Viper and Treant, both lane-winning heroes, can be pretty
5
nasty to deal with.
seconds
Bald
remaining.
already had a lot of difficulties with their early game. What do you think? What kind of a hero they should go for here to secure their early game, their real laning stage? Do we go for options like Razor, or do we take a different approach?
Raze is good. Would suffice decently for a hero you can put on a tower as well. I'd like to see a Death Prophet. You'll have a decent lane up against the Viper no matter what, or you could still lane it on your offlane, but most importantly, you're going to have the Exorcism in order to deal with the towers that are being protected by the Treant.
Yeah.
A DK, not so much, because of course the Viper has the break at the ready, so normally great for dealing with the Treant, but not this game.
Fellow chat, I would like to remind you of a little spoiler alert. If you do not want to hear this incoming message, I hope you block this mute button or your ears for just a few seconds. I've given you a warning. Hellbear Smashers have beaten Ghost Frogs and dropped them out of the tournament. That means, for my sake, another Finn is out of the tournament once again. We already lost Jerax to retirement. We lost MTD for the qualifier. We have Pexu still in. OKC on his coach. And of course, we still got our beloved Thompson up in the upper bracket. But hey, Smashers keep on going. 2-1. Ghost Frogs able to take map 1, but fall short in the series.
You're making it about the Finns again. This was also all the Dutch gone in
The
one fell
Crystalist.
swoop.
The Crystalist is also out.
10
After
seconds
Viking,
to
yep.
pick.
And Viking Celery also out. Yeah,
Chavs.
it hits
5
home
seconds.
for in your
Hurry,
case,
hurry.
right, Kips?
Yeah, I mean, I worked with 2/3 of those people, so yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I guess I stayed in the tournament longer than either of them.
All right.
A rip.
Back to this interesting draft session, though. We have the
Dire team
Phoenix,
pick.
and Phoenix counters are up. Snapfire is one of them. Lena's out. There was the Mirana, which I was also kind of thinking for spider picks. But Snapfire, I think Snapfire in general just provides a little bit more than the Mirana does, considering this draft. You don't get that much out of the Moonlight Shadow, in my opinion.
Only 10 seconds.
Not necessarily, no. I mean, I do know that DNZ
5
is a
seconds
terrific
remaining.
Mirana, so I wouldn't have been surprised to see that either. In this case, the Snapfire, though, with the minus armor, is going to provide a whole lot of extra punching power for whichever physical damage core they're going to pick up next. There's, of course, always the possibility of the Faceless Void. I know that Koma is not averse to picking that one up either, but he also really likes himself a Wraith King, for example,
Radiant team pick.
which is also insane damage combined with Sapphire. Yay for Bald.
I kind of like this CK because there's the Treant Protector already on the field. You've got Overgrowth, but CK also with his ulti cancels it. Plus, the Aghanims also provided on his team, so they got a lot of extra mobility to fight up against. Plus, you have a spell which kind of prevents you from
Dire's
buying an
back.
item, which is usually Manta, to get rid of the Treant ulti. He's great at killing Snap. He's great at killing, well, the Treant, for instance. But also the Viper. A great hero to stand up and fight against him. However, with this next pick kicking in, I'm not feeling too confident after all.
Only 10 seconds.
Now they have... Spider Pigs have 2 unanswered picks here already. So the
5
Treant Protector
seconds.
for the map
Hurry,
play,
hurry.
and now the carry matchup for the Terrorblade. I don't think they can afford for this to be a carry CK over on Bald. I think they're going to have to side lane this, or the hell mid. No, actually, no, not mid. You can't lane that versus the Viper. That's not gonna happen. So if they leave this Terrorblade uncountered, no matter if they
Radiant's
punch through the
banned.
Treant Protector eventually, and it's going to take him time, then they still have that carry matchup to deal with, and I am very afraid for their chances here.
Also a bit worried about the probability
bad.
here for this draft to eventually work out against the TB. That the TB is still a big threat that it needs to be answered with some pick. Love the Zeus ban. Direct counter for the Terrorblade. Darkseer is also another one that makes his life a lot harder. It would have fit Team Bald's draft pretty
10
nicely too,
seconds
with
to
the
pick.
Pango and the Hoodwink. Combining spells, AoE stuns in
5
this case.
seconds remain.
And of course the TB illusion that can hit pretty hard too. However, what do Team Bald really need now? Because counters are being banned.
They are. I like the biggest counters left for the TB are either a Drow or an Arc Warden. I'd lean more towards an Arc Warden split pushing game in this case to
Yeah.
slowly through, like, keep that treant busy.
It's out of those two, it's the only one in the
Your
pool.
team are now picking.
Oh yeah, Drow's already banned as well.
Yeah, the Drow was banned
Uh,
pretty
yeah.
early in, but still, yeah, I get like the idea of a Drow-like hero. There's not exactly the same type of hero that works out with the ultimate, bypassing armor.
I think your only other option here is DP, and it feels so bad to pick a DP this late in the draft, but the silence does a lot of work versus Terrorblade. You're going to get to actually play tempo up versus this Treant Protector,
10
which
seconds
is
to
pretty hard to
pick.
kill by what Spider Pix is on the board right now. And it would solidify your team fight as well, but can they go
Alright, let's begin
Morphling?
the Dota.
Is that a Gorp Morphling or an Excalibur? Excalibur Morphling.
Excalibur
All right.
Morphs.
So tiny bit of a difference here. Pretty nasty with the Void Spirit out there because of the silence, but in the end,
Yep.
I feel like this Morphling is, out of the available heroes that's in the pool, probably the best option they could have gone for. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. It's somewhere in between. So
Like, certainly, if you manage to go into the TB form, you're going to be able to deal some massive damage as the Morphling. But you're not a straight-up counter for the man fight. You just get to do to his team what he does to yours.
yeah. Well,
It's,
I don't know. I don't really know which direction to lean in here, Kips.
I think Gork is going to have a hard lane versus Funnick. I don't see how they're going to get through this LeBron Dota Treant Protector at all. They're going to have to die for him. I think that's very risky into a Void Spirit who's going to come TPing in, for a Viper who's going to come TPing in. I don't see a way for them to get the space on the map that this Morphling is going to need to stay even with the Terrorblade. So I'm very much leaning towards Spider Pigs here again.
I'm kind of feeling the same. I'm trying to search my soul. Do I have any Gorp energy inside of me? But it's difficult to look at this, like to assess the situation. It's not looking too great for them. Their draft is okay. Their draft is okay, but the laning stage again is going to be very, very hard, and it needs to work out. Otherwise, we might have to say goodbye to Team Bold Reborn out of this TI qualifier. However, Spider Pigs, you already took one map away from Team Liquid. Looking good, looking healthy. Doesn't look like yesterday was an upset at all. They came in heavy into game number 1. They want to keep that up as well here. Maybe a tiny bit of how would I say, four-man fighting, 4 protect 1 in a sense, get the TB up and then play through there. Or do we see, remember the TB we saw, was it earlier on today or yesterday, with blink daggers
Yesterday.
and just going absolute ham, not giving like a single hoot, just not caring about the opponent at all, just going in, doing whatever they wanted.
Yep, that was beautiful positional play. I think in this game as well, the Terrorblade doesn't really have anything to fear apart from getting perma-stunned. There is a possibility for the Morphling to nuke him down through the last percentages of health remaining as well, but those are very conditional. This is looking like a great TV game, and he's also going to keep, with his illusions, keep a lot of tabs on Team Bald, keep scouting in their jungles, keep pushing out their waves. They don't have that much wave push, and I think ideally you'd want heroes like the Hoodwink and the Pango to remain hidden instead of showing on the waves to push them out, because yeah, your threat's gone if you do so low.
Look, great opportunity. First blood. And it's for Pile Die. The man who loved to rack up maybe a couple deaths last game, he gets the honors of getting the first kill of the game. He must be feeling great.
Canada is an expert at
30 seconds.
dying for value, though. He
Good
gets
point,
a lot of
good
shit
point.
for that. But you're an Abaddon. What are you gonna do in that game except for sell your hide for as much as possible?
Yeah, I think Pile Die is one of those guys who will get the honors of dying and really be fine with it. However,
Alrighty,
first
some,
blood scored, and can they contest this bounty run in the river? They really want to brawl for it. And Gorp, where are you coming from? Oh my goodness, this guy has really got big balls of steel as he comes in between Spider Pigs, but he dies for it. I was not expecting the man to show up from behind them. Did he run from the tier 1 and tier 2 towers, or did he just run up the cliff?
He's just been sitting there since.
Yeah. It's like, bit of a surprise there. Like, hello.
Yeah,
CK
I-
drive
I-
by.
I thought I could, casually pick up this rune here. You see, this is what I mean when I say I don't think they're breaking keyboards over each other's heads right now.
Yeah.
Consider an alternative.
They're taking it easy, seeing what they can get away with. Well, not that.
Yep. Sometimes you gotta find a replacement keyboard or, plug the USB back in. However, they do have a catch on DNZ. Bit of damage coming in. Protective roots there from LeBron. We do
And
have...
a rare start here. Tri-lane versus tri-lane.
Yep, was just about to bring that up. Who does this favor?
Honestly, very hard to say. Both of the supports over on the side would really like more experience than this lane is going to afford them. But ultimately, this is for the protection of Gork, who is otherwise going to get very far behind immediately on the first levels of Funnick. Here, with the CK, they have kill threat. Ideally, if you're the Dire, you get 1 or 2 kills on onto Funnick here. Maybe on LeBron.
They do
And you see,
dismantle
that's why they're
the-
also staying.
dismantling the lane. DNZ TP's bots.
Tango was getting a little bit too much out of that. Rajit's already level 2. Didn't even take the swashbuckle, but he doesn't need to like this.
Looking okay. Nice use of the cookie there. Since he does not have that swashbuckle, he's gonna have to soak
Radiant's
up a couple
bottom
extra
tower
hits.
under
He's
fire.
gonna meet up with his courier. Does he walk all the way back home? No, he does stay. Pops the salve, returns back to lane. Gonna have a wave almost pushing in. DMZ blocking it pretty nicely here. Lane equilibrium in Koma's favor.
Yeah, for now, but he's going to deal too much damage here. He will push. And then Rajix is going to get some more.
On the Viper, potential kill with the pushback from Pablo. They have enough.
Attacked.
Very necessary. 1 more kill like that, and I think Gork can lane on top.
Yep. Reality Rift applying minus armor. Blightstone applying minus armor. CK with 72 right-click damage. Viper with only 2 armor.
Viper's not actually that tanky. Most of the problem with going on a Viper is the damage that you take while going in.
Yeah,
Right
it's
now, that's not really a lot.
It's sometimes an awkward trade for sure. Thinking that we can kill this guy, but how healthy are we coming out of this trade? Pablo, Funnick. Pablo in big trouble. 5 stacks of poison. He's gonna try and TP home. He should be able to. But that means
And
that
not
there's
even
no
home.
hoodwink for a while.
No, she went to top. She has a salve.
Oh, she went top. Okay, never mind. So there is a self.
No way that Pablo is going to give it up that easily. They need 3 heroes on this top lane. You can just TP to that tower, get off scot-free. And Funnick, is this a lane swap? No, this is jungling. Very surprised right now. I guess he's trying to make the most out of the fact that right now he wasn't going to get a creep wave anyway. He's pretty out of position to return there. LeBron is...
My path
I
leads
think
to
what's
victory.
happening here is he's recognizing his vulnerability to stay in this top lane because of all this minus armor and the lack of movement speed. Because all of these heroes here in this top lane for Team Bold are just simply faster than the Viper is. Viper's at 275 movement speed. You overcommit once halfway into the lane, not even necessarily halfway into the lane. You're gonna get caught by 1 stun into a second, which is usually either the Chaos Bolt or the Bushwhack, and then you have all this minus armor and right-click ticking on you. Plus, you have the slow from Icarus Dive. It's just no coming back.
I absolutely agree. Versus that tri-lane, he's a sitting duck.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that he'd probably wait until the second death, but you know what? Now that he's doing this, he's wasted some time of Pablo's. They're waiting for this Viper to make his return to the top lane. It's not happening. They're just spending 3 heroes to hunt down a treant now. And yeah, that means that Pilot Die has moved on to the bottom lane right now. So a little bit of space bought, but not that much.
It opens up the lane now, at least for CK to catch up in experience, which was much needed.
Oh, and Funnick has immediately returned. You
Radiant's
see the
bottom
Phoenix bot. It's
tower
like, ah,
under
okay,
fire.
fine.
Yeah, the
Hello.
big threat is now gone. Well, not the big threat, but one piece of it is now gone, so he's able to come back. Or TP is back onto the tower, but that poison attack is going to drop him all the way low.
You want 5 stacks? You can have 5 stacks. Clever play.
But
And yeah,
that's
Funnick didn't really lose that much from that. Viper,
No.
with the Nether Toxin, jungle's pretty fast.
still feels like the old Nether Toxin, which was just ridiculously strong.
Their farming speed on that was too ridiculous. I'm glad they got rid of that.
Nice stun there from DNZ in the bot lane. Pylai die. DNZ might die instead, though. Project's going aggressively, and Pylai die lives with 28 HP. Snapfire lives with 20 HP. Gets Koma's courier. No swashbuckle on 15. 2 hits from Koma. 1, 2, 3.
Stick.
Gets it. The stick saves the second, but it's not enough for a third. Pylai die. Denies the regen from Noob, but it's gonna die for it.
This land ain't big enough for the two of us.
That
Snap
was
away.
both of them trying to get the most out of their last hit point. DNZ coming out ahead.
One hero we haven't looked at all this game. We have the Excalibur Morphling. Of course, the mid-lane matchup where we've been really busy with those side lanes. They're the ones with the most action here. But 38 last hits on the Void Spirit. Excalibur taking a bit of damage here from the Dissimulate. Right now hasn't revealed anything special yet. Power treads into a magic wand. Do we see a SNY Morphling this game? Do we see something else, Kips?
I think the mat style is pretty necessary versus the Aghanim Scepter that's eventually going to come out from Noob.
A bubble from the void.
So he might as well pick up a Yasha pretty fast, then he can decide if he wants to finish it up later. Go for an E-Blade in between, perhaps, which is a rare build, but you do see it sometimes, Yasha into E-Blade. Or alternatively, just Manta style first. Secure your game, make sure that you can actually play up without having to fear death coming from a corner. Yep, he's queued up right now.
Yep. Manta style it is. Meanwhile, on the board, looking at the CS department, pretty even so far. Pango, the one following behind a little bit with 28 CS. Not having the worst lane, though. Had a lot of solo XP. Is level 6. Potential for a rotation. Wow, Noob gets to snipe Excalibur's courier, and he's playing pretty aggressive here in this mid-wave. Cuts a wave down. He's got the Morphling still chasing him up all the way. He's gonna let him go now.
There's nothing the Morphling can do to him.
Yeah. He can observe. That's about it. Gorp, though. Looks like he's okay. Pylai die, however, he's got something on his mind. He wants to turn around. Bushwhack nicely on 2. Viper getting healed up by LeBron. LeBron still in between. Body blocking Pylai die a little bit, but he doesn't have the attack speed to attack anything, but Noob comes in. And he secures a double kill. Tiny bit too optimistic from Team Bold here. And Excalibur, he also wanted to join in on the fun, but he TPs to the bot lane. Sunder has been used, going straight onto the TV. This could be a big kill. Excalibur needs to get this kill happening. 300 HP, still 300 to go. 200, that might just be it. It is. Excalibur secures the kill. And this one might just be a bit bigger.
Did you fall out of the nest as a
If they're
baby?
going to chase her under the tower, no, not this time. It is like what happened on top lane was exactly what I was talking about. You dive versus a Void Spirit, you're going to get punished. And you know, this is a Treant Protector. The tower is going to be healthy. They're going to be tempted to dive quite often. But the reaction from Excalibur, immediately noting that there's a much better opportunity for him on bot instead of reading the situation on top wrong, very good, very fast play. And now he's in position to actually help dive LeBron, who's going to try and do the Treant thing on bottom, but he's pretty under-leveled after how hard top lane was.
Yep, now they're diving into the tower. Treant should be able to disengage
Radiant's bottom tower under fire.
the safety of the trees. So they're going to have to wait for the next creep wave to show up until they can start sieging this bottom tower. However, top lane, they're already losing theirs.
Dire's top tower is being attacked.
LeBron back in position. He is going to kill the wave.
Dire's top tower is under
Making
siege.
this push a whole lot harder. That tower healing, it's not a massive amount, but it's definitely slowing down the progress a little bit. He does hit level 5 with all those creeps dying. He doesn't get level 6 though. Otherwise, I would see an opportunity for Spider Pigs to just TP bot and take the fight with Overgrowth, but he's still level 5.
Normally I would, but I mean the TP scroll on Noob was down as well. I think that's a very big factor here. The only one they could really bring in Funnick, and he needs some time to stack up the damage. First, the Morphling, that's not too great. He's always going to be morphing anyway, so letting the bot tower go, it is a little bit of a loss for a Treant Protector, but they're going to have to find the same kind of opportunity again if they want the mid tower, and so forth for pretty much every single tower that Team Balt wants to take.
Yeah, yeah. Gorp has been farming so far with his armlet almost ready. Not doing too bad. Could actually switch the net worth here and look at the numbers on the board. He is sitting fourth right now, 4,200 gold. Not doing too bad. Maybe he can ramp it up a little bit as the minutes about to come might prove so. However, LeBron is being dived onto the tower. Excalibur is a tree chasing a tree.
Giving some armor over as well. That's a very nice steal.
Yeah.
Healing up that middle tower now.
Oh, yeah.
The choice is made.
Mobility in trees, but yeah, healing towers. Support Excalibur. PogChamp.
I mean, he has an eagle song queued up. I don't think that's a support item waiting to come on in.
Yeah.
He switches build over as well.
Yep. However, Noob, DNZ making their way to the jungle, looking for Gorp. They see him. They're gonna go for him. Mortimer's Kisses. Here we go. Shotgun fired. Here comes the mortar barrage right on top of CK. He lives for now. And the egg explodes. Excalibur comes in between. Gorp still with 130 HP. Can he live through it? I can't believe if he actually makes it out. Noob, though. Now he should be
Nice
falling here. Tries to go for the Funneck kill.
Bushwhack.
Almost gets it, though. He missed the ulti with the Bushwhack there as well. But Noob, he's going to get chased up eventually. He needs one more second. Not going to get it. Rogix secures the double kill.
Commitment there. I think they actually switched their attention to the egg a little bit too early. I know it's easy to bring down on the first try, but you have that time, and getting the last hit in onto the carry there would have definitely saved you the opportunity to actually retreat out again.
Excalibur very aggressive there.
For the effort.
He's got a regen rune, so he's okay. And he has a Ghost Scepter. He won't die.
Always refreshing.
But yeah, true. The so-called attention that got shifted off of the CK onto the egg might have made a big difference there. Gorp, he might just die again. He just literally TP'd here. And he's gone for 30 seconds with his TP gone for a minute. Highlight eye getting died by Noob. Have a chance to get the connections here. One more right click, that's enough. Excalibur's here as well. One by one, they're dying. Tower fall.
Not ready for Spider Pigs to come in again for that middle tower. It's something that you see a little bit more often, is that if an enemy backs off, especially if they lose a couple of kills, the pub experience is to just back off and spread and farm, right? And then eventually when the enemy groups again, you group again, you're not ready for them to immediately be 5 men in the area where they just died. Taking your tower, taking your stacks.
They're taking the ancient stack. Pablo, Rogix, Paladai looking for some vengeance. Coming in with the rest of the squad, but Spider Pigs are already moving out of the area. Pablo with his pushback already used. Happily TBC. He just teleports away. And goes back to the top lane to push in the free zone, so to say. That area is completely in control of Spider Pigs.
I don't want to say completely, they don't have vision there, but Noob is going to make sure that whatever flanking movement comes to top gets cut off. However, the flanking movement is actually coming into their triangle.
It's onto DNZ. Snapfire will tank this one. Gorp picks up the kill for himself. That's going to be the second.
You take our ancients, we take yours.
Yeah. Ah, contesting, eh? Risky. Noob comes in. Mortimer's Kiss is thrown down. Rogix. They've got the egg down as well. Can't kill the tree and Rogix. Oh, nice overgrowth. Catches the Pangolier on the spot, and his ulti is about to run out just now. We have the Viper also
only has
here.
one step, though.
Another Viper strike. He's just trying to lead them away.
Didn't realize we hadn't started.
The rest of them get to teleport out of there. However, the ancient stack does fall. It does look like it's meant for Spider Pigs.
Double trouble.
I want to note here, by the way, that the Noob has gone for an Echo Saber build-up. This is one of the reasons that you see Excalibur moving on into the E-Blade. He doesn't need to protect himself from the silence because none is forthcoming so far. The next thing Noob is going to build is a Desolator. So they're moving all in on a minus armor that's going to get supported here by DNZ.
Yeah, that's an interesting item choice. I mean, you don't get to see Echo Saber every day in the Void Spirit, but as you mentioned, double hits Yes, the hero does hit pretty hard. It's a melee hero after all, who does have a pretty nice right click. He got that minus armor dished in. A couple hits as well with the the ulti, the jumps. Yeah, quickly.
Echo Saber is probably the best bang for your buck kind of mid-game fighting item right now.
I
You
agree.
get a lot of survivability out of it, as well as, of course, the mana regen that Void Spirit very much loves.
Yeah.
But I'm not comfortable with the idea that you're giving up on all of the
Dire's
utility
top
of your
tower
hero
is
for this
being
build.
attacked.
For sure, he's going to go back into an Aghanim Scepter eventually, right? It's unavoidable. But you're missing a big window where those silences have the most impact.
Yeah, that's an important factor to pay attention to. Definitely, like you're looking at TB in your team, usually likes to build Falcon Blade just because of the fact of having a little bit of mana regen. The same thing you consider for the Echo Saber on Spectre. It's because of the mana regen that you get. The stats are nice. You don't have to get like
Dire's top tower.
well, the Falcon Blade is the biggest comparison item you can get. Then there's the Dragon Lance. However, Project's on the
Blade
line,
Mill.
getting a jump on the Terror Blade. Here comes CK, pops his ulti, does a bit of damage on the Viper, might be able to get the Phonic Viper out of the way. Hoodwink also very low on HP. The egg in the middle of the fight. Beautiful positioning here. Will be able to secure 2, 3. TB down. Excalibur comes to the rescue. Team Bold find 3.
Excellently positioned for the team pilot there. This is the second egg where I think Pilodai is doing an amazing job dividing the attention of his enemies. Like, they're still wavering from the fact that they had a Pangolier on top of their faces immediately. And then as soon as they try to recover, the egg falls down into the middle and they have to refocus again. It is so hard to get any kind of coherent fight going.
And just as mentioned in the draft, you've got the Treant Overgrowth, we've got the CK Ags. This can easily dismantle the Treant ulti in a team fight. So I don't think Team Bold is going to feel too afraid to stack up, get hit by a 5-man Overgrowth because your ulti already counters it. Ulti for an ulti. Excalibur finds LeBron. Doesn't quite dive under the trees though. There's
That's the
backup
risky
around.
go.
They're trying to defend this tower with LeBron and DNZ. Shove out the waves. LeBron's great at holding towers.
It's I mean, it's the only thing he'll do this game. And
Yep.
it is worth it. Now,
It is worth it.
Excalibur gets to play up right now, though. The fact that he doesn't have to fear anything but the overgrowth, really, is huge. Noob's not hunting him. He knows he doesn't actually have the burst damage to kill a Morphling.
Yeah.
Instead, he's hunting Pablo on his bot lane.
It's gonna be a difficult one though. Hoodwink still hiding in the trees, but with the help of the Echo Saber, a lot of right click damage. You have to get one. However, they find Pilot in the top lane eventually. And a tiny bit of a pause as well. Maybe there was some lags involved. Who knows? But Pablo down, Phoenix down. It's only a 1k lead here.
In general, Team Bald have had a lot of space to farm here. Even though their towers went down, Spider Pigs hasn't been as much on the money with pushing the waves out as I thought they would be. That said, they are staring down the barrel of a TB Metamorph on their bottom tower. And that's where, once you lose all 3 of your outers, you are going to start properly seeding terrain in the middle of the map.
Looking at big things in store here for Team Bold. We've got the E-Blade Morphling Manta style coming up. This Morphling is easily the carrying force of Team Bold. So much different comparing to the previous game where they had the Puck and the Drow when the opponent has a lineup that just crashes on top of you. Now we're looking at stand your ground fighting where Morphling can be more aggressive. You have much more mobility in Bold's draft now, which I like a lot.
The fact that he's just allowed to go for this E-Blade is fantastic for him. It also means that you actually get to nuke down the Terrorblade as you saw during the previous fight.
Yeah.
No Sunder for you.
(12-12). We're on an even score. 18 minutes in game number 2 of this lower bracket elimination game between Spider Pigs and Team Bold Reborn. Spider Pigs, who did get knocked out to the lower bracket by Team Liquid and Team Bold, playing their first series of the playoffs. Excalibur moving towards the jungle. There is a Metamorph TV. Metamorph is about to run out though. He finds LeBron on the side of the camera. Let's quickly catch a glimpse of LeBron, who used to be there. DNZ.
Spider-Pigs have to give up this positioning.
It does. That was that was a pretty bad Mortimer's Kisses.
It was, yes. It's like he expected more from his team, but
Yeah.
they weren't really forthcoming. And now they're going to lose the middle tower off of this. After all the hard work that LeBron has done to keep their towers up.
Yep.
No more middle tower.
Sometimes all that hard work never pays off, and you hate when that happens. LeBron is not happy. Noob in the mid lane. Do they have... They don't really have a chance on jumping on this Void Spirit unless they're in melee range and get Bushwhacked to follow into Chaos Bolt. Looking for DNZ there. Pretty optimistic attempt there from Pablo. Not too far off though. Pretty good try. DNZ is safe.
Safe. For now. And I think that Spider-Pigs, the position that they're in right now, they really need to get a good opportunity going that does not involve the Morphling being there, because they currently can't actually fight the Morphling unless they get a really good fight. Because their biggest leverage on the game is Noob right now, and he doesn't do anything to the Morphling. This is a problem.
Yeah, he's...
So instead, they're waiting for Coma.
He's got all of that minus armor, but he can't get to utilize it. He's killing everything else except for the Morphling, and Morphling is the huge threat here. They are smoking themselves up, heading towards the bot lane. There's a Rajix, which is a decent pick, but he's already blinking out, teleporting away. The scan is there, and as soon as that, they also notice that he's no longer there. He's also gone from the scene. They will dodge this.
This is what happens when you have to run after creep waves. It just takes so long to get there, and their spidey senses will be tingling long
Counter
for
smoke.
that.
4-man
Yep.
counter smoke from Team Bold.
Tower is being attacked.
Potential is there. Who do they catch? Phonic is an alright target. Noob is a great target. TV would be the best that they could find. They could...
Maybe would be the absolute best.
Yeah, they don't
And
have
they're
the
looking-
fantastic Roche lineup, but this is the Ags reveal on the CK. They can completely dismantle the Treant and surprise him completely.
Bloody bounty!
As well as that Spider-Pigs in general don't really have a great lineup to deal with all of these illusions that are going to come out.
Coma's in the top lane.
Doubt he's going to show himself. Yeah, he knows what's up.
Yeah, this whole situation kind of dismantles. Pablo also finds Noob pushing the bot lane, trying to deal some damage onto this tower. Both teams are dodging each other's. It's like DB wants to be a bit bigger. Manta, BKB, Ags. Those three items combined, TB can easily hit 3.5k HP.
He can, yes. And not just the HP, but the fact that he's not going to get nuked down out of his center position is what really matters to him.
Exactly. Gonna be a difficult target to take down with all of that, all those stats behind him.
Dire's bottom tower
And
under fire.
he doesn't need to worry about damage right now.
Dire have
The
fortified
Desolator from the
their
steps
towers.
of Noob
Radiant's
is
top
going
tower
to
is
secure
being
that there's a
attacked.
lot of minus armor on all the targets near him currently.
Some mind games going on in bottom, and at the same time at the top lane, trying to make a tier 1 trade. Noob trying to dive for Pile I die, but can't catch him, and the cookie. I like the idea of the pre-thrown cookie by DNZ onto Noob as he
Radiant's
jumps
middle
in
tower is being
to
attacked.
get the quick zap, turn around, get the stun from the cookie as it arrives. But it's such a slow projectile.
It is, yeah. I mean, there's a couple of cute things you can do with projectiles like that. The one that is most commonly seen is actually the Oracle Purge.
Yep.
You purge your hero, or you start charging the purge before they jump in. They go in and they root on arrival. It's pretty cute.
Oh, nice. Okay, this looks great. Gorp just used his ulti when Excalibur turned into a Terrorblade and made Terrorblade illusions. Now they're making Morphling Terrorblade illusions. So we have Terrorblade illusions of Terrorblade illusions of Morphling's illusions. So we have... Look at all these... It's not a massive...
You know, I want to say I see, but I don't.
So I'm just saying, like, you can use these for a moment, but they can't really push this tower either because backdoor protection is up. And I like the idea behind it, but it's... Yeah, he's got it up in 40 seconds, so it's not a loss. It's not
No,
like,
it's not a
okay,
loss.
something cool was about to happen, but fake hype. I know. But I'm just, you know, it can be a big factor.
It can be. And they're bringing in the boomerang now as well. From the hoodwink. So we're going to have a lot of extra damage spread throughout the team, which it means that, again, you can direct your illusions to anyone that you want. Both of the teams ready for the
And
full-on team fight.
another smoke. Maybe this one pays off. We've had a couple smokes so far with no success. DNT is right in the front. They have some kind of idea. Yep, they see him now. This is a chance. They see Phonic. Phonic's the target. He dodges the first preliminary stun. Gonna get connected on the sharpshooter. Quickly deleted. The DD popped on the Morphling as well. Looking for more kills if they can. DNC trying to get away with the cookie. Does get hit by the Remnant as well. Rogers, they're gonna bring the Sapphire in. They got the Overgrowth coming in as well. There comes the Gorp. Gorp with his ulti will remove all of those roots, and they can keep on the push here. The Sunray heal taking on a tier 2 tower. They do have the glyph though. Spider Pigs, can they answer? Koma coming in from the side. BKB ready. Metamorph ready. They've got the Morphling jumping on Excalibur. He's gone. Just like that, they instantly punish, and Gorp in trouble. He has nothing. He's got nothing to help him. They do have the bushwhack, but that's about it. Gorp will fall.
Oh, that was... He started morphing down as if the threat was already gone. Far from it. The TB had spent nothing yet. They were always going to be ready to go back in there.
10 seconds for Roche. 10 seconds. Do they have the calm? Do they have the patience? They're going into the jungle realizing it's not gonna be up. But as soon as this remnant pops, wait for the pings. None. There we go. There we go. Finally LeBron pings like, hey, I heard something. And they're gonna go for it. And also the scan comes out. Can Team Bolt answer this, Kips?
I don't think so. They don't have a TP point near. Shrine, outpost has already been taken, so they're going to have to TP to this tier 2 here and just hope they're going to get some time. But there is no time. Roche is already dead.
Oh, Phoenix dives into the remnants as well. He's quickly deleted from this one. Oh, it does come with a buyback though. Pretty beautiful ulti from Rogix. Takes down DNT. Pablo falls as well. Rogix comes in again. Takes down Phonic. Noob with a double kill already. He's still in the middle of the fight. Gets pulled back in. He's at 400 HP. Jumps away with the BKB safety. Excalibur comes in though. He wants to look for something. He needs to get a catch. But they're too far away. They can't see them anymore. They get away with the Aegis.
Radiant's top tower is under siege.
Hugely important for Coma. If they lose that Aegis there, there's still... As soon as the BKB is over, the TB dies. But not having to use that BKB there, making sure that he actually does secure the Aegis for himself, means that all this burst over on the side of Team Bolt is only good for one round.
Precious bounty.
16-17 on the board. Very even game on both ends. I feel like this game is just about to begin, because this is where the characters start to get big. The TB, the Morphling, the CK, the Void Spirit also still has some room for some items. We see the Shiva's Guard, we've got the Aghanims coming, and surprisingly, Aghanims after everything else.
I mean, as I said, it's inevitable that you're eventually going to go for it. It's still very nice for dealing with the supports. It's a lot of utility, it's some extra damage, but with his build, he first wanted to secure a possible mid-game timing with the Snapfire. I've said this in some guides before, I think that's a debate. Yes, you can do a lot of damage, but it's usually on single targets. And you're not going to have the time really to do that versus this Team Bolt lineup.
Yep.
You're going to get bursted in return.
They're pretty close to each other's now. They're on the high ground. Bushwhack from Pablo. They find the Viper. They did not know that Noob was on the high ground. Coming in from the side. Now they see both. They see DNC. They see Noob. They see LeBron. Rogix comes in. They're going to quickly evaporate this Snapfire out of play. Yeah, the Manta Overgrowth is a bit of a miss from LeBron, and he will lose his life too. Tiny bit of miscommunication there, but I wouldn't even say miscomms. I would just say one player reacted and the other didn't. Noob was thinking about going in, but he was feeling a bit threatened. Meanwhile, he doesn't feel threatened about Pilot Eye. However, the fight breaks loose under the tier 2 Tau TD in trouble against the Sunder up, but Koma dropping low. He still has that Aegis. Still has his Metamorph. 200 HP. Rogix in trouble. He's trying to roll out to safety. Moves away. Pablo goes the bushwhack. They just forced 2 buybacks and they're out. Dodges at least the sharpshooter, giving a bit of vision, knowing where they are abouts. He's still chasing, but Pablo's hard to catch.
Big win for Team Bolt there. The Spider Pigs, I think they're expecting this game to be played by the rules. Like, man, you don't go in like that onto that high ground, right? In the Radiant Triangle. Well, yeah, actually you do. And then as soon as Noob shows on the top lane, you actually get this really big reaction towards trying to kill that Aegis. The shots that are being called from Team Bolt right now are very good, actually.
Still, Spider Pigs, when they notice that they have some kind of advantage, they will take advantage of it and push all the way to the dire side of the map. Team Bolt hiding behind the tier 2 tower. Spider Pigs, they're staying in the area. But Bolt is already back to full strength. No Mortimer's Kisses for 40 seconds. Bolt has everything. Also, a Gleipnir and Pango. Missed that completely. It's another extra route.
They're really starting to ramp up in their ability to actually keep the enemy close. And the TB is getting closer to Scotty.
Yep, that Scotty's the big game changer for the Terrorblade. That's when burst damage is not going to be enough anymore.
You never feel quite secure in a game with a Morphling, though.
Keeping an eye open on what's about to roll out. They have Spider Pigs holding on their side of the map. Team Bold yet to reveal any cards here. They are holding onto their side of the triangle. There is the Aegis about to expire. 23 seconds. They've at least withstanded the Tempest for now. Withstood. Pardon my French. Excalibur has also got that Scotty up in just a tiny bit. Just a couple hundred gold short.
Keeping pace.
Yep, keeping a good pace. Phonic can only build up a Vessel and a Hurricane Pike, just a utility offlane Viper, as expected. Not that many auras, though, on Spider Pig's side.
No, it's never really been about their team fight. It's just all this physical burst, and if it doesn't work out, if they don't have enough, then the fight is lost, and we've seen that several times now. Careful jockeying now. Again, slight lane pushing advantage for Spider Pigs here, especially with Noob, who is still very, very hard to catch. He can dodge basically anything the Team Bolt can throw at him. And they're going to take forward positioning here with the smoke, hoping somebody's going to react to this push on the top racks.
Radiant's bottom tower
Looking for an answer here, but it is Pablo TPing in the end, but he knows better to stay hidden, and as he does, they cut out the top wave. There's still the catapult and the TV illusion, still doing a decent amount of damage onto this tower.
Radiant's bottom tower under fire.
They have no vision over this top area. They're completely blind.
Dire's top
They
tower
are, and
is
both
being
teams really
attacked.
want to take fights on their own terms right now. Either of them wants to blow somebody up. Spider Pigs through Noob, Team Bold
Dire's middle tower
through a combination of the
taking
Morphling and the Hoodwink most likely. But they'll also take a CK pick off into a Hoodwink shot if they have to. And look at how close they're putting these Vanguards. Noob,
Radiant's bottom
Gork
tower is being attacked.
within an arm's reach.
Pretty much. The distance ain't that far. Pablo also has an idea about throwing those bushwhacks into trees. Might be lucky and catch someone by accident. Excalibur also moving nearby means that that's a direct indicator that he's ready to go in. If he just gets that tiny opening, Team Bold, if they can get a quick pick off to start the fight, that will be exactly what they need. They want to be on the upper hand. Look at that blink stun onto Noob. They've got him. They've got the bushwhack. Everything thrown on Noob. And taken out by the sharpshooter from Pablo. Roshan is still down for a few minutes, but Team Bold at least trying to hunt for more kills. Phonic TP's out. They're getting everyone out except for DNZ, who does get caught by Gorp. But where's your Creep Wave? It's getting cut by a TV illusion, so they can't even push this tower. They're going straight through backdoor, though.
At the very least here, they're going to be able to re-establish some vision, some grip over on this left side of the map, if they would like so. Paladin. What
Dire's
is he
middle
dropped that word,
tower
man?
is being attacked.
holding on to this for now, though.
They see
I'd much rather
Coma.
play on
Projects catches him with a Gleipnir trying to force the Mantis actually on cooldown. He's going to have to use the BKB to get out. He's going to get stunned. 4 seconds. 4. Keeping his distance. Excalibur's here. Yep. 2.8k HP with that Scotty. Not an option.
It gives away at the very least that there's Team Ball vision in the bottom area, but Spider-Pigs is just going to have to wait it out until Noob returns and then see if they can try the same game with the Noob pick-off. And it's going to be like that pretty much up until the Roshan responds. Both teams are waiting for this. They know that they need to negate the other team's ability to burst.
Another fast Roche respawn. The last one was 10 seconds. This one was something about the same, maybe 15 to 20. It has spawned. Pablo scouts it out. Spider-Pigs, they will also find out right now. TB with that DD rune. Coma could just go in and go for it. Look at this damage. It's pretty fast pickings for him. Dire Scan comes out. Team Bolt, they can definitely fight this. Projects comes into the pipe. They go in as well. They got the illusions coming out as well, but they're trying to get Coma. Coma is the much more important target. He's got that BKB, but he can't get it off. Now he does. Finally gets it off the overgrowth coming out as well. LeBron will fall. Excalibur takes the first kill. Coma just standing his ground. Cork taking heavy hits. And this CK forced away. Noob comes in with another jump onto the back line. And they finish off Gorb. He's taken out. Projects will fall as well. Second hero down. Buybacks coming in on all sides. Phonic falling. And they will take down Excalibur as well. The Morphling dies too. And he comes in for another buyback. Spider-Pigs, they need to assess the situation. Are we going to stay or are we going to disengage from this one? Noob says hell no. He goes back in. Projects takes down one. Pilot and DSE both have fallen. Coma, Noob, able to get out of there. Phonic coming in with a buyback though. But Team Bolt, they use a heavy amount of buybacks into this fight. Do they still take Roche?
Not sure they need Coma to be ready, but his Metamorphosis is running out.
It is. Only a few more seconds. Excalibur moving out. Pablo, he's camouflaged right next to the pit. Rogix, he's got Noob on him. Gleipnir on 2, holding them on the spot. Coma, he's finally turned into back to his normal form. Now Excalibur reveals his final form. Needs to get in. E-Blade does a decent amount of damage on Coma, but he is able to remove at least the E-Blade debuff. However, Noob with the BKB. Excalibur turns around with the Scotty. A lot of slows coming in. And a lot of damage from the Scotty. Pablo is still waiting. He's spamming stick charges to get more mana while trying to stay hidden because there's no sentry around this area.
Well, he could just sit
Get
right
some
there. They're
mangoes.
not coming for him.
He just got mangoes off the courier. So he can still stay in the fight. Phonic coming back in. Noob coming back in. Excalibur in the pit. 3,000 HP and Roshan. There comes another remnant outside the pit. DB Illusion to give the information. And here we go. Rajix jumps in. Another CK ulti from Cork. They get the catch on Phonic. Phonic will be taken out. And that's a dieback on the Viper. Maybe more. Noob disengaging on the high ground. But Excalibur has taken the Aegis. They've taken the cheese. They've taken the shard.
Excellent play by Team Ball to actually get out here. Like, that fight was... The first fight was so hard with the Morphin jumping in too far and the rest of the team having to go past the TB, which they couldn't. It was a very frustrating one, but through this positional play, they actually managed to get him to that Aegis. The buyback doesn't matter. Okay.
Pretty risky play here. Void Spirit trying to draw some attention. Excalibur comes in as well. Forces the BKB off of Noob. Forces him away as well. Gorp is just going. He doesn't care. Blinks in aggressively. Rogix fails with a swashbuckle there, but it wouldn't have been enough for a kill anyway. You have the sharpshooter. Not enough this time, but at least they get to siege this tower down. Aegis still up.
Radiant's top tower is under
Aegis
siege.
is still up, and this is going to allow Excalibur to go toe-to-toe with the Terrorblade.
Radiant's top tower is linger on in memories.
Being healed up as well, passing the cheese over to Gorp.
Dire's middle tower taking damage.
Spider-Pigs are... They're going to need Team Ball to over-engage into them now. This Terrorblade has a butterfly. He is harder to bring down than ever, but the burst is still a problem. You can see that whenever his BKB is over, he immediately has to start playing around the Morphling, playing around that E-Blade.
What does Terrorblade get next? Butterfly.
Radiant's
Straight up
top
Butterfly
tower
has been
being
bought.
attacked.
No buyback. 1,300 gold short of it. Spider-Pigs moving behind enemy lines. Pablo found in the mid lane. LeBron coming in the Aeon disc will keep him up a little bit longer. Morphling TPing in. Overgrowth comes out as well. Gorp, they found Noob. They take him out. They quickly find the Void Spirit on the sideline. LeBron should be able to teleport away, but the damage has already been dealt. They get a big pick off here.
No chance for him to get off that BKB. That was quick punishment. And this is what happens when you don't quite have the damage.
My waters rise.
TNC moving out. Yeah.
They're going to have to wait out this Aegis. I'm trying to think of ways that they can play their way around it, but their teamfight ults are not going to make that much of a difference by now, especially because we've seen that overgrowth countered by the Ags over on the CK time and time again by now. It's really just all about, does Goma get to output his damage? But the rest of the team can't actually make the enemies stand in that damage.
Yeah, I mean, how do they really stand in those fights? How do they keep themselves up? So there's not enough sustain. There's no real healing on Spider-Pig's side either. It's just fighting till the end. Like, it's kind of like fight to the death in a sense. You go in, you stay there.
There's a possibility they're going to run into Gork here. He is moving in rather optimistically.
Yep. So DNZ is Glimmer caped up. Can he get a cookie? No, he reveals himself. Gork should be careful now. He's aware, at least. He's got these illusions, pushing in top, pushing in mid, pushing in bottom. He's going in! He's thinking DNZ's all alone, and he does get that kill for himself. Koma comes in, though. He's got that Metamorph, and does it pay off in the end? Gorp is about to fall. He got the chain. He got the cheese heal for himself. The the sharpshooter coming in. Gorp ends up falling. Viper low. Rajix coming in to maybe rescue the day. Excalibur comes in as well. They take down Phonic. Now Koma 1v1 with Excalibur. He's trying to deal more damage than what he's taking. He does get the Sunder on his ally. Excalibur takes down DNZ. Noob coming in as well. Rajix is trying to get held in place for now. He needs 2 more seconds for the root to come out. Koma falls! Koma falls! Excalibur just quickly snipes him out. The TB's out of play. Rajix, Pablo chasing up Noob. Excalibur trying to find some TPers, but he can't find anyone. But they found Void. They found Noob. We might just take him out as well. They will. The E-Blade connects. Triple kill for Excalibur. Team Bolt fighting.
The fact that the TB had to use his BKB so early that there was nobody else in order to put damage into Excalibur. Yeah, you can see he's toast after it's over. That no amount of HP is going to save him from the E-Blade. It just won't do.
How did all of that even start, Kips? With Gorp going 1v4, drawing the attention, and allowing them to just collapse on top, and they're just going to go straight for the tier 4 towers. They force the glyph at least, and a buyback from the Void Spirit. They can focus on these racks if they want to. They don't need to go straight up end the game. They get the buyback out. That's already big.
No need for the Terrorblade to buy back there, or I should say no use. He doesn't have Metamorphosis. That's not going to do much good for his team.
LeBron on the side. There's not much that this Treant Protector can do anymore at this stage of the game. He can only pop his ulti, but there is the Aghanims on the CK, and their ulti. The Phantasm is going to be up in 30 seconds again. Excalibur hitting the buildings in the front. Already 1 lane secured. Taking a second. They can happily disengage from this. Team Bold have made quite a convincing comeback. Well, not a comeback in a sense, but comeback into the series as a whole. They fought, and they've kept themselves in the game.
Ooh. He was tempted. He's just going to do it.
Die. Get caught by the stun from Noob. BKB popped. DP away.
His damage is not enough anymore.
It's wearing off. It is wearing off for sure. More illusions to push out lanes. But yeah, I will correct myself a little bit with the comeback. I meant comeback is in the series itself. As Team Bald has easily kept themselves in this game too. It's been back and forth for sure, but it was nothing like game number 1, where they were playing from behind the whole time.
Absolutely, and our win condition was so slim by then, but just on the back of how far up Gork has been playing, back of Excalibur, getting these pickoffs, going for the E-Blade, taking the risk. You can see how the threat has kept Spider-Pigs down.
Koma finds himself a Pangolier. A little bit of a staring contest there for a second.
No, got himself a Minotaur Horn. This is probably the best neutral item that he could have gotten at this point in the game. Gonna save it up to hopefully dodge these E-Blades with.
Yep. What I really like here for Snapfire is the Timeless Relic, the debuff duration for the stuns, because you've got the Shard for the Scatter Shot stun, you've got the Cookie stun, so 2.2, and then a 2-second Scatter Blast plus the 25% debuff duration, so it's a quarter more. Very good stun locking. However, stun locking is what they need exactly on both ends. Coma sending illusions in towards the pit. Quite a lot of Roshan's been in this game. Another one might be up in 20 seconds. Have to find out what the actual timer is in the end. Team Bald know the importance of it too. They're smoking up. Wrap around. Knowing that Roche isn't up yet. Funnick in the mid lane is gonna walk into a straight up trap. The E-Blade connects. Doesn't take too much damage yet, but they're controlling him. They find LeBron. LeBron half HP right now. The Viper strike. The Viper ulti comes out as well. Funnick is going to fire. He's going to buy back into the bite. And he's also going to lose the Dream Protector. Meanwhile, Projects dropping very low on HP. Tries to get himself out. The Sunray is there. The Egg is there. Coma's going to get stunned. He needs to be careful. He moves out just in time. TNT takes the bullet for him, and he jumps in the middle. Excalibur comes in as well, trying to take him down. But the Sunder comes out as well. They got the pushback connected as well. And a huge chaotic fight just breaks loose here as Coma in the middle of everything. A little take down the TB. TB is down with no buyback. Team Bald might have just done it here. They're still chasing Spider Pigs away. Projects forces Funnick back onto the high ground, but losing Coma there. They're gonna go most likely secure maybe Roshan, maybe high ground or something. They're regenning up at least the Satanic Heal on this Morphling, but that might be it, Kips.
Might be it. Once again, a beautiful egg from Pylai, forcing Coma to choose to step down off the high ground, off of his advantageous position, and allowing Team Bald to collapse on him as soon as his BKB runs out. You can see him stepping back, trying to avoid the stun, but by that point his positioning is already so precarious.
Having a bit of difficulties trying to siege these tier 4 towers straight up. There's still the Treant Protector healing them.
The reign of terror is over. Dire's courier is dead.
Being respectful
They
for
are.
now.
And
Stay
the
down
last-
at last bottom tower.
Yep.
Yeah, like the top Rax is going to most likely keel over and die on its own, especially if nobody shows up right now.
Yeah, double catapults doing a decent amount of work here. This is really Team Bald's game to win at the moment. Roche is up in 115.
I might actually wait for that. There's no need not to. There's no items that Spider Pigs are going to buy that are going to cast the game into disarray again. It's very clear that the Void Spirit is pretty much done scaling. He's going to get the Aghanims now, but his damage output hasn't been sufficient for quite a while already. Neither is his utility. The Viper has just been food. He needs to tank all of these ganks, but he usually can't stand long enough to actually give his team any advantage. So it all comes down to Coma, and what he could do is buy a Rapier. That's it.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same. Rapier is pretty much the only choice right now, because they had the damage at the start, they had the sustain, but even with the Sunder, even with the help of the Sunder, TB, of course, he's picked up the Metamorph attack range to keep the safe distance, but he really needs to hit level 30 and get that second point. That 34-second Sunder cooldown becomes more and more and more valuable the further the game goes. But that Rapier might be the choice, the solution to the damage.
It's the only option, really. Right now, he has the right position in most of these fights, but he doesn't kill anybody before the BKB is over. And after the BKB is over, we've seen it twice already. It doesn't matter anymore.
To the Roche pit they go. This time there's also an Aghanims to be shared. There are 2 players without it. The Morphling and the Phoenix. Aegis given to the Morphling. Ag's buff is also picked up by the Morphling. Let's see if Morph is going to be using it. They're still discussing it. They give it to Pylai. So we're going to get the Supernova requiring more hits. You can play more aggressive now with it.
It is. But it's also, it's a risky one. We've seen it before where Phoenixes with an Aghanim Scepter pick up, misjudge their carry player's health, and get both of them killed at the same time. And it's always a little bit of a...
Yeah, that for sure
put
is
a lot of trust in your Phoenix if you give him this. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, that can definitely spell trust issues. That can also happen.
Bottom tower is in
But in general, you're also upgrading the hits required to destroy it, so you can definitely position your Phoenix Egg much more into the front now and draw some attention from Spider Pigs to maybe attract and hit it. Even without a hero that you're coming in to save. Like, they could obviously go in and save the Morphling if Morphling decides to play more aggressive. But I kind of feel like the egg enables the team more by going the Phoenix goes in and then the rest stay around. I don't know. Everything, either way, they have options now.
They do have options. Spider Pigs only had one option, and they took it. Rapier is up on the TB. He has sold his boots.
Stand and fight.
Stand and deliver.
Stand and deliver. That's
Some
the way we're
island
looking
wave,
at it.
boys.
That's what we're looking at right now. It's been a while since Spider Pigs have been able to push any of these lanes. Around 10 minutes ago, this game was still tied. Maybe 15 minutes ago. This game was absolutely tied.
Not any longer. Team Ball definitely have the advantage here with the CK also scaling pretty deeply, especially just on the tankiness front. They need so much damage and so much attention from Coma to be poured into the CK before you can even get around to the Morphling.
Overwhelming Blink on its way. Tiny bit of damage. Nice slow. The slow is great. Plus, you get more stats for your Blink Dagger, making the CK even harder to kill. He can soak up even more attention from this TB, and they're gonna need it if they go up against the Rapier.
Yes, for sure. It's very likely that it's going to take some buybacks to punch through this high ground. And if Team Ball are not ready to immediately commit everything, then they're not going to be able to do it.
Another smoke coming in from Team Bald aggressively right outside of Spider Pig's base. They know well to stay on the high ground. One tiny mistake might cost them all.
Terrorblade has been hugging his fountain.
Yep, he is at the very back. Rightfully so. Right now, Bald can't find any loose heroes. No openings. Noob has also parked himself. And they might catch him here. He's in vision of the ward. They come in. Gorp gets the stun. He can't get himself out of there. And then we'll take down Noob. 120 seconds down with the buyback available. But the tier 3 tower already going down on this bottom lane. Buyback forced. Excalibur in the front. Coma. He has that rapier. He wants to use it. But with no Aghanims, he's only got one shot at that Metamorph working out.
Now both of his other cores don't have buyback.
TNT, Blink stun, nicely camping onto the Morphling, Aegis down. Rogix comes into the rescue. Noob, he can't die now, it's a dieback otherwise. Rogix rolls out. Excalibur, a lot of damage onto Gorp. Gorp being held in place, he's dropping low, 700 HP, gets dragged into the egg, and now Spider Pigs, they need to move. They take down Rogix. And it's a 5v4, and they're backing out. Noob, 5 seconds for another ulti charge, but can't get there. Spider Pigs hold.
Taking damage.
For now, but the Metamorph is timing out.
Yep, Metamorph is running out. They did get the Aegis, they got the Phoenix Egg, they got the CK ulti. They did use their overgrowth in the process, but they keep the Rapier for themselves, so they have... They still have their chances.
They still have their chances. The fact that they killed Rajix there is actually huge because he doesn't have a buyback. If he would have it, they would have just come straight back in right after the Metamorph had timed out, but no such thing. Spider Pigs hold to fight another day. Even if their base has once again taken quite a beating. They're running out of buildings.
Yeah, that's the... I mean, the positive side, there's less buildings to defend. Always got to look on the bright side of life. Though, on the downside, top lane is always pushing in. Mid-wave, well, the mid-wave is easiest to defend because of the distance shared. Obviously, the spot lane is super important for Spider Pigs to keep up. The melee racks is very, very important to keep up.
Well, ain't this cute?
Noob gets the jump on Pablo. Playing aggressive outside of his base. Gets a bit of harassment damage, but Hoodwink also has 3,000 HP.
For the record, I did
So very hard to get this guy out of the way. There's the 5k HP Gorp CK. Yep.
Yeah. It's just all... It's all damage issues. Noob has fallen off. I mean, this is normally where you'd get the Desolator to help your TB out, but instead he's going to have to go for whatever utility he can scrounge up. The real lack of DPS comes from Funnick here, and there's just no good way for him to scale into that anymore anyway, because he dies. They tear through him like a piece of paper. So instead, get a Hex, get an opportunity to contribute something with a big, impactful spell before you bite dust.
As much as Spider Pigs would love to stay and defend their base, looks like they're preparing for a smoke. They just brought it up from the Treant's inventory.
Bold.
Might not actually use it right here. They have it ready for a moment, but they're definitely planning. They're definitely discussing it in comms right now, as they do have to cut another wave in top. Also being careful that nobody's here in the triangle, because they don't know. But they are... Okay, they're stacking up now. Is this
Almost
the
sold
play?
his Manta style.
This has to
Gone
be
for
the play.
Swift Blink.
This is the play now.
Is it though? Most of their waves are pushed in. I doubt they're actually going to catch anything.
EV can send illusions to push out waves. Bottom stays still. Mid needs to be defended. Top also has a TB illusion pushing it out. They're recovering ground. Getting some vision down at least. Bold are moving around the Roche Pit area, trying to keep that area in control. Both vision-wise, but also presence-wise, that they're always around if something were to happen. Void Spirit also realizes the need for Aeon Disc. Well, Gorp, here comes even more illusions than the TB can provide, and they're going to lose the top lane. Mortimer's Kisses, they might fly in, but the range racks are already out.
Only one lane left to defend. It's easier that way.
It sure is. Meanwhile, Pablo hunting for DNZ. Doesn't quite get the catch on him though. Highlight Igor. Both in the area. Roche, 22 seconds. What is up with these quick Roshans? This is very unordinary.
It's starting to become statistically very unlikely, yes.
Yeah. Yes.
No, one fast rush, sure. Two fast rushes, fine. Three?
3 or 4
Starting a
even.
trend.
I feel like there's only been one Roshan above the 1 minute marker. The rest of them have been less than 25 seconds. Roche being up once again, Team Bold. Sadly, you can't provide vision into the Roche Pit with your courier, so they can't actually see if Roche is up. You're gonna have to check it manually.
And I think that if you're Team Bold, you're starting to get a good idea of where Spider Pigs are hanging out. You just really rather not move up this high ground into the Terrorblade either.
Yeah, both are
The fact
holding
he's
a...
forward cutting your waves says a lot.
They're both holding the most advantageous spots for their respectful sides. Radiant in the Dire Triangle, Dire in the Radiant Triangle.
And with the vision that has been placed down by Spider Pigs here, they're actually in a decent position to get themselves some tier 5 items.
True, tier 5 items almost soon on the board. Not many of those have been seen in the EU qualifiers so far, so this is a good moment to cross your fingers and bless RNG maybe.
Yeah, see if Coma gets himself a ballista, or rather if he doesn't, if you're a Team Bold fan.
However, the most calmest Roshan take so far. Secured by Team Bold. Another Aegis. Another Ag's Blessing. This time for the Morphling himself, so he can finally unlock Ally Morph. But is there any ally to morph to?
You can get some utility out of the CK, I guess.
True. Yeah, actually, true. Because you get the increased cast range, you've got good chances of using the stun and then going in. That might just be enough to blow up a Void Spirit. However, that Aeon Disc, it's waiting in the stash. He's got it locked for now.
Problem where your backpack's too full.
You gotta hold on to the bottle as well, because you never know if there's a DD lying around. Pretty intense ending for this game, if there is one. 35,000 gold lead for Team Bold. 50,000 experience and counting. And the game is still going. 1
I've had them
minute.
choked out for a long time.
1 more minute for the neutral items. Could actually look at
Radiant's
both
middle tower is
teams.
being attacked.
As you can see, they almost have the same items. The differences are the flicker and the trickster. Not the trickster, the stormcrafter. Otherwise, we have the same
Position here by
items.
spider pigs. Not getting what they want though.
Yeah, they're staying in the defensive setup. Noob has to quickly jump at Gorp. Almost gets an opening.
And all that vision that spider pigs worked so hard to plant it has been systematically deordered. Nothing remains. That gem on pilot are doing a lot of work. So now, if they want any of those juicy tier 5 items, they're going to have to get them on top where the vision of Team Bolt
Sure.
shows everything.
Or if they want to go in the base right now, the ward gets placed down. Who takes the T-ward? It's the TB Illusion who walks in front while I die. Quickly removes the sentry, but still gonna get the vision out as they are. They were smoked up a moment ago outside the base. However, top lane DNZ, Rajik's both found. There's the Hex. Quick TP out. Can he make it in time? Close one. He gets out. There's a DD as well on the top side. And how we have our tier 5 neutral items kicking in. This is the moment where if you blessed your, if you prayed correctly, you might get what you wanted. Force Boots,
Well,
Book of Shadows, Giant's
Ring
Ring.
for Gorp.
Oh my god.
3,
I can assign
2,
you
1.
thus.
Bop!
All hail
That-
the big CK Gorp.
That is a big boy.
That is a monstrosity. And
On top
meanwhile,
of
in the
it,
top
little
lane,
Rajix.
Spider Pigs were hoping to find some of those items for themselves. Now, with the advantage of the Giant's Ring, CK can basically move anywhere on the map, but they found DNC. They'll quickly get him out. Now they're just considering, do we instantly buyback or not? However, Noob has also found a Giant's Ring. Secures it.
Decent.
And takes it all the way back home. Do we give it for TB? Do we give it for someone else? TB would love to hold on to the Minotaur ring. Or Minotaur horn. I
Yeah,
mean.
he needs the Minotaur horn is the problem.
So it is on the Void. 3.8k HP. A little bit more tanky now.
Still got the point booster locked in his stash to avoid accidentally creating a soul booster.
Yep.
That would be such a disaster.
Okay. He's got something now.
Amazing what you found laying around.
Nope. It looks like he just sold his point booster.
Yeah, I think he did actually.
There must be something to it.
Tired of holding his breath. Resident sleeper in all chat.
Oh, this whole mess is
Yes.
your fault?
It's like,
I
come
don't
on,
know,
I'm
man.
down. I'm down. What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for... I think we're all waiting for something to show up here because we've got all the stuff pretty much for a great ending. We have the Ex Machina as well picked up for the Pangolier, but still 3 empty slots here for Spider Pigs that they would desperately love to fill in. Noob wants to go to the jungle so bad, but he can't get there. Double couriers in the pit. Looks like we have an Abyssal Blade coming in for the Pango. Yep, and something waiting on the courier sitting. What does the Morphling get? A butterfly.
Just to hold in the backpack for now. He's got an Aegis for a little bit more. Alright, Noob. No, that camp's empty, my friend.
Nope, nothing there. That is also
This
the
one.
Aegis expire. Maybe now Spider Pigs can breathe a little bit more freely. Just a little bit. 10 buybacks up. Aegis helps.
Nothing from those two camps.
This is really just a waiting game in a sense of who makes the first move. Honestly, Rajik spotted in bottom. LeBron was around the area. Noob.
I think he's
There's Gorp.
trying to make his
Gorp
move to the
just-
triangle.
Warp just walks straight through. Does he find DNC? Just walks on top of the teleport. Noob is being chased up. Rajix is around the
Bash.
area. Can't quite get to him. CK still has the blink. Or no. Yeah, he did have the blink ready. Not gonna go on the high ground though.
LeBron made it to the triangle. Found a Book of Shadows.
That's something. This is actually pretty good when you think about the silence, mute, disarm. You can remove either one enemy from the fight like the Morphling can't do anything at that time, but you're also kind of putting yourself at like, okay, we can't actually even kill him either. It's a double-edged
Or you
sword.
can save your Terror Blade. Yes.
64 minutes and counting. Waiting for both teams are probably pretty hectic right now on what moves are going to be played out. Bald are playing against elimination. Spider Pigs. They can give away a map, but they wouldn't want to.
What, LeBron got found.
Oh, Excalibur coming in pretty deep here. They find him, but he gets out. Close call
Scouted
there
by
for LeBron.
Courier.
Yeah, scouted by Courier out of all things.
What?
Another illusion push.
Only one more neutral item to go. The Ex Machina is now on the Terror Blade. There's the upgrade over the Minotaur Horn that you want. Just use your BKB a second time.
Yep, agreed. Another blink, another BKB. Might just be the factor. Might just be what they really need.
Oh, they
That's,
got DNZ.
but yeah, still one item to go. DNZ TP's out again. Can't catch him there. Can't catch him this time. But definitely now we're finally starting to see some kind of engagement on both sides. It's been almost 10 minutes of silence. There was a pretty easy Roshan pickup. No contest happening in between.
Team Ball doing the correct thing here in trying to keep Spiderbigs from getting these neutral items, but while you have that advantage, you also gotta press it. Because all that's happened right now is that we've waited 10 minutes, all of the buybacks are up, all of the neutral items have now finally been scrounged together, with LeBron just find a Stygian Desolator over on the side, and yeah, that one's going straight into the pocket of Noob. There is his final minus armor upgrade.
Desolator 2.
Well, between him and the Terror Blade, the physical damage is going to be massive.
Pablo.
Orc might have a lot of HP, but not even that much armor.
Yeah, not that much. And Koma, he's made this his home. Pretty much just standing here, but behind the Ancient, sending illusions out to war. Another DD rune waiting at the river. Roshan. This is the first long Roshan, almost max timer as well. Shows 2 minutes for us, but it's already down a quarter.
Wonder at which point DNZ is going to start goading them again. I mean, it's not very polite to do. Everybody knows that they're in charge.
Yeah. They're testing out the Book of Shadows here. Trying it out on Noob there. Gets completely silenced, disarmed. But at least you can bait with an ally. You don't get hit by anything. Still playing the waiting game. Bald is continuing to increase their gold lead. 51,000 gold. 75k in experience. Can we break the 100k marker? Still a while to go. Bald. Can they find an opening? DNZ is pretty... I was about to say pretty far out of the base. Because Gorp is coming. There we go. We finally get some action going on as Phonic gets hit. DNZ half HP as well. We've got the sharpshooter out. Viper low on HP. Gorp does get affected by the Book of Shadows. Unable to target him for the time being. Viper gets the heal back up. Sharpshooter still on cooldown. Well, 15 seconds. Going to be up in just a moment. So no, nothing lost here on either side. Just a bit of testing the grounds. Still no fight.
Still no fight, yep. And Phonic, who was the easiest target up until now, does have himself a BKB. That's going to be quite a bit of survivability, especially versus the damage that, for example, this Hoodwink has been dealing to him. He's not going to go down that easily again.
Interesting overgrowth play. They're going to catch Rajix here with the tree tags. But it's not enough to catch him there. He's still going to make his way out. Distances are hard to close.
They are. I doubt Spider-Pix is going to get out of their base to contest this roast, though. It would take significant resources and significant risk. And Koma, so far, has hugged his Ancient exactly as he should.
Yep. Two last hits to 1,000. One more to 1,000. He's gonna get it, but at the same time, they might lose their Viper. Pablo misses the sharpshooter on Funnick. Gets his BKB off, and he's losing life, but he's keeping himself alive as Coma gets the 1,000 last hit marker.
This feels like a mega creep situation, and it isn't even. This bottom Rax is still healthy.
Talking about healthy, yeah. Range Rax takes a few hits. Not that much. Still LeBron with the smiley face is classic. And Roche is up. Roche number 6? 5 or 6? I'm losing count here.
I've lost count as well. I think it's 5.
I would like to say 5, but it might be 6. However, it's the same items over and over again.
It is, and they don't even have anybody to give this Aghanims to this time.
Nope.
Around. You just, yeah, are you gonna leave that on the floor?
Cracks and insecurities in their own
Ah, no, I see. The Pablo actually sold the Aghanim that he bought, so now he gets.
He's
to
got an inventory
exchange
slot.
it.
Yeah.
Very nice. Gets all the cheese.
Very nice, very nice. Loser sprays being spread around the base. All good there. There's a DD rune once again. To be picked up. I think that's something that the Morphling wants to grab.
He's been carrying around a bottle for the last 30 minutes. Exactly for this reason.
Smoked up once again. Can they get to the base this time? There's a whole lot of more trees planted down, more vision. Outside of this area. They see Excalibur, they see Gorp. Gorp goes in, looks for the blink. Pops his ulti, noob in the middle of it. Huge crash almost there at the same time. Funnick. He holds it back. Ekbin popped as well. The full commitment comes out. Drogex gets the jump. Coma! The rapier on the ground. They took the TB away instantly. DNC dropping low. He's fallen as well. Another Viper coming in. Then Team Bold. They take the bot racks. They've taken Megas. They can just walk out now. They've got the rapier as well on the Morphling. Excalibur has a chance, and he's just going to go straight for the tier 4s. Hit a few times. Trying to draw the attention. Another CK ulti. Toma's in the middle of it. He's getting caught, getting abyssal bladed once, maybe another time as well. Rogix with another stun on the back line with his ulti, and they will take down the Viper. Viper coming up the Viper. The ancient is open. The glyph is there though. The glyph might be enough to hold them back, but Rogix holding them away. They need to protect. They need to protect the ancient. They need to protect it. Morphling almost ending the game right here. Coma going in for a couple right clicks. Can he keep his ground? Can he stay alive? The bushwhack connecting on 3, and Excalibur is gonna take DNC down. The Ancient falls. 89,000 gold advantage for Team Bold as they end this game in 71 minutes. And we're going to a game number 3.
Holy crap.
What a battle.
Yourself, right? What a battle. And like everybody's sitting here asking themselves, like, did they really have to take that long? And the answer is yes, actually. Because the dream dies here. If you screw that one up, the dream is dead. No TI for you. Next year, you can watch it all from home.
Agreed.
Now the dream is alive.
Exactly. It was a long wait until the final fight finally broke loose. But the result was favoring Team Bold in the end. They get the better team fight at the end. It was just too much to deal with. Coma exploded at the start of that fight. Look at those abyssal blades. They've got 3 of them to make sure that TB gets nothing out during that fight. He blows up, rapier on the deck, Excalibur steals it. It's history from there.
It is history from there. I mean, we've had that same issue from 30 minutes onward, that the only thing standing between Team Bold and the victory was Coma. And Spider Pigs just, in the end, didn't have the tools to save them from the onslaught that was coming.
Just, I don't know, I have no words. This was pretty interesting game for sure. Getting to see all those tier 5 items in the end, getting 1,000 last hits on this TB, 808 GPM. Pretty much everything was there except for the long wait. Team Bold had to assess the situation a lot. They didn't want to take any unnecessary risks. They took their time, and it paid off in the end for them. But that's game number 2, folks.
Game 2.
That's game 2. We have a third one coming up right after the break, so don't disappear anywhere. We'll be back soon. We have returned for the final game of this series. Spider Pigs versus Team Bald Reborn. One more to go
10 seconds
till
to
we
pick.
close out the day for this series, at least. One of these teams are going
5
to be
seconds.
empty-handed
Hurry,
in
hurry.
TI. One of them will continue onwards in the bracket and keep their playoff dreams alive of maybe making it to TI. My name is T Panda, and I have Kips here with my caster as my caster duo. We are just this much closer
Team are now
to
picking.
either witnessing Team Bald continuing going through from their first series of the
Dire
playoffs,
team pick.
or Spider Pigs, who did get knocked out by Liquid yesterday into the lower bracket. Which way is it going to be, Kips?
Listen, I still favor Spider Pigs here because of their experience, because of the improvement that I've seen from them recently, but Team Bald just showed that even if it's all fun and games
Only
at the
10
start,
seconds.
if they actually get their eyes on the prize, they will wait
5
forever
seconds
if
remain.
necessary, and that patience is key. So this could be
Dire
another
team are now
scorcher.
picking. Radiant team pick.
We're going to get the Timbersaw finally through the draft, actually, because it was banned in the previous 2 games. We get it through this time. Instant Nyx response for it, though.
Radiant's ban.
Followed up by Razor and Alliance, so pretty fast tempo here, at least in the first phase of the draft. But I think if we've learned anything from the draft during this this series, the second phase is where it really starts to take time, because that's where the big things happen.
Dire's ban.
That is indeed where the big things happen. That's where the draft really crystallizes out. Like, what kind of direction can you take this? Can you play offensive? Are you going to play defensive? Are you going to take the late game advantage, etc.? So far, yeah, I like that Hoodwink ban. Very important with picking up the Timbersaw here. You don't want that source to break on the board. Of course, the Nyx
Only
Assassin does
10
not
seconds.
actually grant you that break anymore.
5 seconds. Hurry. Radiant's ban.
So your Timbersaw is protected. And then I really like this Lion pick as well. I think here in the first phase, I said before, it's a pretty wide open pick. But versus a Razor especially, this guy excels in the long team fights. So does the Timbersaw. If Team Bald wants to go toe-to-toe in these long fights with the Timbersaw, you
10
could also
seconds
just
to
delete
pick.
their Razor. He's not actually that tanky, especially not before the BKB. So
5
the Lion
seconds
poses a
remain.
significant threat here.
He does. At least there's no direct counter yet on the board, but for sure, protection, some initiation as well, when we're going to see that Blink Lion kick in as well, which was one of the scary factors in game number 1. When we saw the Blink Dagger on the Lion coming in the first 16, 15 minutes or so.
Mhm.
That definitely posed a big threat for Team Bold, because now your enemy support is playing aggressive, allowing one more hero into the front line.
Exactly, and we see a lot of old friends from earlier in the series. I love this about longer
10
series, where it
seconds to
really
pick.
develops its own meta as teams get to know what the other wants right now.
5
So
seconds remain.
Phoenix out of the way, none of that for Piladai. He had some great eggs in previous game, very much putting their enemies on the
ban.
spot if they wanted to commit in further or have to let go of their advantageous positions. None of that this time around, and then the
Dire's
Terrorblade as well as the pesky Enchantress being taken out. The Spider Pig's finally following up with the Leshrac, so a lot of magic damage off the table to protect this Timbersaw.
Yep, and a lot of those heroes, as you said, that have already been played throughout this series. I kind of wanted to see more LeBron Edge. Just
Only 10 seconds.
absolutely fantastic on his Enchantress, though we won't be seeing it this time.
5 seconds.
Might be the
Hurry,
last time we
hurry.
saw LeBron's Enchantress in this entire tournament, depending on what the scoreline is going to be after this game.
Dire team are now picking.
I hope not,
I
but
don't know too.
then again, Team Bold definitely does hope so.
Looking
And
at
who
some of
am
the...
I to step on their dreams? The only ones who are allowed to do that right now are Spider Pigs.
Kind of looking at some statistics on Razor. He's been picked
Only
20
10
times so far.
seconds.
65% win rate is pretty good, but definitely
5
in
seconds
the
remain.
halfway zone of picks and bans.
You mean for
Combined,
popularity?
yeah, in terms of popularity, yeah, you could put it that way. Not in the most contested heroes, but definitely seems like Razor is being picked more and more. Maybe depending on other teams have now actually been playing Razor in the EU region. There's been a lot of upper bracket Razors, lower bracket Razors, kind of like the Abaddon. Abaddon that's still in the pool, but not really needed right now at the current pace of this draft.
I don't think so either. Neither team has picked up a core yet that would require any kind of protection. They've protected them well enough with the bans here. And of course you you will be down a potential playmaker if you decide to put Abaddon in, because Abaddon is many things but not a playmaker. And Team Bolt are really taking their time here. They've taken out both the PL and the TB right now, so there's several carry picks that would be open to them, but I doubt they're going to pick it up right now. They're most likely going to wait for the 4th pick with that. So they're most likely
Radiant
looking for
team are now
support
picking.
here.
Grimstroke.
Something new for change. We've got a Grimstroke on the field. It's most likely going to be Pile Grim, pause 5. So who are we pairing this Grimstroke with? It's yet to be revealed, most likely. Razor probably going to be the offlane / mid pick. Doubt this Razor's going to
10
be carry.
seconds to pick.
It's still a possibility, though. We have seen Gord
5
already
seconds.
take a CK
Hurry,
and a much more
hurry.
active role compared to his carry mid lane.
I just don't like the Razor against the Timber for some reason.
It's a bit of a rougher matchup for the Razor. Like, usually you don't actually get to harass the Timbersaw out, but it can be decent enough, especially if you manage to take down some trees or have your support do that for you.
It's just like, I just kind of, if the Razor goes up against the Timber, I feel like the Timber has more tools in the lane to stay, because you mentioned Razor can't really bully him out of the lane, but most importantly, you don't really slow down this Timber at all. He's still going to take that tower and force Razor away from that lane. So I would like to see him mid.
Some point, yes.
But there we go with the Jakiro. Most likely pos 5 Jakiro.
Such a LeBron classic.
LeBron classic, yeah. So about to get there. Pretty interesting
5
pick here.
seconds remain.
Great with the lane control, good harassing. Wave clear. Set up for the team fights. I think they also need this against the Razor. Very mobile heroes that you want to catch in the ice path.
A lot of control available, as well as this is a pretty tanky support, not something that's going to get hunted down by the next assassin. And also very useful. You often see Jakiro picked up by teams that really value having somebody on the dead lane to mop up all of the extra experience and gold that otherwise gets left off there. Jakiro is excellent at clearing waves and holding towers where otherwise, well, I mean, you've seen LeBron do this with the Treant
Radiant
Protector as
team
well. He
pick.
really likes playing that way.
Tidehunter.
So perfect
Yeah.
fit for him.
Wave clearing supports for sure. Now we have the Tidehunter. We are still to see what Spider Pigs are going to reveal for their 1 and 2 roles. Potentially we'll see the carry pickup come now. Something that matches up against the
10
Tidehunter.
seconds to
Though there are some picks that are not really in the meta right now, like Monkey King,
pick.
which
5 seconds.
is just...
Hurry, hurry.
There are better picks. There are better picks. So I
Radiant's
wonder
man.
if they want to take a more direct approach in terms of the counter. Well, PA is not exactly a I'm going to win the Titan lane, but doesn't really feel worried about this laning against the Tidehunter.
No, she's not worried about it. She gets to sustain, especially if you go into the Battle Fury build-up. You'll have the Ring of Health to keep you healthy. Eventually, the Tidehunter is going to pressure out, but that's the name of the game right now. You're going to do that over on the other side with your Timbersaw anyway.
Only
And you're
10
not going to
seconds.
start getting, dived under tower at minute 5 or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah.
Which is all that you really need, a good build-up before you go into the jungle. But this Tide is going to get quite a lot out of his lane as well. DOTs from Jakiro are going to be annoying. That's about it.
10 seconds to pick.
What about our mid picks? They're the last pieces that are missing
5
from
seconds
both sides,
remaining.
unless the Razor decides to stay and then we put another carry pick to go up against the Timbersaw. What are we really looking here for Team Bolt? They've got the tempo. Do they want to go late game? Does Gorp want to pick a late game carry?
I imagine so, but a lot of the best options are already off the table, especially now that the Morphling has been banned as well. All of these illusion heroes, the kind of stuff where the Phantom Assassin has to engage into and chase.
Lifestealer or something like that? I don't know. It's not really...
Lifestealer is possible. You're looking for a natural MKB builder, so the Lifestealer is a possibility. You could also go into something as fanciful as, for example, running this Razor carry and grabbing a mid-wind ranger for yourself. Natural MKB builder, not going to get hit by this Phantom Assassin at all. In fact, forcing somebody over on Spider Pigs to build an MKB instead.
Dire's banned.
Not the greatest versus the Timbersaw, but you could be looking at that. And you can see Spider Pigs here. They're also thinking about the option of the to carry mid. This is both Excalibur heroes getting taken out.
And this is mainly because of the Razor pick that they're kind of shifting. I mean, sorry, the Phantom Assassin pick that they're kind of now shifting Team Bold's way of adjusting their lanes and obviously targeting now the mid sector. But smart to ban the TA. Would have been super surprised if TA actually went through the draft, because it hasn't gone through in quite some time now. Couple more seconds with the last ban from Team Bold. For Spider Pigs, they're going to have to pick first. What are we looking at? Do we want to go for... I mean, what do we want for Noob? They left the Invoker available.
His Invoker still available. They could also try the Void Spirit once again. Yeah.
They're bringing out the Invoker. Bring out the big guns, I guess. He had a great game 1. He was toying with Team Bold in game 1 on the Invoker.
I mean, I definitely think that he missed a bunch of spells as well for being a little bit overambitious in his targeting, but the fun part was that he didn't really need to hit them in this game. They were just steamrolling. This time around, though, Team Bold has gotten a taste of victory. I'm not sure if he can afford to do that again.
And where's our last pick going to be? We'll bring out the Void Spirit. You already brought it up. We will get the Excalibur Void by the looks of it and bring out the Razor for the safe lane for Gorp. And here we have the final drafts on both sides. Coma relying once again on those heavy hitter carries, when Team Bold are looking like, let's up the ante and put more pressure. The pressure that they weren't quite able to apply in game number 2 in the final 20 minutes of the game. They did in the end. They took their time. They took their caution. But is this enough tempo for them? Can they close out the game? Can they starve out Spider Pigs, Kips?
If they get to use this Tidehunter as a battering ram, they definitely can. This Phantom Assassin is going to need a while before she can really chew through him, and of course she's going to have to dance around Gork in the team fights as well. Because Spider Pigs are getting... I don't want to say they have as much damage problems as in the previous game. The Timber Saw and the Invoker are definitely going to scale deeper than the Void Spirit does. The Void Spirit is really just a shotgun. You empty both chambers and then you have to wait and reload. There's a lot more continuous damage coming out from these two. But at the same time, their draft is once again conditional on Coma, and Team Bold can work with that. So I also just want to say that I admire the fact that they're not going for the late game matchup here anymore. You know, that previous Morphling pick is like, alright, we can go toe-to-toe with you in the late game. Here, yes, this Phantom Assassin is not going to be super comfortable unless she gets really out of control, but eventually she will be the hard carry to end this game. And Team Bold say, no, we don't want another 1 hour game. We're not doing this. Not again.
Well, this is the time to step up on the stage. It is the final game of Spider Pigs versus Team Bold Reborn. Loser out of the tournament, out of TI. Winner gets to continue onward in the bracket. And a tiny update from the bracket itself. Once again, if you do not like spoilers, be mute. I'll give you a 2-second warning. So, with the looks of the other series going on the other stream, on our Beyond the Summit 2, we have Into the Breach up ahead, Brame, after the first map being played. The second one looks to be still ongoing, so if you want to tune into that action, do make sure you drop by there. We are on a squad stream as well. But you are most welcome to stay here and watch Team Bold maybe take a reverse sweep here against Spider Pigs, winning 2 maps in a row, or is Spider Pigs capable of coming back from that map 2 and pull out a W? We'll have to wait and see. At least a defensive start for now, holding on their side of the map. We have Team Bold sitting in mid.
I see neither of these teams want to give away the first blood on the first ward anymore.
No longer. Not anymore. There was that brawling. It was in map 2. Yeah, we saw Gorp coming in with his CK all the way behind Spider Pigs. And like, oh, hello. No first blood yet. Not this time.
And look at this. Without showing any heroes here, Spider Pigs has managed to dodge this Gork lane that was going to aim straight for Coma. But Spider Pigs have read the move and they've already put Funnick down on the bot lane. Even if they swap now, Funnick is going to get a very decent start here, get some levels up without dying. Which is all Timbersaw really needs to, after that, be put into any lane where he wants to be.
And to talk about level 1 Tidehunter, He is not exactly the strongest hero. You do not want to level passive at level 1, but he has to. He kind of has to go here because of all the harassment he's going to receive. Keep himself a little bit alive a little bit longer. What do you do with Anchor Smash if you can't walk into the lane? What do you do with Gush if you're not harassing? Forced to go Kraken Shell.
Up against the tri-lane here as well. You could see DNZ really stepping back there for a bit, making sure that while the creeps were dying, Coma and LeBron were getting as much of the experience as possible. He is aiming to eventually go down to the bottom lane. Once the cores in both lanes have an experience advantage.
That is when that finally starts to roll out.
Old reads it.
Corp and Phonic both still brawling there in the bot lane. Have also Highlight Eye trading with DNZ. These boys have been at it for quite some time now. The other has a stick, the other doesn't. LeBron comes to the assistance. They also have that ward behind the tower. Do they get this kill? Dots are there. Right click should be. Oh, that's first blood. DNZ takes it.
Here you die.
He dies to guarantee the level 2 of Rajix here though. That is at least something. So this Tidehunter gets to pick up his first point in Kraken Shell, gets to be a little bit more survivable. The worst is over.
Smash.
Oh, sorry, he didn't have the smash yet?
No, he started with Kraken Shell. He had passive first because of all the harassment he was taking at the start.
Actually surprised, but yeah, thanks
He
for
was
the
forced to go it. That's what I was going
I
on
was
about.
so sure. I was
All
so
good.
sure that I didn't even check it. That's a very bad habit for an analyst.
But sure, there was good reasoning behind it why he had to go for it, though.
Yes, absolutely.
At least getting level 2, he's got that Anchor Smash to maybe secure a couple last hits for himself. Also, if the PA decides to jump on him, he gets something back. Now, Highlight Eye extends a little bit too deep, and he's just looking to die here. He can't even kill Comac, doesn't even get the Inkswell off. It's a second kill. This tri-lane is working wonders for Spider Pigs.
It is, and if this keeps going as well, DNZ does not have to go to the bot lane. Funnick can just keep on getting solo experience versus 2.
3 minutes now in. We've got a lot of CS picked up, and it's a triple CS lead as well for Spider Pigs. They are tied up in this bot lane. 2 kills already taken in the top lane for Spider Pigs. This mid matchup though, Invoker versus the Void Spirit. Pretty back and forth at times. The Void can't really drive the Invoker out of lane. Invoker will always out regen after level 3.
Pablo is dying.
Pablo indeed, 200 HP, dagger in the face. And there's another slow from LeBron. 20 HP, but Coma does get the jump out. Closes the distance, gets another one. That's 3 kills already in this lane. 2 of them for the PA.
And this was the Nyx assassin that came to top after getting some experience on bottom, hoping to turn the tide with the EXP difference. And instead, he gets punished. This top lane is a total loss.
They are, and they're pinging the Tidehunter. Let's go on him this time. He's got 10 stick charges though. Maybe they can force those out. Holding onto those points all the way to the end. Here comes the Inkswell for a little turnaround. Can't catch anyone though. And the turnaround, the stun, the dagger slow. Beautifully played here by Spider Pigs. Even if they don't get the kill here, they're making Tidehunter pay a heavy price for it. Another dagger comes in. LeBron, he doesn't have mana for the dual breath. They will have to let this Tide slide, but they did do the damage there. Nyx Assassin also back.
Last salve out. Nyx Assassin, yeah, he wasn't back in time to punish any of this aggression, and it feels like there's just not a place for him to be on the map.
Excalibur able to dodge the EMP off of the Invoker. Not really in any trouble.
And it is Excalibur who's going to look to make a big rotation over on the level 6. If he can rotate into a tri-lane, that would be fantastic. He could easily pick up 2 kills there. The question is if Spider Pigs are going to actually give him that opportunity, or if this is where they call it good enough and they switch out their lanes.
Agreed. That's most likely what they're looking for. The mid laner rotating for potential kill. But then again, we do remember, Noob, once he did hit level 6 on the Invoker, he did do the same thing in game 1. He rotated top, he stayed top. He was there for like a minute and a half, just hiding in this area, so they could punish the enemy carry. In that case, it was the Drow, to force the Drow out of the top lane completely into the triangle. They could do the same with the Tidehunter, at least make him feel fearful that something might happen. Maybe They just might sit mid as well. Excalibur, though, if he rotates to top, it's more likely Bold can get kills out of that.
Fire and ice.
However, while I die,
See.
Pablo keeping the distance.
I'm expecting Noob to
Dire's bottom tower
push
is
out this
being
mid wave
attacked.
basically as hard as he can. And see if he can get Excalibur to spend the spells on mid. Like, Excalibur is thinking about going.
Dire's bottom tower under fire.
Thought about DNZ
Until near
to take the Invis rune out. He loses his courier to Excalibur, though.
hatred that lay buried in the
Pablo.
heart of Radiant's courier.
Does he get any attention? Doesn't look like that's going to happen, though. Nice chance for a two-man stun. We'll get it. The bounty will be taken by Pile Die. And they're spreading spells back and forth. Pablo's got the slow. Pile Die's got the attention. And doesn't look like they're killing either of these. Maybe Pablo? Cold Snap's still there for a second.
Really
And
like-
he gets the Earth Spike. Just. Now Pile
no,
Die.
no.
Hello. Roshan.
He's the Earth
Okay.
charge.
Oh,
Gets
boy.
it.
Koma at least gets something out of this, but that was a 4-man rotation on 2 heroes, of which one only ends up being a kill. Surprising, Pablo does get the Roshan deny in the end. But that's the problem. They were spreading spells on 2 separate heroes, and it looked chaotic for a second.
That's optimization. They were pretty confident, and it turns out they were right. It's just, I was worried Noob was actually going to step out of the urn range. Because he was already stepping back.
Fire and ice.
That would have been a pretty big slowdown. That first urn charge on the Invoker is actually huge. Now he is a kill threat to anyone,
Dire's
including
middle tower is
the
being
Void Spirit
attacked.
and the Razor.
Yeah. Earn Cold Snap. Might just work out. 2 heroes in mid. Got Pablo with his boots. Level 2, about to hit level 3. Very XP deprived. He and the Lion are both the least leveled heroes. We've got the Grimstroke as well. Mainly, this is the cause of the tri-lanes and the amount of attention that this top lane has required.
Dire's courier and its string
Easy
of
pickings for
unpredictable
heroes like
foe
PA and
crimes
Void
has
Spirit.
been laid to rest.
This PA is making good progress on her Battle Fury as well. Now she at level 6, she can come and clean up some of these kills that their supports are gathering for. And oh man, the stacks.
Noob has rotated towards bottom. Trying to catch Gorp. Can't get the Chakram slow. That's what they need to catch this Razor. They want to kill him. And yeah, you mentioned those stacks. Koma getting a bit of extra gold here. Cat has a bit of difficulty clearing these, though.
Dire's bottom
bit
tower
slow
Going on
work.
Gork.
They finally catch him. They do. Got him under the tower, but here's the link. The turnaround on the Timber Saw. A lot of damage is coming through, and that's going to be enough.
What happened?
Gorp stays alive. Team Bold find their first kill in 8 minutes.
And this is not quite the rotation that Excalibur was hoping for, but it's good enough. And for Timbersaw, it's a good indication that it's time for him to go elsewhere. This was a nice attempt. Now he can
Dire's
TP to
middle
the top
tower
lane if he wants to,
taking
pressure out
damage.
this Tidehunter, and start properly making things happen on the map.
Pablo, Noob is right there, right next to him. There's the Cold Snap. Here comes the Carapace. Tries to get the stun out, but he does get hexed up by DNZ. Will live through this one. Gorp with a turnaround. Gets a bit of damage with the level 3 Nova.
A bit over eager there. Now he's out of urn charges again.
Yep. Deprived. No urns.
Eh. Deprived by himself. I
Radiant's
don't think
bottom tower
that
under
was ever
fire.
going to be a kill.
Funnick having fun with that range creep there, building up stacks. At least he's kept Rajix in his eyesight. Still trying to make him to come to him. And now they're going.
It's dangerous.
Tidehunter, he has a Ravage. Do they TP to help him out? Here comes Gorp. He needs to get it off. The Hex is about to run out. Now he's got the chance to blow it up. He throws in the Ravage. It connects on DNZ. DNZ will die. They will also take this Timber Saw with all 5 heroes of Team Bald. It's a real gang surprising him here. 5 heroes on top of him. Rajix lives. Double kill.
Very surprised by Sparta because like we know it's gonna happen, they know it's gonna happen. If you don't kill this Tidehunter immediately, he's going to get the Ravage off and everybody's going to be there, and that's exactly what happens. I think that you can pressure that one out way slower with the Timber Saw. Sure, you can. The Tidehunter will get a little bit more out of that, but you're not going to get this big slowdown on your Timber, who has now died twice in what's supposed to be the ramp up to his strong point in the game.
Yeah, pretty surprising that the Timber now is dead 2 times, because we're only at 10 minutes in. Usually you have your first death in the 10 minutes, the second one at 15, 16 when they ramp up and stack up. But Team Bold ain't giving him any time to prepare. Already
Absolutely
losing
not.
his life a second time, and this time with a full 5-man rotation to protect the tower. But it is worthy for Bold. However, PA has been farming all this time. Koma only needs the swords. Another setup on Gorp. He's baited once. Can he live twice? Noob is there. DNZ's there. Funnick is there. Pablo coming in from the back. Gorp makes the first move. Drives Funnick away. Excalibur is also around the area if they need to go in. But they're staying. Repositioning again. They're persistent.
Spider Pig's playing such a dangerous game. If DNZ dies, the other 2 heroes die as well.
Gorp is now also playing behind the tower, recognizing this is probably not the place to be anymore. Pablo with his Vendetta. I don't think these guys have the damage, but they could try. Okay, I missed the stroke of fate, so next assassin won't have the chance to firstly throw in that big nuke on PA, follow up with the stun. If they get every spell to combine, they might just have enough to kill the PA, but with that move, Spider Pigs will take the top tower.
And this is much more what I expected the first top tower attempt to be like. Just Funnick playing up and waiting with the support troops in the wings until Team Bold either overcommitted or lost too much on their
Radiant's middle tower is being attacked.
And yeah, you know that thing that LeBron does where he hangs out around the safe lane tower and just soaks up whatever's there? He is doing it right now.
Radiant's middle tower is taking damage.
Spider Pigs smoking up and moving towards the Team Bold side of the map, hoping to find someone here in the jungle. There is a Gorp, however, pushing towards the top lane once again. He's almost got a Midas picked up. And looks like he has drawn enough attention. DNZ and Noob, they're making their way towards. They have the finger. They have the full combo. Gorp, he's playing defensive, but he might have just overstepped the line, and that's about it. Tornado comes out with a cold snap, EMP, finger, Earth Spike, and that should be Gorp. Dead Dagger comes flying through. They are making slow work. They have to dive under the tower. Koma finally gets it in the end.
The
Meanwhile,
reason
in
they
mid,
get to do that, yeah, they were going on Funnick and he actually missed his chain out, so that was very touch and go for a moment there. Luckily, LeBron shows up to save him, and now they get to hold their middle tower because they can just bring everybody in.
Ravage is ready for Rajix. Excalibur with his DD rune still for a couple seconds. If he gets a chance to jump on someone, he will use it. But DNT is a risk to go at. Looks like that DD rune will run out in the end. Sonic still guarding the front line. Rajix tanking the tower. LeBron has that 2 points in Ice Path. Could be the setup they need to start things off. They might have to just let this tower fall. They're deciding to give it up. I guess it's a smart call. There's not much that they can do there in that position.
Yep, you can see how Team Bold are using the Tidehunter as sort of a wedge to drive in between the 2 flanks of Spider Pigs. They can't go on that.
Found Pablo and the Inkswell turn around. Funnick dead. Doesn't take too long for him to die. Now on the Lion. DNZ silenced up. Tornado coming in from the side. Doesn't quite connect, but they've got Rajix. At least he was held behind a little bit with that Tornado slow. DNZ TP's back home. He lives. LeBron, though, is he going to be as lucky? Stun from Pablo just before the Ice Path connects. Nuke comes in between. They might have extended a bit too far here. Ravage beautifully from Rajix and takes down Noob as well. The Invoker falls. And LeBron with 100 HP, he gets gushed alive. Pablo gets stunned by DNZ. Gorp in trouble. Razor very low HP. He soaked up almost everything from Koma. Here comes the ulti as well from Grimstroke, holding these heroes. Leashed up Noob. Oh, so close. Does he have a 1-point Sunstrike? Has he used it? Gorp is getting away for now. Invis rune. There's a Sunstrike. Does he get it? He gets it. Koma gets the dagger out of all things. And Pablo falls to Funnick.
I mean, they had to get punished for extending that far behind the middle tower, but they nearly got away with that too. And they're still chasing Rajix under the left side tier 2 here.
Well, I was about to say nice plays by Team Bold. I will restrain myself. Because that was a lot of heroes that they just gave away as well. All that aggression, the Ravage was beautiful up to a point where if they could have called they killed Noob, they could have ran away. They decided to step over the line a little bit too far before disengaging, and so they ended up paying a pretty heavy price for that. And PA is still 1,500 gold ahead.
Did Excalibur just get 4 bounty runes because there was nobody at either the river rune spot or in the triangle?
Yeah, it looks like 3 has been picked up. Yeah, that's a lot of
4.
money.
Oh no, you're right actually. The other one was DNZ.
That was the
He's
lion,
baiting
yeah.
me.
DNZ with one of the bounties picked up. 8-6 in the scoreline as we're 50 minutes into this third game. Could almost say pretty back and forth. It looked... there's been some good spider picks moments. There's definitely been some good bolt moments, but overextending as always. Well, an interesting scenario. You're diving tier 3 towers, and you're not a Timbersaw or a Bristleman.
But you have a Tidehunter. You are a Razor. You've got all of the PA's damage. There's arguments to be made. Like when is it, you know, when is it madness and when is it just pressing your advantage? Like you can look at OG. I don't think anyone knows where the line is.
I mean, if you're a Mad Hatter, I guess you could just say we're all mad here.
This is Dota. You gotta be crazy.
There's a haste rune available to be picked up. They've pinged it out. They can leave it for the Void Spirit to show up, but he is in the top lane area, sharing it with Pablo. Rajix in mid. He is building into Guardian Greaves. Nice item pickup here. Not too
armor
often.
is going to feel really good.
Yeah, not too
versus
often
PA.
do you see the mechanism being pulled out. Guardian Greaves is going to be great here, especially when you're up against that Quaswex Invo, burning all your mana.
Multiple reasons why it's great. Is of course the armor refers to PA, and then you will also have burst heal to follow up on burst damage.
Jump on Pablo. Gets the stun. He's got the Hex. Sunstrike gives out Finger. Gets the Finger stack for himself.
The Phantom strikes.
Might as well take it. And DNZ, who once again on his way to a pretty decent Blink Dagger timing.
Yep, here comes Scorp though. He's got that haste rune running straight towards. They just smoked literally under a ward. DNZ and Coma should be getting out soon. There's a scan used. Gorp will, if they go this way, it's a whole different story. Coma sits in the tree line. Scan has been used, so they need to make a move. He's alright. He's alright. No danger there.
They're pinging out his bottom tower. They're pinging out Pile I Die. Punic would like to go there, but Coma sees some creeps.
Pablo also finds LeBron. Rajix is around the area too. They know that Coma's around this area. He's not in the triangle. They're drawing their own triangle here, though. This is the Jakiro drawing out that this is a risk area. Avoid this place, please.
A Bermuda Triangle, if
The
you wish.
Bermuda Triangle. Yeah, you could call it that. Triangle,
You
not
go
inside
here?
the triangle.
You disappear.
Good reason that they're dodging it. Important information coming in from LeBron there. Phonic. Will get to
He
keep
knows
this
he's on the
tower.
menu.
Yep. Yeah,
He wishes
no
to
point.
remove himself.
Yeah, no point to defend a tier 1 tower that's got 300 HP when you're all by yourself, so we'll let them have that one. We'll live to see another day.
Yep. Top tower, of course, has much more use towards Roshan. This one is mostly here as a good outpost to get experience, to have the creep waves brought to you.
Dyer's middle
They
tower is
want more
being
and it's
attacked.
passing.
Now we have the
Sorry,
Desolator on the PA. Deso, Battle Fury, working on that BKB. Big game changer for sure once they start playing around this Phantom Assassin and team fights.
And with the Deso online, if Team Bald give away any kills, Spider-Pigs can move straight into Roshan. They've got Alacrity at the ready, and this PA will more than happily take an Aegis into her pockets.
I believe they just need to get a pick off first before they head to Roche for sure, but Phonic might have just baited the whole enemy team. Nice Tornado on 3. Talked about not hitting them. This time he does. Ravage comes out as well. It hits on 2. They have the Phonic Timbersaw still held in place. Now Coma jumps into the fire. He jumps and finds Pile I Die. Timbersaw falls as well. They've got Gorp already at 100 HP. He's down. DNC also dies, and a triple kill for Coma already at full HP. and they are losing everything on Team Bold's side. The runaway from Excalibur as Coma's right behind them. Another ice path comes flying through. He's on the high ground. They spot him there. They jump in. The ultra kill from Coma. Spider Pigs, they just destroy and dismantle Team Bold.
I think Team Bold counted on the fact that they have pretty decent AoE damage there, especially with the Ravage. But with it really only hitting on Funnick and barely reaching up on the high ground, his positioning was just not deep enough. And Coma gets to re-engage with devastating effect. They were all in the funnel of his Invoker spells. And
Coma
here's that
drops
rush down.
very low here. Does get the Aegis secured. Pablo desperate to blow it up, and a nice force staff. LeBron able to pick it up and push Coma to safety. Noob gets to kill on Pablo. And PA gets to keep his Aegis. He's also 10-0 and 2. We're 20 minutes into the game. Nice path on 2. And the finger comes flying through. Pilot, I will fall. Rajix, he's got no Ravage. And Coma, he's fighting with the sliver of HP. And that Aegis is still up. And there is the Sunstrike as well. Gorp will lose his life. They are all hungry on taking that PA and her Aegis. But she gets to keep it again.
This is what I was worried about with Team Bold, because they showed all that patience in the previous game, but that was when they had the better late game matchup. And here they feel like they're losing their grip on the game, and they are making desperation plays when it's not really necessary yet. And now,
to keep
Coma
up the
just moves it
pressure.
further.
Still trying to get it. They finally do with the help of Pablo. Rajix 400 HP, dropping low, but as Coma comes back into the battle, just gonna get another crit and take down the side hunter. Pablo also dropping very low. And this game has gone from even to one-sided in just a matter of 2 or 3 minutes.
And it's really just Team Bold losing their grip on their shot calling there. I think that if you have a little bit more serious of shot calling situation there, you say that you can't actually go contest that Aegis there. And even if that one goes wrong, you try and, you know, opportunistically snipe it out. At the very least, you gotta retrace and regroup after. You don't have a BKB on your Razor yet. You didn't have the Ravage up yet. You were not conditioned to fight in Aegis.
Difficult to come out of this because Team Bold is also losing their hero scaling here. The sooner and sooner Spider Pigs are going to come up picking up items and XP onto this Phantom Assassin, the fewer of a chance they have of actually winning this last game.
Coma had an Aegis and no BKB 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
He has no Aegis anymore, but he does have the BKB. That is insane.
670 GPM already. 200 CS. He's keeping up to 10 CS per minute pace. 12 kills. 12 kills and 15,000 net worth. Compared to Team Bold's carry, it's almost double. Now, though, there's an opportunity for him. He decides to fight through this entirely, even though Gorp is going to suck up all of that damage from PA. PA still goes in, still gets the kill on Gorp. Pablo on the chase Excalibur. He's got Noob on his sights. They have Funnick, they have LeBron being chased up. Rajix coming in from the side of Excalibur, very low on HP as well. Needs to try and keep maneuvering away from Funnick, who is chasing up the Excalibur, and 200 HP remains. Funnick with the Chakram available will take down Excalibur. Pilot Eye, however, is right next to Coma. Coma will kill the bug and most likely jump back into action. Throws another dagger on Rajix. Half of your HP gone. Tornado on 2. And Spider Pigs are getting everything that they want right now. Pilot die. He might get under the tower, but he's not going to be alive as he gets there.
Fade from memory.
His grave. My god, that was a fight with Ravage up, but Team Bold were just never really in the position because the Razor could not stand the PA's damage. You cannot sap enough damage to actually make sure that you don't die to the daggers.
This game has really changed. It's 80,000 gold now in the time span of less than 5 minutes. I can't see a win condition for Team Bold at this pace.
Definitely not. They need to get a grip on themselves. There are options here. You can see that the PA gets pretty low on these chases. The Razor is still a pretty good counter into her, but they gotta survive the first phase of the fight without falling apart in all directions. They need to wait until their tide is in position, and they just haven't brought up the patience. They're too busy panicking with the fact that this PA is getting bigger and bigger.
Gotta play a bait here on LeBron. Funnick also shows up. Pablo's right there. Got vision. Got sentries of their own too. There's no Glimmer Capes though, however, on Spider Pigs. They haven't really needed them either. Looking at their items here all around. That Jakiro Force Staff at 18, 19 minutes. And they were fighting in the Roche Pit. It's pretty crucial of saving Coma. Keeping that Aegis up for that long enabled them to get like 7, 8 kills in that moment. Noob has found Pablo. Or has Pablo found Noob? I don't know which way to put it. They're both disengaging. Moving out from that. Projects.
They
hiding in
aren't
the
sure
trees.
either.
Ravage is up, and Excalibur's the target.
Excalibur.
Blink, Hex, 2 shots. Don't even need the Sunstrike.
Dire's bottom tower is being attacked.
Ash is on the wind.
Dire's bottom tower is fallen.
Now this Tidehunter is desperately trying to finish his Greaves. He's got the money now, but he needed to farm the Ancients all the way up in the face of DNZ, who somehow walked past them.
He is, yeah, going very deep indeed. Coma, though, fine score, Pile die, half HP right now. Coma with the BKB just hunting on Rajix. Rajix waiting for the chance to pop that Ravage, but I don't think it's going to happen. Buyback from Void Spirit. Here's the
Here it
Ravage,
is.
and it's only on Phonic and LeBron in a safe spot behind the choke point. Rajix drops low. Coma goes for another crit. Pablo gets hit by the Ice Path. Here comes the PA once again. They're toying with them, though. They don't have detection. They're going to let him slide. But it doesn't really matter to them. They're going to get tier 2 nevertheless.
Just a millisecond of hesitation on that Ravage. He nearly got Coma with that, but unfortunately the link from the Grimstock ultimate is just timed out. Coma jumps to the high ground, and that is Ravage spent. That is their chance to make a stand in this choke point here, in this base defense. It's not going to happen. Alacrity PA is at your door.
They're not gonna go high ground just quite yet, but Spider Pigs holding on to a good hold, a good firm hold of this game, this series, and keeping their TI hopes alive. Team Bold about to be eliminated at this pace. 14k is now the difference. Move. Forced into a fight with Excalibur, but Coma, he's happy to welcome the enemies right in his face. Warp, gonna soak up some damage, will soak up quite a lot of that. Still going. PA is not going to have a lot of damage once he comes back into action, but still doesn't care. You've got Alacrity, who's still doing 200 damage, plus the crits, and Phonic for sure. He's feeling himself right here, right now. He gets Bile Die. Easy kill on the Grimstroke.
Look at how far in Phonic is. He knows they don't.
Keeps on going, he gets going, yeah. Just keeps on going here. Triple kill for Phonic, and I think that finally cements Spider Pigs going further in here. The playoffs of the TI European Qualifiers. Rajix, not much he can do here. Gorp, does he lead a one last hurrah? They've got 40 seconds until the Void comes up. He's going to get tornadoed up in the air. And Coma jumps in. He takes him out. Rajix also being hunted. Gets Cold Snap. Might purge it out, but he's still got a lot of trouble around him. And the Flamethrower spinning in the air as they take down another one. Rajix falling. Pablo dies to the Sunstrike. And it's a team wipe. 31-11 on the scoreboard. Spider Pigs keep on rolling.
Coma is just walking all over them, leaving them nothing but smears on the floor.
Tier 2
Brutal
falling in the mid lane. And the charge of the Spider Pigs continues all the way back to the high ground. Maybe a second set of racks to be taken. As Twilight and Excalibur, they're just going to have to observe as their buildings are falling one by one. Waiting for their team to come back up.
Now. If Excalibur steps too close, he's a goner.
Even one lucky dagger bash into Jump Abyssal and you're already gone in that time.
They have one more Ravage fight.
Projects
They need a
deep in.
full link onto the PA, but their Razor is not alive yet, and they're already getting
There's
engaged
the sun.
into.
They get the chance here. This is the chance they need to try and get this PA. Can they get him? No, the BKB comes flying for Excalibur down. Pablo dies as well. Gorp, he might be sucking away the damage of this PA, but it's not going to be enough. They are leashed together for the time being. Rajix on the side. Pilot, they got Gorp thrown into the air. The Sunstrike comes flying through. The Chakram keeps in place then, and they will take down the Grimstroke as well. GG, well played is called. GG's there. Team Bold is out, and Spider Pigs, they march on.
I think that if you're this confident, as Spider Pigs has always shown that they were, you know, they were actually asking in that previous game, like, please finish this one. We want to go to the next one. We want to do, well, this to you. And this was not pretty.
This was a heavy statement from Spider Pigs, not to be trifled with. Solid performance, even with the aggression from Team Bold. We looked at all those tri-lane and aggressive and defensive both, trying to fight back against Spider Pigs and their laning setups. I like that they were trying to anticipate. The Timber saw staying in the off lane, and they would have the PA match up against the Razor, where they put the Razor into the off lane. Didn't happen though, and they were forced to assess the situation of Tidehunter facing off a tri lane, and Tidehunter's not good at tri lanes, so you're forced to go Kraken Shell level 1. Just kind of, those were like a couple things that led to the point where Team Bold just couldn't keep up with the pace of Spider Pigs.
They had a couple of chances. I think Funnick correctly read that he was extremely powerful in this game, but he maybe overplayed his hand a little bit at the start. That got him a couple of opportunities. There was some good scouting from Pablo and Excalibur to try and make some ganks happen, but in the end, all of the chasing they did just meant that Koma got off to a relatively decent start, and as soon as he got that Aegis, there was nothing that Team Bold could do to put in his way anymore, especially not when they kind of panicked as they realized that. Ultimately, I think that's what did them in.
Well, we're finished here with these two series. We've got 2 more coming up. I want to remind that the stream might be going down for a couple seconds as we're doing a swap over in between. We've got the awesome Abo Plus and Seek and Strike taking over the cast here for the last 2 series. There's going to be Hellbear Smashers versus Chicken Fighters, and well, whatever happens with Brame Into the Breach versus Spider Pigs. So there's 1 series still up and running, depending what's going to happen there. But from our behalf, thank you so much. Great to be here, and hopefully you guys will enjoy the dotes that's going on. This was T-Panda and Kips on the board. We'll catch you guys later. Take care of yourselves. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
God.
It a little too early there, unfortunately. So very well done. Now, little pleb, I implore you, please don't go 203. That's all I'm saying. This is fine. 202 is fine.
Yeah.
The 203 is what really gets me. Let's just make our way through the glaives. You can just hold the points. That's fine.
True enough.
But someone on your team needs to hit neutrals.
And right now, at least with the way that the game's going, it feels like it's can actually be sort of involved in some of these kills, as Malik will take a little bit of a beating there. We did see Wish pop Firefly and try and go a little bit onto the Ember, but he had a haste rune, so able to bait that out as the wrap is coming. Only level 4 right now on this Doom, but the rotation, Fishman, good LSA again, able to interrupt. The root there only connects onto one hero, but Spartan will be the one that goes down. Oh, and the great pushback afterwards. The pushback kill with the remnant. Yo, Fishman and Tanner, y'all got some cool stuff going on there. That was sick.
And these rotations are just being so assisted for this Ember. Like, he's just showing up for the easiest mop and bucket kills ever.
Yeah.
Orb of Corrosion for the active gameplay too, and 2-1-2, yes. Good little pleb, good.
The thing about this that's sort of wild, right, is that, like, you look at the CS across all of the board, and they're absolutely dominating on Brain, right? Like, it feels like they're the ones that are sort of trying to take that slight lead that they have and push it that extra bit, and the overextension is causing them to now come out behind a little bit out of the lanes, at least behind where they could have been.
And Skylark can win this game to me with his hero and this build. Vanguard is definitely what I want to see, and I just want to see him playing on across the river. Like, he should be running into these areas and trying to like pressure into the neutrals, help take down this tower, and then just make it so that Luna doesn't get to play here. Because right now she's level 6. She does not do Ancients well, right? They're getting the stack set up, but Spartan brought down.
Yeah.
Tip from the Doom.
Yeah, man.
It's like, this lane was not fun.
That's everything that they're hoping to do there. It is going to be interesting to watch, right? Like, if and you can see already, look at the pressure that they're putting on with this warding. Like you're talking about, you can imagine that Axe might come over eventually and try and sneak those ones away. But of course, in the Breach are going to be looking to make the same type of thing happen of contesting that.
Yes, he's Sherlock Holmesing right now. He's doing some deduction. He's running into camps. So this one's empty, that one's empty. And then the Luna shows on the tower bottom. So now he's saying, I'm going to go back, stack my Ancients, farm that up, and then I'm going right back into the Radiant side and start running after that Luna again.
Fair enough.
That's how you play Axe, guys. Just literally do this, and you will win games. This is how the best... Doesn't matter if you're 1 or 3 Axe. I Vanguard, stack Ancients, farm Ancients, run onto the enemy side of the map. As they wave goodbye to Spartan with the high-fiving kill.
0-3 so far for that ABBA, and again, they get the stacks up on the Ancients. It's a fairy trinket last, so no special mask coming out, the possessed mask for the Luna, unfortunately.
True.
But already getting into the Mask of Madness nonetheless.
Now, as you pointed out, they have the vision on those Ancients, so now I'm kind of curious what sort of a play Brain want to make. They have bots on Wish too, like they could definitely go for a smoke. There must be a smoke coming out soon. So that'll be the next little play, I'm sure, for the side of Brame.
Right. I mean, I guess that you could also wait until she actually goes to try and farm them or something, or do you think it's better to sneak them as opposed to trying to contest them?
Oh my god, they're stacking it again?
Yeah, they're going to.
Jeez. Okay, yeah, I don't know. Another stack? I actually don't know if you could take these as Axe on the enemy side of the map. That gets a little bit risky.
Right.
Although with Vanguard, you barely take like any damage. I'm sure it's fine.
Okay. We'll keep our eyes on it. Hookshot in. Ooh. Able to connect there with a creep and also get the pushback onto Spartan, who is still level 4. It feels real bad for this ABBA. Down bottom, though, they're going on a little pleb. Tries to make something work, but it's not going to happen. As they do pick up that kill, Wish taking down the Luna. Much needed.
And Axe and Batrider. This is a scary game when they get off to a good start, because like the Boots of Traveler are there. They just got that lasso kill. The Axe is going to have Blink soon. Where's Little Pleb going to go?
Yeah, I'm not sure. To the triangle, I guess. I don't know. That seems where they usually go, right?
Yeah, but like, is that safe though? Like with their allies, and then with the farm that is currently on this Bat and Axe, that sounds pretty terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, no matter what, it's going to be a scary series of events. And the biggest thing is going to need to be them dewarding this area. But you're probably not going to know about those wards until it might be too late. Although, the later that they delay this, the better it's going to work for them, right?
Mm-hmm. I think part of it
will run out.
It could be a mistake to go in and try and contest those Ancients because you're versus an Ember and a Clockwork. And with the towers still up, like, you think about the angles that those heroes can initiate on from the towers, and it's really hard to get in and get out without feeding, like, 3 deaths. So it might just be an inevitability because of the range of initiation of their heroes that you have to give up these Ancients.
Well, yeah, and, well, they're smoking in. They want to at least contest. Mask of Madness
done. They don't have
done.
Lasso, though. Like, they can steal some XP, but...
Yeah, this is really scary. Ember's back again with, like, a full bottle. He's ready to go. Spartan
There's a
Wish,
hook
they
shot
have
here,
Lasso in 30. I mean,
don't waste your time.
They just have to watch him take it, yeah.
The best thing you can do is probably... They probably could have used this time to maybe pressure bottom a bit more.
Right. It looks like they want to get a little bit of pressure onto mid here. Dude.
I like shielded.
This guy is wild. I mean, he didn't get hit by the hook shot there. Fishmen will back away. They're just creating a little bit of separation now for Luna to finish these off. Now Axe does have the Blink Dagger.
Like,
they keep doing it against them, and they found the Lasso. Where's the rest of the team? Oh, Pleb ends up dropping down now, and then they take down the kill onto the Clockwork. How do you just walk in and get that?
Invis Rune, baby!
Oh my goodness. And now Skylark is going to come and take this whole stack of Ancients. They're buying back on clock. They can't let him get this. Looking forward, Bushwhack pulls him back. This could be good. Can they find enough here? Skylark gets the taunt now. The Doom is out onto the Morph, but he got the strength form off afterwards. Fishman being a blockage in front of the rest of them as Skylark will fall. Still muted for the moment. Now the Root gonna TP away actually with the Doom finding the kill. A double for Xantic. They're making it work. Remnant's forward, tries to find a kill here on Stolman. Dropping low and going to fall. Just like that, they overextend and focus now in a world of hurt as the right clicks come through. A triple kill for the Ember, and it's a full wipe.
All right, I'm just saying I called it.
You did.
The angles. There's too many angles with all 4 towers up and Clockwork and Ember. Like, it's that simple. This is a fortress for a reason, and that just shows that even though they had the perfect start with a free Lasso, like the free space in a bingo square of killing Luna, and they still lose that fight. They got overconfident because of their good warding.
It's true. Baited into it. And again, it's like it's the situation where it's a couple of different factors, right? Like obviously you had the buybacks, but it's also the low respawn times. You know, Luna was able to get back into that fight afterwards. The abilities coming back off cooldown. It was just the perfect storm of bad things going on for Brame. 14-4, it's still less than 1,000 gold lead, but I mean, you got to feel better about this for Little Pleb now. He's able to clear through those Ancients. Things looking good now.
I mean, before the map was very scary outside of the triangle, and it was like, oh, they have like blinks and like boots of travel and stuff, and I don't want to be out there, so I have to be in my triangle. And they didn't use that time to pressure the towers that she didn't want to be at. Instead, they went aggro. You win all that, that could be game winning, but it's also very risky as shown here.
Oh no, and they find him up top, takes him down. Wish ends up falling into the breach, just absolutely demolishing. They keep on finding these pickoffs now.
That was pretty cool, actually. Like, being able to use the hoodwink like that, where you just do so much damage, it's like just a little bit left, and then the Luna's just following up, waiting for that perfect moment. Yeah. Pleb gets the free acceleration on the gold.
Top 3 cores being held right now by Into the Breach, and you still have a little bit of a separation between the Lina and the Hoodwink, but it feels like the Hoodwink is just able to do so much more in this game right now. Tanner's killing it.
I mean, it's basically just like, I guess, easier Lina in a sense, right? Like, until you have like a Yule setup, it's pretty hard to hit LSA stuff. You can only follow up. At this point, when people have lower mobility, I would say it's easier for the Hoodwink to get the first jump, but then you also still have the same follow-up potential.
Right.
And now you have the talent at 10 too, so it's a 10-second bushwhack.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, just like 25% uptime. No big deal.
Well, spotting a lot of heroes underneath a ward. This gives full vision right now, but they did smoke under a ward of Brame. So Brame anticipating this move, but it's more dangerous being underneath that ward. And they did just use Call as well. Looks for it. Can't quite connect with that bushwhack. Wish trying to run away. Skylark also feeling comfortable there. I mean, Malik does have Blink Doom, but it looks like they're going to try and go bottom for focus instead. They take down that mid tower, and there is an opening here, but you can tell Focus understands there's something weird going on, and he's going to back out.
The script has been flipped around here. Skylark's not like jumping in. He's not finding these fights to defend his towers. It feels like his team isn't really confident until they have the BKB onto Wish. Doesn't want his game to get stalled out anymore by some deaths. The warding is absolutely fantastic from the Radiant right now. We've one up on the pillar, and then we won really deep in behind. And Tanner, using his excellent triangulation skills here from those two wards, knows where Brame is. So they might even go for a play here.
Zantic just runs in, like, breaks the smoke, then gets on out, or rather comes in and contests, then gets out afterwards freely. Yeah, things by and large looking really good for Into the Breach now. I guess that, like, if you're Brame, do you just need to try and, like, go for another smoke play at some point? Like, or do you have to wait for your next timing? Like Blade Mail or something on Axe, or maybe it's the Manta done for Focus?
Split push BKB on Wish. I mean, the BKB is still really good this game. I think if you get doomed, it's probably post lasso. And then, of course, if the Clockwork has a counter issue on your lasso, you do have like a decent amount of follow-up, especially because the way that Stoma's been playing on this Lina. Right. So probably the BKB is their best chance. And then Focus is just going to be farming away to E-Blade until then, but yeah, it is not easy to go for these big jump plays. I mean, what kind of vision do they have to work off? They have the ward that's like sort of scouting these movements from Tanner into the mid, and that's kind of it. Like this one that's deep in the Radiant, and then just some Roche coverage.
In it, bro.
Right.
In it, bruv, indeed.
That's something else.
They're going for a little pick-off down bottom. That's a noble attempt. They played the ward down, hoping that maybe Malik was going to come back, but now they know that he's just in here jungling.
Right. And of course, Doom Midas. We've seen this. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen as much Doom. There's a game earlier today where it was like Grimstroke that got picked early on, and I thought that they were going to go back for the Doom. I feel like that was something that we were seeing a lot in a couple other regions, and people just not valuing it that much. As Spartan, all right, hello
Fishman's
everybody.
like, oh, interesting. Okay,
let me get away from you guys. But yeah, like going into
call?
the BKB chance.
Top? Oh, they couldn't get him. He's out of there.
Heads up play, backs out. But yeah, like into the BKB, and you know, if he wants to later on, a refresher for Doom, or a lot of different possibilities here for him.
Yeah, I feel kind of similar with Razor too. It seems like it's a hero that, like, if these quals were in like 3 weeks or something instead, that maybe they would have risen a little bit more with some of the builds that were coming out. Some regions just, you know, as typically they do, they tend to value heroes a little higher than others. That is something that throughout the year with the DPC, it felt like we were getting a little bit more homogenized across the globe, but with these qualifiers, I feel like teams are, you know, we've heard the European teams especially talk about this idea of like there's less scrims happening, so some people value heroes differently. Can the Blade Mail do it?
Not quite. And the break even going to force back the Lina a little bit more.
Can't get the follow-up.
Oh, Fishman.
He's
trying
got two
to find an
remnants
angle. Here. Skylark actually in range of the Clockwork. The hook shot comes in, able to get the call to push back before the LSA. Laguna Blade not going to kill Fishman, and instead it's Skylark that goes down. Oh, dude, he's living on nothing.
He
just
walked into the Firefly.
Come on, dude. Take it easy here. Wait,
he got Laguna'd. He's an animal. Yeah, I'm doing that.
Okay. He gets the strength form off. I don't know if they can catch up with the rest of the team in time. Looking for the run down there. Wish is in the area. Has Infernal Blade going to connect. The root going to connect onto both of them. And now enough for the kill. Does he get the deny?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
that's
no,
my Doom
lives.
right there. That's me.
Oh. Oh, he gets away. Break comes out afterwards. Sleight of Fist dodging the LSA. Turns for the kill. It's godlike. Dude, what a baller.
That's how I know. I would have gone for that Doom. I don't know. You have a Hoodwink and an Ember, so to me that feels good, right? I'm like, okay, these guys have like long catch. I should take whatever I can get. It's the Morphling. He's close to the E-Blade probably. That was an ambitious flare to the fountain. Not quite fast enough for Fishman.
In it, bro.
Well, They managed to bait out the Doom at the very least. I mean, the thing that's interesting about that is we can see a couple of results there. Spoilers, Spider Pig's able to take it down as well. But I guess one of the things that we might see eventually is him trying to get into that Centaur instead of just the clap. And there is one right over here. That probably would have been enough to kill if you have like the completely immobilizing him or whatever.
All right, he's gonna get it. Yeah, hand it over. I love this feeling as Doom. Like, but BKB Blink, this has got to be peak Doom, right? Especially at 20 minutes. This feels pretty good. And then that refresher potentially, as you said, after has been the trending item these days. All right, well, that definitely helped out for a Brame, right? They were feeling a little bit sketch, and then you survive a Doom like that, so it's on cooldown. Everyone gets to farm up a little bit more. The E-Blade is on its way. We're ready for another BKB soon from Wish here. They want to go for that fight.
Do you think that now they're going to try and like get aggressive again? Because like we did see how strong that blade mail just almost alone with the Luna was, and how much damage it was able to do. Is that something that you want them to like get aggressive at all again? Because it feels like they're not really that worried about going into the late game. They look very comfortable on the map.
Unfortunately, it's almost the exact same situation as last game. I mean, mind you, I guess they did win that game, but to me, it was very hard for them to initiate in a lot of situations.
Right.
On the side of Brame, like they had the same thing where it was basically just like the bat kind of has to go in. I mean, they had this Ember, but he wasn't really able to get, like, he didn't have the best long-range follow-up. He basically just had the Lina, which came quite a bit later into the game. So, again, like, sure, if someone can get to this Agnums and everything, maybe that'll be enough follow-up, but to me right now, they're waiting for Into the Breach to start approaching towers, because when you come into towers, that's where the Bat Rider and the Axe really shine. And Into the Breach are just saying, why would we do that, you know?
Of course.
I'm just going to farm up this Luna. We're going to start protecting the Roche Pit. I have an Ember who can be all over the map, keeping these waves pushed out. So they're forcing the onus onto Brame to actually initiate, and they don't like that.
That's fair. That's a good point. And, you know, I feel like this has kind of been a bit of a trend so far in these qualifiers, is waiting, and it ends up like sort of culminating in a big fight around that 40-minute mark. But they might be able to find this pick off here.
Oh, nice flare.
As they catch sight of Wish. Fishman trying to do ring around the Rosie, gets the angle, gets the kill. So they take down Wish again, who has time and again been the one that's had to push out these lanes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
They just make it look so easy. I mean, it also doesn't hurt that it's like, you know, you have a Bat and I have an Ember. Guess which hero is much, much harder to gank, you know? Chasing after a Bat Rider with just a BKB is not a problem for their current heroes.
Yeah. Some more vision being granted and throwing out the bush fight. Just it's kind of interesting, right? Like,
I wonder why he did that. Does he want to bait that they're roaching? Because I mean, they instantly ping the pit. If I see a Hoodwink do that, I'm going to think they're roaching right now. So they smoke up and run at them.
Well, I guess some of it, I mean, Malik needs to be careful right here, but he will back out.
Oh, this call will be so nice.
Jump forward. Done. Dude, it's a lot of damage. I feel like he was just sort of seeing if he could get a free pick off, you know, like maybe if the Morph wasn't paying attention to his hero or something at that point, you could just blow him up if he was on Agi, right? I
mean, what, who the do? Oh, you mean the Hoodwink?
Yeah, the Hoodwink doing it.
I'm at Malik. I was like, well, he's saying a creep wave. I don't know about that.
But yeah.
Good conversion. Roche, you can't just like run into Roche right now versus these heroes, so just take them mid-tower. It's safe, it's free, it opens up this part of the map a little bit more, and now they're even calling for the full push. So they're prepping for a Roche, right? Spartan's like, yo, push out this bottom lane, let's get some vision down there with the creeps, have them hitting the tower so that we know if they're committing for the Roche or not. They're slowly finding some good moments for themselves in this game. Now, mind you, they're also still farming quite fast on the side of Into the Breach. 3 cores in the top 4 right now for them.
And they're going to smoke up now, not inside of vision, and run right into the area where Morph and Spartan are farming. We'll see
they don't
if we
see
can
anything
get in
up
to break
here.
this.
Panic.
And that signals, hey, there's some people there. They do spot vision of them. That Luna giving the extra nighttime vision will be enough to get a quick catch there onto Spartan, who time after time gets caught and killed. Oh, Skylark. They're going to drop the Doom with the BKB out. They're actually chasing all the way underneath the tower here.
That
Skylark
flare is doing so much.
Dude, they just keep vision. Sharpshooter done. Wish now trying to show up, seeing if he can get the push. Oh, Little Pleb got to the other side though. And now the right click, the chase down, the buyback coming from the Axe. He has to get into this fight. Looking for that opening slowly but steadily, but the big call comes out with the flame mail onto them all. The chase down, but they get away. Ember runs out of there. They try to chase down Skylark and get the kill. That was so close. They find the triple kill onto Focus, so they're able to salvage some of this. An ultra kill now. A huge call. They could have gotten that Ember, but they will happily take an ultra kill on their Morph.
Yeah, he tried to go for the dunk, but I guess he was just the tiniest bit off. Doesn't matter. Morphling got it all anyway. That's kind of a good thing sometimes for your Axe, right? Especially with the build that Skylark's gone for. He's like, yeah, I'm not a Manta Axe. So everything for my Morphling, this is fine. Very good defense. That was one of the ugliest smoke up initiations that you're going to see. I watched that whole fight from Into the Breach's perspective, and they just ran up there blind. I mean, it was very fortunate they even got Spartan at the start, but the TP back in was perfect for Skylark. He was out of vision. He showed for like a millisecond before that call, so they were not prepped for that.
The DD right outside of the Roche pit. So often the thing that you need. The buyback comes now from Hoodwink. Roche down to 1,500 HP.
Oh, where's the War
Has
Stomp?
2 remnants thinking about going in, but the War Stomp comes out, but the Aegis is there already. Dude, they were covering that one.
Greed. Sorry. That's Malik.
All right. 21-11, but it's Brame who have taken control back of this game. I mean, again, off of that one fight and then these snowballing moments, one after the other, it just feels like they're losing the grip on this game that Into the Breach kind of had there. And you know, you hate to see it, but it was, again, one of those moments of just being a bit greedy and going for that next kill on the Axe.
Like here, Spartan right now. He's just like, he's drawing lines down bottom. He's like, go, push this, and now he's drawing lines up top. Like,
yeah.
I think they're very excited about this potential comeback, and they have a plan, and that plan, take a tier 2, get an outpost with this Aegis. Like, that should be our goal right now.
That gold swing, that's so nuts. Granted, it's still a situation where you have a very farmed Luna, almost has Scotty completed. We're halfway to the Aghanims on Ember. Like, these heroes are still deadly, and they're going to have Doom back up again.
Stoma has the Psychic Headband to go with his Ags and Aether, too.
Oh, all right. Interesting.
At least he had it. I guess he sent it back home. His courier's getting very confused right now.
Doesn't know what to do.
Oh, he wanted the People's Gift. Who took the Psychic on him?
Yeah, I am unclear on that. Look at this, though. They're so separated on Into the Breach, but Focus is walking right after them. They're caught. They're in trouble. Hookshot hit, just pulling them deeper into the pain train. As they take down one, Fishman now also gonna get found and get killed. Brame, just cool, calm, and collected, take down the kills, walking down lanes.
There you go. Wish needed it. He's like, look, man, I need the cast range, okay?
Oh,
that's the good stuff. And all right, he was down there for a while.
Yeah.
He eventually gets the tip and the punish on that. They want to grab something here, though. Lil Pleb, he's running in near them.
This is a messy game.
Got the
This
vision.
is a weird game. I don't know what's going on. BKB and then the runaway. I feel like nobody knows what's happening. Just heroes running around randomly. It's getting messy.
They needed to get Stoma in there. I thought maybe there was a chance, but couldn't quite get the speed with the Lena over there for some sort of a play. But that's fine. You know, they got the 2 kills. They've taken the lead. Again, Spartan says, please push this bottom lane. Someone else go top. It's very confusing lines, you know. It's just always this and that.
Right.
Push bottom so we can smoke top. Whoa, that's a big old hook shot.
Well, that is not going to translate into anything else afterwards, I don't think. As Spartan right there nearby.
Wish has a gem here. No feeding.
Careful. Yeah, he's playing that one safe. And at the 30-minute mark, they're going to back out now. So a very, very clean movement. I feel like both teams are sort of like on the precipice of just being able to blow this wide open, but it could still go either way, particularly once this Aegis expires. Do you feel like that Brame have just sort of, are they in a position now where the game is really clean for them? Or
No.
Okay.
My concern is the Ember Aghanims. I think that comes out, and your backline gets very concerned. You know, like Lena, it's gonna be very hard to play her game once the Aghanims is out here for ADZ.
Well, Clockwork moving in on the side. A lot of heroes, spots them all. And as soon as that vision is shown, the rest of Into the Breach are going to TP out. Going to need to D-ward around this jungle area as well. Do they have a gem on the side of Into the Breach? It doesn't look like they do.
No, they've been much quicker to pick it up on Brame throughout the series.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Something to watch for. Do we have any way to break this Lincoln's on the side of Into the Breach? Doesn't look like it easily, at least. Probably the Lucent Beam would be the main one.
Yeah, they really don't. And like going through, just like, yeah, not so much, huh? Not something you want your Doom to have to worry about.
Right. They do have a Psychic Headband. They could maybe use that for.
Oh yeah,
Doom.
true. Yeah, that's good.
Although right now it's held on the Hoodwink. Wish looking for an opening here.
It's okay. He's got the cast range.
Jump in, hook shot out, Doom immediately. They got him.
That's
caught.
the gem.
He's dead. Focus, wanting to make something out of this though. Waveforms in. The Aegis expires right as that's going down. Now Root, now Bushwhack, turn. Skylark, another big call, but is it going to be big enough? He's already down to half HP. Gotta back out. Scary stuff. Stoma starts to fall. Aphotic Shield, there's the jump in, finds him with the kill. Xantic has so often been the answer for them in this game. Now has the Aghanim Scepter, 11-0-10. He is styling.
He did an excellent job of playing passive at this point where it felt like Brame had kind of taken the reins back a little bit and they could potentially kill him, but now he has this Aghanims and I am not sure what they're going to do. Like, they have to get the first jump onto him because mid-team fight, it's very unlikely you're going to catch him with any of your current spells. What are you going to do? You know? If you've burned the lasso, he's going to play so confidently in these fights. I really hope he goes for this refresher build that we've been seeing, but he might need a few more defensive options first.
Right. Well, and this is like sort of the easy mode time now for Into the Breach, is they're going to take down this mid tower after the glyph. The illusion's actually about to die. Wait a minute, though. Wait, what? Skylark? He's dead for a minute? Oh, wow. That is huge now, because you've got the top tier 2 tower taken as well. I mean, they probably can't go high ground, though, I would imagine.
No, it's just a bad death. That just feels really rough. You know, you're off the map, you're not farming at all. Like, sure, you have your big items and stuff, but it definitely means that you're not going to be able to defend that other tower. So, both gone. They'll take the outpost. They now have both going on. Game is good right now for Into the Breach. And if the game gets later, Doom, you know, it just feels stronger and stronger.
It's interesting, right? We just keep on seeing this seesaw effect back and forth depending upon how these team fights start. And so often it's been based around that vision, which is, you know, obviously something you talk about all the time. They've got great wards in this area. Hook shot in, able to find focus. I don't know if he thought that one through entirely, but from downtown, Xantic trying to make it happen. Able to find one kill, broken. Meanwhile, they pull back in the Doom. A lasso, a weird fight to start this one. They break the Doom. Oh, tried to go in, but it wasn't able to get it. Couldn't pull his hands down in time.
Too slow. A damn Infernal Blade.
God.
Well done, well done. Killing on that one. I don't know, that was pretty nice, I think. Going for the Clockwork like that, because he knows he's the Ags, right? It looks a little bit crazy, but the Ags on the Ember just means, like, you catch anyone, I will be there for you.
It's
and
true.
We'll try and get that follow-up going.
Well,
God, they were so close getting that Doom.
Yeah, that happens. That could be game right there. I mean, he might have still been able to get strength form off regardless, but I don't know. It feels like with the Luna as big as she is now, if you just get a couple of minutes to punch away with that Scotty, things are going to be tough to deal with. But Roche is back up. It was a quick respawn. This is also 2 minutes until the next tier of items are up. Do Into the Breach go and check it? I don't know if they're going to. Surely you go check. Oh god, it was like almost an instant spawn. Yeah, Tanner's
I got pinged out by Spartan, so at least it's on their mind. But they also
Yeah,
have
I
this
see it's
dire
up.
ward nearby, so they're gonna start seeing them funnel into the pit, and yeah, they're gonna know. The Luna just went in, so time for us to group up and go. Who's got the smoke? Spartan's got it. Go, go, go! He
Scary.
says, Skylark, you fed on the mid tier 2. It was a bad death, but you can redeem yourself here at the Roach.
Skylark looking for the opening. He's got Blink Blade Mail. This could be huge. There's 2 of them in there looking for that opening now. The jump, the call, it's good. Is it good enough?
Oh, it's
Aegis
good.
on Skylark. What a play. Now Blue Pleb tries to turn, see if they can find that finish. They're going to be able to. It's a doomed up Lina, buys back. It's a long way to get back into this one. Luna is now dead as well. Focus trying to play cleanup. They take down Fishman. There's the call now afterwards onto the Hoodwink. Another triple kill for Focus.
Redemption call. Skylark's back in the game. That was so
Dude.
sick. Oh, you
What
love
the
to see
hell?
it. You really love to see it. That, like, actually, the only way they get back in is that ward, ladies and gentlemen. There's a reason I talk about wards all the time, man. It's that ward. That's it. That's literally all it was. Up on the pillar by the Roach pit. They knew what was happening, so they get there in time with the smoke. Even if it wasn't an instant Roach, doesn't matter.
Dude, unbelievable. I mean, you still get cheese on the Ember. You have the shard on the Luna. She doesn't want to have to buy back right now, though. And this is a full set of racks. If they're not careful, it might be more. Like, this is 40 seconds where Luna's gone. Can they really afford to
They
not
want
buy
this
back
buyback.
right now?
They want it so bad. I mean, Morphling has BKB still, so Focus is just going. He's like, you're going to have to use everything
man.
you've got.
And this just feels like you're giving up so much. There's the jump in, try to do it. The Remnant, the Force Staff, can they take him down in time? They do.
Uh-oh.
He just blows up. They didn't have a chance. They don't have to use the buyback, and now looking for more. Spartan trying to TP out, not gonna happen. Dude, this game is wild. Into the Breach somehow managed to hold without getting the Luna buyback. Oh, no.
Surely there's no way I die before I get my BKB off, thought the Morphling. I have an ABBA. I've got like some good coverage and counter initiation heroes. But they were quite wrong, as it turns out.
Wow. And just like that, the swing goes back the other direction. Aegis doesn't matter anymore. Like, I don't know. That's crazy. They're going to start pressuring up top now. They might get a buyback out of the Morphling because Luna takes this way faster than Morph does.
How the turntables.
How the turntables, indeed. God, and they don't have an Ember to try and push this one out either.
All right,
Into
now
the-
it's Wish's time to shine.
Yo.
Great ward on the high ground here, though, right? They got the vision coming out from the Radiant, and they're watching this backline. It's nighttime, too. They got Luna. She's sending in the illusions for the scout.
This game literally could go either way at this point. It's so close. It's on
And
a
then back
nice
the other
edge.
way, and then back the other way again.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, they're not going to get it. They don't want to try and push it any further. Oh, man. Trent, I don't
Good
even
Dota.
know how to deal with this. My brain is broken.
The best Dota. This is what TI Dota brings out, right? Quals or the main stage. It's the best of Dota. It's the worst of Dota because it's nerves. That's what it is, you know? It's full-on chaos.
In it, bruv.
In
Yeah.
it. That was really
tried.
good. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Yeah. I feel like I don't really know how to use it. Is that how people feel about Canadians in A? Like, they don't really understand when it's supposed to come out? Because I don't really get the whole in it thing.
No, I'm not really either. I think that there's a very deep subculture to it that you can't know unless you're a part of it. Unless you're part of the culture. But we can ponder that
Love to
stuff
be
later.
British someday. That sounds great.
You guys were for a little while, weren't you?
That's true. What were we thinking? I mean, the Queen's still on our money, so.
All right, where are we at now?
Well, I said Fishman wouldn't get legs this game, but he did it. He's got it.
Right.
He's the big guy. He's got the overclocking.
Okay, we have Flicker on one side, 3 tier 4 neutral items on the other.
Oh, Illusion Escape Morphling. Oh, yeah, but he's got Flicker. Oh,
Yeah.
what a horrible life that he has to decide between the two.
God, I want Into the Breach to get another tier of items, and I really want Brame to be able to as well. But to be honest, with Flicker, they might not need it. Vision, placed down. Fishman there, looking for the opening. Skylark, he gets caught. In some trouble, push back, and chain stun lock into the kill. And the axe, the follow-up. Focus there. They don't have a way to break the Lincolns with the BKB out. They just need to wait this one out if they can. Malik's starting to drop down low. He tries to turn, not going to get it all. Focus, able to make the win happen. But the follow-up now. They bought back. They got him
Lina
caught
has
there
refresher.
with the hoodwink, looking for the chase down. Do they get it? Where's the Doom? They needed it right there and then. It was too far away. And now the chase. Can they find anything else here? The root is out, looking for a bushwhack. Focus, they get the Doom off. And now the chase coming. They got him rooted. They got him muted. Looking for a final finish. No, they got him stunned off to the side. It ain't gonna happen. They take down Focus.
They want the next fight instead. He didn't want to go in. Skylark didn't believe in the turn there, despite being close.
Oh, man.
Stoma was nearby too, with the refresher shard as well, but he wants the double Laguna. He doesn't want just the single refresh there, because he bought it mid-fight with only like 40 seconds to go. So they've decided they're going to fight the high ground instead.
I mean, it has been where a lot of the turns have happened. And to be honest,
And then you're fighting no Doom, right? Oh, dude, this is a crazy spot.
Yeah,
Skylark, he's lurking behind the tree, and they don't
Unbelievable. Skylark just a little bit down. Look at him. He's ready. Waiting for the creep wave. The jump in. They catch him. The double Laguna. Can they bring him down in time? Yes, they can.
He's
they
a
find
god.
That kill. Unbelievable. The Suisa. Everything. The turn. Get out of there. Into the breach. You got to run and brave.
So confident. Wow. Who does that? She's going to be like, this guy have an invis rune or something? What was that?
Oh, man.
That play is so crafty.
Skylark. Yo, that was wild. And Lina ends up killing herself, it felt like, off of the Ember and the freaking hoodwink afterwards. But you get that kill into Luna, you live to fight another day. 42
that all
minutes
comes
in.
back to Skylark not going for that jump when Morphling got doomed.
Right.
So many people would have jumped in there and gone for that play, and the lean is close, and we've got like one Laguna. It probably doesn't even end up working, but they committed for the high ground defense. He does the crazy tree play. That way they get the double Laguna blade, and they keep this game alive.
That's so nuts. So was it was a planted tree as well?
No, you can hide right there just by that one the set of trees. That's a blind spot when you go high ground. You like don't get the angle.
Jeez. What a player.
So risky.
Yeah, because if they spot him and he just gets doomed or caught by anything, it's just over at that point. But they managed to hold out again, 33-21. And this game, again, just look at this graph. It's swung back and forth so many different times. There's so few buybacks that are left. And just on a knife's edge. I don't even know who's really, like, the dominant one. Like, does a 9K gold leave even matter?
Nah,
I guess
it
the
really,
buybacks.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
No, it's whatever. It's about execution at this point. It makes some things easier, right? 9K gold means like my guy has an Aeon disc. Yours doesn't, I mean, your Bat Rider does, to be fair, but your Morphling doesn't. My Ember's got one, So I guess both our initiators kind of have it, but it's a slight edge, but it's not enough to just win the game itself. Ooh, can they get the smoke pop?
Round 2 of this, they spot him, get vision, hook shot in, got him caught again. Aeon disc is there, waiting for it get out. Can they do it? Antic tries to jump, tries to catch, they get the Doom. Morphwing's dead. 2 minutes, no buyback. He is gone, and with that, have Into the Breach finally done it? Is there a hope, a dream that they can potentially end this game? Skylark tries to run away. Now, they still have the double Laguna blade with the Axe Call. Oh, they have to know that the Morph doesn't have buyback, though, surely. He's got it for 5 minutes on cooldown.
You know what's beautiful about that death, though, is when you open the death summary on the Morphling, every single hero damaged him.
Really?
The full commitment of just like, Into the Breach had a plan and they execute, right? And Fishman, again, the vision from Flare, just, you can't understate it when it comes to pro games like that. Just being able to see so much in these fights.
All right, well, they're going to have to give up a lot. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine this happening another... Oh, my God, he's Shadow-Bladed. Oh my God, the question marks, dude. Oh my God. This is just on a knife's edge. So many question marks. So many. Oh, all right.
Go.
All right. They got the Shadow Blade on Zeros.
Someone's trying some cheeky stuff. He's got the Lina.
Can they do it?
Out.
Oh. They were looking for that opening, but still the hold.
Everyone's way back from the Luna.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, Roche.
Smoke, way in the back line.
A minute. Wish. Thinking about a jump. They're again baiting with that illusionist cape. Little pleb hitting onto these tier 4 towers. Yo, Roche is about to be back up. The call is to go and end this one. The big call comes out from Skylark, trying to find the opening, but they found the lead instead. Momentum drops down low, but can't get the refresher off the lasso underneath the tower. They give him the tip. Mid chase down, and with that, into the breach are gonna take it. GG called. They found their man. Unreal.
All right. Well, I mean, a very spirited match from these opponents. They were very jovial in the lobbies with each other and demanded the question mark. So don't read too far into everybody. Just some lads having a good time playing some Dota, and it was a good time. I think for everyone involved, Brame putting up some heroic defenses in what was going to be harder and harder throughout the game. But I do think that Into the Breach kind of proved that they deserve to go forward here. I thought Brame would be the favorites in this series, but going to this game, Into the Breach are clutch, and I love some of these plays from Fishman on that clockwork. I think I'm always about the vision, but honestly, this whole game was determined by wards and flares and everything too. So very, very good Dota.
The type of Dota we want to see in the TI qualifiers for sure. So unfortunately, that is going to be Brame out. Into the Breach, move on. Going to let the panel dissect it all in just a few. But for now, to a quick break. We'll see you on the other side.
A back and forth ordeal here in this third game, Brame versus Into the Breach, and it is Brame that gets eliminated at this point. Into the Breach, the only UK team continuing on. T, cheering on your boys.
I mean, we're the only UK team ever, so yeah, we've hit our peak already.
Fair.
You know, we can only get worse. I don't know. You know, we're doing good. You know, we beat Brame. I think this was a true test for Into the Breach because, of course, beating Hippomaniacs, I think most people will expect to beat that team. So being able to actually knock out Brame from the TI qualifiers, people might actually start looking at this team in a new light, you know?
Yeah, at the very least, they'll be looking at some of their players, right? These guys are starting to do well. I know you guys, people were talking in the first series, the panelists were talking about, you know, will some of these players maybe have a shot on new teams next season? And I think that some of these players have definitely impressed. So it is very possible.
Which players?
I mean, Tanner from high school, of course, on the Hoodwink. I'm curious if he can play anything else. They just gave it to him every game.
The ongoing joke with him is he played melee heroes during DPC, and it wasn't so hot. So, but when he plays the ranged heroes, he's doing well. So I think this is probably a drafting choice, and maybe teams might learn about this and start banning out the Hoodwink or such.
Yeah, it's also a meta thing. I think ranged fours are just significantly better in lane generally,
that's true.
And therefore they have like way more success. Unless you're like, Crit or Spirit or somebody like. It's just really hard to get away with those heroes unless your team, like, you have to do like some aggro try, or you have to pick some self-sufficient offlaner like Broodmother or something to make it work. So definitely more conditions to make the Hoodwink or for Lena or whatever it is work in games.
Yeah, it was a great game from Into the Breach, but I also want to talk a little bit more about Brame because at several points in the game felt like that they were going to take this third game. It was incredible back and forth. T, what went wrong for them in the end? Like, what's the main thing that you felt like? Well, that's where they dropped the ball hard.
I think they kind of covered it in the cast and the idea of those, like, what's going on, what's happening with this game. I think the quality of the game kind of deteriorated pretty quickly in regards to, like, Brame never really made that kind of clean move, and it was more like that split push game, like back pushing out bot, Axe TPing to push out mid, but then they kept getting picked off. And I think just Brame weren't ready to deal with the pace of Into the Breach, running across the map relentlessly. Doesn't even matter if they had the right numbers. They were going to try and find that pick or find that kill. And I think Brame, they needed a little bit more time to get comfortable into the game, and they were never able to find that groove. And then because of that, yeah, they just never really did stuff.
Yeah, so I'll continue with that as well. I think that these guys had a couple of opportunities to play the game well, and I suggested maybe not doing that Batrider as last pick. I feel like there's no reason why you shouldn't just put Morphling mid versus Ember Spirit. He free farms this matchup, and he's going to become the carry and the most farmed hero by playing in the mid lane. He could actually just walk. If Morphling was mid this game, he could walk into Radiant's triangle by himself and take all of the stacks by himself. And I don't think that, and as long as they continue to play hard on both their side lanes, I don't think that Into the Breach could have brought numbers to actually deal with the Morphling. They would have to bring like 3 or 4 heroes to deal with him in the early game, and they might not even kill him. They chose the last pick, the Batrider, and put it mid. I would even prefer they just do Batrider safe lane against Doom, because I suggested Bristleback, right? Just buying Vanguard and running into Luna's Ancients and farming there. But what they ended up doing is Batrider bought first item Boots of Travel. So he's got Boots of Travel bottle, and he's trying to run into Radiant's triangle early in the game. And then they just lose like this 5-man fight. And all of a sudden that laning phase advantage, that CS advantage that they had going for them was just completely negated. So they just... If they want to do this Batrider, that's fine, but they need to commit to just split pushing and playing side lanes and waiting for Batrider to get his BKB, which is his first true power spike, as I see it, in many games.
Yeah, it didn't work out for them this game as a Batrider for sure. Lucky for Into the Breach though, or just skill, I think that Tanner will say. We're joined by him right now for our winner's interview. Tanner, first of all, congratulations on a great victory, and I want to hear why you play Hoodwink all the time. Is that your choice? Is that the team's choice? Is it just working out that way?
I'm just a pretty good Hoodwink player. I don't want to give too much away, but we feel like the hero's strong, and it's in a good place at the moment in the meta.
It's good enough to pick up on the second pick every time around. What was you feel like the most surprising thing about the series when you faced Brame coming into this compared to how it played out?
The first game was really easy. I feel like Malik just owned the game, set him up a good game, and he just took over. And even then, when we thought he was gonna die, we were like rotating over. They were like, guys, they're committing 5 heroes. They didn't end up actually doing anything. I feel like Brame was playing a bit scared game 1. Maybe the nerves were getting to them. But in game 2, they definitely showed they still had it in them to play.
Yeah, and that was also the first game that you lost the entire qualifier so far. How was the mood in the team? How were you able to recover and move on from that game?
Game 2, we put a bit too much faith in the Timbersaw again. The first game it was last pick. Second game we kind of picked it early because Malik's very comfortable in the hero, but he ultimately got shut down in the laning stage, and it gave him a really great game. So it was kind of rough, but managed to pull it out in game 3.
Definitely did. I'm here with T-Gov and PPD, and they'd also like to ask you some questions.
Sure. What's up, Tanner? How's it going, buddy? So we have a bit of a history. We used to play on a team together. I sort of stole you from Viking GG back in the day when you were their mid player. You dominated Miracle mid, and I was like, damn, we got to get this guy on our team. And now that you've advanced further in the qualifiers than Viking GG, do you finally feel like you're back to where you were before? I mean, I feel like I kind of screwed you over by bringing you to NIP and then just like quitting. You know what I mean?
I mean, I wouldn't put the entire blame on you. I mean, who could have seen Corona?
It was COVID,
you know,
right? It was complicated.
Yeah, exactly. It's like literally one day away from going to the LA Major to, teamless. Life happens, and not much you can do about it. But I'm enjoying POS 4 at the moment, and I feel like the team we've currently got, we're in DPC season Division 2, so we feel good, and I feel like I'm learning a lot on POS 4.
Nice, man. I think you're doing super well as POS 4. I think it might even be a better fit for you than mid, so congrats on the win today.
Thank you.
Cool. My question is just, you guys, you played this qualifying just kind of Into the Breach in general, just a lot of energy and fun. Are you guys still able to uphold that level of kind of enjoyment going from each series knowing like you're getting one step closer, or kind of like making the lower bracket run?
I mean, we're taking it one step at a time. We made preparations for Brame. We kind of looked at drafts and previous games, and I feel like it gave us the edge in that series. But like looking forward, we're just going to take it one team at a time. So it's the best we can hope for, and who knows, maybe it's coming home.
And the important question, coming home on what? The voice lines. Was that your suggestion or Into the Breach's suggestion? Like players or them? Who suggested to do the voice lines?
It's a bit of both. I mean, I think we're a British org, so we have a lot of British culture behind us, and our team owner Sam, he kind of gave us a little nudge on like what we could say, but I feel like the current voice lines are nice to use. It's a bit weird having my own voice in the game and saying it in game, but I feel like it fits.
Nice.
It definitely fits.
They're pretty funny. They're some of the better ones, I think.
Absolutely. Tanner, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. And of course, once again, congratulations on the series and good luck in your next series.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Thank you indeed. Into the Breach. They fought hard here against Brame and they got rewarded. Nothing comes for free, but their victory, definitely a deserved one. Fighting hard, nothing gets given apart from one thing. That's we're giving things away. We're giving away mate cans. Well, actually, crates of cans, even more cans. So that means in the next 10 minutes, you gotta spam. You know the drill. ! Mate. You got 10 minutes. 20 of you will be the winners at the end of the day. So get to spamming. I think you will be very comfortable doing that. I apologize for all the serious discussions that were happening in the chat before I said this. But in 10 minutes, you'll have your peace and quiet once again, because after that doesn't really matter. Then you already missed your chance if you didn't type it in chat. All right, we're going to also move forward with our next series of the day. And that is going to be Sunfire versus Team Liquid. It's time for some upper bracket action here today. So stay tuned, get ready. We'll be right back. lower bracket for the day on this stream is done. It is time to move to the big boys. It's time to get that upper bracket series going. AY.
My camera's not focusing.
What was that?
No, we're
Was
just
that
high-fiving.
Oh, we're high-fiving.
Yeah,
Sorry.
man, nice. Good job,
No,
man.
but
yeah.
you're high-fiving the audience at the moment. If you want to high-five, you gotta go. Oh, this is the wrong way. You gotta go like this. T, come on, don't leave me hanging.
We can't even high-five in real life. Which way is it? It's this way. Hello?
This is great.
This is not
We don't
good.
have a lot of time to preview this series, and we're wasting it all on trying to high five Tundra versus Team Liquid. That's coming your way right now. We saw Tundra yesterday. They 2-0'd Brame, and we saw Team Liquid struggle a little bit against Spider Pigs, but they did manage to come out victorious with a 2-1. And Antigua, I'm just going to ask you straight up, because we've seen both of these teams play. We have a little bit of a more idea about how they play. Do you have a favorite going into this?
I'll probably go with actually Tundra. I didn't think I would say that coming into the series, but yesterday I wasn't working the series, but I caught a couple of the games, and my God, snaking! Woo! He was on another level. Like his clockwork, zoning out that Wraith King, multiple times, the cogs. Oh, yeah, I've got to say, Snaking's he's on something right now, and I think if he has that energy today, then I think Liquid they should be scared.
And your former teammate then, Curtis, you with T on this one?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have that much info, right? They've both played basically one series in the last month. I think neither team looked particularly good at ESL. I mean, Liquid had a stand and everything.
Yeah.
But I don't think Liquid showed me what I think most people had as their level of play going into the qualifiers. So I think Tundra, they're looking solid, at least at or above expectations for most people. I think they're more likely favored in this.
Okay, they have had mixed results so far in the 2 seasons that they've both been in the upper division of the Western European DPC League. It was a 2-0 for Tundra in season 1 and a 2-1 for Team Liquid in season 2. But it's been very neck and neck. And I also have to add the asterisk in the series that they had actually in season 2, where 2-1 for Team Liquid. It wasn't Boxy playing, it was Sumil playing, so slightly different roster. But we had an interview with Insania yesterday, and he said how important Boxy was throughout the series, and they're very happy to have him back. But I do agree that we saw them win, and that's great, but we thought they should be more dominant than that, T.
I guess the main thing is the team did show improvements across the series, right? Like, of course, they did win 2-1. They lost the first game. Like, they have to, logic dictates they have to improve to win that series. But yeah. I think the third game, there were some really nice clutch moments where, Boxy had that confidence, before he departed from the team. Like, he had that aura around him in that game when he was playing his Mars. And it's like, if he has that level around him, then sure, he can kind of rally the team around him and kind of unlock the game. But yeah, I think, Boxy's the highlight for Liquid for me, and Snaking's the highlight for Tundra for me. So they're going to be like the 2 key players I'm going to be looking out for across the, specifically the first game, to see how they kind of own the team.
Is there then any hero in particular you want to see from Snaking in this one?
I mean, he played Clockwork and Mirana, right? Hopefully not Venomancer Jungle. So, yeah, that's my answer. Not Veno Jungle. There we go.
Anything for you in particular, Curtis?
I think for Snaking, just pretty much any hero that kills stuff. I think that's when he performs best. Like Venomancer Jungle, you don't kill anything. You just kill some Ancients, kill some neutral creeps. I think his Enigma looked better, but I also don't like it as much on him. No. It was better, but the Miranas, the Clockworks, even some what are the killers on position 4? Normally I'd say Hoodwink, but I actually don't think he plays that much.
Lion? Does he play
Lion? He's a good Lion.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Alright, I would love to see it. Also means that we get a high-paced game. Yesterday's Tundra's game, we said that they were very clean, AOI, and they were, but they were up against Brame, who we just saw get eliminated. So how much do you take away from the series that Tundra had yesterday?
Well, I think game 1 they were pretty outdrafted. Is that right? I think it was game 1 they felt pretty outdrafted and they still managed to pull it out just with. I think that was the Void Spirit game where Void Spirit and Clockwork were just jumping the back line.
Yeah.
I think the level of play, even though maybe Brame wasn't as strong as the other teams in the tournament, apparently, they still look good. They look like they had the right mentality around team fights. They look like they had good comms, and they look solid in that way.
They look solid in that way as well. And I kind of assumed you went for Tundra just like T because of Snaking in the team. But do you favor them here as well in this best of 3?
Yeah, I do. I think
you do. Okay.
Overall, I think they've shown more robust gameplay. Just the draft game 1, I didn't like it that much, but overall, I don't know. The picks in Europe seem really divided. I don't know if it's because scrims are rare between teams or something, but everyone just seems to be on their own thing. Like, Liquid are picking Snapfire Slaughter first two. That's not something we saw in any other region.
Yeah.
It is kind of funny how...
Yeah, go for it, T, sorry.
I would say it is funny how the teams do have like a very clear identity, and I think you touched on it with the scrims. It's the fact that the other regions, there is a disparity in when regions end with their qualifiers, and like normally West Europe plays East Europe. Eastern Europe's already done their qualifier, so they don't care about playing Dota anymore, right? So Western Europe has kind of been in this kind of wasteland of like, who do we play? We can't play each other. So yeah, I think teams really have had to kind of stick to the kind of theory and maybe pubs a little bit more going into this qualifier, unlike normally where you get to kind of throw it into the scrims and really try and understand your thoughts.
Yeah, I was going to touch on the same points because I know that there have been some scrims, but at the same time, you're playing against people that will play in the same qualifier as you, so you don't want to give away too much, and then your opponent also doesn't want to give away too much, so how much can you really learn from a scrim where nobody's really given their 100%? So yeah, it's really interesting to see how everybody comes into this qualifier with different ideas and how they play out. We've had different openings from Team Liquid, I believe, every single time, and this time they will go back to the Mars, so that's probably a hero for Boxy, and this time also Taiga. I'm assuming it's gonna be Taiga. Will take on the Hoodwink.
They can definitely play on both Insania and Taiga. One here I'm curious about is that Broodmother was actually first phase banned versus both these teams in their series yesterday. I think that had to be a scrim thing because, again, like you don't see that very often versus teams. They do have two of the best Broodmother players in Qualifier and 3-3. But I'm interested a bit. Like, is Broodmother going to come out here? It doesn't look particularly good to me, but if it's that high value, maybe.
I think it's one of those things where, like, if Liquid are second pick and they do pick like Mars plus Hoodwink, they feel confident. So you don't need to ban the Brood, right? I feel like these heroes actually complement and go into Brood pretty well. Like the Bushwhack will always be able to punish a Brood trying to juke away. And of course, like Mars, you know, Arena and stuff. So I like the fact that they just pick to prevent themselves having to ban.
The Nyx Assassin Lina opener. Are we thinking we're gonna see the 9 Lina? Or is this just their support duo? We saw, of course, earlier into the Breach opening also with their support duo, and I know you were talking sometimes that it is okay to do it. Not always desirable though, right, T?
Yeah, it's not always the best when there's no flexibility. Like I think when Into the Breach was doing it in the previous game, that could have been punished. Brame didn't really capitalize on that too much, and you know, they're now eliminated. And I think this opening from Tundra, it's a little bit more open. Like we could easily see Nyx 5 enabling some Medusa style carry. We could also just see it as a Nyx 4 and the confident Lina mid going for that Yules AC BKB style kind of in your face. And all options right now for Tundra still look pretty good. So they're going to be able to choose that going into second phase. And maybe from their bans, we'll be able to kind of understand a bit more.
Yeah, I think the highest percent is just Lina mid Nyx 4, right? But if they see something in the draft that they think they want to be flexible against, they definitely have options here.
There's the Medusa ban from Liquid.
Yeah, and we can't really learn too much from the ban of Tundra because we saw a Lone Druid yesterday for Qualifier. It's still just not something you want to face. We'll see if they ban out any more of the quote-unquote cheese heroes, which for Liquid aren't necessarily cheese. They have them well incorporated into their rosters. Another hero that would fit in that line would be the Huskar Oracle. They played it in the qualifiers or the tiebreakers rather, for the first major this year. And I just want to have that asterisk there. They love Oracle. Oracle's still in the pool, and they love the Huskar as well. I just want to put it out there. That's my hipster prediction.
All right. You've thrown out the hipster prediction. Oh, I caught it. There you go. Put that hipster to the side. I think mid Huskar against mid Lina, you're not going to have that much fun as Huskar. Lina just right-clicking you from range, LSA, you can't really Burning Spear. So I think that alone has kind of put your colourful beads and whatnot into the onto the waiting list. Maybe game 2.
Too bad.
But now you look really smart if you're right. I literally doubled down on your prediction for you, okay? Like
I would be really surprised if they pulled out the mid Huskar, but honestly, Liquid, they seem to just sing their own tune.
That's true, that is true.
I'm sorry, it's Tundra. They didn't ban out Templar Assassin. I know Team Liquid, it's not their most played hero. I mean, they played it a lot with Sumail, but you don't normally think of Qualifier on TA. But this is like a really good TA game. You see Lina, you see Nyx. He's good versus both those heroes. You need damage when you pick Mars too. He suits that.
Unless they want to pick it for themselves, don't they have... no, they don't.
No. They do have the first pick. No, they don't. Sorry. Yeah, of course. We both come to the same realization.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the main thing here is Tundra might not be banning out this TA because they know that they can flex these heroes into different roles. So this would be the indicator here where, like, if they pick like their offlaner, they're keeping that flexibility open. Liquid has to pick, then they can put Lina to 4 or to mid, whatever. It just depends. If this is offlane, that's what's kind of happening with the Lina and the Nyx.
Yeah, Team Liquid must be very confident in Mars versus Terrorblade, because when I saw that PL ban, I thought for sure they're going to go TB here. Instead, they go for Luna, which I think has a really bad matchup versus Terrorblade, carry to carry. So it's completely unboxed. Yeah, they just take it because they understand, like, you have the outscale. You do have Arena and some counterplay with the Bork, but personally, I don't think it's enough. I think Terrorblade is going to smash this game. We will see, though.
Warlock? Ooh, yeah, like I'm happy to see a new hero. We say new hero, but like Warlock.
Sure.
It's just more about allow Luna to farm the lane, and then you're gonna do that grouping big fight, get Roshan because you can't contest Roshan with the Golem. Try and play there, but like like Awi's mentioned, this TB, it feels like he's got a little bit of a freebie right now. Like Liquid needs like a mid lane that can actually punish this Terrorblade. Otherwise, he's just gonna Scardy plus 2 items chill, and they go for the Brood themselves.
Okay. Brood, how good of a Brood game is this so far?
Brood is the best hero versus Luna, I think. So in that regard, it's really good. Hoodwink and Mars are pretty decent at catching him, both with just this squirrel catching you out of the trees in the Mars arena. But I don't know. Every time I've seen 3-3 Brood in pubs and officials, it's terrifying. He has so many different builds. You might even see some Aether Lens, Ethereal Blade type build. You might see the Aura build. You might see, I don't know. But he clearly is a specialist on this hero, and it's looking a bit worrisome for Team Liquid, honestly. Like, Warlock can't zone Brood at all.
No, yeah, exactly. This is like, if there was any other 5 position here on Liquid that was able to play lane, then maybe you could argue Luna +1 aggro dual lane, Mars Hoodwink playing to Brood, Liquid isn't too phased. But because you have this Warlock, you don't really want to go, in an aggro situation. So, yeah, it's a bit difficult for Liquid, and yeah, Tundra right now, they're going to play the same style that we saw at the Major from EG, where it's the TB Brood kind of synergy, where Brood just occupies the enemy jungle with all the webs, and then the TB's farming the rest of the waves with the illusions. So all your lanes are being pushed into you with 0 committal. It's literally spiders and illusions coming at you, and that unlocks heroes like Nyx, like Lina to pair together, and to pick off any hero that tries to run to that area to finally push out that lane. So yeah, Tundra is a very kind of hands-off style of gameplay right now, like exit laning phase, park up in the enemy, and just push, push, push.
Counterpoint. You're playing against Tundra. You know you're going to play against Tundra already since yesterday, so you got a lot of time to prepare. They got 2 coaches as well. You know that 33's Brood is crazy good. Terrorblade, very big meta hero at the moment. This, like, you can expect this, right? You should be able to predict this. So I'm thinking Team Liquid might have, like, the gotcha pick up their sleeves for pick 5 over there. Maybe.
They might, because they are Terrorblade and Brood specialists themselves, right? They played the Terrorblade yesterday. It was very good on Mickey. Perfect metamorphosis. And, of course, Koikva has been a Brood spammer for as long as he's been a Lone Druid spammer, which is forever. So maybe they have some ideas, but it'll have to be something new. And you're basically betting that your knowledge about these heroes is better than Tundra's. I wouldn't personally want to make that bet, especially with a player like 3-3, but maybe they're confident in that.
I guess another thing as well is, like, I mentioned how TB Brood lineups want to play. Like Liquid, they do have the kind of heroes to be able to group up after a lane. Like when Brood gets scary, you just group and go elsewhere. You run as a huddle and you just go and take those big fights, like whilst people are farming. So maybe Liquid just ignores that positional pressure. If they can just barrel down a lane early enough, get that like 18-minute Aegis, pressure tier 3s, like maybe that could be their answer. But yeah, this is their pick right now. This is going to be, how do they, either they try and kill the TB with this pick, or they just try and, get super high pace, run at you style hero. Like, is Emperor available?
The thing is, it's so hard to get one of those gotcha heroes against Lina mid, right?
Yeah.
Like, all the heroes that are really high impact, I think Lusu in lane to Lina. I think Liquid, I think you were mentioning it to you, but I think they should go aggro trialing here. You do have Luna. She's a good trialing hero. You have double range with the aura. It can't be that bad. I mean, Terrorblade's good at fighting with the reflection. But I don't see them winning if they put Luna Warlock safe lane versus Broodmother. I can't picture it. Brood's going to be so strong.
Here it is. cheeky Zeus. No, I'm not even gonna try and suggest Zeus into Nyx into Brood.
Zeus is really good with Lina actually, but you're right about
yeah,
the
and
Brood
it's good
and
against
Nyx.
TB.
Yeah,
the Brood and Nyx
Brood
is like,
and Potom even because.
Okay, Storm. All right, I can respect.
It's a stable
respect
pick.
the
It's a
Storm.
stable pick. I mean, they do have the Nyx and Lina. I think two heroes that are classically good versus Storm. Storm becomes good against Lina at some point when you can jump her. But we'll see how it works out. They have very low teamfight in Tundra, and they have a lot of teamfight in Team Liquid. So even if they're down gold after lanes, they can always win this game.
Who do you guys favor then, though? I mean, I'm kind of hearing that you both are sticking with the Tundra prediction for game one here. Is that a fair assessment?
I kind of feel if Tundra can emulate how EG played Brood TB, it's so terrifying. Your map feels so small, and even if you have Death Ball, it's so hard to cut through that. But if Liquid can cut through that, you know, Storm and jumping the Luna, the Aegis, like they have a good shot, but like, I'm very scared about what Brood TB can bring to the game, you know, 15, 20 minutes plus.
And for me, Team Liquid, I think they need to win top, and they need to do a bit better than average in the Storm versus Lina matchup. And if that happens, I think their lineup is way more robust than Tundra's. Tundra's has like Broodmother, Nyx, Potom, Lina. Like there's no team fight. It's only Terrorblade. So Tundra are banking. Like if they do well in lanes, I think Tundra's lineup will take over the game really well, and I think they will. So I'll go with Tundra, but I don't think this draft is that far apart.
Okay, well that should
60,
be an
40?
exciting game then. What you gonna say percentages, T?
Yeah, I thought I'd throw a 60-40 just as a closing point. Sorry, don't know why I needed to say that. It felt right in the moment, you know. 60-40. Woo!
It's all good. It's all good. For me, 50-50. We'll see who takes the first game of this best of three. We'll see who woke up on the right side of the bed. We're gonna find out together with Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, game one of Tundra versus Liquid. And Fog, what do you make of this? I feel this is a bit of a spooky game for Liquid. You're against this TB that's strong against the Luna in concept, and you're against a Brood. You have finished your lineup with the Storm, but there's a Nyx Assassin in the game, so not necessarily a free game for the Storm at all. Definitely something that Qualifiers is going to have to look out for. It seems like that there's a lot of counters that Tundra do have going for them this game.
Yeah, but I think the biggest thing that I want to highlight from what Curtis was saying was the lack of team fight. You do look at Tundra's draft, and it is very just about, you know, winning the lanes, dominating lanes, and taking over map, and using these annoying heroes that can get into backline, annoying heroes that can get into just like sneaking around too. You have Nyx, you have Mirana ult, you have Broodmother. Great ways to get information of backline, so be able to get on top of these big team fight kings like Warlock. So that's where I feel like Tundra does have an edge to at least find that backline. But if they come out at an advantage out of lanes, I could see Liquid in a big problem. Like if they're just too far behind in golden levels, like their heroes do require those levels to be able to come back in the game. So this Brood could just have been too much for them to deal with.
Yeah, and you sort of agree with what Aoi was saying when it comes to the matchup they're going to want to look for, you know, to make sure that Luna doesn't have a bad time against the Brood scenario. Are we going to see some sort of aggression from Liquid in their lane setup?
I really hope they do. I think it's a really good idea just because it's like the double benefit. You give Boxy a better start of the game. You're going to be slowing down the Terrorblade. And then, sure, you might be a little bit lacking with levels. You're going to have to split up from that. But then you're not going to have this Brood that just takes over at this like 5-minute mark or something like that. Sure, he'll be able to take over, but Boxy's going to have a good game at the very least rather than being shut down. But yeah, let's see what setup they do have.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We did have a mild pause there, so apologies for that. But all the players now good to get on with the action as we get ourselves stuck into game one between Team Liquid and Tundra.
Who do you like more? Whose draft do you like a little more on?
As I said, I've got to say Tundra's.
You're a little
think
bit more
the
on
33
Tundra
proves
too, right?
scary. I think TB kind of just wins games. I think Luna I'm still sort of on the fence about. And I'm a little worried for Qualifier trying to find the space on the map when this Nyx Assassin, Fada and Snaking, these two, they're going to be hunting him down. I mean, throwing 9 in as well. That's 3 stuns already. Liquid starting off the action with a catch on to 33 Fairy Fire. We'll buy him a little bit of time. Is it going to be enough? He's into the trees. Have Liquid got anything more to throw out here?
Oh, he messed up. Oh, he got the tree
still
cut.
able to cut through towards the web.
Oh my goodness, that was scary.
Boxy's going to have another spear if he wants to throw it blindly into the corner of the map. But he's not going to do so. So 33 will manage to get away there. That Fairy Fire pretty much saving his life. As he will manage to get away from that early smoke, that first move Liquid were trying to make before the game begins.
And we have 3 abilities skilled right away, right? So we have Spear, which hurts a little bit for laning phase. We also have Bushwhack, which I feel also it's mixed. I've seen people start with Bushwhack. I've also seen most talk about how they want to get Acorn to secure range creep. So, you know, now they did show that they did get those abilities. And 33, he'll heal back up. You know, this web regen, it will add up. It will give him back to almost full HP. And wow, I cannot believe that, like, you know, a Fairy Fire and a Windlace is what saves him. That little extra movement speed, that little extra heal is enough.
We'll see Boxy getting some value out of the spear skill anyway. We'll manage to pin Skeeter to the tree, pick up the bounty ring. Make sure they start with 2 for 2 on the bounties. And we will indeed see the lanes come into place. Boxy and Tiger will be up top. So it does mean that Mickey is going to be farming into this Brood Mirana lane. And is this just what sort of a lane that in the early levels, or just for the most of it, Brood is considered pretty strong?
Yeah, Brood's going to do very well. Mickey should be able to farm the first, like, 2-3 levels, but it just progressively starts to get worse. And then, of course, when 6 comes around, it's just over. You know, Luna has to completely leave the lane. And I'm just going to be watching snaking, too, because I'm watching Insania did not block the camp. So a hard camp is going to be left available for snaking to arrow and to get some pulls off. So see if Insania makes the way over to block it now. So won't be able to block that. So that's open for Snay, which is usually pretty huge. That's one of the main things you want to do versus a Mirana.
Yeah,
top, we're seeing
we sort of see
like,
blocked
lanes.
every time against those sort of heroes that utilize the big creep on first
Yeah.
round.
Yeah, usually you even see like double sentry wards bought out, but Insania
Yeah,
did want to
it's
just
4
get
over.
extra regen to be able to secure for Mickey. And I guess like being able to push the wave out constantly, maybe with Fatal Bonds is what he's looking at, because he's got clarities too. So usually your clarities are to heal your carry, but I guess they're really just trying to force the lane in so Mickey can't get pressured at all, which is a pretty interesting approach.
Yeah, maybe having some sort of ideas. The panel said, you know, Liquid, they're going to know about the Brood. You know, they've got one of the better Brood players on the squad. Probably being able to give the team the info to sort of say what messes with the Brood the most in the laning stage and allows the matchup to be playable against him.
Yeah, and so that's why Insania is saving the sentry. He's waiting to make sure he can unblock his camp rather than block a camp. But that, you know, usually you do see the second sentry block, so you can do both. And yeah, just the constant pushing out of the wave is looking good for Mickey, starting 10-3. We look at mid. We haven't really given any attention to Qualifier, but doing well in the matchup also, 12-0.
Yeah, having no struggle shoving the lane out. And yeah, top Skeeter, 9 for 1 against your Boxy's 8 for 2, so pretty close up here as well in this matchup.
And we do see Boxy, one of the most player combo, the Mars, of course. Even though he did take that bit of a break anyway during the, what we want to call a little bit of the Mars major, where Mars was picked like almost every game during the beginning of it. You know, Boxy wasn't there for it, so he would have an even higher number if he was there.
We're definitely come used to seeing Boxy take over the games on, you know, when he's sort of hitting his stride on the Mars.
Yeah.
And Liquid looking towards that happening again here.
And watching, right now I'm watching Snaking's movements, stacking the camps, he's arrowing to make sure he keeps up his farm, and he's also checking runes. This is something really important I always point out about Snaking with Tundra, because I still don't see many 4 players do what he does of just, he literally will just leave the lane to check the 2-minute rune, the 4-minute rune, the 6-minute rune every time, which is still a bit rare to say.
Radiant's middle tower.
See Snake catch the courier. Did manage to get the delivery done to Insania though, so still has that sentry ready for the control around it.
And Mickey's chilling. Great start. Brood not getting slowed down either, but yeah, this is really good for Mickey. Getting that early 2 points in the Blessing. He gets these early stat items too. And we'll be able to get his like level 4, level 5 online, and then just leave the lane probably from 33 and just swap. Probably, it depends on what all happens inside of the game, but eventually they do want to send Boxy down there to try to slow down the push. But that's as long as he's having a decent time in top. He doesn't want to just like ditch the lane.
Sure, because even with the push out of the Fatal Bonds, these two at a point, they won't be able to counter the straight up pressure that the Brood can apply.
No, and then it's like your Warlock might just die. Like, I don't know if Insania even wants to play in the bottom lane once the Brood hits 6. That's why it's a bit of a scary game for me, for the Warlock in general. Fada.
See if they can get him here, Tiger. We'll be able to find him. So I'm going to sneak around the tree line, get that first blood here for Liquid.
Strong lane up top for sure. The Hoodwink plus the Mars, and also just with the Blightstone, this slight little extra bit, even though it's a Terrorblade, he doesn't care so much. The support most definitely does. So they've slowed down TB more than the Luna's being slowed down for sure.
Absolutely. Snaking. Still doing a good job of sniping some couriers here and there. It's top lane. Getting onto Skeeter. Tiger. Not quite enough damage with the Bushwhack alone, so Skeeter will live another day here on this top lane.
And now they're very low on mana on Liquid. They have a ton of stuff coming out on the courier. I believe it's, Raindrop, double regen for Taiga to keep himself up there.
Yeah, mid lane, very close. A few more denies sort of erring the way of 9, but Quakefoot is a little bit ahead in the CS with the efficiency, farming that small camp on these early levels.
I think this is huge. Honest, up top, Fada, again, getting caught out.
He's got the damage. He's got the stick charges, Fada. Tiger needs a couple more hits. He can only get in the 1. So this time around, Fada are able to make it away.
Yeah, I think it's pretty huge that Quakefoot's done so well because, as I mentioned, Snaking has checked all the water runes, so he didn't get to fill up. So the fact that he's able to, maybe he's like slightly behind because it's small camp. Actually, he's ahead by 70. So yeah, he's ahead in the matchup when no one's checking his runes for him, and it's a Lina versus Storm. That's really good for Liquid.
Yeah, we've seen Storms get trashed by Lina straight in the matchup. So Quakefoot's going to be very happy with this outcome so far. And as top lane, this time round, they've got the damage. Another kill for Tiger. Getting some good early action here. Being able to bully Fata as the Nyx assassin, not really able to offer up too much now. As Boxy and Tiger, they've got good control and damage. Level 4 on both of them.
Oh, cool.
It's going to struggle in this lane.
And Boxy's gone for just a straight Morbid Mask for sustain. We saw a lot of people at the Major just doing the Ring of Health. This is kind of a cooler approach. Because then you're going to eventually probably go for something like, I guess, like a Vlad's or maybe Satanic way later, depending how big you are. But yeah, that's neat.
Jumps onto Skeeter. Skeeter's ready to turn here, popping the Metamorphosis, but Fana not quite back in time to set up with the stun. So Liquid simply able to step away.
$1K lead after leans for Liquid. I think that's pretty big. I feel like Tundra set themselves up to have like these really strong lanes. Sure, Brood takes some time to kick in, but I think this is a great start. As Boxy, he does get grabbed.
This time around, they've got him. See the counterplay though for Quakefoot. He's going to be able to come in and help out, take down Fada. Look towards Skeeter, but a little too low on the mana to go for anything else onto this Terrorblade, especially whilst he still has the Metamorphosis going. Got to be a little careful how they commit in onto Skeeter. So Tundra able to get themselves a kill on the board.
Mika's got to get the hell out of bottom, but he gets hit by the arrow.
They got him, Snay. Catches him just before the TP's out in time. So this is going to start to be the test, isn't it, where some of these lanes start to fall apart. But this bottom half of the map, 33, as you said, didn't necessarily shut down the Luna in the laning stage, at least the beginning of it all. But now it's at the point where you got to ask yourself, who's going to go down here? You said it might be Boxy. Boxy's still continue to play on this top lane, wanting to play into the face of the Terrorblade. But that really is going to leave this whole bottom half open for 33 to do as he wishes.
And then it's just going to be that space thing, just like Panel was talking about how EG did the Broodmother plus Terrorblade. It's just going to be 33 and Snaking controlling this whole bottom side of this map as Terrorblade's able to farm the whole other side. So, yeah, this is going to be something that Liquid has to come up with a plan for. So we'll see if they do look to move Boxy. Still has 35 seconds on TP. Almost has ult available. Maybe wants to try to set up for a kill on Skeeter before he does get out, since meta is still down for about 50. But Skeeter's got Sunder. He's got a point saved. So if they do go for it, they have to 100 to 0 him.
He's playing it safe. He knows that they're going to be looking for that sort of opportunity, especially with Boxy staying up on this top half of the map. Farm elsewhere. C9. Of course, this game going straight for the Yours.
Yep.
See, tension round mid. Insania level 5. Not quite got the 6. See, this is going to be the huge part of the team fight if they're able to get that 6 ASAP on the Warlock.
And the wild thing, too, for Liquid, I think this is one of the rarest games I've seen that they have 0 stacks, by the way.
That's pretty unliquid. That's
is.
certainly true. In the past, they definitely have been the sort of squad to sort that out the best. Boxy will get the pick off on Fada, but yeah, you're right. Mickey is not going to have that early boost.
And here comes 33.
There's pressure from bottom to mid. Sweeping over the 3 of them.
Skeeter.
Snaking and 9 backing him up. Snaking's going to TP back to keep, make sure that they don't go any more aggressive onto Skeeter. Back over to the river. 33 get the kill. Boxy's going to drop the arena. It's not going to catch anyone at all. Tundra. A turnover towards Quakefoot. Quakefoot able to ball lightning out. And that's the arena used here. Nothing to be found for Liquid as Tundra starting to get active with their moves and motives across the map.
They need to get a ward to be able to watch this area, this high ground, I think. Even a ward on their high ground. It's already been sentried to be able to get scouted, so maybe too difficult at this point. But they have to be able to get the vision of where these Tundra heroes are playing on the right side, which they just can't right now. And level 6 is still not there for either Tiger or Insania. Feels like they need the Golem to fully commit for this defense unless they're just going to park 4 bodies here.
Yeah, their 6 timings is just that much more important than those for Tundra. Sure, Tundra, it's nice to get the XP on the supports, but with the way that Liquid want to respond to these sort of pushes and pokes from Tundra, they've got to have the team fight together so they can really hit Tundra hard with the strength that they have in their draft.
Yeah, and Tundra, they recognize this. Like, they forced 4 heroes to the mid lane. They're like, okay, we're going to back away. That means our Terrorblade's now able to just chill inside of his jungle and get the free farm. 33 backs over and starts farming the Liquid side of the map, too. So they're getting more out of the map right now. Mika is getting good farm, so is Koifa, but you're watching Taiga and Boxy they have to just sit in the mid lane.
That little lead that Liquid did have off the back of the lanes, now starting to slip away. Tundra to take the advantage. Quick smoke and a TP from 9 as he heads down towards the bottom. For this bots, he's ready to join forces with 33 at any possible time.
Okay, that's cool. So that he can, this is to control the map better, because I feel like that's what they're feeling that's going to happen. They're going to get that tower advantage. They're going to be able to look for these kills. So I kind of like the bots' approach rather than going for the Yules first this game. The idea of it does make a lot of sense to me. And look at these aggressive wards. Like, great ward coverage coming out from the side of Tundra now. Liquid, very limited. They did get that one ward down that I was mentioning, just in their side of the jungle, at least, to watch some of the movement that's going to be swinging from 33. But that will mean that mid tower is probably still quite difficult to defend when Tundra does set up for it.
So they've got Quake and Mickey, both cores here, ready for some action potentially, but Fada, he's got the
scouting.
6 with a Vendetta scouting this out, so just sort of awkward moments here where both cores are not really able to be that efficient with the map itself. That will lead to indeed Tundra just continuing to be much more efficiently split up, and Snaking even picking up some farm here on the top lane.
Boxy's got the blink, so now Liquid can make their own aggressive moves. The spiders will start hitting mid. Can't quite get the rebuke onto them.
Yeah, they have got all these ults ready to go, Liquid. So huge team fight. It was
with the building, the
drafted
tower.
Towards. I mean, the spiders are doing it.
It's dying.
They're going to have to go for the tower tonight. And they're not even going to get that. The spiders end up getting the last hit.
And now Boxy.
Now Boxy. He's going to get caught out by surprise. Tundra's in with a Moonlight Shadow move. They're on top of him. The Golem's going to get dropped down, but Boxy's already gone. Liquid, if they do anything to turn this around, they'll be able to get the grab on Fada. They'll bring him out. But at the end of it all, it's a 1-for-1. Golem dropped. Yeah, Skier cleans it up. An easy plus 100 gold for the Terrorblade. Tundra, they're taking the tower and they're keeping themselves on top there. 12 minutes in, still a 2k lead and growing for Tundra.
Yep, big win. Just back to the game plan. They take the tower. Everybody goes back to doing their own thing. 33 goes back to farming jungle. He is spotted, so Liquid could go for him. But then 9, he goes top 2. Yeah, this is a really clean executed game plan after that laning start here from Tundra, where it's kind of questioning, like, how does Liquid get aggressive? You know, they're kind of starting to get trapped on their side of the map. Sure, Mick is still getting good farm, but you know, it's a Luna versus Terrorblade matchup. This Terrorblade's going to come out on top if he's in this type of spot.
Oh, they're looking for 33, but all the rebuke and the spear both miss. They will get the grab with the vortex.
He's tanky.
So they actually have the damage. They don't 9. He's been able to jump over with the bots. He's in with the stun. That's quite forgone. Boxy's going to be left behind as Fada, Snaking, they'll chase Boxy into the trees. Tiger will be able to TP out, but Boxy goes down. And this, I mean, moves like that, they're just not going to cut it in the EU qualifiers. This is looking rough for Liquid already. Tundra's starting to really open them up at just 13 minutes in.
Absolutely, and you can't make those type of, like, these mistakes, they compile very quickly, right? When they use that chaotic offering in mid, now you're not going to have it for the next, like, 3 minutes or so. So Tundra's just got so much availability of the map when they're looking for these sneaky plays. And we did mention early, that's exactly how Tundra's draft is playing. You know, they've got Moonlight Shadow, they've got Nyx, they've got Brood, they've got so many ways to swing around the map quickly. As Mickey,
straight up top, always out of range of the stun. Mickey, he'll be able to step away.
That was close.
That's just scary territory, though. Anytime they're pushing out, you know that 9's going to be very quick to play aggressive across the map, able to take away some potential goals there from Liquid with the tower deny.
The biggest scary thing for me really is that a lot of their cores are just kind of counteracted. Sure, they've got this great team fight, but there's a Nyx versus the Storm. There's the TB versus the Luna. So these matchups are just difficult for them.
Oh, here we go, Qualifier. Big sip. Going in very deep into the jungle. The Moonlight Shadow's out. Tundra's starting to reposition themselves. Fada turns with the stun onto Qualifier. Laguna's out. Qualifiers gone. Another death on the Storm as Quakefir's game starting to take quite a hit now. 2 deaths back to back.
And they're chasing Mickey.
Sonia, I've got him with the slow. 33's in on top of him. Mickey, he'll pop the ult. He's trying to bring down Fada. Fada, he's going to head into the trees. Mickey, can he actually get the final hit off? He can't. As Mickey caught out by a stun, Fada survives. As Liquid, they've just got to get everybody out of it. Insania's trying to head into the trees, but 33 and 9, they're chasing him down. Another catch here for Tundra as they're starting to crumble. This is a rough one here for Liquid. 15 minutes in, 6k lead. Tundra looking very hot here with this opening.
Yeah, Skeeter's just pops meta and goes into the enemy ancient side, starts farming their ancients, and that was such an aggressive zip forward from
just pulled straight in. Pretty much, I think more than half his mana. Really going for that, and with the Moonlight Shadow, I don't think they actually had any sort of deep sentry ward or vision control. So already fighting into a very difficult scenario. And of course, Tundra, they make everything happen off the back of that. Big kills.
They're winning these fights, and we talked about it. AUI, you know, Curtis was saying there's not really like any team fight in particular on this side of Tundra, just besides their like stuns and coordination and stuff like that.
But
like it's just these
them.
small individuals, and they're winning the fights.
Yeah.
So Liquid, they need to get their they need to get their shit together, and they need to get their ults coordinated more properly, because right now they're just getting outplayed all over the map. They got to get a combo play coming together. They got to get like a Mars ulti plus the chaotic offering.
Now pressure on Boxy to set this up here. He's coming in with the blink. See what sort of a jump they can get.
Oh no!
It's off the mark. Off the mark, and now Tundra's going to start moving in. The golem will be dropped. Fada will fall.
No
but again, this is sort of the whole team fight from Liquid. They've only killed Fada. That's not enough. And Tundra, they know they're chasing Liquid straight down. Insania, he'll fall. Qualifier coming in with the Vortex to grab 9. They'll put the Moonlight Shadow. Skeeter even with the bro move there. Sundering 9 back
Mickey?
up to full HP. Mickey's gone.
Oh
getting nuked down by the Laguna Blade. As Tundra, they're just able to one-up Liquid every single move that Liquid's trying to make. And it's these sort of openings that just are not nearly clean enough from Liquid that are hurting them hard every single move they try.
And it's big mistakes, really. That's multiple times now we're seeing Boxy missing the spells, and now Qualifier top.
Setups there. Yules, Light Strike, Arrow, perfectly timed. Another kill for Tundra.
That is just clean now at this point. The laning phase, I think that's where it all ended, where it was looking good for Liquid. I think they had 5 kills, and then it's been like 12 kills in favor of Tundra. They're dominating the map, they're dominating the fights, and Liquid's just, they're missing their spells. Like Boxy missed the bottom, Spear plus Rebuke. This one, he misses the Spear. The ulti only catches the Nyx inside of it. Same thing for Chaotic Offering. It's all just missing.
And it's just, you know, for Quake's game as well, it's, you know, on a Storm Spirit, when this sort of happens, these back-to-back deaths, it just hurts his game so much. And he's still trying to scramble towards this Kaya Sanj. It's not going to be easy for him to find himself in a position where he can play as aggressively or even get towards these backlines. You know, it's already at a point where Tundra, they don't really have heroes in a state that are very killable for Qualifier to start the action on. They've got ways to protect themselves, the tank ability to turn, and a whole lot of stuns. As I said, with the Storm pick, the Nyx, the Lina, and of course with the Yule set up into the Arrow from snaking, there's so much that Qualifier's got to be so careful about when he tries to go in on these fights.
Dude, they're all so tanky. Like, really, they're all like 1200 HP plus. The main target that you could go for the squishiest one would be the Nyx, because the Mirana has a mech, and he had an Essence Ring.
He's in, but he's straight away. The Spike Carapace is there. The Rebuke getting reflected immediately. Boxy, he'll pop a spear up, but the wall's already disappeared.
Tundra's just so ready. Every move they're prepared for. And now Qualifier.
Fada's on him. Qualifier, he's going for the TP out, but Fada's got the stun. Qualifier's escape put to an end. And, I mean, what do you do now if you're Liquid? This has got to be pretty demoralizing. You've tried to fight, I mean, easily a handful of times now, maybe 4 or 5, and it's just gone terribly every single time. You've not been able to achieve anything. Each move that you've made, as Tundra, they have, as I said, they just continue to stand on top of them as bottom, and Sania's gone. Tundra just full control of this game, and they're making it look easy here, Tundra.
They are. I honestly think this is one of those where you go next pretty soon, because all your core matchups are countered. You know, you have the Luna versus TB, as we mentioned before, the Storm versus the Nyx, and all these stuns. Sure, you've got all this team fight, but clearly the team fight's not working. The synergy, the coordination is just not there from Liquid, and Tundra is on fire. Like, they're reading all the movements, they're making clean moves around the map. All these wards have been on point. And this is them, most of the times I feel like they've been fighting with just, like, Skeeter shows up with a meta at the end and just, like, 1 or 2 hits and cleans up the fight. It's been, pretty much perfect from them.
Yeah, all 3 cores just in a fantastic position in net worth. And as we say, to each and every one of those team fights that Liquid aren't able to pull together, you're just upping the difficulty for the next time round you approach it with the lead that Tundra continues to grow against them. These moves are not going to get any easier to make against the strength of Tundra. And the question's got to be asked if you can really make them at all. Liquid possibly have just missed the timing completely this game.
I think so. It's the thing is too is they have all these big team fight ultimates, but the fact they didn't hit them earlier, right? And now they've gotten so many items on Tundra. Like you mentioned, everyone's so tanky. They've got Pipe, they've got Mech, they've got Essence Ring. They've got so many different elements to keep them alive. 9 has a BKB and he's level 18. So you can't go for the Lina almost ever unless you 100-0 her before she's able to get out of a stun, which you're kind of lacking. Sure, you've got the spear, but you have to connect it instantly, and she'll have time to react most times. And I don't know.
What we got?
I just don't know what you like. The itemization for Mickey just gets really complicated too when you're this behind versus a Terrorblade too, because it's like, what do you want to get? You have to have your Manta, you have to go for your BKBs just to survive, but then where's your damage going to be coming from? It's just a tough game after.
And it's just awkward for the Luna as a hero as well, right? Like, you pick this carry to sort of just get this, you know, super fast timing on the Manta, Dragonlance, BKB, and start taking down objectives. Before sort of the other teams got the items online, but with as good of a start Tundra's had with all these fights they've been able to hold Liquid off on and come out on top, that's huge. Skeeter,
it is.
The money from the Roche and such, he's going to pretty much have the Skadi on top of the S&1 Dragonlance 20 or so minutes in.
Yep, and it really is just a straight up counter matchup. You know, that TB versus the Luna. You get the reflection of the Luna, you get more damage. Once you get the Skadi, the matchup is impossible. Like, Luna just can't do anything versus Terrorblade like ever again. And there's so much burst damage too. That's something I guess we didn't really touch on too much for Mickey.
He's scouting this all out. They're coming in with the Moonlight straight away with the arrow. They open up on a Qualifier. Qualifier's gone. So's Insania. Tundra just not giving any room for Liquid to achieve anything whatsoever.
They're looking for the next target too. It's an instant smoke afterwards. Skeeter still matted.
Vicious and walk straight in. Start beating them back here as Mickey and Poxy have to stay away from the tower. And the pressure's coming in. With the meta, they'll be able to push onto this tier 2. Nothing Liquid can do to push them back. They don't have anything that's going to allow them to approach Skeeter right now.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, they're just so far behind. It really is just so difficult. Mickey has to instantly Manta every time for reflection, and then he just gets instantly Silken Bola, so he can't even hit. Mickey?
Oh!
That was close.
That was... He's lucky to get away there. A moment sooner and 9 would have had him with the Yules.
Radiant's top tower is under
Well, I mean, it's 23 minutes in, and this is going to be their final tier 2 going down, Fogt.
Yeah. What? Boxy? I guess Boxy's just taking him for a walk. They're just doing some creep cutting shenanigans. We saw Taiga bottom lane trying to cut the bottom wave too. Boxy going to meet up toward his team. Gem on Fada too. Didn't point that one out, but we were mentioning how limited vision was already the name of the game for Liquid most of this time. Even more so now.
I think, yeah, Liquid just trying to achieve something here, just playing as individuals. As you say, cutting creeps, just
Mickey.
trying to hold on, but Mickey's he's all on his own. He's all on his own down bottom. They've found him, they've got him. That's the carry going down. Slowly but surely, and even just sort of holding back abilities there. Fodder not even throwing out any of the spells, didn't need to. Knows that they were going to be able to slowly kill Mickey without any chance for Liquid to do anything.
This feels like they've never been able to actually even like play the game where they get their ults connecting and like it's like, okay guys, TB has no meta, let's look for a fight, right? It just feels like that's never even been a situation that Liquid's been in. It's just all Tundra. 17k gold lead, full map control. Age is still for 2 minutes. Liquid trapped in the base.
Yeah, this is wild. I mean, Tundra. Now, this is the sort of Dota that if you're able to pull this out at this level as Tundra is, you know, you can tell this team is very geared up and ready for the qualifiers. You know, we've already had it in one best of 3 for them, but here, turning up against Liquid, and in this first game, they're making Liquid look sort of a tier below. They really are. This is just it's just been a pure outclass so far this game one.
Look at our stat right there. Of the 418 games part of Liquid, this is the 6th time where Quake and Maker are both without a kill at this part,
I mean,
point
yeah,
of the game. That just says it all.
It really does. This is... It's a performance that Liquid's going to have to pick themselves up from pretty quickly going into Game 2. As they've got to do something a lot better than this if they want to stand a chance in the EU qualifiers. Tundra just completely handling them here in this Game 1.
Yeah. Total cakewalk as Boxy does get a spear connection on 33.
They're throwing everything onto him. It's not barely a scratch here. 33. Full HP. Tundra, they'll take the racks. Liquid, they've got the full lineup up. They've got the ults. They're going to try something. Boxy leads in. Immediately the stun comes out. They'll drop the golem. But there just isn't the damage here from Liquid. As soon as the ults have been dropped, Liquid, they're the ones having a run. As a buyback will come out from Tiger. Boxy goes down. He'll also buy back here. Tundra still all at full HP. Qualifier having a zip back. They will get the grab on Fada. They'll bring down the Nyx Assassin, but it's a dieback on Tiger. Triple kill for 9 as Tundra bully Liquid back to the fountain. They take the racks. They'll back off. Tundra ready to continue to just move towards the next lane, get the next wave pushed in, and lead towards what so far has been one of the cleanest victories we've seen here in the games of Dota.
Yeah, one of the most one-sided affairs I think I've seen here in a while. Skeeter sitting in the upheaval.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tundra will still give them the respect. They'll just back away. They're picking up a lot of gold after that too, picking up BKBs and God knows what else, as they're all very rich. So they'll chill out.
I mean, and for Liquid now, you've got to imagine they're going to be thinking about what they'll feel comfortable with doing in the second game.
Agreed.
I mean, how do you sort of recover from, because you've got to recover quick, as I say, you know, so much on the line with these best of threes on this road towards TI. You've got to have some sort of big talk or something, big sort of motivational booster after this sort of game one, as this is pretty much the worst way to start a series.
Yeah, I think one big thing is, of course, like the Brood got left in the pool, but I think Warlock's just too slow of a hero in this patch. So, and they did pick the Luna with Terrorblade in the pool, so there's quite a lot of things that did go wrong inside of the drafting, where it's like you can tell
so
that this game is just difficult.
You would put a bit towards the draft.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. This was a pretty big draft win, it feels like, from Tundra. Unless Liquid somehow did just get like huge big team fights, like big team fight connections after that laning phase. It just felt like it was going to be difficult for them. It's just like their cores are countered. That's why I was like, you know, like I said, like the Nyx versus the Storm, the TB versus the Luna.
There we go, second set of Rex. Nothing to be done here by Liquid. They've got the ults. Actually, no Golem for 30. As Tundra, they'll sweep round to the bottom.
They just have to watch. That's like Koikfa doesn't have BKB, so he's like, if I zip in, I'm just Yuled and dead instantly.
I mean, they're getting mega there. Boxy, he's going to try with the jump in, but he's not going to be able to catch anyone in the arena. Nobody gets caught. Tiger's dead. Boxy goes down. No buybacks on the two of them. Tundra resume business, taking the final set of racks here away from Liquid, as they're actually chasing them up to the base. Fada's in with the Impel, catches out the Luna. Midcap will be able to get the BKB off, but Liquid, they'll finally tap out. As we did see indeed statistically, one of the worst games that Liquid's ever had here for them, unfortunately, as this was a rough game one. Tundra, on the other hand, though, bringing in that ability, that flair that we really have seen them be able to develop and grow over the course of the end of the league and stuff. You know, we know Tundra as a squad, they're putting the work in, and performances like this certainly show. You know, this is Tundra turning up and getting the job done. Liquid just seemingly not standing a chance here in this first game, Fog.
No, Tundra, it seems like they read every single... They had the playbook, right? I feel like they had Liquid's playbook. They were prepared for it. The 2-3 moves that Liquid tried in the beginning, sure, they missed some spells, which definitely hurt a ton from Boxy, but I think Tundra was just so prepared for this match, and you could clearly see it with the draft and the way that they played, so...
Yeah, absolutely excellent stuff here from Tundra. We'll see if they can pull out a repeat of it in game two, or if Liquid can bring themselves back together and come in with a bit of a better attempt, as game one was certainly rough. Tundra taking it from start to finish here. This first game of the best of three going to Tundra.
What a strong opening from Tundra. Great first game here in this best of 3 in the upper bracket of the Western European TI10 qualifiers. I'm here with AY, I'm here with T-Gov, and we're here to sing Tundra's praises. Their draft obviously was comfortable. The Terrorblade Broodmother, we thought maybe Team Liquid has something up their sleeve, but they didn't. And Tundra's movements were crisp. They crushed it.
Yeah, you got to give a lot of props to Tundra, how they played around the kind of positional aggression that a TB and a Broodmother bring. And it just felt like one of those flawless games. But before we touch on Tundra, I want to say this is one of the few games where, for Liquid, they just missed so many spells. Like, it's easy to say that now, but like their type of lineup, they need to get these early kills. They need to kill off the Broodmother once. They need to try and muster a bit of kind of momentum on their side to try and get Roshan to try and make a play. But when they miss these initiations, these big spell combos, like 3-4 times in a row, and then Tundra is playing so flawlessly, yeah, it was just a recipe for disaster. And yeah, you're going to have to think about potentially this Broodmother a lot more going into game 2.
Honestly, I think that Broodmother needs to be permabanned. That was it's sort of hard to see it in that game because it's such a stomp. But I think that was the best Broodmother we've seen, like of all the games I watch. He took he's in a losing matchup in lane, but Brood has eventual pressure. He kicks out Luna, takes a tower, and he's not content just farming the jungle. He puts immediate pressure on mid tower, and then he's even running into the enemy triangle, taking top. It's not some Broodmother that's AFK. This is like an active Broodmother. It's a new style, and I think Liquid had no chance for Brood specifically.
He was everywhere, absolutely. And yes, okay, we want to sing Tundra's praises, but don't worry, T. We were also going to get to the Team Liquid fiasco for this game 1.
I did.
It was very uncharacteristic, as presented also by the stats from Knoxville, where, this was an uncharacteristically bad game for them. Yes, they had a decent lane mid. Koikva actually doing okay against 9 Lina for the first couple of minutes. But after that, like, where was the plan? What was the plan? They didn't have one.
I will say though, to like defend Liquid a little bit there, it's like when you're playing up against heroes like Brood, like Terrorblade, the discussion in the team isn't as simple as we need to smoke, get this one kill, go play here. It's the constant idea of we need to flood throughout our side of the map, we need to get them out of our jungle, and we have to then after that then try and make a second play, manage your resources perfectly. Like, it's such a high level game in the communication of how you execute. And then when you're trying to do all of that, and then you're actually making the plays at the same time in the game, I can see how it can kind of get into your head, especially in a game 1 when you haven't really had that warm-up coming into it. So it's just kind of why this opening, why Brood, why Terrorblade, these heroes are so hard to deal with, because it's a lot more you have to think about than just simple Dota, basically.
All right, I got a question. T-Gov is giving some excuses here for Liquid, including
just voicing
the warm-up game. How real is that warm-up game when you're in day 2 of a qualifiers where everything's on the line? Like, can we use that? Can they use that as an excuse for this game?
I mean, they can blame it for the good of their mental state. Yes. But honestly, if you're not warmed up for a TI qualifier game, that's on you as a team. That's on you. Like, they have 2 coaches. They should know how to get the team ready. I know Tundra for sure played a scrim in the morning before this, and it shows. Like, I don't know what Liquid did. I will say, like, there were some plays that I think, to touch on what T said, they made Liquid's game plan sort of fall apart, and it's very easy once you're not on your game plan to make these small mistakes like missing spells. I mean, these players are all fantastic players. You have like 11k MMR players. They're going to hit spells if they're comfortable. It's when stuff takes them out of their comfort that you see this, arena mess, the spells not coordinated. When your Luna dies out of a 1 lane TPing somewhere, all of a sudden, like, your idea of, okay, we can take top tower and then spend our first arena on the Lina mid. We have a good game flow. Our Storm will snowball because she did Baron lane. All of a sudden, that's not happening, and I don't know what Liquid's plays were. It was just very hard for them to play after that.
Very hard for them indeed, but also, of course, a lot of credit for a Team Tundra that crushed that first game. Can they do it again, or will Team Liquid force out the 3rd game? We're finding out after the break. First game, very convincingly, very convincingly taken by Tundra, and we're gonna see if Team Liquid has had that very needed talk to wake up and get back better for game number 2, because otherwise this series is not gonna be as hyped as people were hoping it would be. I'm here with AY and with T and T. You know, you're a former coach. What's going through the heads of the coaches? What are they gonna say? What are they gonna talk about during all this time?
For which team here, Liquid or Tundra? What camp we going to?
Take your pick.
Ooh, okay. I'll go with Liquid. It's the easier answer, you know. It's the don't worry, guys. It was just game 1. No, but in all seriousness, I think we mentioned it quite a lot already. I think this is one of the rare games where in the post game we can happily talk about elements of the draft being a big issue for Liquid, like, you know, banning certain heroes but picking certain heroes, allowing counters to come into play, kind of like textbook stuff that disappeared. So I think for Liquid, it's just brush it off straight away. If you want the flip side for Tundra, it's like, please, let's have plan B ready. You know, let's not lean on Brood being the reason why we're going to win this series. Let's actually have a new development to come into here, be it, you know, some 33 Viper or just anything. Just don't expect Brood to be on the cards.
Yeah, and I think a lot for Tundra is don't get cocky, you know? Show some respect to your opponents. Let's go into the next game. It's a new game. Liquid are a good team, despite what happened in game 1. And if we take it seriously, like, we should feel confident going to game 2. I think from Liquid side, I mentioned it yesterday. They lost game 1 to Spider Pigs, but I watched the Animajor vlog that the Team Liquid content team made, and I think they had some of the best, like, because they were down 1-7, and their atmosphere was still good. They had some of the best captaining, you know, the double coach kicking in. Insania just saying really good stuff, telling his team like, oh, remember how we felt like in this, propping up all his teammates. Like, I have full confidence that Liquid, it doesn't matter if they lose game 1, they'll come back in full force for the next games.
Yeah, the only thing that we're hoping for, I guess, is that that Brood is not going to make an appearance here. This should be a first phase ban Brood, yes?
I actually argue second phase ban, yes. First phase, you can let it through if you know it's coming and you draft for it, right? Like, We had that interview with Notel yesterday where he's like, he feels like Brood's one of those kind of bait picks because like you lean on it to win the game. Like this game was the perfect example of why teams want to play Brood. You know, you play out your lane, you occupy the jungle, your enemy can't really do anything because you're always sweeping across the map. But they ban it out, simplify the process. They
I
just
would
ban it
100%
out.
ban it. I think.
You
I mean,
would?
what
Alright,
do you
alright.
want for your first phase other than Hoodwink Mars versus Broodmother? It's not like your first phase is bad versus it, right?
Yeah, that's
It's
true.
like, of course, you don't want Warlock Luna versus it, but I think how he played Brood that game, it made it impossible for Liquid to have any sort of flow or tempo or like feel anything.
Feel
Ooh,
anything.
we got Lena banned as well. That means Enchantress and Tidehunter, those are the two bans that were banned our previous game that are still left into the pool. We'll see if Liquid wants to go for that Enchantress, which is definitely one of Taiga's favorites.
And Liquid, they are on first pick this game. Usually on first pick, you get a better carry matchup. Either it's you pick it sort of as your second pick, you ban out the 3 best matches for it, or you pick it in your 4th slot, and you protect it with
the
your
end of
last
second
bans.
phase.
And usually you have a better matchup. So I'd like to see that, because last game, like, they banned PL, they picked Luna, and they gave the enemy Terrorblade, which I think is, it has to be the worst case scenario. I don't know what happened in their communication at Drafter, but that's just straight up wrong. You can't ban the best counter versus Terrorblade, and then pick the worst matchup versus Terrorblade in the meta where we've watched every other qualifier, Terrorblade is dominant.
Yeah, it's the Enchantress for Liquid. That's the same as yesterday. If it was if Taiga is going to play it, the one game he played yesterday, they lost horribly. So didn't really work out. They paired it up together with the Sand King, which is also the Boxy special. But hopefully they'll get something else this time around, as we have the Mirana Tide coming out for Tundra, tried and tested. I'd say that's solid.
Yeah, I just hope Liquid don't look at that game 1 from yesterday and try and kind of go down that route again. I think when you're trying to go for like this, 5 Rubik, a Monkey mid, and in the end, it's a little bit too disconnected. But so far in DPC, when Liquid did pick up the they go for the Monkey. Okay, they're going back to it. They're going back to it. It's fine. It's fine. The Rubik was the put. I didn't. Okay, but anyway.
I mean, at least Rubik would have purpose this game. Like last time,
That's very
it wasn't
true.
even a good Rubik game, but he's good versus Mirana and Tide.
Yeah. It's a good point.
The game 1 yesterday, it just felt like I want to play these heroes. Pick them for me.
Yeah.
They did
No,
nothing.
exactly. Yeah. But like, I guess if you look at the Monkey and why they picked it, it's gonna be if this is like a laning duo, I wouldn't mind that. I think if you put Monkey mid, that's an issue. But if it's Ench Monkey in the side lane, laning into potentially this Tide Mirana, like they're gonna have decent like fights there. Sure, Mirana counters Ench, but Monkey can fight into Tide. Like it'll be a fun little warfare of like who can play the lane a little bit better.
And I think ever since Monkey King, he had Jingu got worse, but he got like 3 or 4 base armor. Before that, I think Tidehunter with a nuker was actually quite good against him in lane. I think ever since that changed, he's very solid, stable in lane. And maybe that's sort of what Liquid has a read on them needing. Because like after the laning stage, they weren't stable enough. They just got run over. Monkey might provide that. I have no idea. I don't see this very much. But
No, we saw I think earlier today with Ghost Rocks playing it, but they lost that game as well with it. It was like a Deso Rush style Monkey King playing with like an Ember mid. But yeah, it just felt a little bit flat, and I think
their carry player, like Chrysalis, I don't know how to say his name. He's ranked 1 Monkey King spammer for the last like 5 years. So
yeah,
that probably has more to do with it than like some actual read on the power level of the hero.
No, exactly. PL.
PL band. So yeah, we still have the Terrorblade. So Liquid yesterday, they did have the Terrorblade, the Sand King, and the Rubik as the other 3 heroes to complete the draft. We'll see how much they'll copy from that one, but we're definitely expecting the Terrorblade to get banned now that the PL is banned as well. First pick out of this is going to be Tundra, so they will pick that Terrorblade, I think, if Team Liquid gives them the chance.
Team Liquid does have a little bit of a better answer. I think Enchantress and Lion specifically are the 2 best supports versus Terrorblade. You deal with his map pressure by just killing or taking over the illusion. So you do have that going for you, but honestly, I think Tundra will just take Terrorblade anyways. They have a ban into Terrorblade. They've already banned the PL. You can probably see, I don't know what's the best. Maybe Timbersaw? Maybe some counter like that. But I would feel very comfortable picking my carry here on Tundra.
Especially because like Liquid's bans have kind of presented that I feel like this Monkey is a carry in this scenario. I think they've developed from the time where they played it yesterday. Just because like when you're banning heroes like Luna, Medusa, even AA, like these all annoy what a carry Monkey King wants to bring to the game. Like Medusa just outscales you, Luna just runs you down before you get online, and then AA is kind of, you're like a healing style of carry playing off a Jingu. So I can see why these 3 bans have their merits, but yeah, I want to see the monkey in the carry slot for sure. And that's why I think, we mentioned Terrorblade already. Terrorblade just looks very good for Tundra because he also can stand still, high armor, doesn't really care too much about the ring because, and if he gets the axe, pushes the monkey out of the ring.
Yeah, typically that's been a Terrorblade favorite matchup. You literally just kill him in the ring because he just does overwhelming damage and your armor's too high for a ring to really kill you.
You okay there, Shiva?
Why didn't they ban it?
Terrorblade? Honestly, it's this weird thing. I think every region but Europe, Terrorblade's been super high value. Like, picked in the first phase, banned in the first phase. I don't know what's happening. I feel like... Yeah, there's a Timbersaw ban we saw. I think we should see Terrorblade.
That's Terrorblade. Yeah, there it is.
Like,
Surprise!
It's just so clear what Tundra's gonna do. I don't quite understand.
But okay, guys, the key difference here is Liquid gets 1 pick, like 2 picks to respond, and they'll see the final pick for Tundra before they pick their final hero in this phase, right? So they are going to be able to at least pick their mid hero to counter TB, be it some like big magic dealing invader style. Like when you have heroes like Monkey, like Ench, you play your lane and you want to run at your opponent. Like if they can cleanly take over that jungle, like it does make it a little bit awkward. So I can see maybe why they are forcing the draft, because like this is a drafting style which is like we give them the TB game, we know we can play for it, we draft for it, but it's a high risk, high reward style.
But what are the mids that counter Terrorblade? Because I think it's only Tinker and Zeus. I don't think Leshrac counters Terrorblade.
That's where no Lesh doesn't. In my brain, it's like screaming like
because traditionally the mid magic damage is, as you said, always counter. Like the best 3 counters are Ember Spirit, Tinker, and Zeus from mid.
Yep.
And Ember Spirit, he's vulnerable on lane. Same for Zeus and Tinker. I think they're just not that in meta, and it's hard to pick them.
is a Tinker player.
He is. But you can't play Tinker unless it's last pick. I think. Same for Zeus. I think. I'm not too sure. I feel like maybe people are under-indexing on the strength of those heroes versus Terrorblade. Removing this hero's win condition is huge, but I don't know.
I would honestly love to see one of the classic counters to TB come into this game. Like if Liquid can pick like one of the stronger offlaners to, okay, they go for Sanking. All right, I'm gonna hold back on the Zeus Tinker style now. I don't really. We'll see.
Sanking Edge is really good versus Terrorblade in lane. I think this is one, like the thing that Liquid has going for them in their draft the most for me is the fact that I think Enchantress is easily one of the best supports versus Terrorblade. Pure damage in lane, control the map. He's not that easy to right click later, and if you can take towers, then you can really start to pressure Terrorblade.
You can also steal the jungle, and they actually go for the Leshrac. Okay.
They do.
So the reason why we mentioned it's not like a counter to Terrorblade is because like going into like the middle portion of the game, you're not really killing off the illusions with your damage, and TB just right clicks you down. But I guess if you do win your lanes and you can take those early towers with the Ench, with a Lesh, like the map can feel pretty small. So then it starves Tundra where it's like TB's farming, but Tide becomes a support. Mirana Abaddon watch the farm. So Liquid could deal with Terrorblade in the form of making him starve his own team. That could be like Liquid's approach here.
Yeah, and typically Leshrac can counter Terrorblade. It's not like it's some terrible matchup, but usually it's when the Leshrac team has more team fight. Because Leshrac's a very committal hero. Like both Terrorblade and Leshrac, if you look at their skill sets, they commit to fights. Terrorblade has to press meta, Leshrac has to run in to do damage. But I don't know if you have better team fight against Abaddon Tidehunter with Terrorblade. It's very scary.
Are we really saving a position 5 for our last pick on the side of Team Liquid? We got the Oracle removed already. Rubik, of course, still in the pool. If we want to see that still.
I think
Which
it's
other
pretty...
heroes that he plays are in?
I mean, is Wyvern in the pool? I can't believe Wyvern. They'll
Yeah.
probably ban on
Wyvern's
Tundra,
still
but
available.
I think it's pretty standard to actually pick your position 5 in the last slot from first pick. If you see 2 cores that you want on your 16-18, like your 3rd and 4th pick, then it's not like the last pick on first pick has any additional value. You don't see anything else. There's not much.
I like Grimstroke for Liquid. Give yourself another platform to deal with TB later on. Like you have the early pressure of Sanking Ench, the mid game tower with the Leshrac, and then you take the late game with the Grim and the Ag still.
I could see that working, and they do ban out that Winter Wyvern, which I think was probably the first choice, right? Winter Wyvern versus Terrorblade, and it's not even that bad in lane versus Tidehunter if you have something like Monkey King.
This is too left field. Okay, Grim's my realistic one. My hipster prediction, quote from PPD, the hipster prediction is Undying. There we go.
Okay.
That's my 2.
We talk a lot about what we want to see from Team Liquid, because at the moment it seems like they have the biggest puzzle to solve in Tundra's draft, right? What kind of problem will Tundra run into at the moment with Team Liquid's draft? Or you kind of feel like they're confident regardless? We're looking most likely for a 9 hero still in the mid lane there.
Damage, I just simply put, like they have laning phase in regards like Tide, Mirana poking, Terrorblade, Abaddon survive, but they don't have anyone who really runs around and does anything. They all kind of exist and farm, and that's why I want like a really active mid lane to then play with Mirana and connect the dots, because if their lanes go even, that's where Liquid will thrive and just swarm into the jungle and do all the things we previously mentioned.
And I think, whoa.
Ooh.
Wait, it's 4 Leshrac 5 inch.
Yeah. 5 inch, yeah. Yeah, it's 4.
Yeah. Could very
Wait,
well
so
be.
they
three or four
TA
Sanking
this
Lesh.
game, but not last game against Nyx Lina.
Oh, this is beautiful.
'Cause you're picking
So
TA
it's
into a
Sanking and
counter
Lesh is
matchup.
flexing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should do 3 Sanking. I don't see the other way working out. I mean, we don't know. This is such a weird... Like, this could be 5 Sanking for all we know. Or, like, 5 Leshrac. Because, I mean, that's something they would play. Like, 5 Leshrac. It's good in lane versus Tidehunter, too. And 4 Enchantress, 3 Sanking. I think what Liquid has, though... I was going to say, because I was planning my point, but then they've ruined it a bit. If Sandking can connect, like if he wins this lane, they can play very fast with Edict, open up the map, and they do have a lot of magical damage.
It will be Mickey's Monkey, and it's saying as Enchantress, position
Bat
4
Rider.
on the
This is a filthy Batrider game.
It's a really
I must say,
good
I mean,
game.
this is like, I'm very, very good. Because, of course, Monkey King is carry. You can always locate him, grind him down. But yeah, it's counters 4 of the 5 heroes pretty much on Liquid.
And it's not like Bat Rider really beats TA in lane. I think I've actually seen TAs win that lane, like decently hard. But in the game, it's such a good matchup, and you can just play for the farm. You always feel happy.
Yeah, I guess that's the main thing we're going to see here, right? It's like we wanted from Tundra's, they needed a hero to open up the game for them. And if he can farm like the bots and then that instant BKB, that is when you become the biggest threat on the map, because Liquid has no way to stop this hero running at you. And that could buy the time for TB to come online, defend those early towers. But yeah, Bat needs to be super efficient in farming mid, going into jungle, getting those items, so that when Liquid wants to group up early, he's ready to lead the team with the Ravage, with the Mirana, kind of, and then throw it into Liquid's face. But whew.
Any like, you both are giving arguments about why the drafts could be good, but are you still sticking with Tundra, both of you?
I probably, yeah, I feel like this Batrider just is too much of a nuisance to deal with. And yeah, the whole TB thing again. Yeah, TB Batrider are going to be the kings of this game.
Curtis?
Yeah, for me, I feel like Tundra, their draft is very strong in the sense that they have clear outscaling here. So maybe they don't have the best tools to run around. Like Batrider, I wouldn't say is the most active mid. They don't have any sub from Rana. But Team Liquid, who have to run at Tundra, and they do have tools if Team Liquid are the ones having to run in. I mean, Team Liquid, you can always win these games. I don't think there's ever... It's very rare that you have outdrafts that are just unplayable. I mean, last game looked like it, but I still don't know if that's true. But I think it's very hard for Team Liquid to win this game. They have to play extremely well and aggressive.
Yeah, I hope that speech mid series was a powerful one. Team Liquid definitely needed it, and if they lose here, they're not out yet. This is the upper bracket, so if they lose here, they just drop down to the lower bracket, and Tundra moves forward to the upper bracket finals. But Team Liquid, of course, wants to see that 3rd game, and I think a lot of Dota fans want to see a 3rd game. We're gonna find out if we're getting that together with ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, indeed. We'll see what we get going on here. The game has started, so we should be able to kick you pretty quickly into the action here of Game 2 between Tundra and Liquid. Fog, Liquid, they've got to step it up a lot here. Oh, actually,
and they're
going
to go on
already. Tiger, the arrow does miss though. Snake King not able to get the connection, and now Liquid, they'll be able to find the turnaround. They catch fodder in the river. It will be Liquid that end up claiming the first blood. Liquid, as we heard from the panel, they've got to step it up big time. Game 1 was a tough one. Looking at this game too, Fogged, have they made it any easier for themselves with the draft, or do you see them having some difficulties again here?
I think it's easier than the last game for sure, but I still have some concerns. I think that they do have some problems. I think the TB is not as answered as I would like him to be, and I think that this TA is pretty hard addressed. You know, Batrider overall throughout the whole stage of the game, as Aoi was saying, sure, the lane might not be the worst for the TA, especially when he gets given first blood. I think he's got boots right away too, so he's going to have a good time there. Overall, though, Bat's going to shut him down every time. If he's able to get on him, he's just going to die every single one of these times. And I think Skeeter, he's going to have the potential to outscale. So yeah, I'm definitely favoring Tundra a bit here, and looking forward to be proven wrong by Liquid if they can play cleaner. But that first game left a pretty sour taste in my mouth.
Absolutely, it was not a close game at all, and of course after getting used to seeing some quite back and forth action here in the Western European qualifiers, that game definitely, as we saw statistically, not one of Liquid's finest, at least quite far from it indeed, as Tundra just continuing the level of performance that we saw from them the other day, looking very, very strong. As you say, getting Skeeter on his solid carry Terrorblade once more, looking to have some pretty good tools to just consistently bring out that same level of performance and control that they did in game 1.
And looking to having some pretty damn good matchups, right? Like, I mean, it's a TB versus Monkey King and TA. I don't think TB's really too flustered about this. Sure, he's flustered if Boxy gets crazy farm, but that's probably not going to be happening. As Fada, he's got 10 stick charges. He's kind of baiting them bottom.
I'm going to run round of stuns in a second, but as you said, they've got to be careful how they overstep the mark. At least no Metamorphosis to worry about for now, that long cooldown. See if that gives any chance for Boxy and Tiger to play aggressive.
They got to bring more regen, though. Okay, Tiger's got a good amount. I was like, Boxy's got 1 tango. And Tiger
in onto Fada. Tiger taking heavy hits here from Skeeter. We'll have to put the Fairy Fire step back.
You're almost dying to the TB when he doesn't have reflection in the lane, or doesn't have meta in the lane. That's a bit scary. And we are seeing mid Koifa coming out very far ahead. With having that first blood, having boots, you're pretty much under no threat of the Batrider in the start. So once the levels build up, as we said, in the game is where the Batrider does counteract the TA. So Koifa off to a great start. Taking a look at top. How's Mickey doing?
Bottom.
Very well.
The reflection's going to do it. Boxy can't run away.
Oh,
Chases him down. Skeeter gets a kill in the lane.
Oh, it's just glancing top. I didn't think he would step up again so low, but yeah, he actually does. And he's so low, and we were mentioning how he had no regen, so that was a bit surprising for him to do. This is a free farm TB lane.
There's getting the denies as well. 12 and 8 in the safe lane. A kill as well. Skeeter had a pretty free time in game 1. Maybe looking towards a repeat level of performance here. If Liquid aren't able to keep it together down here as this duo and Boxy and Tiger can't put some sort of pressure onto the Terrorblade.
I really don't feel like they can at all, especially with Fada next to him. He's got just constant heal, sustain, removing of the stuns, etc. Or he's just the one tanking the spells as we've seen him do. Fortunately, though, for Liquid, we do see Mickey having a good time top, shutting down the Tidehunter on the opposite side there. So there is that. But yeah, Skeeter's it's a full free TB farm lane. And Boxy is going to start much slower than the Tidehunter. He will have a harder time of recovering at least. Boxy.
I haven't got any detection out here at the moment, Fada, so Boxy will be kept safe in the sandstorm.
But applying no pressure and getting constantly zoned away. Really concerning.
I saw earlier as well, 9 doing a good job of controlling. Not choosing to play into the face of the TA, did skip behind the tower, grabbed 2 waves to make sure that he's keeping on par, or at least trying his best with the farm. Obviously, at the moment, still Qualifier having that edge. Getting that little bit more out of this. We'll see what he's able to achieve as a TA that is having a solid start.
They'll have more stacks, though. The Bat will have stacks, I believe, that Snake King's making. He's got, like, the Ancient stack plus the Hard Camp at the ready. TA, not going to have those. She will eventually, and she'll be able to clear the Ancients easier. But 9 can do Ancients, too, which we can't forget, so.
Just enough damage, actually, there with that final hit, Qualifier. That was very, very close. I mean, it must have only just been enough, but it was. Qualifier is able to get a freebie. Snake King strays a little too close to the mid lane. See bottom Snake King.
He's like rotating bottom, okay.
He's going to come back into the map down bottom. They're trying to look for the body blocks on Tiger, but Tiger makes his way around Fada.
I think I want to see Tiger go stack some camps a bit here. They can't really apply the pressure onto the TB anyway, and I don't want Boxy to just be shut down. I don't want him to just be like a stun and just die. He needs to get his own farm in the game.
Gonna move in on to 33. See if they've got enough damage. They'll have another impetus in a second. It won't even be needed. Mickey builds up the stacks, gets the kill.
Bottom. Foxy. It does hit.
You make a fine crater.
And both carries having a good start.
Oh, this is nice from Insania. He's using his Wild Wing to farm the hard camp right now, right next to his ward. So he's stealing that stack away from the Bat Rider. This is a great invasive move from Insania. They get the kill, they walk in, they put the ward, and they steal the stack. Snaking now on the other side, saying he's going to start scouting out the Ancients, perhaps looking to maybe block out as well the TA's camps. Does have a sentry ward, and he has placed an obs to scout out the area.
We're still, not seeing any stacks as
no stacks
as you wanted to from Liquid. Bottom Fada. Be able to step away, Boxy and Tiger. Again, running a little low on the potential to throw anything more out onto the Abaddon.
Haste rune bottom. 9, he could make a move with this.
Oh, he certainly will. Snaking's also around as well, starting to beat in onto Tiger. There's 9. Actually, it's not going to be tempted for it. He's going to turn his attention over towards Boxy instead, looking towards the bigger of the two of them, the core.
He's really hanging on to that haste.
Yes, they're slowly pursuing Boxy. I mean, do they have detection between the two of them?
Dust.
They do. Dust,
yeah.
Dust on Fada. As there it goes, Boxy. He's not got any way out of this. TP's still on cooldown. They'll take him out. I mean, 9, as you say, playing it cool, same time up top.
Yeah.
Mickey and Insania, they're going to go for another round on 33, and they've got it. 33 bullied out of the top lane as well. So we are seeing both offlaners definitely being punished in this early game.
Yeah, they do have methods of recovery, though, for the Tidehunter, where Sanking does not right now. No stacks. Now Taiga is starting to get those stacks started. Much needed for Boxy. And I guess because he held the haste rune, he wanted to hold that haste rune because he wants to get a bigger kill. He doesn't want to get
good
this,
efficiency.
The Sand King who's already shut down, who's having like no game. What he wants is to get a haste lasso on a TA. A haste lasso, probably the TA. I would say maybe the Monkey King, but it's more than likely just him going for Koik because it's a guaranteed kill, just with an arrow, which they will have snaking in the area for.
Absolutely snaking there with the backup if 9 does find a chance around this. So farming aggressively, trying to take away some of the neutral area that Liquid has had Koi for sweeping through.
Seeing Liquid all prepped around their triangle here. It's all scouted. We're seeing Tundra just keeping it, and there's the smoke. So smoke with the haste rune. Gonna look to contest these stacks with that. 5 seconds till Firefly.
And Fada's gonna bait some action.
Quite fine. He's got to be cautious.
He's heading in with the wraparound. They're heading straight over towards him. Stun off the market from Tiger as 9's able to sidestep it. Flame break back into the range of the lasso. 9's got the grab. Insania is coming in with the heals though, and Quaifer's going to be fine. They don't have anything else to follow up onto Quaifer. Liquid turning up in full force to try and turn this around though. Catch Fada. 9's able to make it away. So a lot of attention being drawn to this area. Liquid do respond. They do get the kill. They won't get a core though.
There's a great flame break to push him onto high ground there, but then a beautiful enchant coming out from Insane to dispel that haste rune off, so can't actually get the distance to get him up.
And with this move, Mickey ready to now play aggressive on the bottom half with Insania. Start to put some pressure onto this tower. We'll see how much Tundra put into holding this. Skeeter does have Metamorphosis ready for the defense.
They have Ravage also on about 1 creep, so 33. He'll be available. Yeah, he'll be able to TP down. I think they can set up the defense. 9 short of the bots though. So let's see. They're bringing Fada down too, so it does feel like they are going to defend this. But Liquids, they're bringing reinforcements. Taiga TPing down. No points in Edict. They'll just have the 2 points in stun
They're
and 1
getting
in
aggressive.
lightning.
Mickey.
He's going deep.
He's charging in deep. He's looking to chase down Skeeter, get this Jingu Mastery stacks build up. Skeeter juking around the trees. Mickey will get the final hit off. Snaking's TP'd him.
Big
Boundless Strike comes crashing down onto Snaking. Snaking will manage to leap out to the side in time, but Fada will fall. They get the kill on the Abaddon. The rest of Tundra do split away as the aggression of Liquid will get them a kill and should potentially get them the space to take this tower now, with Tundra unable to set up for the defense.
Interesting that they bring the Mirana down anyway, even if the Tide's not going to come. Because if Tide's not going to come, it feels like there's no way you can defend this on the side of Tundra, as Snae's just dead too.
He's still hanging around. Mickey finds it. Another kill in. Mickey off to a super hot start. 4-0-2 already on the Monkey King. Tower's being taken. He's going to hit a quick Echo Saber this game. This is already looking like a much better start from Liquid here in this game too.
I want him to keep being active on the map. I want him to keep looking for stuff, not be the farmer. He has a TA in the game, so I want him to just keep making the moves around and just keep swinging around, just following the TB around to slow down the farm. Because yeah, Qualifiers going to get that crazy timing on the Desolator because of it. And then it's going to give space for Boxy to recover, which he really does need. 9 even continuing to bully the Sand King up top.
I mean, for the most part, you expect to see what Mickey sort of just stay on Tundra's half of the map.
I would like him to, yeah. I think that's the way he should play this game. Just because he has that TA and he has this under-farm Sand King right now. Once Sand King has the Blink Dagger, then I feel like Mickey can be a little bit more greedy with himself, but for right now, I feel like he does have to play quite active.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
3K gold lead. Splitting up all over the map too. And Tundra cannot take advantage of it right now.
Oh, Qualifier making the most with this space. He's going to hit these scary item timings, as you would expect on a TA that's had all the free area of his half of the map. Desolator pretty shortly round the corner. Over in the jungle, they found 9. At the back with the Moonlight Shadow and Fada TP in it as well. Sentry has been dropped here by Liquid. Backup TP's coming in though for Tundra around the outpost. Snaking. Looking for the angle onto Insane. He's not going to be able to get the connection though. Missing the arrow. Insane is going to live for a little bit longer. Heads out to the side. 9 still trying to get in on this. Getting the stacks and sticking it up. Build up on a Mickey. Ravage from 33 comes out to try to hold back Liquid as Tundra. They're looking to escape. Tiger chasing down 9. They're in with the jump. Mickey is going to get lassoed. 9 will continue to drag him back, but 9 solo. The balance comes down to 33. In fact, not onto 9 though. So 9 will be able to escape. Have they even got the damage for 33? They don't. 33's off into the trees. Liquid not quite yet able to get a kill out of this. 9. Let's continue to get these stacks really build up on Tiger and Qualifier. Big hit comes in onto 9, and 9's gone. Fada can't get after the miscoil or the shield in time. 9 will fall. Boundless comes crashing down onto Fada. Snaking, he's on the run. Mickey looking to chase. The Primal springs up. Snaking has no leap available. One more hit here from the Monkey King. Claims the kill. As Liquid, they will persist, and they continue to get this action going in their favor. Mickey now up 6-0-3 on the Monkey King.
And Taiga instantly goes mid too, starts edicting, and look at top. Skeeter, he starts hitting on tower, but Boxy's still in the area, and they're ready or swinging Mickey.
This is a big kill if they can finish it off. TP coming in for 9. Want to try and protect.
Oh, Mickey, what?
Oh.
Okay,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Didn't need to hit it, didn't hit it. You know, no need to be overkill. Mickey knows that.
And immediately smoking, not slowing down. I love this right now. They're actually playing, they're getting to play their game. Unlike the game before where it was like they weren't able to play around any of these cooldowns or anything like that. Like, oh, TB meta's on cooldown, Ravage is on cooldown. This game, they're actually able to take advantage of stuff. Swing around the map quickly, Ravage still cooldown, meta cooldown, everything is on cooldown. We've got a huge advantage. They could potentially even look for a Roshan.
Liquid.
Snaking.
Chasing it onto him, another kill for Qualifier. They have, you know, no doubt about it, recovered big time after what was a rough game 1. This game 2, no messing around, and they've been top lane. Fodder, live here with the borrowed time. But this really is looking like the series turned on its head.
Oh boy! And they just stole the entire ancient stack too. So that was the Tide slash TB's ancients that are just completely taken away, and now it's the Roche too. Looks like the shoe is on the other foot this time around, Tundra. Now it feels like they've got nothing they can do.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, I mean, this could be the beginning of a stomp the other way around. Yeah, 14 minutes in to have to lead the Liquid 2, and on the course that they have, this TA and Monkey King, and TA in particular, Qualifier, 9k net worth, absolutely massive. Blink Dagger's going to be on its way out soon on top of the Aegis.
Yeah, and Bat doesn't have a way to get right on top of him just yet, right? He went for the bots first. He needs bots and Blink to be able to do what we were saying about how he counteracts TA inside of the game. Like, he'll just die before he gets into the range of it, as we've seen a couple times now. Snaking shows his face top.
He's got the catch. Straight onto Snake. Snake trying to leap away. See if they can find him with the AoE damage of Tiger. They do. Another one for Liquid onto the tier 1 tower. Tundra not in any sort of position to stop this push.
Feels like they have to avoid until they get like another set of big items, or if they find like some pick up with the boosted travel on 9. Yeah, it doesn't feel like they really can just fight into this Liquid lineup now with such a big advantage. Liquid knows this. They're smoking. They're swinging across the map looking for the battle.
They're hunting. And with the scan connecting, they know that Tundra's up here. 33. He's going to be the one to find the movement first. Liquid in onto the tide. 33 has to accept his fate. If anything alone, just maybe the information enough here to allow Skeeter to get out. Has got a TP available. He'll step himself a safe distance away and will manage to retreat back to his half of the map.
Crazy how we see such a switch of, like, just play from one game to the next. Liquid just looks like it's a completely different team. Like, Tundra's making some mistakes, sure, but Liquid just looks like it's like 100 times different. Like,
yeah, they weren't playing like this in game 1. They really weren't.
No.
Maybe just needing the warm up, maybe. But it is exciting in a series like this, as I say, if Liquid do get this stomp underneath their belts here in this game 2. Now, what on earth's going to happen in game 3? Are we going to see game 1 Tundra, or are we going to see game 2 Liquid?
Yeah, pretty much. Tundra now starting to feel like they need to get this big coordination come together, which Liquid was lacking in the last game. All sticking together around the TB with meta. They've got Ravage available. They're just getting so poor now. The TA has almost double the net worth.
Yep.
Well, pretty much anybody else.
Qualifier is having certainly making up for some of those rough initiations from game 1 Storm.
Yeah, he's like, look, I'm not versus a Nyx Assassin and Storm this time. You know, I'm a TA. I'm versus a Bat Rider, but who cares?
I mean, honestly, I think, last game, I think maybe some of the moves were made in frustration just to sort of say, look, what can I do? I zip in, I get stunned, I die. You know, I don't think that would necessarily have been a fun situation to play the Storm into. Maybe it was not maybe his first sort of choice of hero to play in that sort of game, but gets handed it anyway, has a tough time.
And it feels also like, yeah, we do see that stat, of course. 12 kills is their 5th highest together in their 420 games. But I feel like this time it looks like a different directive that's driving Liquid too, of just, you know, they're not just going for kills, they're going for the next thing afterwards. Like when they did that play top, they kill the Tide, they dive him, they put a deep ward, and they steal the stack. So they're doing like these 3x things rather than just like thinking one step ahead. They're really preparing in this one, you can tell. And Tundra, they're not so much, really. You know, they tried to do the big brain play of like saving the haste rune and stuff on 9, but ended up not working. Got totally counteracted by Liquid. And now you've got the blink on the bat, but your base is getting knocked on.
Yeah, 17 minutes in, Liquid. They're ready to start tackling the barracks with Qualifier. I mean, he's got the Aegis. He doesn't mind tanking an arrow ahead. As they will jump to look to grab the bat with the last of the Ravage. Comes out, catches onto the 4 of them. They've got the damage to bring Boxy down. Boxy on the Sandstorm off the side. The Wukong's commands laid down. Boxy will fall. Wukong's command, though, Mickey getting the space for himself and Qualifier continue to tackle the objectives. Tundra, though, they are pushing them back. Tiger goes down.
Mickey?
So Tundra can chase for more. 9. Continue to try and stay on top of Mickey.
They got the 2
will be able to
stutters.
slow him down.
So they really want to chase forward here. No sanking, no Lesh. Don't have to worry about the AoE stuns, but they can't chase forward.
All in all, though, Tundra base defended. The racks stay up. They are able to push Liquid away before an objective is claimed.
And they didn't use meta, actually. Skeeter was holding it the whole time, didn't have to end up popping it. Sure, they used Ravage and Lasso, but pretty good hold when you're at a 10k deficit.
Absolutely.
Liquid respawning. Looks like they want to go right back to bottom lane, though. Lesh TPing down, Sanking pushing out mid.
Yeah. Yeah,
they're saying do it again.
They're a Ravage down. You still have the benefit of the Aegis. Qualifiers in with a couple of hits on a Snaking. Not enough to kill him, though. They turn with the arrow. They will manage to burn Quakel's life once.
It's got that's an Ags gush. Okay, Tide's got an Ags.
I guess this quick timing is going to help out with the D push. Is it going to help out enough, though? Boxy's in with a stun on Safada. This time round, Liquid, they will have the space to get the racks. 19 minutes in, the first set of barracks taken away by Liquid. Liquid still maybe want to fight. They're in. Straight away with the jump, they're able to blow up Fada. Fada not standing a chance there to the hard hits of Qualifier.
Yeah, I think Tundra accepted the fact that Rax was going to go down, right? They just had Skeeter farming top the whole time. They didn't even call him back. They're like, all right, if Liquid makes the call to come down here, you just don't come. And Liquid did make that call, so Tundra quite on the back foot here as Liquid still continue to have most of the control of the map. Almost a BKB done on the TA now, too. Manta soon to be finished on Mickey. They're pretty rich. And now looking to claim this triangle area. Deny this away from Skeeter. Bit cautious to walk in, though.
I mean, with all the pressure and the lead that is building up in favor of Liquid, Skeeter is doing a good job standing toe-to-toe with the farm of Mickey. You see the item progression. He's still making good strides into it. He's not falling off. So despite the lead that Liquid have, if there is that sort of that misplay, that overextension on the high ground against heroes, against spells really like the Ravage, the Lasso into the damage output of TB standing his place with the Metamorphosis. Now Tundra, they do have strong abilities to be able to turn around a misplay from Liquid. So Liquid, despite the early lead that they've built up and the early racks that they've claimed, they do still have to remain on top of their game here against Tundra.
They absolutely do. And they got to watch out for how much damage will kick out from the TB. Because sure, the TB may not be the most farmed in comparison to TA, but he has an Ags Gush, which is never, you can't really ever write that off. That extra minus armor that comes out from a TB just wailing on you.
This could really work out to be a big brain early purchase from 33.
Yeah, we'll see. Liquid's it's relentless. They're showing no mercy, and I see, did Taiga purchase the shard? He didn't. Okay, he bought a 4-step, but they're ready for the push.
I mean, they know they're still at this moment in time hitting quite a peak in their strength. And we dive in. On to 9-9. He's gone.
They got him.
The stun's landed. 9's out of the game here. Does have buyback available. There's still 20 seconds without the tide as well.
Did Fada not have borrowed time there? Just borrow time to stun and then shield him off? I think you hesitated for a second.
I think
now he's at 2.
He is. The speed that the heroes are dying, though, you're not getting much time to react at all. 1 stun and literally 2 hits from Quakefa, and you are gone. The damage output, of course, of this TA this early on, incredibly potent. Push coming in. They're going to have creeps joining them in a second, so the backdoor protection soon to disappear. Tundra will have the full lineup back up for the defense. We're already going to see O back on Liquid's half. They've managed to get in onto him. Skeeter, has he got any way out of this? He doesn't. The stun controls there from Tiger and Boxy. The magical damage as well as they bring down Skeeter.
That's a pretty big GG kill right there. That's 40 seconds without him where he's not going to be farming on the map too, and he needs every little moment in the game to be able to 1v5. Oh, I didn't see that, but AUI messages me, he goes, 33 pulled wave with Courier. So I guess that's what happened in the mid lane. That's why there were no creeps there. We saw Tundra do that actually in the...
Was it? Yeah, I was going to say, we have some
Was it in the
teams-
qualifiers?
I think it was Tundra.
Yeah, it was Tundra. I think they lost that game, but they tried.
They did. Oh, they get the grab on Mickey. Ravage comes out as well. They're chain stunning Mickey. Mickey's gone. They're able to bring down the Monkey King. Over towards Boxy they go. Sand King also will fall. The racks have been taken, but not without the casualties. Liquid, they lose 2 cores for this. See if Tundra can get more out of this. They get the knockback onto Quakefa. No lasso, of course, already used, but the arrow connects.
Big stun.
Tiger holding them back with the split earth. In fact, looking to try and turn as he runs back in onto Snake King. The hit comes out of Fada, not enough damage to finish him off. Skeeter steps in with the Metamorphosis, brings down Quakefa. Tiger falls as well. Liquid, they get the racks, but it's not a clean job. Losing 4 heroes for it. And big streaks being claimed. They're 33, able to get quite a bit of a cash bonus for taking out Quakefa. And they're ready to run it down mid and have a bit of a pushback now, Tundra, despite losing the racks.
That's pretty decent. That's almost the Scotty done. So Skeeter, his death, it hurts a lot, but once he's got Scotty, he'll have a pretty decent way to stand toe-to-toe with TA if they do have ways to protect him with frontline heroes, which they should with the Tide, who's going to start getting a lot tankier after, you said, he got that big gold bounty from the TA. So another 2,600 on him. Maybe we do still have a game on our hands.
Oh, we certainly do. There's the absolute turnaround potential from Tundra's lineup. I mean, as you said at the start, you did like the draft of Tundra, and it's.
Yeah.
I think one of the reasons was this sort of situation that even if Liquid gets this sort of lead and takes control of the early game, Tundra, if they land their spells, get that team fight together, set up for Skeeter's Terrorblade to pop off, they absolutely can still win these engagements, even though they are behind.
And it does look like Liquid does feel like they're playing with a bit of a timer the way they did. So they know too. They need to just run down these lanes. They can't let this TB get to this point. Can't get to the next item. If he gets this Scotty, he gets one more item. That's probably where Liquid just loses the game. So do feel like they need to keep keeping this game clean. They have 30 seconds till Roche comes back up. It's gonna coincide with the Ravage cooldown though. So a bit fortunate for Tundra on that respawn.
Radiant are scanning.
Absolutely, because you got to sort of ask yourself, you know, as you said, when the next item comes out for Skeeter, you know, what's going to save a member of, you know, a core of Liquids if they do get caught out by a Ravage into the beatdown of the Metamorphosis-sized TB? Yeah, you're going to get the kill every time, Tundra, if you can find that sort of opening to a team fight.
Yeah, and they have, I mean, they have Blink Dagger, right? They have Blink Ravage. Blink Ravage plus an arrow, they'll be able to take out one of the heroes very quickly, and there's only, I believe, the BKB on Koikfa. So they can target Mikke, and then just isolate Koikfa at the end of the fights with a lasso. So Mikke has to be very careful with his positioning.
Now looking for the Roche here, Liquid. Tundra do have everything.
Oops.
Well, okay, 20 seconds till Metamorphosis. Let's see if they can get in the pit.
The Lesh stuns being just blanketed.
Moxie. It was 9. 33's in. Ravage is out. He's able to catch all 5 of them. He jumps in. He's caught Tiger. He's caught Insania. Tiger and Insania to fall. There'll be a buyback straight away for Tiger.
Nine got
the
it.
Roche, but 9, he's able to get the snatch. The Aegis is grabbed. Sure, they bring him down, but 9, he was able to get the Aegis, and he also got the cheese. As Skeeter clears up with a triple. 33, he is getting turned upon by Mikke. Quitefoot jumps in as well. 33 turns around with the gush. Mikke, he's got to be careful. Skeeter, he's stepping in. He's looking for more kills. Jump forward from Boxy here with the barrel strike onto Skeeter, but Skeeter just thunders himself back up to full HP. Boxy, he's up in the air with the Yules. He can't get away though as they bring down another. Fighter pushing back on him, Insania. These are diebacks from Liquid. Quitefoot also to fall. As the whole lead and advantage that Liquid had at the start completely taken away from them now. As Tundra, they draw the game back to even. And maybe even more than that if Liquid
Maybe even more.
weren't able to get more than just a couple of set of racks here 26 minutes in with their aggression against Tundra's strong scalability. The rest of this game could not look too hot for Liquid at all. Tundra hitting their element. Skeeter at this incredible power level, and 33 on the tide. Those little things, getting the kill in the previous fight against Quite for that cash boost, making sure he had the blink ready for this fight. He's in. Perfect Ravage. 9. Perfect steal. Tundra, they're blowing the game wide open.
That's everything I was gonna say. Yeah, it was flawless. They caught everybody. 5-man Ravage. They get the steals. Who ended up getting the shard? They didn't take that too, right? I think he got the shard too.
I think it's right. He didn't buy that for himself. I don't think he's buying the shard on that. I think he did pick that up as well. 9.
My God. I mean, that's like super game-winning stuff coming out there from Tundra. Now they've got, like Skeeter, he's got his Scotty, and now he almost has that next item as we were talking about. He had the butterfly queued, which I kind of liked. Maybe trying to protect himself with BKB. I think he might still switch it, but okay, he is going for BKB. But yeah, now they're in a comfortable spot. The whole game is just completely switched.
Spot.
And TB is now the strongest hero in the game, which for a long time it was Koifa, but now it is by far Skeeter.
And I think he's going to continue to be exactly that for the rest of this game.
I think so too.
With the BKB done, there's not a lot that's going to be stopping Skeeter from getting these kills as we saw in that last fight, picking up the triple. This Terrorblade now a monster, and Liquid, as you said, we did sort of see that the borderline desperation with the way that they were just charging now and going for these early racks. Sure, they hit them at good timings, but maybe not quite good enough here. As with the lead now favoring Tundra in net worth, Liquid, they can't allow any more mistakes. Another mismove, and this game is going to slip into very difficult territory for Liquid to regain the lead that they had.
Yeah, it just did tick to Dota Plus favor as well too for Tundra. So it was like 90% for Liquid for quite a long time, and it did just switch. Yeah, it was like 85, 90%. So
that's quite a turnaround.
And Tundra's got everything ready. Liquid,
yep,
they better be ready as well.
I think Boxy's gone. Quick grab for 9, sees the Sand King. And Boxy out, 50 seconds, he's gone. Tundra easily can look towards taking away this final tier 2 tower. They swing around to the bottom lane. Mikke has got the BKB, so a little bit more survivability from in these fights. But as we say, you know, regardless of the Magic immunity, you're not going to have fun fighting underneath the nose of the Terrorblade.
And I feel like now I think they might just lack damage now for the TB. Like these last 2 fights for Tundra, they've acquired so much gold. They have Greaves on Snaking too. They have extra heals coming out from that with the shields. So Skeeter, he's gotten infinitely stronger really since the last few times they battled him. A Titan Sliver as well. Like 37 armor. Like the TA and the Sanking and all that could burst him down before, as we saw the Sanking Lesh take him out, but now so quickly it's turned. Like Liquid, you can look at their posture around the map. They know they're on the back foot now.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw from them a clear strategy when it came to using this draft from ahead. We've got to see what they can do when they're now playing from behind with these heroes.
Mickey?
For Fada. Fada still has the borrowed time available. Now in with the burrow strike. Fada able to step off with the ult and has the backup of Tundra by him, so Liquid, they can't really try and chase this down anymore. 33 does have the Ravage good to go. Mickey's got to put the BKB. Time with the balance strike onto Fada, another 4-star as Fada gets himself away from Mickey. They've got to head away. If 33 gets a good jump on this could be the fight over for Liquid. Jumping with the gush, look at the Boxy. Boxy with the Yules and the blink out will manage to get away. Skidder still stepping in. Mickey watching from the tree line, time with the idea of dropping the Wukong's command. Boxy, he's getting beaten down by the illusions of Skidder. That's Boxy gone. Now a man down, Liquid. This is not a team fight that they want to get involved in anymore as Liquid. They'll have to run. Insania trying to break himself away from them, but Skidder's in. The stun control's there from Snaking with the arrow. 2 more kills for Tundra.
Instantly Moonlight Shadow, swing across the map, 30 seconds to find another kill. Lanes are in a good spot. TB sends an illusion toward top. Mickey, he has no BKB. Nine's already on top of him.
Yeah, Fada heading straight over. Able to catch him mid-spring attempt up to the tree line. What more have they got? He's going for the TP out, trying to spread him far enough away to stop any sort of cancel coming in for the rest of Tundra, and it will work. They get the 2 of them out of there.
All your lanes are pushed in now, though. Liquid, they're respawning, but yeah, these illusions, the TB has cut everything, and they still have meta, they still have Ravage. Sure, Lasso was used, but starting to see that they don't really need that anymore. So now, Liquid, what's your move? Like you said, what do you do when you're behind with this draft?
What do you do?
They're getting close to the data list on Quakefoot, but they have to find ways to get back into the fights. Like, they just can't get through this front line. This TB, this tide.
For the jumping on Fada, but again, you're committing onto the abandon. He's got borrowed time. Fada's fine and out to the low ground. Okay. Try and chase a little bit tentatively. Does have BKB ready to pop if a turn comes into play, but won't be required. Tundra step out to the side.
He's starting to get
back in. Oh, they're going to have an arcane ready for the next fight as well. Nine's going to grab it.
Nine's going to have that, yeah. Like, almost Butterfly done now on Skeeter. So they're going to be a full item behind now on both of these cores. They're not going to be able to deal with him. That's what we were mentioning, how when he gets that next item versus this lineup, like, this is why TB is the king of the scaling in this game. Even though Liquid had such a good early game, Skeeter, he's hit his stride. 8-2-8.
Yeah,
looked scary for a moment for him, but yeah.
I mean, Tundra showing some incredible strengths in this series. Coming out game 1 with a complete stomp from the start. And as you said, and we saw there on the probability of this one, turning around a game that Liquid had such a solid beginning with, but it slips away. Tundra hit back so hard with that fantastic play and coordination around the Roche pit that Tundra absolutely, even if it's just a 3k lead, it feels like much more than that. Tundra, they are the ones with the huge advantage right now because of the position their heroes are in.
And I think it's a testament of itself when yesterday we saw the same thing from Tundra. They were behind significantly in a game, and they knew how to play from behind. I think that shows me, for me, a team that's actually better. It's a team that knows how to play behind with the draft rather than a team that plays from ahead. And Tundra's shown this several times, so yeah, very impressive so far, and yeah, looking really good for them in these next few moments, unless Liquid lands some huge connection. Yeah, 15 of the 251 games so far in TI10 calls have had an 11,000 plus K. 11,000 comeback. No, it's not.
Not a lot at all, and Tundra looking to pad that stat up a little bit, you know, with this sort of showing. I mean, Liquid, I mean, how do you go about the fights? Like, we've already established this Terrorblade, very hard to burst through. Like, can you even commit onto Skeeter, or have you just got to look to try and take everyone else around him? I mean, how on earth do you go around with dealing with this Terrorblade now at this point?
You have to kill everybody but him. You have to isolate him completely, and it's extremely difficult. They're not fragile at all, and the ones that you run into every time, it's a Tidehunter and a Batten. So they just soak your abilities, and they don't care. Roche is back up. Tundra looking for the fight.
Invisibility.
Skeeter just heading in first. He's got the squad smoked up behind him. Skeeter's charging in, and they're able to get the grab on a Quakefoot. They've got the lasso now, 33's in with the Ravage, he's able to get it off, catch them all, they don't get the BKB off in time on Mickey. It's 2 dead. Mickey now puts the BKB loose towards Fada, but Fada's got the borrowed time. Mickey just dying to the damage output of Skeeter. Mickey's gone over to the side. Gush catches Insania once more. 33 finding the perfect Ravages here that just Liquid, they're not ready. They're not ready
They're
for
not
them
ready.
whatsoever. Tundra straight up to the high ground. No buyback on Quake for a minute. Good amount of duration still left on the Metamorphosis. This is going to be some heavy damage done to the base of Liquid.
They might just go tier 4s. I think they might just end this game.
Tundra.
Yeah. They have to buy back, but
They've got to do something, Liquid.
I don't think they can even hold this buyback. TA still dead.
BKB still on cooldown for Mickey. He can't really get anywhere close to approaching them. The meta will come to an end. I don't know if that matters too much. Skeeter is going to continue to step up. They will jump in on the back line. Snakey's going to get healed up by the missed call. He's off to the side. Mickey, he's held in position. Mickey's gone out of action. Tundra, they can look to close this one up with 3 dead on Liquid. Tiger and Husseini giving their final attempts to push them back. It's not going to happen. Tundra, they focus the Ancient. GG is called as Tundra will take the series 2-0. And my goodness, as we say, with game 1 being a complete stop from Tundra, game 2, Tundra turning it round masterfully. They just completely outclassed and outplayed Liquid today, folks.
I totally agree. First 15 minutes, first 20 minutes or so for Liquid looked perfect. And then like 1-2 slip-ups, Tundra somehow just makes it work. This was really impressive individual things and really impressive just team coordination. I think, like I said during the game before, I think it's a huge testament when you're a team that's able to come back multiple times in a qualifier like this with such a big deficit and Liquid really snowballing and identifying their win condition. Tundra, they did too, and they out-executed. That was sick.
No, absolutely, yeah. If Tundra can keep up, producing this level of performance, it's going to be very exciting to watch their continuation up here on the top half of the qualifiers. We'll see who's going to end up going against them in the next round. But regardless of who it is, they're definitely going to have quite a challenge with Tundra playing as they are. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Tundra, a series, it's all theirs, 2-0 against Liquid.
Many people probably thought they were going to lose to Brave. I think Into the Breach actually have a really stacked team and pretty talented players, but not really got the chance to develop his talent just yet. And this is the true obstacle for them. As Spider Pigs has not looked bad, particularly against Liquid. So we'll see.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. They did give Liquid quite the run for their money yesterday. You were casting that series, of course, in Spanish. But as some people might be surprised to hear, Dota in Spanish is actually the same as it is in English. So he saw it unfold the same exact way. I know I wasn't supposed to break that secret, but
you can't tell that to people because they'll start considering us people, and I don't want that. I really like being able to slide right into events and they go, this is Spanish. Who cares? Spider Pigs, they start their game with the Puck Magnus. I actually love when they pick up their Magnus because they really I've seen Koma's performance. People I don't know, by the way, Koma is not depressed child, aggressive child.
Wait, hold on. Wait, because I've made a mistake. I've committed a grievous error, and I must thank you for correcting me on this, because...
Oh, did you put in the wrong one?
I did, in fact. Okay. There we go. So there we go. But if
the bands make more sense now because the Luna is incredibly good it's Koma's best hero on Spider Pigs. So because even though I'm a fan of Aggressive Child, you guys might remember him from Windstrike particularly. I do feel like he just doesn't have as many games with Spider Pig, so they've been trying to adapt best they can. They certainly did not want to kick RTO. They were not planning on it. It was a visa issue, so it was a last minute replacement they kind of got. And no hate to Kolma, I think he's also really great. We'll call him like that from now on, not Aggressive Child. But I do feel like they haven't really adapted to their strategies just yet. And Luna seems to be the easiest thing they've been working around. I do recall back in the day they was also pretty solid on TB and Phantom Lens. So those are the two picks that come to mind. Which is why Into the Breach's start of Magnus Puck actually really solid too. Because Puck deals with the TB, Magnus deals with the PL, or whatever carry you pick up with the Magnus deals with the PL. And you've also gotten a Magnus for... Honestly, this could be a Tanner Magnus 4. They have played that. It could be a Magnus in the alpha as well, or it could be a Magnus mid fronts and Teak. It's kind of a huge flex for them. Well, actually, no, it's not a mid because it's Puck mid. But,
yeah. I mean, it it could, right? And then you would just flex the Puck elsewhere. But that's flexing two heroes into roles that, if you're having to do that, it's because the enemy really, really created and poked some holes in your draft, we shall say. I like ADZ, though. I've always thought he was a fantastic, very strong mid laner. He's another Tinker Spammer, isn't he? Along with Wish. I think these are the two ones in Europe that are pretty renowned for it. But Puck, not too dissimilar in how annoying the hero can be. And that's something that's super valuable to have, right? So the issue is, though, you're playing it into a Nyx Assassin, right? You have that combo breaker. In fact, you've picked it into the Nyx Assassin, which to me is actually a little bit shocking because Nyx doesn't have a particularly difficult time compared to other slippery heroes. Like sometimes it's hard to catch an Ember because he's really fast and you can't get him in Slight, but it's really easy actually to get a Puck with the Carapace and then set up for a kill. So it makes me a bit nervous here actually for ITB.
I think there are solutions, honestly, to the Nyx with the Puck's playstyle. It's very similar to the Ember matchup, where originally it was considered like a hard counter, and we're starting to see that really experienced Puck players, or in the case of the Ember, really experienced Ember players, are dealing with that hero just fine. You just need to phase shift the Spike Carpus appropriately, or get him with a Waning Rift, or even Dream Coil him. I don't think it's entirely there. In Spider Picks, by the way, there's a TB I was talking about, one of Koma's best heroes, at least back when he was playing on Windstrike. We haven't had the chance to see it too much in these qualifiers just yet. And I think the Puck pick also fulfills another very important role here, which is that you deal with the Lina. Noob's, I would argue, one of his best heroes, if not his best hero.
Very true, very true.
Noob is so scary on the Lina. So Noob is also, to me, like the up-and-comer in general. Like, he has demonstrated such a great level of Dota. Even DNZ shouted him out, on his own Twitter, not just because they're teammates. Like, Noob is great. And being able to deal with him with, like, a quick Puck pick and deal with most of his picks, he's also a really good Zeus player, for example, on top of other stuff, is important. And that way you don't have to start to draft around this and try to deal with a hero a bit later on. So I like it in general.
I actually like this Jakiro as a solution for the Tusk. I think a lot of teams, especially when Tusk was running Rampart, very frequently went. My goodness, these voice lines very frequently went to the Phoenix, just for the attack speed slope. But I think Jakiro is actually kind of the king of this, especially if you don't have a Dispel available in your game on your team. Ooh, you're not gonna want to be looking to exchange blows with him. So I like the pick. I liked how you brought up though Noob because I'd agree with you. He is insanely talented, especially on the Lina, and I think that's kind of the one shortcoming. As a lot with new players, kind of same thing with ATF or Amar. And when he was on the up and up, they've got some really phenomenal heroes that they play super well that they can even pick into losing matchups and just kick people's butts. But they don't have very many other heroes, right? And I think that's why we see this Lina picked so early on in the draft. We can still flex it kind of before the second phase anyway. But ITB, I think they know who they're playing against. The Puck, the Tusk now to both close the gap. They've got some pretty good answers here.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, right? Like, since you could already predict these kind of pickups, you probably draft around it. And the best thing is that you know that you don't have to go and counter them a bit later. I love the draft pickup as well for Into the Breach. Very solid against TB. There's one of the few heroes that TB won't ever outscale. I mean, he can outscale her in terms of farm and outfarm her, and then he beats her. But if this goes late enough, if they're both 6-slotted, Drow will win 9 times out of 10, right? Unless she makes a mistake. And since the TB already counters your Tusk a fair amount, because tag team is not that great against him, or it can be dealt with somewhat, feel like the Drow Ranger is a great tool to make sure that even if your early game goes badly, you still always have a way to deal with a TB. Not the best hero to go with Magnus in theory, because obviously not melee, but who cares, honestly? Drow always gets agility, so Empower's pretty good on her anyway as extra damage, and Magnus could just be an initiator, not necessarily an Empower buffer.
Yeah, no, exactly, and I like that kind of style of Magnus a lot more. I think you're in the same pool as well. We both kind of cry a little bit when we see a Magnus just, you know, command move and follow and spam click, you know, the Empower. That's you're missing so much of this hero, and I think actually the Shard was such a beautiful addition and really was that great and awesome Ice Frog nudge of like, hey guys, let's play Magnus this way, right? Yes, he's good at this, but we can also do this. And I really like that fishing style of Magnus that you can be playing, especially because we don't see too much Tiny. We'll see him every now and then, but good points on the Drow Ranger overall. Last pick position 4, maybe 5 Shadow Demon here then for ITB.
Yeah, 5-5, I think. Well, I mean, assuming it's Fishman Tusk no matter what, because he's so good at the Tusk. So, to be honest, so yeah, actually, it's probably 4 for Tanner, I would assume. Pretty good for TV. Not too bothered by the Nyx. Decent laning stage. Actually, a good way to make sure the Tusk goes up, not against the Jakiro. You actually just flex him here. Put the Tusk for Fishman. Run him as a 5. Deal with whatever offlaner you have. Shadow Demon can deal nicely with TB and with the Jakiro, so I actually think it's a good solution.
I agree.
Let's see what Spider picks. Oh, Timbersaw. Oh, yeah, this is a good Timbersaw game, to be honest. I mean, Drow seems a bit scary, but...
Surprised he was still in the pool. Like, the lane is not always a ton of fun, and if you can get silenced, which we have great setups for, or the leash is potentially a problem, like, Drow will, as you say, not completely shred you, but usually if you're out of position like that, you won't have stacks of the reactive armor, and she's going to go through your very minuscule amount of base armor rather quickly. Plus, the lane is hard, frost arrows, so it's... Outside of the laning stage, like, as soon as you hit level 6 on Timbersaw, he's one of these heroes where Drow's going to be like, all right, whatever. I got level 6. I'm going to go into the jungle. I'll let this guy do whatever. And that's where I think Funnick is going to need to make a lot of space here on the Timbersaw. It's a good draft, though. I like the last pick Timber. Surprised that he made it through, but it's a strong last pick.
It's not a completely free Timbersaw game. You're good against Magnus, you're good against Tusk for obvious reasons, but Shadow Demon can still annoy you a lot with the Disruption, and so can the Purge, especially if he gets Ags later, which I'm assuming he will at some point. The Puck is usually pretty great against Timber. Drow can deal with you in the mid-game, especially once you have the Gust. Like, that's always very annoying for Timber. Usually forces you to go for, like, Lotus Orb builds or something like that, or Yule Scepter even, because you need a Dispel. So I would say it's free. Honestly, I'm still siding with it into the Breach draft slightly. I think the Drow versus Terrorblade matchup is really good. I feel like you have ways to deal with Alina, both with Tusk and the Puck. I like the Magnus pickup. I don't think Timber is that scary. I think it can be anyone's game, mind you, but I want to side with a better core-to-core matchup here for Into the Breach.
And I think that's wise. I do generally think that's a good way if you're going to be a Dota analyst. That's a good way to make sure that you're never too wrong on the panel, especially. But I don't know, man. This Timbersaw pick, he's one of these heroes, and especially in this game, where I feel like it's going to be like a real kind of big sink or swim kind of hero, if that makes sense. We'll see what it'll be as we get into our Serbia versus England match. ITB versus Spider Pigs going head-to-head. As we'll be getting underway. Thank you guys for tuning in. There we go. Quickly smoking out of the base here for both sides, making sure you can not fall too behind early in the vision game. Aggressive wards then over for Spider Pigs. ITB though, they've got they're looking for kills. Dino, he's a good target.
Remember, no tips, they stay. As Icebreaker actually might just save Dino. And with the reflection onto 4 heroes, that didn't lag out your game. Great computer you have there. Tanner does fall there, unfortunately, as Azamthi could be in trouble himself. Does face ship himself to safety. But they're going to continue this goal for Low
catch him.
Low Pleb is not that fast. DNC should be able to catch up to him with the Impale. They do hit him with the last spike. They ask him for the high 5 there. He's Low Pleb. He's been left alone. His previous team dances around him. And there's the pause. FPS, he says.
Oh my god.
He swears. Really is FPS, man. I swear, man.
Oh my goodness. That is fantastic. That's genuinely amazing. Low Pleb, he even turned around for the high 5 and they still pause after him. Oh my goodness! For a little bit, just a peek behind the curtains here. Of course, Little Pleb was previously playing with this previous level up squad when they were back as Spider Pigs. There's a tip, and sorry. Yeah. So there was a bit of friendly.
No need for toxicity, guys. He's really lagging, I swear.
Yeah, it's like Nico Baby at the
It's all
major.
friendly, by the way. It really isn't angry, guys. And these tips are not angry whatsoever. Like, these teams have mixed and matched a lot before.
Yeah.
I think they hold each other in high regard.
Yeah,
It's really just friendly.
I wouldn't be surprised if like at least 7 out of these 10 players have played together on a team. Well, that's not that. It's probably 8 or something. Like they've played together quite a few times. Not to mean, of course, this match doesn't have stakes. I mean, because you qualify to TI, even if you lose every single match there, as long as you show up, you're still walking home with $100,000 in your pocket, as well as some amazing Romanian food, not to mention.
Oh, that's pretty. Oh, yeah, they do have some great food, actually. You know, recently I found a restaurant in Madrid that's Romanian food 50% off. They have some really, really good food. They have this, like, dessert, which is, like, it's essentially like a donut filled with cream and jam, and it might be one of the best things I've ever tried. Just a massive hot donut full of cream and jam. Delicious. Very, very good.
Sounds good. Sounds good. We get to try that maybe one day in October. Little Pleb already getting bullied out of this lane as they're going to turn and deliver. Tag team going with the Frost Arrows. Not just a beautiful synergy, but also thematically very appropriate. Sonic not going to bother him too much. Immediately turns around for another high five.
I love these high five games. Yeah, I think the Tusk, honestly, with tag team is pretty strong against Timbersaw in the early. Even when you get a couple reactive armor charges, each hit just deals more damage. So I think you actually can kill him. I don't think this lane isn't free at all for Timbersaw. But in the mid game, I think it's when you get stronger. Right? And that's when Pluck needs to come in and deal with you. I don't know if anyone could go for a Vessel, or if you might go for a Shard on Drow.
Nice play by Fishman
That might
there.
be the option,
Just a little micro thing that he did there was it was kind of Dino opened himself up to it because he killed the courier, which meant that the creep pull was a little bit late. So normally when you creep pull like that, you kind of walk over here and then block the camp from spawning, so the support can't do what he just did and stop the wave truly from getting skipped. Although it's going to work out for them at the end of the day because Fishman might still give him the high five. No, he doesn't dare turn around. He's a bit too low in HP. Does not want to give any further kills here to Spider Pigs. But yeah, despite the high five, despite the tips, despite the all chats, the friendly all chats, I should add, very competitive game here.
I agree. They're going to kill Fishman on the top lane, by the way. Well done by DMZ. But for now, Spider Pig is playing the early game a bit better, I'd argue, in general. I feel like the combination as well, Magnus plus Shadow Demon is only good if you have nothing to stop the skewer. Like, you can set up Disruption and then skewer someone on the tower, but TP is not the best target to do that against, and Jakiro is a great person to stop that, right? So it's not easy to be able to take advantage of this, compared to, say, a Magnus Lina, which is much stronger, at least, at getting kills. Right? You don't bring you don't bring enough damage to Shadow Demon.
Yeah, very true. Even Vendetta is very useful for getting this burst amount of damage in immediately. Pardon me, because the issue, I mean, Demonic Purge is just an amazing spell. I don't think you change a single thing about it. It's still one of the best spells in the game, especially for a support at level 6. The only issue with it is that its burst damage comes at the very end of it. It's a pretty long duration. 7 seconds is when you get that burst compared to a lot of this Vendetta, a lot of Laguna. Like, we've got so much early burst damage compared to some damage that needs to take some time to stack up, right? Coil is good damage, but we need to then get the skewer to snap it. Drow's maybe not going to get the first marksmanship proc, right? These things are slight problems if you get into really...
Shadow Poison takes forever.
Yeah, exactly, right? Tag team, damage over time. Like, great damage over time. These long fights are going to grow well for ITB, but we got to make sure we can live through them versus Vendetta, versus Laguna, versus Chakram, and Warling Death. It's maybe a problem here, right, is what we're saying.
Mike, problem. I love that Dino always apologizes when these things happen. Like, he's genuine. He's like, sorry guys, I'm so sorry. It's a mic issue.
He's a good-hearted dude. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. He's very honest as well. I remember I was casting for a different tournament back when Brame and Level Up were boot camping right next to each other, and they were playing. I was like, I wonder if they're both boot camping right now. And then Dino after the match went, yep. He DM'd me. He's like, yeah, we are. We actually are boot camping right now. So just went out of his way for that. It was very kind. Very kind.
What I think is the Twitter is what DNZ Dota.
I believe it is DNZ Dota. Yeah.
I recommend you follow him, guys. Like I've never seen like it doesn't look like a pro player's Twitter because there's no salt on it. So it's actually Like, it is genuinely pretty normal tweets. Actually shouted out his teammates a couple of times. I thought it was always really cool to see, you know, like a genuine respect for his teammates.
Yeah.
He actually was the reason why I started paying more attention to Noob, because I thought it was good, right? But then when he goes and says, this guy's the next big thing, like, watch him, and I was like, actually, kind of has a point, to be honest. Because he's been in the scene for a while. He has a good eye for these things.
Does. And speaking of people who've been in the scene for a while and have good eyes, let's talk about LeBron, right? I believe, what, 29, 30,
yes,
29, 30, 31 years old. He's one of the older players probably in the qualifier. I don't mean that as a slight, because this man still kills it on the Maiden, still kills it on the Witch Doctor, doing his best now on the Jakiro as they're going to get a gank. Ice Path out from LeBron will connect. Tanner in a hard spot. A little bit of a fairy fire. It's not going to save him. Como's got too much damage.
All right. You do kill the Shadow Demon, bro. That's, I mean, I think that's a... Yeah, so you kill a Shadow Demon, so that's a bit of a success. Not the Magnus, but you'll take it at this point, and you're really nullifying this bottom lane from being effective. If Magnus does go for the, you know, not the power buffing kind of person, he does want some farm. He's not going to find it in this lane whatsoever. Metamorphosis have been used really effectively. I'm liking how Spider Pigs are playing this, honestly. They've been playing a really solid early game. Yeah, let's go back to LeBron. Let's go talk this guy up a bit.
Oh. Seems as if I've just momentarily lost Ava. Okay, I think we're all good to go. Sorry, I couldn't hear you for the past couple of seconds as the skewer out from Malik is not going to find the real TB.
Once he hits a level 3 active armor, he's just unkillable. Fishman's like, I'll hit him. Oh, no. Try again. No. What about this one? No. He walks in and out, trying to avoid the Whirling Death, and he just deals no damage at this point. And Marksmanship is not going to help you against Timbersaw because it's not base armor. Right?
Yeah.
So it's not going to ignore that armor whatsoever.
Exactly. Unless, again, he's out of position, which is possible with the Shadow Demon with the puck, right? But it's not really going to be Lil Pleb's first target if you can avoid it. So we get a targets down bottom. They're going for another bit of a fight as Coma put into the disruption, spawning plenty of illusions. Pulled back now by the Shockwave, level 2. Of Malik, but actually blocked by the illusions at the end of the day. It was one stack of the Shadow Poison. Tanner, he knows he needs a bit more. He's going to throw it forward underneath the tower, but it will not connect. That's going to be Coma then staying alive down bottom. He had infused raindrops. Is Funnick, top lane, finds the kill. He's up to level 6 here already. I think he's got Soul Ring on the way. This is about to be a very difficult lane here for Lil Pleb.
Yeah, I think against Timbersaw they have to do much more in the early levels, as I mentioned. Once you get enough points in reactive armor, it becomes impossible. And now you're just seeing a domination of
right there and gets a guaranteed top 3, which doesn't matter. Only the first place matters. But it's nice. You get a step closer. Loser does drop to the lower bracket. I'm here with PPD. I'm here with Trent. And Peter, I want to put something before you, because for this series, for a long time, it has been Team Nigma, OG, and Team Secret at the top of Western Europe. And am I right in saying that generally, in the past, there has been a little bit of a triangle where Team Secret would beat OG, OG beats Nigma, and Nigma beats Secret? Is that fair?
I feel like Nigma is more of a LAN team than like an online tournament team. And they do all these like crazy lower bracket runs, but I guess I'm not too familiar with like the triangle. But I guess I don't know. I guess OG does have. Were you just saying OG has Nigma's number, or what were you saying?
Yes, they do. Yeah, basically that is generally the case. OG has got a great record against Team Nigma, of course, especially in 2020. Team Nigma wasn't playing with their full roster, but then again, neither was OG. So overall, OG does have their number. We saw that in the TI10 finals. It's crazy that we see the same matchup in the qualifiers, and we have got the draft already in front of us. Trent. So could you go over these openings, because we got a Willow on the board.
I was just researching your triangle idea. It seems pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm running through some games. Very nice. All right. We have the Axe Willow. So we talk a lot about the Willow paired with the Mars, right? With the idea of like the arena and stuff. But you can do a lot of similar stuff with the Axe. This used to be one of those duos that similar to the Axe Lina is just like hardcore pressure on the safe laner. In my eyes, of just like lots of magic damage, try and force them out of the lane as early as possible, which then makes me start thinking about like Luna and TB if you're Enigma, because that's what they've been playing a lot anyway. They're very good heroes, and I don't want to have to stay in the lane.
I love the Axe first pick. I feel like it's super strong. Sumail will play it, or Seb will play it. Seb has a ton of experience with this hero in the offlane, and Sumail's been playing it a decent amount as a safe lane. I feel like this hero's it's very Sumail as well. It's like super aggressive, but also farmy, and he can just solo people, which I know he loves to do that. The Dark Willow pick, I guess, is just more for Saksa. They just want it. I would watch out for possibly like a Morphling pick for OG.
Yeah.
I feel like the Morph Dark Willow combo is just like, it's one of the most broken things. It's like the new Morph Shaker, basically.
Yeah,
so
100%
if they
agree.
if they don't have a good answer to Morphling, I would be a little bit worrisome for that hero. Like a fourth pick for OG, a Morphling on that slot could be just devastating. Topson could even play at mid versus he could play. I think he would play at mid versus Lina as well.
They would.
It feels like they banned all the other or they nerfed all the other combos like really hard, right? Because like they all get shown off and like nerfed over time and stuff. Like the Earth Spirit fell down, and then the Earth Shaker as well. And Willow for some reason still gets to look really busted. So, and then of course Morph into TB has historically been pretty good because copying TB is also kind of nice. So definitely some potential there, depending if Enigma maybe fall into a potential trap laid out here by OG.
Yeah, a lot of thought went here into the bonus time and for the bans here for OG. So curious what they would be thinking about with these bans. They end up banning out the Luna here. I didn't get the chance to ask either of you yet, but going in, I do want to have a little bit of a little bit of prediction in terms of who you think is going to come out on top, because we've seen both teams yesterday, very similar fashion in terms of not great game one, and then as the series progressed, getting better and better. Do we have a favorite going into this, or do we feel like it's pretty even?
Trent, you can go first.
To me, it's like fairly even. I also kind of agree with this idea of like the LAN environment for Enigma has always seemed pretty good in their grounds. OG to me is like, I imagine they're incredibly motivated because I feel like they've been getting a lot of attention, and I feel like that kind of helps them the same way that they like to voice line and tip and stuff. There's a lot of negative energy around the OG brand these days. They've somehow become villains in a sense. And
That's what happens when you win too much.
Yeah, and they want to feed into that. So I don't know. I think storyline wise, I really want to see OG win this qualifier just so they can go back to TI.
All right, so I mean, what's your prediction? I feel like you're just buying time for another pick right now.
Oh no, I'm actually just my prediction is OG. I will take OG.
All right, I'll take Nigma for the fun of it, but I also would have gone with them in the first place. I feel like they just have more going for them right now. I feel Nigma was my pick to win the qualifier, and I still believe that, even though their game one yesterday was a bit shaky. I think that in this match against OG, I think hopefully we'll see that really, really high level of Dota that we saw during the DPC. And yeah, I expect these last couple of days of the qualifier to really just up the quality on the games as we thin out the herd.
It is pretty crazy to think that, of the 4 teams that we have in the semifinals here in the upper bracket, 2 of them haven't even seen a major this entire season, right? Only Team Nigma and Team Liquid were able to even make it, and then Team Liquid didn't do so great on all of them, where Nigma was at least able to get quite a decent run in the Ana Major. But yeah, OG. We don't know what they're going to bring. They have changed their rosters, of course, with Sumail now joining them. Interesting to note that we do have ILTW up against OG. I mean, ILTW was, of course, at some point also the replacement for Ana, like Sumail is now. We do have the Winter Wyvern picked up as the 4th hero for Team Nigma, so guaranteeing that either Lina or Hoodwink is a core. Revealing that nugget.
I think it's probably I think it's definitely the Lina mid, right? I don't think Kuro will play Wyvern and GH will play Hoodwink, or I think GH also plays Wyvern. I don't know if Kuro's been playing Hoodwink at all, but could be either lane at the moment. So very open, but they did, it's kind of like 3 backline casters again. Like they don't really have that frontliner, so it's going to put a lot of pressure on their pick here. Can be tough to pick certain melee heroes into Axe, but with the Wyvern heal in lane, might be completely fine if you do that like 1-0-1 build on Winter Wyvern, which is so popular. This hero is bonkers broken right now, I think.
Yeah, I feel like Brame kept getting into these kind of lineups too, where it was like so predicated on that like initial jump because they don't have the the bodies to just go in to like get that vision and everything too. And sometimes that means that if your initial vision isn't very good and your first initiation isn't very successful, then the game just becomes like really difficult. Whereas you look at OG and they have like Pango and Axe who can just kind of hop in there. But there's a nice big body to get into the middle of a fight.
Yeah, they needed it. Mars is one of the most active offlaners, so if he needs to start roaming or teleporting around the map as soon as he's level 6, he will and can. He generally just goes like phase boots plus maybe soul ring. Sometimes if he's getting good farm, he'll buy a hood. But for the most part, he's going to rush either that blink or Yules just to be a playmaker. And depending on how his plays go, he sometimes turns into like a glorified 4 position. But it's kind of completely fine.
We have the double pick in a row here now for OG, and it's probably a Thompson Pango, and then we're still dealing with this Seb
It's morphing
or
time. It's morphing time.
Yeah.
It's
You
so
like
good
it?
here. It's so good here.
And then
Like,
you ban PL and
yeah, you ban PL for sure, and then you can get rid of the Sumail Leshrac. There it is.
Okay, so Seb Axe then. So no one's getting TV. No one's getting Morph, maybe. I feel like
Thompson, Pango, Sumail Lesh, Seb Axe.
Yeah.
Good work.
And No Tail gets the
This
the
is
ninth
a
pick.
pretty wild draft from OG. Like showing already that they're kind of. Do you think any of these heroes could be supports for OG besides the Willow?
They could 5 the Willow and 4 the Pango theoretically, but 4 Pango with 3 Axe sounds kind of meh. And then 4 Leshrac I'm also not that into. I guess you could 5 the Lesh.
Yeah, I'm trying to
We
run a bunch of
saw-
scenarios, but it's crazy right now.
We saw Taiga do the 4 Lesh. It almost worked.
It's not bad. I think it
It's
can
not
work for
bad.
sure. It's really good when you have like a dominant offlaner like Axe or Timber or Broodmother, because they just kind of tank the tower and you just kill it with, level 2 Edict or whatever you got it at.
There's also still AA in the pool right now. Which
For
I
who?
think would kind of help OG. Like if you went for another support for OG, because then like no matter what Nigma pick, assuming you ban the TB and then you pick the AA, it's like good
feel like-
follow-up damage.
It is good follow-up damage, and it is good versus the Wyvern. However, I think you really want to have like another initiator for it to play AA. You don't want to be reliant on just one guy to like do everything, and especially if that one guy has to like farm a Blink Dagger first. It's like really nice when you have like Dragon Knight. I think Dragon Knight AA is one of the best duos for that reason. You just have like short CD initiation. Sand King as well can work. But AA wants to be active. His ultimate cooldown is not that long.
They could also like Undying maybe, because it's a Mars lane. This is all assuming we're going for a 5 here.
Yeah,
I have
Team
no
Nigma was
idea what OG's
expecting a
picking.
5.
Chen!
That's Chen!
Oh my god.
Unpicked hero so
Alright,
far. I
That's
believe
the worst
unpicked
hero
on
in Dota,
all the
man.
qualifiers.
It's the worst hero in Dota right now.
Alright, what are the benefits of Chen?
Yeah,
going Nigma on this
unpicked
game.
overall.
What are the benefits? What does he do? His
There-
creeps suck now.
If he gets a creep, a good 4 player will just block the small camp.
Do they have any of the cheeky combos with like the penitents? I don't see anything. I mean, with Pango, does that do something with like the attacks?
I'm gonna be watching this game closely. I'm curious.
Yes,
This-
very.
This is gonna be some new tech. They might. Maybe
They
say
better be
something.
some new tech. Yeah. I mean, picking Chen is the new tech. Ooh.
It's a good name.
A lifestealer can infest the Chen creep, right?
It's really good against
Take it
Axe
over?
as well, because you just kind of lifesteal when he calls you. And yeah, you can
Well-
infest. You can. Well, the thing about lifesteal, it's not necessarily about killing the Chen creeps. It's about having an escape at all times. So you could be in like the middle of team fight, and you're like, oh look, a Chen creep. I'll just get full HP from this.
All right, we need one of these big Hand of God plays. So we talk about the Hoodwink gives you like the blow up, right? I mean, God, they have like Hoodwink and Lena though. I don't know if Hand of God is gonna get any big saves.
I'm excited. This Chen is just a storyline for me. Like it's gonna be so fun. I hope it succeeds. I really do.
Bring him back.
Well,
Bring back Chen.
But
That's gonna be
I will predict Nigma.
You
though.
go for it. You will predict Nigma. Okay. Don't believe in the Chen until you've seen it, Trent.
No, of course not. That would be ridiculous. That'd be foolish. I'm not a fool.
Okay, well, let's see how this Chen is going to play out for OG, and if Team Nigma is indeed going to walk away with that first game, this best of 3. But perhaps OG's lineup will surprise us. I know it will be an exciting match regardless, though, especially with our commentary team of Lyrical and AUI.
Thank you so much, Sheever. And yes, Owie, the draft was already looking weird, and then we get into this, and it's a Chen pick. I saw you typed into Discord 3 letters, and it was not POG. It was a couple other ones. What do you think about this Chen pick? What's going on here? What's the play?
So, I think Nigma picked this hero once at the major, I believe. And they won that game, but Chen did nothing. Like, absolutely nothing, in my opinion. I think this hero's unplayable. I'm a Chen spammer myself, and personally, I think this is like the worst state this hero has been in for a long time. But there's no way OG picked Chen without scrimming it and like understanding the hero. So I'm excited to see what they bring out here, because I don't know, they just have such a different idea about Dota than every other team in the qualifiers, it seems.
Yeah, and I'm really excited. I think that, you know, if there's a team that's going to bring out something new and sort of try and make something happen with it, it's definitely going to be OG. And already at the early goings in the mid lane, Thompson looking to see if a ward is placed, but Nigma is right there on the outside. This is the weirdest standoff ever. Neither of them know the other one's there.
This is exactly what you'd expect after this draft, to be honest.
Right.
But like, I have to, because I can't wrap my head around anything but the Chen, to be honest. Like, you pick Chen into like Wyvern, Lina, Mars. Like, these are heroes that I think Chen is traditionally bad against. And what Chen usually wants is you want to have superior team fight. So when you go to a tower, you can force them into your team fight. And, you know, he's a good team fighter, hand of god, early mech, etc. And he has creeps to push towers, but I don't think they have that this game.
Right. That's going to be the tough thing, particularly with like this Axe that, you know, wants to get the Vanguard first and everything else. It could be kind of tough to like actually come online at the same time that Chen does. But I don't know. We'll keep our eyes on it. Already starting with the headdress, and it looks like it's going to be a trade-off there of a couple runes apiece. Both teams getting 2 of them.
I think the OG idea with Chen has to be that they're going to snowball the map, and then you have Chen creeps plus E that can just take every tower and just keep killing your opponent.
Okay.
I don't see anything else, but honestly, I just don't know enough, to be honest, too.
Okay. Well, we'll keep our eyes on it. You can see there a very storied rivalry right now. Kuro coming out a little bit ahead in terms of the total number of games that are going on there, but certainly we're going to add another one onto the entire round of it as the mid lane matchup. Pango versus Lina. At times, Lina has looked incredibly dominant. You know, when I was watching the Eastern European qualifiers, some of the stuff that we saw from a couple of those teams was really strong. But likewise, this Pango has been able to take over games at various points in time. So we'll see what those early rotations might look like, or if people just stay in lanes and continue to kind of AFK farm stuff going on.
Yeah, for sure. I think like this lane seems like it should be really hard for Pango, and I think it will be. But I see Thompson, he pulls these clutches out of nowhere on like every hero. So maybe like Lina will win the lane and Thompson will kill him when Thompson gets 6. Is the plan.
Okay. We'll keep our eyes on it. Down bottom, of course, LTW this time playing on the Lifestealer, paired together with GH in the safe lane, actually. So they wanted to ensure that they, you know, had Kuro playing on this Hoodwink, and he's going to be playing up with Mind Control. So a little bit of a switch up from what we normally see in that regard at the very least. But, I mean, this Hoodwink just looks so freaking good throughout a lot of the qualifiers.
Yeah, for sure. Hoodwink, he just looked like a nice stable hero. He always has impact, and this is also something else I've noticed, that even at the major, Nigma were doing this, where they throw Kuroki into off lane and put GH into safe lane. I'm not too sure if this was like a conscious decision they've made, or is it just based off the heroes and it happens to happen a lot? But it has looked pretty good. Like, Kuroki's a bit more free. He gets to roam around a bit, get stacks, etc.
And you can see that already at the early goings, No Tail gonna have a creep for himself from the lane up top and try and put some pressure on, but gets bulwarked back by Mind Control, playing together with Kuro there. 113 hero pick banned in TI10 qualifiers, so we're right up there on the edge. And to be honest, some of those heroes that look unpicked, we've seen people call for them a few times. As Miracle trying to zone Thompson back, was able to get that water rune though, and they are going to keep him out of the creep wave for the moment. Kind of tough for the Pango right now, almost getting doubled up in CS actually.
Yeah, it is a very hard lane for Pangolier, but honestly, I don't know how many heroes Pango likes to lane mid against. I don't know how many heroes like to lane mid against Lina anyways. Right. So you're not like, when you did the draft, you're not expecting to win mid, and you've constructed your draft around that fact already. So it's not too bad for them. GH with a nice courier snipe on bottom.
Well played.
Ooh, and Noto got a Harpy creep. This is the creep that makes Chen viable, I think, if you can get it. He actually snatched it from the mid small camp, which is really cool.
Yeah, that's funny. Normally you just see him head on into his own jungle, but moves on over now. Going to throw some punches out there onto Kuro and get some good damage out. Afterwards, Mind Control able to sidestep and a bushwhack afterwards, just throwing out the extra bits of damage that they can. At least in the early goings, it doesn't look like anybody's getting completely demolished in the laning stage. Axe a little bit ahead of the lifestealer, obviously, down bottom, and they're sort of winning out those side lanes slightly. But Seb going to trade some more hits. The Cursed Crown goes out. Does he decide to get some more damage there onto LTW? Just pops Rage, turns around, goes back to farming. But yeah, slow and steady they go as the next round will come in. Soxa trying to stack up this camp. Will have access to the pull now. And we do have, at least for the moment, pretty static in terms of the laning stage situation. Mind Control, I'm surprised he's been able to actually do okay here, considering that heartbeat creep. It's sort of zoning him out a little bit.
I mean, I think this is the problem with Chen. It took him 3 minutes to get this heartbeat creep, right? People have been really good at blocking the small camp, and you don't offer anything other than your creep, really. You have 1 base armor, sort of mediocre damage, and you don't have any real spells. So that's why Chen isn't picked. I mean, I do like what Nota is doing, though. He got the heartbeat creep, and he immediately queued himself a Basti Ring, because he understands if he gets to the Basti Ring plus a heartbeat, he can like have a lot of impact. He's also pulling this hard camp and using his creep to zone, which is very cool to see.
Yeah, draws that other aggro so they can't do the same pull at the exact same time. So definitely cool, that one. And also getting a stack off at the same time. So some good micro there. And meanwhile, down bottom, able to get the kill on the lifestealer. Thompson does go down mid. So that's what you're talking about. The strength miracle hitting that level 6 before the Pango roll came out.
Yeah, honestly, I can't believe they killed Lifestealer with an Axe Willow, and they're also got Sniper Free Courier here with GH's boots on it. Now, they must be playing bottom just very well, because I think PPD mentioned, and this is most people's read on the matchup, but Lifestealer should be solid in lane versus Axe, especially if you go for an item like a Bracer.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So LTW gain a little bit of the better end of the stick there from Seb as he just punches him down, and now going to start going for the creep cutting, and GH, like, I mean, this guy can't really do much to stop this at the moment, it feels like. You mentioned the boots getting sniped. Seb's just going to pull this over to the hard camp afterwards. OG looking good there.
Seb's really fueling himself on this bottom lane. I think he's top net worth already, but he's going to just be beasting it this game.
Yeah, totally.
You deserve nothing.
So try and take away some of those creeps as well as up top, Mind Control. Gonna get pulled back in. Some body blocks coming in from No-Tail. They tried to get on top of him, but they weren't quite able to. And in fact, it's Sumail that takes a couple of punches back from Curl on that hoodwink. And Mind Control still standing there with the Mind Stealer. And is going to be able to at least draw the aggro for a second of that small camp. So these lanes kind of breaking down in weird situations. We also saw GH get forced back there. Miracle farmed up the hard camp himself. It's just spamming out the wave and then running back to it. So by and large, a slight lead in the early going for OG is they're thinking about it. Thompson does have that 6, but didn't connect with the swashbuckle, and that will cause the retreat away. And in fact, some more punches along the way as well. Thompson thinking about going Laguna Blade, done! Dude, Miracle is feeling himself today.
He's beasting it. And that was basically a OG rotation. They had the Willow camp behind Lina for the Pango 6. And they've ganked Miracle, but Miracle killed them instead. And, I mean, he's full HP. He didn't really lose any real resources to it. Yeah, this mid lane, I mean, I think most people would say it's very Lina favored. But we're used to seeing Thompson, like, sort of make magic, pull something out of nothing. I think specifically on Pangolier, he's made like a bunch of plays where, you know, he hits a creep, gets level 6, gets a sick turnaround. I think that one might have been versus Quinn.
Right.
But this game, Miracles, he's just showing him what's up. He's double solo kill, even a kill in a 1v2.
Yeah, that's gnarly. Granted, the other side lane's still going quite well. You can see that Lesh, as well as Axe, flirting with that top net worth spot, and definitely the Lifestealer is feeling a little bit behind. But at least at this early going, ILTW is going to have this lane solo to himself. We saw the Wyvern head on out, GH playing up more on the top side now. We'll see if they decide to go for any type of a play here. They do have 2 smokes, but it's kind of weird. And again, look at this Chen. Yeah, pulling the creeps around. So they want to make sure that they don't give up this tower for nothing. And No-Tail's just kind of doing ring around the rosy and pulling the waves over to Thompson to farm. That's really cool.
This is so cool by No-Tail. I mean, this is one thing I thought about Chen is that you just leave your creeps in the jungle and you stack with them. We saw him have a Harpy on the right side that stacked the hard camp towards Sumail and he posed a wave with his other creep. And Chen's one of the only supports who can do this. I mean, we saw Notao doing this, I think, TI8 a lot. And yeah, it looks like it's still effective here.
I mean, yeah, if the meta right now is about stacking camps, picking a hero that can do it all over the map simultaneously is going to be pretty freaking good. So that'll be something to watch for sure, if they can clear those through, if they have the heroes to contest it. But yeah, they're doing a triple stack right now, and it comes through. Easy peasy.
Wow. Okay, this is very cool. Just very macro efficient from OG. And OG are the type of team, they always hit their timing, and then they go crazy. Look at their Ancients right now. They have this huge stack, the Ancients and the Triangle hard camp. I think they're going to give it... Seb already has Vanguard Blink. I was going to say, they're going to give it to Seb for his Blink Dagger, but it's 9 minutes in, and he basically has a gold for it somehow.
What the hell? Oh my god. They have so much farm. That's crazy. And Sumail, too. He's about to get this hood.
He should still take it on Seb, I think.
Okay.
No one else really kills Ancients efficiently, and... Man, OG, it's not like they've really made any real moves. Their mid got solo killed twice, but they're up 2k gold, probably 3k after this Ancient and hard camp stack, and they're looking pretty solid.
I mean, this is the type of thing, too, that, like, it's very easy to just, like, not realize that that's happening, right? Like, with the speed at which you're doing it, just sending a couple of creeps off here and there, and then being able to clear it so fast with the Lesh. As, well, they're trying to go, but they're not going to be able to find anything there. Sumail is level 9. Like, they're all of their cores are quite farmed.
He's level 9, and he actually has 2 points in stats already. And I think their concept's really cool. Like, you're going to have Chen heals. Notao's going to have a mech in, like, 700 gold. Not because he's killed any creeps, he just stacked a lot of camps and he's getting gold from that. Axe is going to have his Blink Dagger timing, and I think it's going to be gold time soon. I really like this. Oh.
Well, I mean, this is going to be the problem, right? Like, this rotation in from GH secures that kill. They get the Winner's Curse into the LSA, and Laguna Blade finished. Like, if there's somebody that's going to be able to hold off this tide of aggression, it's got to be Miracle, because he's the one having, like, the really good game.
I mean, Miracle has 3 kills, free farm mid, and he's even to net worth with Leshrac and behind the Axe. Like, that's the insane part about this game. How often do you see your mid effectively get solo killed twice, and it ganked a 3rd time?
I mean, I see that a lot by 2-3k gold. I don't see that part as much.
Yeah. Like, the first part happens in all my pubs, but the second part is what's impressive. And it's not like OG, they aren't panicking, right? They're reading the map. They understand we're getting a lot more net worth. Let's just wait for our timing, and here it is. Blink Dagger on Axe, Hood on Sumail.
Going mid, looking for the call. Catches onto GH. Miracle's over there. Looking for the big LSA, but not going to find it. Now rotation coming in from Mars. Mind Control trying to take this fight, but it is an overwhelming amount of damage. Break, but look at the heal coming in from the Chen. Hand of God comes out. Mars Arena is now down. Roly-poly, back and forth. Thompson finds one. LTW staying right on top of Seb, but now running out. He has to jump inside of Mind Control with that Infest to try and buy it, but no, Seb, he jumps in. They still have the Infest afterwards. Gets inside of Mind Control. That keeps him alive. This was about as perfect as you could play it for Nigma, and they still lose the tower. But Lesh does go down. Can they find anything else? Looking for it. Oh, cancel Blink Dagger, and now the Winner's Curse. A chance for a turnaround. Miracle, he's got the LSA afterwards. Connects onto both. Finds the finish. Double kill for Miracle, so they hold off that aggression. And Curl gives No-Tail the tip. I see what you were doing.
That was a beast punish from Nigma in that fight. They were so patient. All their spells constantly kiting. They understood that. You know, they have Chen Leshrac. We're going to lose some tier 1s. What matters is that we get the kills after. Because OG lost the fight, now their mid tower is getting pressured.
Oh, Miracle walks into a stray Bramble in the back away. At the low respawn times, everybody's back up, and they can't punish with the tower of their own. So like you said, they get the kills, but Nigma not able to secure the towers. What a wild first 12 minutes this has been. Like, so many resources generated, and they're still stacking all of these camps around the map.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess, like, we had a sort of a healing meta Animajor, right? There's a Winter Wyvern, the Phoenix, Holy Locket, these heroes. Chen has to be one of the best heroes at that still, regardless of how underwhelming I would say he is in pubs.
That's putting it nicely. But yeah, I'm with you. And like, this is before mech too, right? Like, keeping all of that in mind.
Like, we saw that the Hand of God completely nullified Mars's damage on Leshrac. The only reason OG lost heroes there is because they were sort of diving, right? Like, Sumail died basically in range of the enemy tier 2, and then they were all out, and they just chose to turn around because they wanted to get a bit more. Enigma baited them in with some really good play.
You know, we got like GDQ stuff going on right now. It feels like that's what's going on with the farming as well. They catch this life stealer now, tries to get away, tries to get out, not gonna happen. They're just speed running the map right now on OG. That's what it feels like.
For sure, and you can see all their items are for it as well. Thompson, he went for the quick Echo Saber. Leshrac went for stats and a hood. If you combine these with the heals coming out from Chen, as long as you don't dive, Enigma shouldn't have damage for you.
Yeah. You know, we were wondering when stats came back how long it was going to be until there were heroes that just started to not take abilities. And, you know, Sumail at this point is like, I don't need Lightning Storm. I'm just going to have my stun and then taking tower abilities.
And the usual build is 4-4-0 into stats on Leshrac, right? But he's opted for the even more greedy 2 points. They're going on bottom build. Good curse.
A chance. No Tail still has Hand of God and the mechanism afterwards. But can they bring him down regardless? Sumail just gets full healed, but it might not be enough. They brought numbers from Enigma, and they punish.
Enigma, again, with the good reads. OG are showing heroes top, they're showing heroes bottom. They're not done on Enigma, though. They're still going for Chen.
Yeah.
Even if you just kill the creeps, though, like, screw the hero if you play against Chen.
Ooh. The big bushwhack into LSA. Yeah, all those creeps go down, so they'll get those kills, but they lose another tower. You know, these big rotations, they find the kills, but it does cost them these objectives. And OG are taking full advantage when they're spread out.
Seb almost has a Manta style on Axe. He's offlane Axe. He's way more farmed than most safe lane Axes we've seen. And he's just beasting it. He's even bought his own smoke because when Sumail comes in with full resources, they understand that they're strong here. The enemy has used Curse, maybe expend some resources, and it's just a 2-man smoke.
This could be big. What can they find with it? They have great vision.
They have good vision.
Oh man, right on top of them. They see this the whole way through. And looking for the jump. Didn't get rage off or anything. The stun comes afterwards. And LTW gonna get dropped. So a good rotation finds the kill. And you know where they're going. There's only one place, down bottom.
It's such an interesting game to study because Enigma, they're sort of punishing them on kills. And they're like getting decent map control from those kills, but OG, they're playing everywhere.
Jump forward. They find him again. On GH, looking for that stun, not going to come through. Managing to back away for the moment. Actually going to throw out the winner's curse just to get a little bit of separation, but the rest of OG are looking to dive TPs out. Can he get away? The call, it just barely gets there. And they will find that kill while the tower drops. Sumail right there on top of it. Man.
And they're continuing with their idea. Sumail, he's going for the Sange next. You know, amplifying that healing coming in. Chen has a mech. And, you know, Copson, he built Echo Saber Corrosion. This is his build, but you're really tanky when you do this build. The Strength treads on. He has 1800 HP. Enigma, they can clutch these kills, but it's looking very scary for them in the team fights.
This is definitely one of those things where it's how do you put the brakes on this draft, right? Like, you have these heroes that are really good at D-push in GH and in the Lina to be able to, like, spam out the spells and everything. But it feels like if Axe gets that Blink Dagger off, they're just evaporating them. But they do find a kill here. Thompson going to drop. So the combination of the Lina and the Hoodwink still look quite strong. And that's going to cut into the lead a little bit. Still 9-6. And trying to find a little bit of breathing room here is Enigma.
I also want to mention, I love Miracle's build. He went Boots of Travel first, which at first I thought was really greedy considering the game state. But instead of going for a small item like Yo's after that, he just goes straight into the BKB.
Well, jumped out. Mind Control, trying to find himself a kill here. On a no-tail, but gets hit by the root. The rest of the team is a bit too far away, and they will find Mind Control. Takes him down. Seb making it where LTW is just walking brazenly into them. Does have a Sange at this point. But yeah, you like the BKB though?
I think it's a very cool idea because if you go bots into Yos, I think you can't fight at all.
Right.
But I think bots is a better farming item than Yo Scepter. So purely for farm, I think bots into BKB makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Seb just running in. He has an 18-minute Manta on an offlane Axe. He's going to have the shard right when it hits 20, and I think it'll be Roshan time. Maybe even before that. OG are crazy. Just beasting.
So yeah, he is above his highest net worth ever on an Axe, and one of his highest net worths ever since playing TI5 on Seb for this game. It's just, you know, a combination of a hero that obviously he knows well, feels good about, and then on top of that, it being meta, and the jump forward, the call. Oh, this is huge. They need to try and reset this one. Cold Embrace there for the save. Now they get the winner's curse to try and turn this. BKB out, LSA gonna connect. They need to take down Thompson. Will it be enough? Right click's coming through with the heal. It's more than enough. Miracle still staying as BKB, and then they jump out the call afterwards trying to kill him, and they're gonna get him. Miracle drops. They lose ILTW to boot, and the heal, it's just too much. They've got an arena, but you can't really get out of this one with the heroes that matter, at least. They already got the lean and the lifestealer.
And Chen, he's looking like a good hero this game.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's like, instead of playing, because you don't want to play Chen with your standard carries that go jungle, instead they draft him with an aggressive carry that gets more in stats. I mean, Sumail, he went back for the points in Split Earth, which is really good there because he landed this huge 2-man stun in that fight. And then they built Tanky, and Chen, all of a sudden, he's this teamfight beast. He provides the mech, provides a Hand of God. I mean, that was a good save by GH. He gets the save off, he gets the curse off. Pangolin did not really get a real roll off in that fight. I mean, he got it off and hit a hero, but he died in that, and the fight was still so convincing.
This is crazy. I mean, and like, how often do you see Axe get to like blink Vanguard Manta and then had enough gold for the shard that it wasn't 20 minutes? He has like all the pieces that he needs now of the kit. A little interesting that he's opting to go back for the Boots of Travel instead of just that straight BKB, but I guess they want to like be able to keep the lanes kind of shoved out and stuff. But this game is just completely fallen off the rails.
I think he understands that they can win any team fight right now. So you don't need BKB to double down on that. Instead, he needs to match the map control Miracle, who has also gone for the Boots of Travel. It's a really smart item purchase. I also want to say, like, if you look at this game, Axe is actually the 1 position. They were fighting without him in bottom lane. He was giving a lot of priority.
Oh.
And did they jump in mid?
They're thinking about, I mean, Seb has an Illusion Rune and Manta.
That'd be a crazy jump. That's,
I mean, to be fair, he's got
Illusion
the shard
Manta.
too.
That's
it's Among Us.
Yeah, you might solo kill him through the Wyvern heal.
Yeah, he's gonna try. There are a lot of illusions punching that guy, but is it enough? Winner's Curse to try and turn this around. They're still spinning, still doing that damage, but LTW gets it off. Able to walk away from that one still. The chase is really strong. GH trying to back away. They drop down the arena just hoping to escape from this one, but the Curse Crown is there. Miracle, big LSA, connects onto 2. Can they kill him off in time? Seb dropping down low. Can they finish him? Yes. They take down 1. LTW, not enough save. The damage coming from Sumail is just too intense, but they find him there. Oh, the root. They had the LSA primed up, but they weren't able to get close enough. Good play from the Willow. Soxa there, salvaging Sumail's life.
So just a classic OG game, 20 minutes, dive into enemy tier 3s, get a 3-for-1 in a buyback, just for the cost of 1 axe. Man, they're really just beasting at this game, just moving around the map. Sumail, I think, he has his Kaya Sanj, I believe, and he's opting to go for Bloodstone Nyx. Man, they're really making Dota look more fluid than it usually is. You know, you usually have your traditional carry in your safe lane, all the farm goes to him. In this game, they're rotating around all their core heroes. Lashak's in the safe lane, but Axe is given farm priority. Lashak gets a timing, he's running at them. And then Axe, he gets a Splint there, he's also running at them. They're just playing the Dota, I think, like you expect out of like OpenAI. Like, that's what I think people learned from that time period in Dota.
Yeah, well, it's working quite well, and you know, there's still an incredibly strong Lina in this game who's topping the net worth. LTW is behind. It's not like, you know, one huge item ahead, but he is definitely trying to get towards that Scotty now. Like, do you think that, like, with this MKB online, what's the avenue that Nigma have to try and get back into this game? Is it just holding out against the aggression?
Honestly, they need damage, right? Because there's so many heals coming out from OG, and they itemize so tankily for these fights. So they definitely need to hold on a bit, wait for Lina to get that big damage item, and then like bait OG into them, because OG are going to run at them, as we've seen this game.
All right. Well, they find him there. Gets the rage off first, though. Kuro throws out the bushwhack. Sumail Standing tall. Oh, he got the rage off earlier. Winner's Curse into the fear. Tries to back away, but they have that LSA afterwards. Connects now onto Sumail. Right clicks. Coming through. Oh! Soxa came in and soaked the sharpshooter. That keeps him alive. And now the taunt afterwards back on a Miracle. Do they keep him alive, though? Cold Embrace yet again. Wyvern being so strong and now jumped inside by that Lifestealer. Trying to turn onto the Chen, seeing if they can find that kill to stop all of the healing. But the chop came onto the backside. They find themselves another kill here. LSA round 2. No, he's taunted. He's caught. And he is in trouble. Miracle goes down again. ILTW just doesn't have the damage at this point. And they're going to turn onto every one of them. Dual Scepter lift up. ILTW trying to back away. Kuro is dead as well. They jump forward for the kill as the taunt comes out. ILTW trying to escape, but they got him. The chase down, the eventual finish. And one last time, Kuro looking for the snipe. It's not going to matter. The roll hit from Thompson into the face. He takes the sharpshooter to the face and gets himself out. I'm going to pick up my basher on my way back home.
And this has to be a TI form OG coming in hot here, right? Just outplaying everyone in the fights. Who died on the OG side there? Was it only Chen?
I think so, yeah. No-Tail the only one that ended up going down in all of that.
And it's just everything, right? Like, Soxa, he's tanking the sharpshooter. Sumail's hitting these clutch two-man stuns off no setup. You know, Seb is always patient with his calls, getting the right targets, and my goodness, like, they're looking so dominant this game. I can't believe Chen's winning.
Right? How is this
I love
happening?
this hero, but like clearly, like it's just my ideas about the hero are wrong because they're making it look fantastic this game.
Every time I look in the jungle, there's like some extra stacks that are just being built up. But I guess that's just what sort of allowed them to get to that first initial point where, you know, things start to feel good. And now you're seeing like all these little auras get picked up, right? Like we've got the Cloak aura, they've got the Wildwing Ripper one. What the heck is this? You know, the mana aura.
Yeah,
like
he
all these
literally
little
has 4 auras right now.
Yeah.
Even the 10% magic resistance on heroes on the Centaur Courser, I had no idea that was its name. It matters a lot because again, we saw in last fight, it's not like Nigma aren't hitting their spells. They got a 3-man arena there. They got a lot of damage out, but just not quite enough. If you can heal through damage, no one's gonna die, and that's just what's been happening in these fights.
Build tanky on everybody else. They've got spell lifesteal going on Sumail. Incredibly hard to deal with.
I mean, they do have a timing come up, right? If they can get to Scotty on the lifesteal and MKB on Lina, those items do allow you to punch through these heals. But honestly, it's still not that close. LTW, he got his lane, like he knew what his laning gains. He picked lifesteal as a counter, and he just hasn't had any real farm this game. I don't really think he's had any impact. It's 6 deaths. Just a really hard one for him.
Like, Soxa's almost caught up to him at this point. As down bottom, they caught Miracle yet again. Bushwhack trying to salvage it, but it's not going to happen. They drop down that Lina another time, giving him the tip afterwards. And, well, one by one, they go through, find the kill onto Kuro. And they have some ideas about Dota, that's for sure. OG looking good. Now looking for more. They find LTW as well. Gonna get Cold Embrace there, Winter's Curse afterwards, but Seb just goes for GH. Fine, you won't let me kill LTW, I'm coming for you. Bash. Get the TP out. No, they got the bash, and then into the taunt, walks right into it. There was nowhere left to go. OG find another one. GH tries to get away, it ain't gonna happen. Damn, dude.
The thing is, like, if you look at their drafts on paper, I think everyone in their head's like, oh my god, they have a Ched, they have no real carry, how are they going to win this game? But OG's really showing sort of a next level of Dota, where they're running at their opponent, and they're even like taking objectives, taking away their farm, they're just stacking their own jungle, just being so efficient with everything, hitting their timings. This is insane levels of play coming out. I mean, I guess it's expected, right? They won 2 TIs, but they never looked like this in the past, like, couple of years. This is insane coming from them.
It's a different style for sure, and trying to take a mechanic that, you know, is in the game and exploiting it to its maximum extent, and that's what we're seeing here, and it's working beautifully. Now, again, you've got Nigma. They were able to pressure that tier 2 tower a little bit, but they've lost a lane of racks and are down 19,000 gold. The other thing that we've got pretty soon is, speaking of old school, Chen has his Aghanim shard, so they've got the send back now. Sumail with the Boots of Travel He's going to come back out, join the team after getting filled back up, and has his Bloodstone completed.
Yeah, and there's no Yule Scepters to purge that on the Radiant team. When you're this far behind, you can't afford to go for this utility item. And look at that. Illusion Rune top, they're going to give the bottle over to Seb. He's going to have this huge burst damage, and Roshan's up in 45 seconds. They're not going to pull a Liquid, you know, go high ground mid without Roshan, I think. They're just going to wait for it and methodically end this game.
Damn, dude. Too soon. What the
Sorry. I've seen Liquid do that. I need to say that so that, you know, Blitz will hear me.
Okay,
And then he'll fix them. Because they've done that like 20 times I've seen. Literally 20 times, I think.
That's fair.
They're such good players. They're so enjoyable, but they keep making the same mistakes.
Oh.
Anyways, back to this game.
Absolutely. Well, we got the tier 2 tower mid that's going to get taken down. And Seb looking for an opening here. Vision-wise, Radiant actually have a pretty good ward that spots out Thompson and Seb at the moment. But it just feels like even with the perfect initiation, it's going to be so difficult.
Like,
LTW, get him caught. Okay, spear back afterwards. They got everything on him. Brings him down. That's the fight that they need. And now Sumail gonna try and chase him a little bit here. Do they have enough left in the tank after using everything onto Seb? Curse Crown, Fear afterwards, did connect onto LTW, and now trying to bring down Sumail. Oh god, LTW's getting smacked though. He gets absolutely demolished. Soxa now going to die in that Winter's Curse. LSA not gonna connect. Thompson right on top of him. Sumail, the big bad carry who has so much magic damage, is gonna be able to outdo the Cold Embrace. It's not nearly enough. Dead for 80 seconds as GH tries to TP back home, but even with Seb dead, Sumail is a whole nother problem.
And I think that was the best execution on the best target that could have come up from Nigma. They killed the enemy, I'm gonna say their carry,
okay,
without even using Arena, and it just wasn't enough.
Spear back now, trying to find something else onto Thompson, but didn't quite catch there. Sharpshooter, he goes in. Oh my god, what a freaking G. Thompson feeling himself right now. Oh man.
That was they had vision on their opponent, they killed the best hero, and you know, Hand of God was sort of wasted, honestly. It only healed one hero, but there's just too much damage coming from OG. Like, Sumail's not dying, his Bloodstone, Eternal Shroud, Chenora, a bunch of heals. And also, I saw a really cool interaction where you just put Penance on someone and Pango just beats them to death. Because it's an Echo Saber Basher, and he just literally hit Miracle until he was dead. And it's not what you expect, but this Pangolin, he's tanky and he does a lot of damage now with this build.
Yo, where is the Holy Locket at, though, for No Tail? I've been waiting for that one. He's going for a Solar Crest instead. I guess he's got enough healing now. He just wants to get other utility-oriented items.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. In my head, Holy Locket would make a lot of sense for this build, but they've probably identified that they're trying to burst one target, right? Holy Locket, it's good for that heal,
right?
But you'd rather just give them armor. Honestly, I don't know. I'm trying to justify it, but I mean, he's played such a fantastic game on an unpicked hero in both pubs and competitive. It's hard to criticize without like realizing that he has a much better read of the situation, right?
Fair enough.
Just no one understands his Chen apparently, except for this guy, because he's beasting it right now.
Literally, we were laughing at it.
Yeah, I did not understand the pick at all, but
they're making it work.
Chen looks really good. Why does Chen look so good?
I don't know, man.
It's just OG things.
Well, we are 32 minutes in now, and the game feels like it's stalled out a little bit. Obviously, OG are in firm control of the map, and wherever they want to go, there's a DD rune top, and Aghanim Scepter done on Thompson as well. And I guess that's the thing too that we saw in that last fight, like with the send back on No Tail. Also, it's like you can play on these heroes that are so aggressive, like the Lesh, and then just TP back into the next creep wave that comes in. Like
for sure,
I'm struggling to see what the deal with this is now, except just trying to burst them, which their heroes do kind of well.
But not against the Aegis, right? That's a problem. Like, you can spear the Slash back in, he's going to get healed a lot, there's going to be an Aegis. It just looks hard. And OG, they're pushing high ground while Seb farms the jungle.
Jump forward,
tries
really
to get it.
Oh, he went right into the stun. Mind control, get out of there. It's a dangerous place to be. Another round of the stun, the terrorize. All the circles are on the ground, and nobody likes them. Can they bring this man down? Taunt afterwards, he's dead. So many Venn diagrams, and all of it spells the end of Nigma as they are looking to lose this game number one, barring a miracle. It doesn't start right here. They get that winner's curse. Now trying to bring down one, but the cheese comes out. Thompson able to get out of there afterwards. Sumail running in. Seb on top of GH. They find that finish. Buybacks from both the Mars and that winner Wyvern. But OG, they got what they came for. Clear that Rax. And now back out.
And that was basically without Seb being there at the start of the fight. He was finishing his jungle. He was finishing his assault caress in the jungle. You know, the normal thing to do as your team pushes high ground. Sumail just jumps in.
Yeah, dude, he's not afraid at all. Just goes right on top of Kuro. Now the jump, the call is there yet again, finding mind control. There's no buybacks. I feel like I've seen this story before with OG, and it might end in the fountain. Or maybe they just keep their eyes on the prize, focus on the buildings. Chen does go down. How dare you kill our captain? We're coming for you, Miracle. As the chase down continues, they'll find that kill. Sumail's going into the fountain, popping the Bloodstone, trying to live. There's the Ghost Scepter afterwards, able to live and get the blink out. But this is Ancient down and GG in just a moment. As OG come in, pick the Chen, dominate the early game, take down the towers, and now gonna finish it off. Easy as pie.
No, Nigma, they're too confused to even GGL until after the throne falls. Like, they need to spend all their time talking about this game because Lyrical, like, what the hell just happened?
I'm not sure. It is a... I want to look real quickly at what the healing stats were, like the camps were. There's a lot of data, I think, to go through with this one. A lot of notes to take potentially, but it was a really solid performance. But for now, at least, we have a lot to break down when we get back to the panel. For now, we're going to head on to a break, and we'll see y'all on the other side of it.
Well, that was a different Dota game than what we've been seeing so far. I'm here with Trent PPD. We're going to break down game one of OG versus Nigma. And OG took that in style. And Peter, I know you want to talk about that, Chen. I can't hear you. Peter. Trent, talk to me about Chen.
He's going to go for the reconnect. He's going to figure it out.
There we go.
The power. Yeah, so we had a Chen, guys, and it worked. Now, I'm not sure if this is like one of those, this could have been any hero. Probably not, right? This kind of felt like a very solid Chen strat in the sense of like they actually abused a lot of the earlier mechanics of the stacking, the creeps, and then of course just like going for all these stats. Everyone's just getting a little bit tankier, so you get more effect out of the heal, right? Like they have double burst heroes between the Hoodwink and the Lina, so you just like stat up as much as you can. That's going to make No-Tail's life a lot easier to actually abuse the heal coming in, and it worked. Made some big saves. I thought Nigma had really good defenses where they actually brought enough numbers to bring someone down, but it felt like they'd spend all these efforts to kill someone, and meanwhile, the other core on OG is farming like 3 stacks.
Yeah, this was a very different series, I felt like, that we've seen from OG and Nigma that we saw yesterday.
I was actually just opening the chat to ask Lyrical because I can't see the scoreboard. Camp stack for OG was well, sorry, for Nigma it was 1 camp, guys. All right, so I'm gonna give you guys like 5 seconds. You can put your guesses in the chat for camps for OG. Hurry. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's 28. 28 camps stacked for the side of OG. That is
That's
absurd.
mental. That is mental. And they did play in your typical OG fashion, running at Team Nigma constantly. And at the start, there were some glimmers of hope, some light points for Team Nigma, because Miracle was having a great game on Alina for the first part, but at some point it's just you don't have more in the tank. By the way, Peter.
Yeah, sorry.
You back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I think it's
Talk to me about this
probably
game.
good for me just not to speak since I went so hard on hating on the Chen. But no, I mean, Chen, he did so good. No tail, like he stacked so many camps. I guess that was just like what won them the game. Like Leshrac and Axe were just so crazy farmed. I feel like Nigma's side lanes, like they just didn't play very hard. I feel like Chen was like running around, roaming, trying to get his first level 1 creep, and Sumail was still just farming top. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, he felt safe.
And then bottom lane, I imagine Dark Willow's also stacking for Axe, but then Axe is also like top net worth in the game. So I just feel like there wasn't really any punishment on the side lanes. And maybe that is because Kuro was in the off lane rather than the safe lane, GH in the safe lane rather than the off lane. Or I'm not sure what the deal was.
They do that more often. We heard AOI say it as well. They did that a couple of times at the major as well. At that point, I think most people were assuming it was because of hero choices, because GH does play those
Elder Titan
a
especially.
little bit less aggressive.
Right?
Yeah,
Elder Titan loves to
IOs.
play in the safe lane. Same with IO.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Maybe there was itemization on the cores, like maybe Nakes didn't buy like Orb of Venom, or I didn't like see all the details of the game, but I feel like Miracle did so well mid, right? But what was happening on the side lanes?
That's going to be also a tough one for Team Nigma to figure out. They only have a very limited time. We heard a commentator say that they probably spent the last bit of previous game also already talking about how they could improve for game number 2, because that one was definitely ready to fall off a cliff for them. But hopefully game 2 will be maybe a little bit more even between the two squads. We of course have a little bit of a break coming up, but don't worry, I got a job for you. Because as of now, from now until 10 minutes from now, you have, if you want to, you don't have to, but you should if you want to, type in the chat, ! Mate Mate, because you have a chance of winning 2 cases of Mate Mate, which is of course energy, caffeine reimagined, and it gives you more day, more night, more Dota 2, and yeah, just spam that for the next 10 minutes, 20 winners in total each day. So, well, actually, because it's in the middle of a very hype series, there's a lot of people watching, your chances went down a little bit, but there's still that chance, so make sure you type it in. And you've got about 10 minutes to do that, and we got about 6 minutes until we're ready for the draft of game 2. 2 points. Team Nigma traditionally bad at online tournaments. They didn't qualify for the last major that didn't happen in 2020. They barely qualified for the major, the first major that they tried to qualify through. They had to go through the minor. And overall, they just haven't looked too hot in all the online series that they've played. However, series overall, they lose game 1 and then they come back. So, Peter, we are hoping for a more competitive game number 2, right?
Absolutely, we're definitely hoping for that. However, they also, they are more of a lower bracket team, so they could
That's
just
true. That is
quickly
true.
slip out of here.
Just send them down this early,
okay.
huh? Just
That's
go down.
depressing. I hope that's not the case. I mean, I'm fine with them going to lower bracket, but please make it a more even game 2. I love seeing stumps though, Trent, especially with heroes that haven't been picked over any region. Like Chen was the first pick over 250 games. That's crazy. They made it work too. They made it look good.
That is an acceptable stomp. I'll give them that. Yeah.
We need to remember this quote. Sheever loves stomps. All right.
Yeah.
Next time she's complaining about the games being too uneven, we can just remember this moment.
Only if there's a hero that's never been picked before in the tournament. Then
Oh,
I'm okay
yes,
with it.
of course.
I have that little caveat there. Just,
Okay, cool.
Just in case.
So, Tinker
but
stomps, Earthshaker stomps.
Learning from a game mid-series, that is something that is very difficult to do, right? It's very difficult to practice. There's a couple of captains out there that are a little bit better at it than others. And Peter, would you say that Kuro is one of the ones that actually does a good job adapting per series?
Absolutely. Being at the very top, like Kuro has been, Puppy, Noto, etc. Like these guys, it's all about adapting and learning quickly. And I mean, they're definitely going to bring a better game. It's hard to get more stomped than they did in the last game, so this one's for sure going to be better, no doubt. They did ban the axe this time too, which I think was a huge problem.
Yeah,
it really was. They also left the Pugna in.
They did leave the Pugna in, so watch out for the Thompson Pugna potentially. I feel like Thompson is more so playing. I mean, we've seen the Earth Spirit, right? Now we see the Pangolier. Like he's on that like Strength Hero, Echo Saber treads, like 2k HP. Like that's kind of his jam right now. Like I'm gonna go in, and then you guys back me up.
Io first pick. We saw a second phase ban previously by OG. Of course, Team Nigma is one of the few teams that still warrants IO bans here and there. But OG getting that second phase ban instead of the first, and they're paying for it now. How scary is Team Nigma with that IO? Because it's not a, oh, there's the IO, we won type of scenario anymore, right, Trent?
No, it's heavily fallen off across like globally. The heroes not considered as broken anymore. You don't often see it in like the safe lane role now either, so you don't have that little bit of flexibility. It was the one game they lost yesterday as well. Was bringing that out, and there's an instant answer of hardcore like shutdown on the heal and the AoE coil too from OG. So they were definitely ready for this opener.
Yeah, a bit of a bizarre opener from. I mean, not necessarily OG, but Nigma going with the Luna instead of the Gyrocopter. Luna is probably a little bit better against Puck, but they're kind of the same hero in a lot of ways. I got to say, I like what OG has so far. The AA is very, very good against the Wisp, and as well as the Puck, right? Just very elusive, good setup for the AA ult. I like it.
I feel like they won like almost all their games the Animajor with Luna. I'm like looking through right now. I don't see many losses. I think that was like the bread and butter to me when I was watching a Enigma game of just like, okay, this looks good. Like they look very comfortable on this. They have really good strategies for the rotations of the Luna. It felt like they always played that like the Vanguard where they're up ahead of where the Luna's farming. So she always feels like safe and confident in what she's doing. And then on top of that, you're going to have the ability to actually like guarantee she's brought into the engagements too.
Sure.
So that aspect I like. But the counter picks look pretty brutal from OG.
I think their game plan is very straightforward when they have Luna, right? It's like we want to group up early, we want to let him get to his timing, and then let's go, right? Let's do Roche, let's go high ground. And it's the same thing with Anti-Mage almost, but kind of the opposite, right? Where it's like we're just going to split push all game, he's going to hit his timing, and then he's going to win. So when you have like clear direction, I usually favor, I mean, it makes the game much easier for teams. I would love to see Kuro get Lion here if it doesn't get banned. I feel like this is going to be another game where Kuro's playing in the off lane. So it's really important that he has a hero that he can have impact on. And I think Lion is kind of, very good setup for relocates and also probably just the best support against Puck in the game probably.
Yeah, and maybe a potential DK as well, right? I mean, we got
Sure.
the puck out there. Just something simple. Again,
A little bit weaker versus the AA, but yeah, it is still doable. Death Prophet also not something you want to do. Could do the Ember Spirit for Miracle. That's a hero that they've had some success on. But I kind of think it's important for Miracle to have like some sort of semi carry. Right? I feel like that's where he excels. Like he doesn't necessarily just play like hard gankers.
Well, you're on the same page as OG though, because they ban out the Ember Spirit just to make
crap.
sure that
Now I gotta-
Miracle doesn't get it.
Now I got to come up with another hero.
Oh yes, yes you do. Because what does lane well against the puck? They remove TA Invoker.
Yeah, I think pushers generally. I could see them doing like Magnus could be really cool.
Mhm.
Or sorry, that's not it. I don't mean that. You could do Magnus, but that's kind of a little bit farm heavy. More so, you want to do like somebody that can push the tower. So Death Prophet's not great versus AA. Dragon Knights you could do, but it is a little susceptible to the AA. What are the other mid tower pushers?
There's like
Leshrac?
Lena and Lesh, yeah. But
Yeah.
again, similar like squishy-ish versus the AA.
Yeah, I didn't like that from Nigma last game. Their first three were just very squishy, right? It was Lena, Hoodwink, and their other support, which was Winter Wyvern.
Wyvern.
Yeah, and I think that they really just need to get like a melee hero or an initiator or somebody like that in their first three. That way they don't put limitations on the rest of their draft.
The mid Earth Spirit looks kind of good
for Nigma.
For Enigma, but I don't know if they would play it. But like that's kind of what I want, you know what I mean? I guess you can't hit towers, but this idea of just I guess then Miracle doesn't scale, though, is the only problem. Plus, obviously, it's a extremely just Thompson at this point.
It would be cool. Though.
Well, and Yopaj, I guess.
Yeah. We got the Doom removed on the side of OG there in the end.
Yeah, well, hopefully they take the Lion since it's in there. I feel like it's very good, and it might also make Miracle feel like he doesn't have to play like this catch hero mid.
Yeah, because it's as you said, it's not really like his flavor. There's like a list of replacement puck heroes to me where like you just like slowly go further and further down the tiers of just like what you're trying to get out of a puck, and there's like the Kunkka or that DK and stuff, and they're just not really heroes that you expect to see Miracle succeed on. But have themselves the Clockwork, so just more AoE control, doesn't give away a lot. Soxa been slaying it on the hero recently, and there he blows. He's back.
He got it. That was an easy one.
He got it.
The go-to versus the puck.
OG probably saw it coming. That's why they picked up the Clockwork and yep, it's gonna be.
Where's Lyrical when you need him?
I feel like
He's there.
OG's drafts
He's waiting.
are just very.
Yeah,
on
you didn't
point
type
right
it
now.
in time though.
That's true.
With the Darkseer.
It wasn't enough
prediction
time.
every
It was like a
time.
snap because of the Lion pick,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
Should have been faster.
Darkseer is like the
Disappointed.
classic pick versus the Luna and the TV. I feel like every offlaner just wants to play Darkseer unless it's unplayable. And right now they can't pick Oracle. I mean, unless you're really gonna mess up your lanes.
Miracle Lion mid with the damage
Yeah.
down. Oh,
Bring
Tiny.
it back.
Okay, I forgot about Tiny, but that is a really good choice. And Miracle has had some fantastic games on this hero, so I could definitely see him popping off.
So then for our last picks, we need a Sumail hero on the side of OG, and I guess a mind control hero on the side of Team Nigma.
Mind control hero that plays into an unknown lane as well, because you don't know the one's gonna be, and you have a Lion on your side, so might be something that's a little bit on the safer side.
For OG?
I want
for Enigma, like for
sorry.
MC's pick.
So OG has to pick first. Is that correct?
No, they have last.
Sorry, yeah, you're right. Yeah, well, I like Sven for OG. If they can get the Sven Darkseer, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, that's their classic, right? And just like surge him, he just like charges at you in a terrifying fashion.
Good lane with AA as well. Also, he's a strength hero, so he's gonna be very tanky for the burst of Luna ult, Lion ult, Tiny combo.
We got
Really
our
nice.
the Mass Illusion strat, right? Your other AA hero, the CK is still in, the Wraith King's in, your typical stun setups.
I feel like it has to be like a dream CK game, but I do like that hero in the right game. I don't know if it's the most ideal partner with Darkseer.
Versus Lion too. Just feels kind of ugly.
Yeah, CK is a good hero, but it has to be like a good CK game. And right now it just seems like okay. I have no idea what
I have
Nigma's
to
going to
ask
pick,
a
though.
question about a hero that might or might not be picked, but could it potentially be a good Nature's Prophet game?
I think they might want like an LC for relocate.
No,
if I had to guess.
I think it's too hard to play Fury on like the split push. OG is such, you need team fight on Nigma, like, because you're certainly going to be caught, right? There's clockwork. He's going to be surged. There's going to be a Darkseer surging whoever. There's going to be a puck, right? So you're going to get caught. Yeah. How strong are you when you get caught? So I want to see like big team fight from Team Nigma, so they can just take the fights and win.
So they definitely need something that sets up relocates. I mean, Miracle's like okay at it, and the Lion's good too, but I feel like some sort of a jump in is just solid. It's actually Mars is still in too, so they still have like Mars, SK. There's a couple good options. I mean, the DK's also still in. That could be all right. Just low CD stuns.
Maybe, let's see. What about, I don't know. They got a lot of time to think about it, so do we, I guess. What about like Underlord? Yeah. I always think Underlord when I see Puck on the other team. Just a good route. Not the
there
most
are still like
fight.
Ursa picks though.
That also, yeah, there might be too much teleportation. Might get too complicated. They banned Spectre, which is a Wisp Luna counter, I'd say.
The Mars removed was still in the pool. Let's see what Team Nigma is going to go for then. And what will Mind Control play this game?
I mean, they took his Darkseer.
Sturdy.
Like, what's his clutchest one is probably Darkseer in my eyes. I don't think you want like the bat. Yeah, I'm going with LC. I think they're just going to pick it. I don't even like it, and I think they're gonna pick it. That's how I feel.
Why don't you like LC?
I like the debuff, but I feel like I'd really appreciate a little bit of like AoE stun, like the Sand King for the counter initiation plays. Like the vacuum's coming through, and I want to see this like 2-hero slide in after from MC on the Burrow Strike. But there are benefits to the LC shard, and if you hit the duels, you can just like win the game. But there's also AA Ice Blast on a stationary target.
I was gonna say, you're saying if you hit the jewels, that is great. Will we see what type of pace OG played that previous game, and with all the ways they have to get on top of Team Nigma, I don't think you can go for any ifs.
Beastmaster.
You gotta go for something that has
that's a nice
something
snipe.
to fight.
Going for the YOLO, the Beast.
The Beastmaster.
I'm just scrolling.
Is that your hipster prediction?
Nah, it's not even hipster. That hero's just solid. Centaur.
It will just be the sturdy Centaur.
Yeah, it's a good lane with Lion. It's gonna make this melee hero that OG probably wants to pick to pair with their Darkseer, I would think. The
Wow.
CK.
They mass illusioned it.
Did call that one.
Nice.
Nice one.
Nice.
All right. Well, I mean, it's a classic with the AA for good reason, right? Stun setup for Cold Feet. It's not like because the Ursa was still in, so they could have gone more so for like the bully the offlaner strat, but they have the AA, so they want to actually capitalize on the Cold Feet. So it's a bit hipster though. I don't know.
You gotta go with your boy CK, right?
It's the old-fashioned CKAA, yeah. Are we gonna have a game 3?
No.
I feel like I've gotten every prediction wrong, always. So I want to see a game 3, and I think Miracle is gonna 1v5 with the Tiny. So
is that like legit the thing that he needs to do in a game with a draft like this?
No, they just need to do better on their side lanes. Like they just got destroyed. I think just CS wise by. I mean, maybe they just needed a game to warm up. So
I hope they're warmed up. I mean, 28 camp stacked to 1 camp stacked, and just like not getting the farm, not getting the tower push, not really doing a whole lot of anything. And if you do nothing versus CK, you are definitely going to lose, because you know that he wants a Midas.
That's true. Let's see if they can do something at this game. Let's see if we'll have a game 3 here between OG and Team Nigma. We're finding out together with Lyrical and AY.
Thanks so much, Shiver. Yes, indeed. And Owie, we got to get prepped and ready for this game. So I'm going to let you take away with it as I take this wonderful, delicious sip of the mate matcha to give me energy. Can you tell me about the draft, what you're feeling on it?
I think this draft looks a lot better for Team Nigma this game.
Right.
Like last game, it just felt eventually like the draft Nigma, they were making these really good plays in the game, right? They got this ward, in the mid tier 2. They took like this insane initiation where they killed Seb before the fight began, but they just didn't have the damage. This game, I think they solved a lot of their problems. Isle with Luna is a very high damage combo. You amplify not only his right clicks, but also the magic damage that comes out of Luna. So I think a lot of that is solved for Nigma this game. Sucks, he's running into them though.
Yeah, this would be a big pickoff if they could find it right at the start of it. As they run on in, find the loosened beam. Saksa, you're in some trouble, buddy. Nobody's there to help you. And I'm pretty sure that there's no way he gets out of this one. Yeah, there's the body block.
Tipping Saksa.
His own team is tipping him right now. It's like, what are you doing, man? You're all weird. So Miracle will get first blood, and that's going to be big. You know, the panel talked about the need to make sure that they had a good start for him.
For sure. I think I'm a bit worried about Nigma's top lane, to be honest. I think that one might get really hard with the Lion Centaur against CKA.
Right.
But mid lane, Tiny has always been pretty decent versus Puck. I mean, usually Puck slightly out farms, so Tiny has really good timings on him with the Blink Dagger. But with the first blood, I think Miracle should do very well. Especially, like, he outplayed Thompson last game mid, straight up, hard. And I think, most importantly, Luna Io should free farm bottom.
Okay, well, it'll be something to watch for sure. You know, I've played, I think, about 150 games of Darkseer in the past couple of months. And one of the main people that I watched, the two main people that I watched was Mind Control and Seb whenever they play it. And Seb, when he plays, he tends to play in like this more carry Darkseer style, which could get shut down a little bit here if they're able to put a ton of pressure onto him. I mean, obviously it's great against the Luna, but you can see already, like, this hero, it definitely struggles against like that early harassment. It could be tough. We'll see how he deals with it.
So you've played a lot of Darkseer games. How often do you not show the first wave?
Never. Literally never.
Because Seb only showed it after the crease met. Like he didn't do it earlier.
Right.
Which I think it's not standard. I have no idea what the idea is. I don't play the hero, but interesting to see.
I think it's that he wanted to make sure that the clock could get the pull through, and he's gonna die for this one. So he'll die for this, but what does end up happening is at least they get that pull back over to the tier 1 tower. Whereas otherwise, maybe the IO could have harassed him a little bit more.
Yeah, and them getting the pull to this area, especially combined with the Aisha, they're going to build a huge double wave. Whoa.
But up top, they find the kill. Nice combo there. Mind Control takes down No Tail. Interesting. So yeah, this double wave, though, down bottom is sort of going to be a bit of an issue.
That's a cool idea. Like, you don't push it in too fast, so your Clockwork gets the pull, and then you build up this huge wave, and like, even though Darkseer is supposed to be really weak at this level, perhaps you can get pressure out just because you have so many creeps with Iron Shell.
Yeah. And, you know, Io, definitely not the type of hero that's going to be able to, like, sort of mass push out in turn as well. So they're doing a good job of that, and also have access to this pull. So they're going to get that pull off as well. Maybe deny out a couple of creeps here. GH comes a bit too late to block that out.
That kill top, I want to mention how huge that is for Team Nigma. I think this is the lane that, on paper, CK is going to free farm and pressure Centaur. I mean, Centaur still has 1 CS, so it's still a really hard lane. But it means a lot to just get that kill.
Absolutely.
1 CS though. Oh my goodness, I didn't think it'd be this bad.
Yeah, that's a little wild. I mean, Centaur is definitely fallen out of favor, but we'll see. I mean, he's still getting like some XP at least. He's staying fairly even with them in that regard. There haven't been a ton of denies yet. But a very interesting start to this game up here in this top side. And going to be able to get the cold feet proc there onto Kuro? Most likely? No, he gets away from it. He's fine.
Yeah, the good thing for Centaur right now, though, even though he had such low CS, now he sort of has a lane equilibrium. If Kuro can manage to... Oh, he's going for the stacks instead of blocking the Poe.
Okay.
But if he can get to his ring of health, he should be fine in this lane, I think. I don't see CK versus Centaur much this patch anymore.
Yeah, we're not seeing a lot of CK, except a couple of times, like, in the off lane on occasion. But it is going to be, like, a ton of damage out there. Like, if you can find the IO at the start of the fight, there aren't heroes that really blow it up as effectively as a CK just stacked out with items.
For sure. Nigma, they do have a lot of AoE stuns and just AoE damage with the Tiny Luna Centaur together. Well, wait, ILTW's Courage just walking in here. Is getting killed by range.
LTW also under fire here with the double Ion Shell. There's going to be the vacuum back, and that's the kill. Level 3 Darkseer along with Clockwork is scary stuff.
And that was Luna's boots on the courier. One of the most important items against Darkseer lanes, because as soon as you have boots, the Iron Shell creeps don't do damage.
Whoa.
Wait, Miracle.
Dude, that's big. That's really, really big.
Both games solo killing Thompson. Really showing a return to form. I mean, everyone knows Miracle is one of the greats, but...
They find No Tail as well. Mind Control does go down, and now the turnaround here. Sumail has to back out for the moment as Kuro's going to drain all of his mana and grab a couple denies, but just an absolute bloodbath in the early going.
Yeah, and I think Nigma, they're really showing up to these lanes. I mean, the first blood propelling Miracle probably into solo killing Thompson. He's level 6 and Thompson's level 4. I think usually when we see this matchup, Puck is actually slightly ahead in CS and network because Tiny has to buy additional regen.
Ooh, good silence there by Thompson. That stops the toss back, which might have caused a little bit of scary things going on. But yeah, it's interesting. There's so much kill potential in these ones. I definitely wasn't expecting mid to be where they would go for it.
And Soxa, he's sneaking back around bottom. Okay, he doesn't go for any play here because there's just too many Radiant creeps now.
A bit too scary. They can come in and still farm pretty effectively. And you can see 21, 22 CS now for the Darkseer and a couple there on Soxa as well. The other thing that we've occasionally seen these players do is just like throw an Ion Shell on the clock and then he can go around and farm camps as well. So that gives you a little bit of extra farm. While Miracle farms out there and Kuro just barely able to get away. Sumail chasing a little bit there. But won't be able to make anything happen.
Despite the 2 kills on AA, top lane is still looking very hard for Nigma though. You can see CK, he has a full 800 gold on the Centaur. They are, honestly, this is sort of expected though in the draft. Like when they pick Centaur, they sort of knew the lane was going to be really hard.
Okay.
So they can definitely come back. Like this was already accounted for in the draft.
Meanwhile, some more pressure being mounted there onto Thompson in the mid lane. Miracle struggling to actually get a firm hold on him, but he's still, putting the pressure on definitely and staying almost a full level ahead. There is this rotation over from Soxa as he's stacking up the camps. Don't know if he's going to try and make anything happen, but the pullback up top onto Mind Control. They got him caught and killed. They will take down No Tail, but again, losing that Centaur.
And that's 3 deaths now for MC. Wait, 3? 2 deaths. I can't read, sorry.
No
2 deaths
problem.
on MC before he can get out to that Blink Dagger. To that Vanguard. It's a huge deal. And Tiny's actually pressuring mid with the wagon. He has a full wave here. Also has a glyph for Thompson spam here, I think.
Yeah, looking for it. Oh, doesn't decide to go. Instead, just throws a toss, does a little ring around the Rosie action. They have the coil afterwards. Do have the illusion rune, but snaps the coil, tried to time that perfectly, backs away, right click, trying to finish it off. Soxa dies in the meantime, but Miracle backing out, bottling up, has Fairy Fire. I think he's good.
He's even going for a kill on Nota
and
here,
Seb.
or he's sticking around.
Seb, right click, tries to go for the kill with the Ion Shell. It's not quite enough down bottom, but they're going in again like you talk about. Thinks about killing off No Tail. Avatos, barely able to live there. And they got super low down bottom as well. So just a very skirmishy game, even though nobody dies in that exchange.
I think even Centaur got God on during that, and there's just action everywhere.
Yeah. This is just feeling like the pace of the game that we're seeing. But we'll see how it goes. You can see there, definitely an accomplished IO player on GH, but still a bit behind No Tail, who's definitely the specialist that we've known from the past. But regardless, still nothing really to write home about as far as like any rotations or anything else that we're going to see. It feels like it's just these very brawly lanes. And I mean, where do you anticipate as we're going to see another stun up top and actually a chance to go here onto Sumail? They have
Miracle's TPing up top as well.
Hex afterwards, but not quite enough mana. 20 away on the Lion.
Ooh, I think Sumail might get coughed by Miracle here. He's playing a little bit greedy.
Yeah, Avalanche comes out looking for that toss afterwards. And the punch down, but the Fairy Fire. Turn, Kuro. Oh, he's getting slowed by the Ghost. Oh no, the neutral keep creeping Sumail alive. Miracle still going for this kill, actually. Sumail, does he realize it? Tries to hide away. They got face boots on Tiny, and that might be enough. He's diving back by the tier 3 tower. Can they get the kill, though? Stun, 2 seconds. Kuro dies to Thompson. Miracle is not stopping. I want you. I'm coming for you. The kill, it connects. Yo, this guy has no chill.
Is he going to turn on Nota here, too?
He's going to try and kill Nota. Oh, no. All right, yeah. There's some tips going out right there.
So, Lion also died to OG. They did a counter smoke to top. They didn't expect Miracle. You know, it's 8 minutes and he literally dove a tier 3.
Ooh, and a little pause. TP coming in right now, though. This is the Lion, and they're going to have the Hex opening onto Thompson. Ooh, very interesting. Not sure if that one is within vision or not, but they should know about it.
A curl key is just respawning, so I think Thompson, especially with the polish, should be aware that something might happen top, but still a chance. It's very easy to mess up when you only have level 1 phase shift.
Hex is there.
There we go.
That's the mess up that they needed. Enigma will end up finding themselves the kill on Thompson. At this point, his second death in the early going.
And they've also managed to rotate IOTW. He has 4 points in ore already, so it looks like they'll push top tower pretty quickly here.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not. They're actually defending bottom. This is probably the right choice. You know, MC, he's had a hard lane. You can't, like, sack more of his game than you already have. Now he's just going to sit bottom and try to get whatever he can. Well, OG's game plan is a lot around killing the center now. Yeah, you can even see Puck's TPing down here.
Iron Shell's going to be there. Oh, but the rotation. Miracle playing with GH. Who do they find? Thompson's there. This is all underneath some wardage, and Silence comes out. Soxa tries to connect. They have the wall down afterwards. Is it going to be enough, though? Pull back in. Miracle dropping down low and going to fall. Mind Control tried to go for a kill on the Soxa, but it's not going to happen. OG make the right play, move on in, and now looking to take down Mind Control. Can they kill him underneath the tower? They have another round of Surge. Seb going in. Does have Iron Shell on him, and the slow, steady beatdown, it's enough.
Really good sequence of events for OG there. They actually managed to break the coil with Soxa's power cogs. And, you know, Nigma, they had the right idea. They're going to come defend the tower. But the place where they fought, it didn't really give them any advantage. You know, if you fight closer to the tower, there's going to be a TPN from Luna, some additional resources able to be committed. OG sort of take the fight away from the tower, and as a result, they win the fight. However, IOTW was farming up a Storm during all of that. He took top tower, he farmed all the enemy's jungle, and now he's pressuring mid tower.
All right. Well, and you know, you talk about sort of putting these players on heroes they're comfortable on, but oh, look at the hook shot in, the catch afterwards, Ice Blast, trying to bring them down low. Miracle dead, ILTW dead. They didn't stand a chance. OG came in style, and now they're gonna kill the IO on the backside too. In a minute.
Just that Neil relocate, you can't save from situations like these.
Yeah, no, not at all. GH trying to get out of there, but it's not gonna happen. A double kill, and they're even bullying Kuro back. Oh, they just brought numbers.
Maybe a little too ambitious hitting the mid tower. They knew that AA was going to get 6. I didn't quite see if he got the Tomo knowledge, but I would assume so because Soxa was quite high level. And OG, they get the good punish. Nigma, they do get a little bit of compensation. Every time one of these bad fights happen, first time Luna got all of top. The second time Centaur got a lot of catch-up space there, but still, they were feeling pretty good on Nigma, but now, I don't know, Miracle, he played the lane so well, and now his blink is way more delayed than it should have been with his start.
Right, absolutely. It's feeling a little bit troubling right now, and you can tell like how much emphasis they want to put on this tower, but with this big tanky CK that can stand just right in front along with Soxa, it's so hard to actually make a move like this. And you know, the Darkseer, he's got himself vac wall ready to go along with Surge. It's enabling Sumail to do so much more than he might have otherwise been able to. So Miracle, ILTW, and GH up top. Kuro is starting to make that move over, but it looks like they might catch him here. Hook shot in again, finds onto GH. They wanted to get ILTW, but they'll settle for the IO. Or will they? Or they go looking for more? Thought about it. They see Miracle now TPing out. He's away. Heads up play there by Miracle.
And this is OG's timing. They have the level 4 Iron Shell. They had hook up. Nigma, they really needed to dodge him there. I think they're very happy with only a Wisp dying. Miracle's only 100 gold from his Blink Dagger now. And once they get that, it's going to be go time for them as well.
Right. And down bottom, you can see here as well that they are still trying to get towards those first couple survivability items for Centaur. And, you know, a little bit of a, not an extensive hero history on this hero for Sumail, but he's certainly playing it well. Currently 3rd in net worth, and they're going to move forward and try and take this tower again. Glyph comes early, anticipating that move, and that stops them from getting in it. Oh, Miracle. Tempting fate right now. Not going to go in.
That looked a little bit weird though. Tiny, he got his blink dagger, he TP'd in, and he just sort of walked up and showed his blink.
Yeah.
I think normally, like Kuroki has a smoke, Miracle got blink. Normally you'd see them just smoke up the two of them, and Ava combo plus finger anyone, and they would get a kill. So maybe a little bit. I don't know what happened to the comms there. Maybe he really wanted that tower last set and they want to secure it. But a bit unfortunate for Team Nigma there.
True enough. And you can see afterwards, he immediately queues up the hand of Midas. Miracle feels like he needs to scale this game. And to be fair, like I feel like ILTW is definitely, you know, farming quite effectively in this game. Are you worried at all about these heroes falling off? Does the Midas feel like a sort of a desperation at all? Or do you think that this was kind of his plan all along?
They're smoking up top here, so one second, I'll give a thought after that.
Yeah, looking for him. They have the opening. Saksa, oh, ILTW gets hookshot on. Relocate, tries to get him out. Not going to be in time. GH can't save him. You get caught
and
like
they
that
know
by
about the
everybody.
relocate as well. Notel scouted him out with the vortex.
Oh, man. That's crazy. Oh, jeez. They even have the Luna illusion afterwards that's going to beat GH to death. Right-clicking him down.
Bot lane, Thompson has an invis and he's scouting out the Nigma heroes. They know about this rotation coming in.
Sumail hides away. Keeps himself safe. I mean, a lot of heroes went top, though. So there isn't that easy rotation for a punish. But if Miracle gets a bit too far out here, Coil comes down, and now he's in a world of hurt. Wait, a little bit of a separation, though. Mind Control comes back in, trying to buy a little bit of time. Kuro there as well. Finds the stun onto both. Great stun afterwards. Have a toss combo, trying to kill him off, and they take down Thompson. That is exactly what Nigma needed.
A really good reaction from Curl here. That was a fast TP scroll. He gets off that was the full Ravage there, and they turn around what could have been potentially a disaster.
Right.
So to answer your question about the Midas on Tiny, I think it's a really good choice because if you look at the heroes on Dire, it's really hard to 1v5 their lineup. They have Darkseer, AA, and even some Aghanim pot coming out eventually. IOTW does not want to be the only threat because he will get all-in over and over, and it's hard for Nigma's lineup to defend him.
Okay.
I mean, theoretically, you can get some really good relocate save, you know, clutch the fight, but you don't want your fight to be, we can only win if GH outplays the enemy. You know, if Saksa doesn't hook him, if Thompson doesn't get a blink coil on the relocating Wisp.
Right. It just makes the win state too difficult to achieve, definitely. Well, at least for now, it's not feeling like the same type of run over that we had in game number 1. And we'll see if OG can sort of continue the good play and rotations and what this turns into in the next couple of minutes as well. Because we are going to start hitting some of these item timings that will come out. You know, whether that's going to be the pipe done for Darkseer or Blink Dagger, whatever he ends up going for eventually. In the meantime, Sox is actually working on an Aghanims. Has one component completed at the very least. And Soxa, Avatos, combo comes out, trying to bring him down low. Seb, big vacuum wall afterwards with the coil. The pushback almost long. It catches onto both. They just get blown up. Yet again. Dude, this is a level 2 vacuum and they're doing that.
Split up. He's really... Like that turnaround, you know, he gets God on, and his reaction is to hook into the enemy team. It buys him enough time. If he doesn't get that hook off, I don't think you kill the heroes the same way. It buys time for Thompson to get that triple coil vacuum, and you know, OG, that's 3 kills. That's the biggest tower on the map for them, I think, just how their heroes play, and they really needed that because eventually Luna will outfarm the heroes on Dire if nothing happens, if the map doesn't open up. With his own, like, you know, Nigma taking the mid and top tower, so they have more space on the map to do stuff.
Right.
And they have no tower push on OG, so that was huge for them, that fight.
Well, up top again. Some more playing around, flirting
Miracle's
with
bloodthirsty
greatness.
goal.
They're looking for, yeah, he wants this kill. Avalanche, good phase shift, though. Looking for the toss back afterwards. Not going to happen. They rotate in Sumail now as well. Miracle's got to be careful. They catch sight of him. So much vision right now. And Miracle, Blink Dagger off cooldown. 3 seconds, it's not going to be in time. Toss away, LTW, trying to get him close to go for the hits. But there's going to be the tether. GH now the one in some trouble, but pops that mech. Now the turn for the fight. Coil there, on to 2. Hookshot afterwards. Saksa gets the pushback. They have the Eclipse. Saksa starting to fall down, and he will eventually get ran down here. Maybe? Well, trying to. Girl off to the side. Sees if they can find him. Saksa hidden away in the trees. No, there's no way. Surely he does not get out right now. Stay hidden. Just don't go anywhere. You're fine. Dude, is he really going to get out? All right, they got him. They got him.
That is a sick juke spot.
That's crazy.
I have never seen that one before. I mean, they do find him because LTW, he's hunting him, you know. He plays literally 40 pubs a day, so he knows about all the juke spots that people try against him.
Well, in Clockwork TP top, right? Like they had.
True.
Oh,
they
he didn't
knew
actually.
he had
walked.
to be.
Damn.
He walked. Okay.
Well,
I gotta say though, Kuroki, when you look at Nigma's, their players, you don't think that Kuroki's the one going to like having the super high impact, these clutch plays, but this game, I think he's done some fantastic moves. I mean, that TP bottom into the Ravage, always in the right place at the right time. As you know, Thompson, he goes in ready to cast some spells. He just gets hexed by this 5-position lion with no items. It completely changes the game.
Absolutely. This Blink Online now catches some vision there. Saksa going for the wraparound, and they're immediately going to deward the wards as they pull back in. Gonna pop the ulti, hook shot afterwards. Kuro, good stun, not good enough though. Coil back onto 4. It's too much damage coming out from OG as they chase him down one by one. Miracle trying to escape, but they pull him back in again. Sumail with the chase down, and they're not stopping. They've got everything that they need. Another pullback, another stun. Sumail finally gives up the chase. Ice Blast afterwards. Gonna apply itself onto ILTW, but they kill off GH. And dude, when these combos come out from Darkseer, it is just devastating.
I thought they were crazy. They're jumping this Hood Vanguard Centaur at his mid tower. But OG, they just poke in. They don't cast any of their big spells on Centaur, so just poking him, you know, CK stun, silence, some minus armor from Reality Rift, and they just connect with the big combo there. Really good understanding of how to take the team fight, and that was ILTW's 9-second BKB timing. Thompson, holy crap.
He's crazy. This guy's insane. Chase down, want to kill him, not gonna get him. You know,
Thompson's such a boss.
He really is. He's died 4 times, doesn't care. He's just like, I'm gonna go and mess with him.
There's 3 Blink Daggers, 2 of them with instant stuns on the Radiant team, and he's just solo around the enemy tier 2. There's no real gain there, but you can do mental damage, just mess with them, force out TPs. Like, look at the map right now. There's 5 Radiant heroes all around that tier 2 because of what Thompson did.
That's what you want to see, definitely. Now, Nigma, like you mentioned, all those Blink Daggers means there's a lot of potential for initiation, and the wraparound's coming right now, trying to find Thompson. They look up high ground. No, he's on the low ground. He gets away. Oh, that smoke break, and then the rocket flare right on top of him. You know, it's interesting, right? They have so much of these heroes on OG to just keep everybody inside this one area, you know, whether it's the coil or the cogs or the vacuum. And then it just feels like Sumail's all that damage afterwards. And they jump forward. They're going to find Kuro. 3 swipes and an Ice Blast, and he's done.
They're still going, though. They want to find ILTW here. He does have Blink Up in 3 seconds on CK.
Come forward, catches them, breaks it, has the BKB, doesn't use it. Vacuum afterwards, in some trouble. There's not enough healing in the world. ILTW gonna TP out of there, will be able to escape as Miracle also jumps back. So it only ends up being the 2 supports. That actually is some value for Nigma at the very least.
They did use Wall. I think OG, they might take Roshan at some... I mean, the Roshan's not too bad. They're just opting to control the map. They don't want to farm such a big neutral creep when they're... I lied. Are they going for Roshan? Okay, because I was going to say Iron Shell is really good against Roshan, but a little bit hesitation as they farm the enemy Ancients. I wonder if that's going to come out to bite them.
Yeah, it's still so fast. But
you know,
yeah.
The last smoke by OG, it was such a smart smoke because Nigma, you know, Thompson forced all of them mid. They sort of, I don't know how many of the heroes they saw, but they understood that as soon as they broke that smoke, all the sidelines were pushing it. They smoke, and if your sidelines are pushing in when you smoke, you're going to find something.
Right.
The enemy just has too many things to react to on the map. Creeps give you vision and information about where your opponent is. And reading that, they just went to enemy triangle. They get the support kills, but more importantly, they secured a Roshan for themselves.
Well, and you know, Nigma now doing the exact same thing. With the lanes pushing in, they go out for a quick and easy pick off there into the triangle, and then manage to pop the Stampede to get out afterwards. So even though they lose that Rosh, they manage to find something else. And now, gonna go for round 2. They don't have Centaur with them, and they also don't have Stampede.
They have a really good ward, though.
Who can they find? Sumail is a tough kill. Sumail is a really hard kill, but Thompson, that's a little bit easier. That's a potential, that's a chance, but you don't get enough. And now the buyback, and they drop down that coil afterwards. Trying to turn, they pull it back in. ILTW gets TP broken. They have to fight now, but there's nothing left to fight. They're all just gonna get dropped down. Torn apart again, 4 dead in the middle.
And OG, they're just on top of it. The instant they initiate onto Thompson, the buyback's kind of sucks. They have a really good read of these fights. And Thompson, I think he was dead there, but a little bit of miscommunication between ILTW and Miracle there. Miracle wanted to get in melee range for that toss, and where they went on Thompson was just so awkward. He couldn't get past his Luna, who's trying to hit him and get vision. And as a result, Thompson lives, and they just wipe Nigma.
God, and you see right now Sumail is bringing out the Desolator, because why not? That's apparently what he's decided his item is.
And how often do you see a CK out-farm a Luna?
Yeah.
I mean, he has the cleave talent at 15, but this is not some like low-farm Luna who lost her lane. She died once a lane, but I think she was 7k when everyone else in the game was 5k in terms of net worth. This is just aggression plus taking the valuable farm away from your opponents, coming out from OG, leading to this hero who shouldn't have this much farm, out-farming what is usually the fastest farming hero in Dota.
Well, that is a struggle right now for Nigma. You know, we came in expecting this one to be close, and this game definitely a lot closer, but it still feels like OG are making all of the right moves. Pulls him out there to snap the coil, and trying to bring him down. They're just always there, always right on top of each other, but maybe a little bit of an overextension. Sumail, No Tail, they're in the area. They can't go. And again, with the Aegis, you just can't go all in like that on the CK. Wow. You know, it's interesting. I was kind of wondering if we're going to see out of ILTW that build that you've been talking about so much, the Ame build, but feeling like he just has to go for this like Manta Dragonlance BKB in this one.
Yeah, and it's just hard. I mean, the reason why his farm fell off a bit is because he did buy that early BKB in order to take the team fight.
Right.
But they lost that first team fight with his 9-second BKB, and it really reflects on the rest of the game with the net worth.
It's been tough. Well, the next round, they are around this area. No vision at all. Sumail jumps forward. Good Manta. The back away. LTW gonna get relocated. Now, this does mean Io is very vulnerable. And on the other side, Miracle. Oh, they scan. Dude, they know he's over there. What? Oh my goodness. And now isolated away from the rest of his team. Miracle's gonna go down. Thompson gives him the tip. A good stun with the Eclipse afterwards. Soxa drops as well. That is what Nigma needed. And now maybe a chance for more. Kuro doing Ring Around the Rosie will get brought down. They pull him back on the other side now. LTW pops the BKB, turning to try and fight this one. They buy back on the Lion, trying to run down Sumail. This is going to be the Aegis. But can they find anything else afterwards? Darkseer buying back. Force Staff up and away. Good jump in from Mind Control. Seb looking for a surge away. Vacuum afterwards, but there's no follow-up. Finger of Death comes out. Sumail is dead. Seb bought back for this one. And now trying to find another round of it. Nigma streaming forward. They take down Seb. That is a dieback.
They just want to fight against Aegis, against a core buyback. Just really good punishing of OG when they went too far. And you can even see this Radiant has their own ward between the tier 2 and tier 3 bottom lane. And that's what sort of let them win this fight. Seb wasn't expecting them to have full vision on them coming in, and Croaky, again, he gets a Hex off, he gets a stun off. He dies for his team in that fight and buys back, but he really clutches it there, and that's a huge swing. Now Luna above CK and net worth. Now they have these items. You know, MC, he was sacked in this game. He really made a comeback, and he landed some good stomps in that fight.
And now, like, this is the type of hero that can punish you so quickly on this Luna. You've also got the Crimson Guard now finished up for the Centaur, so that can help to deal with some of, like, the illusion damage that's going to come in from the Darkseer as well as from the CK. This is not insignificant. Darkseer's dead for 40 more seconds. Nigma take down that tier 2 tower and now can take control of the outpost as well as this top tier 2. What a turnaround. Oh, and it takes King. Yeah, 7th Desolator on CK. I wonder if he's regretting that a little bit right now.
Yeah, it's not looking so hot now. You know, the cores on the enemy team all have a lot of armor. Mind Control opted for that Crimson Guard. He has a Dragon Scale picked up. Luna just naturally tanky, and Tiny has his ulti. So, not too sure King's feeling the Desos still.
20 to 30 in terms of kill score. There is still this great ward that's towards mid, which I think Nigma should know about. They spotted it on a sentry ward that got dewarded right in front of their creep wave, but it hasn't been taken out yet. But besides that, there's like no vision on the map at all for either team. Very
It's just been so many battles. All the wards are placed in the fights, which generally also get dewarded.
And we're seeing these cool little relocate plays by LTW, who gets relocated to the bottom just to push this out and try and pressure the tower. Now, they are coming back to their triangle. This is where they have a bit of vision. Sumail thinking about going in. They're all over here. Mind Control has a good opening. Jumps forward, Stomp is out. Stampede afterwards. Hookshot misses. They find the wall down on top of ILTW, but the right click's coming through Sumail. He doesn't have that much left in the take, but it gets a huge heal. Ice Blast afterwards, good hit for the control, but is it going to be enough? Foil afterwards, drop down, they pull him away, and ILTW is dead. Now GH also left alone, tries to get out of there, is stuck up on the cliff, but there's the Avatos, he kills off Sumail. Miracle able to salvage this first team, they take down Thompson as well. One by one, OG start losing their lives, and none of these heroes have buyback. The chase, looking for No Tail, they find him. And just an overextension, and Miracle is becoming a problem for this OG team.
But Miracle is really taking over the game. He's just so patient there. He waits his time, even after the fight is supposed to be lost. You know, OG are talking about, okay, we won the fight, let's go push out lanes. What objective can we get? They're not ready for Miracle to sort of just jump in. And this Midas at this point, it's really paying off. He has a Quiver, he has a Midas, and he's scaling a lot. I also want to mention that Saksa, he had excellent targeting in that fight. They jumped the Chaos Knight, and he should have died there, but he hooked Lion before the Impale or the Finger of Death could come out, got Sumail out. Didn't mean much as Miracle, you know, he destroyed them after that, but really well played by him there. Is this Rax?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it. They still don't have CK for another 20 afterwards. I mean, it's slow. You don't have that shard yet done for Miracle.
Solar Crest and Overcharge, though. He's just beating away.
So they take the melee racks and then get out. Roche, 2 minutes away. So sort of middle of the time road timer, and they're going to have to deal with their lanes on the side of Nigma. But OG losing this huge lead now. It feels like Nigma are the ones that are in a little bit of control. Look at that swing back. Just a couple of overextensions, and that's all it takes against this Luna lineup.
And I think historically, CK used to be pretty good versus Luna. She didn't have a real way to clear the illusions, they just became too tanky. But now, ILTW, he's picked up the Datas, he's picked up the Shard, he breaks the smoke on the beam there, unfortunate. But it's a lot of damage into the CK illusions, and Sumail, he doesn't have Heart or Scotty like a normal CK, he has a Desolator.
Yeah.
So he's very low on the tankability compared to the standard build.
And granted, like with all of this armor that you have on GH, like if he can find him at the start, then, you know, maybe to some extent you can start justifying the Desolator. I mean, it might be some copium, but that's fine. It's perfectly okay to have that in your system at this point. As they walk forward, Miracle picks up the Invis rune, and both teams know this next couple minutes, it's all about the Roche. You have great vision on the side of OG for scouting it out with the clockwork and everything else, but it feels like this like relocate synergy that we're seeing. Oh wait, they relocated, but look at OG. They're trying to come and contest right now. With the relocate down, hookshot off the mark. Miracle able to break it. Avalanche toss catching onto one. ILTW, they come back in. Vacuum, wall, tries to get out. ILTW trying to bring down Sumail. Is it going to be enough? Yes, they take him down. GH still there on top of him. Ice Blast, only a quarter of the duration left. And Thompson, seeing if he kill off GH, it's not going to happen. They don't get him. They take down 4, Enigma. They will not be denied. Seb trying to get away. Ooh, by the skin of his teeth, he's going to get out of there. Still slow, though. And they're looking for him. Want to bring down the pesky Darkseer. Hides off to the side, gets the blink away, drops down the ward, looking for any opening. He doesn't have a TP.
See him.
They don't quite spot him. You're just Kuroko looking?
They're gonna see him because his courier's gonna come.
Oh, sees him. Hello. The other side. Yo, you go into showcase mode, they're face-to-face, nose-to-nose. But they do see the courier now. Now Kuro's going to realize, dude, does he get out of there? Throws out that stun, jumps in, finds it afterwards. They still spot him. And Seb vacuum away, trying to escape. Hex afterwards, bottom lane, they're taking racks in the meantime while all this is going on. But they're keeping the Darkseer out of the fight. And it looks like eventually they will be able to bring down Seb as the relocate goes out. Unreal.
Where did Isle relocate from?
He relocated from top lane to bottom.
No, he relocated from bottom. He was at the enemy ancient. So they did run back on the fog. I was a little bit worried there. But, man, RTW, he almost has his butterfly. I don't think CK is scaling this game at all.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's Desolator purchase, maybe a little bit too assured in their victory from OG. But he hasn't picked up a new item since that Desolator. He's only gotten that Reaver, not the full heart. And meanwhile, RTW, he was behind CK when he was like 15k net worth and CK was 16k net worth. Now CK's 17k net worth and he's at 25k. He's picked up 10k of gold while CK's picked up 1k.
Yeah, it has just been a dropping off a cliff, or rather staying flat on the net worth as Miracle in the mid lane finds himself Saksa. Looking for that beatdown. It's not going to quite come in time, and that's a blast down. You know, I have not heard that many chat lines coming out from a certain team in the last couple minutes as it is fallen apart a little bit. 35 minutes in. Here we go.
A little bit of the same problems that plagued Nigma last game. Like right now, I don't think OG have the damage. It's a reverse situation. Thompson, he's gone for this Egg and Scepter. Like all the items, it made sense when you're winning the game. You know, Desolator to hit buildings, Egg and Scepter, you just control them and you have damage with Darkseer and CK. But man, they're gonna need a huge vacuum wall to win these team fights at this point.
Right. Well, and he does have the level 20 talent, so maximum amounts of Ion Shells on all of his heroes. It's a ridiculous amount of damage. You know, you get 4 Ion Shells on, that's what, 600 damage per second. Magical. It's a lot of damage. It's like a freaking Laguna Blade per second almost is what it feels like. But the question is, can you stand on top of ILTW? Can you stand on top of Miracle without dying before the Ion Shell kills him? And that's something I'm not sure of. So as we set ourselves and look at the pressure that's coming to high grounds, Sumail has the heart done. 5,000 HP with heart on. And you can see that Nigma, they are respecting this. The potential, like, eviscerating team fight that could come out this way. The jump in, the hook shot, they find LTW in, but he pushes him out of the Ice Blast. Mind control, goes in for the stun, and now turning, trying to fight this one. Sumail, he's just getting shredded. Absolutely torn asunder. Miracle, eyes on Sumail, wants to bring him down, can't quite get it though. ILTW does manage to kill off Saksa. And now Avalanche toss, keep going for more. Miracle looking for Thompson, see if he can find him. Jump forward, silence to slow, and will be able to get out of there. But they lost the clock, and they used wall. This is going to be a hard hold up top.
Okay, so OG had a random ward on the high ground that let them take that fight. But honestly, I think they should feel lucky. Oh, Luna gets gone.
What? LTW just loses the Aegis. Do they have anything else afterwards for him though? It doesn't look like it. That was still 2 minutes left on that one. And with no creeps that were coming through mid, suddenly you've got an awkward situation now where they can't really push. Very, very interesting.
That is their win condition. Every time you play hard carry against Ancient Apparition, the way you win the game is, I mean, either you have multiple cores, like, you know, Miracle's going for the Midas, or you just have the Aegis of the Immortal, so the Ice Blast doesn't do the same thing. Really good. Like, he walked up to the high ground sort of unprepared, and OG were ready. They sniped that out, and because of that, they still get to play Dota in this game.
Well, we'll see what they can manage to find. I mean, we've got that next tier of items, and not just neutrals, but also just regular old items. We've got ourselves, what was that? An Aeon Disc, I think I saw. We've got Crimson Guards finished also.
Aghanims on Luna.
Yeah. Aghanims on Thompson.
Flicker. It's very nice this game.
Oh man, that's ridiculous. That shouldn't exist.
I guess, I mean, get you the cogs, that's what I was thinking, but Saksa, he already has the Aghanims. I mean, he's had it for a while. That's a long chain stun, so he's opting to go for the Trickster Cloak. Maybe it can save him from the single target burst damage coming out of OG.
It's going to be really tough, though. Like, I mean, I feel like Nigma just have to play so spread at all times, because if you get like a Puck Ags Coil into vacuum breaking it, that's just game right there almost, it feels like.
Yeah, for sure. The thing they do have going for them, though, with this Aghanims is they have a lot of instant stuns, and there are no real saves coming out from OG. I mean, Notel, he has 1 Force Staff, but it's probably not enough against 1 Aghanim's Eclipse on a stunned unit. They will just die.
True enough. Well, the smoke up now going cross map. Nigma hoping to find somebody. Saksa is here, but he is sort of playing down on the bottom side of this one, it looks like. And we'll see if they're able to catch him. They saw the rocket flare going over, but it looks like he's making the move down. But they ping right on top of him. If he doesn't start TPing soon, he's actually dead. And GH throwing out those
smoke
balls.
pops.
Saksa looking to get out of there. They spot him. Got him. A nice catch there by Nigma as they commit fully to that smoke and bring down the clock. Oh, a Miracle brazenly TP's in. Doesn't want to give up that outpost for free. They really want to commit to get that one, and they do get it. The Centaur TPing in too. The rest of the team can't come there, but the relocate, that's going out. No tail, just getting torn apart. But Ice Blast afterwards. Buyback comes out now from the Clockwork, looking to try and bring down Sumail. He's completely isolated, completely alone, nowhere to go. Dead with no buyback, and they are right outside the base. Hook shot in, but there's the Force Staff away, and now focusing down Seb. Doesn't have anywhere left to go. Avalanche, toss, finger, and done. Another round, and Saksa desperately trying to stop this push. Look at this play here. Hook shot in, takes out the creeps, needs to get this catapult. They got to kill these catapults here. And will they be able to get it in time? There's the Cogs pushback. 1 catapult remains with 50 HP, but they're able to get it. Dude, that salvages the game. Saksa literally saving him. Yeah, he needs to get this second wave as well, but it won't quite be in time. Is there any way that OG can kill that one off?
And there's no buyback on Clockwork is the thing. He was such an integral part of their fight. And Thompson, he's running mid here, trying to get that wave. But I'm not sure he's going to make it in time.
Yeah, he's looking for it.
This is Luna versus buildings, guys.
I know, they're already hitting the tier 4 towers. Thompson has to get it. They jump in, they hex him though. They find Thompson. They're gonna pop the glyph afterwards to try and slow this down. But with no Sumail for another 25 seconds, Nigma gonna try and take this down. With Tiny and Luna, it is so difficult to stop. They're 15 seconds away from having the wall back up, but Seb completely under control. He gets blown up, 100 seconds without him. The Puck tries to stop this pressure, but it is not gonna happen. Eyes on the prize, GG called. OG threw one away and Nigma picked it up.
For sure. And I mean, as much as it might seem like OG, they lost this big lead. Honestly, Nigma's play was just stellar this game. Every time they had to punish OG going too far, they did it. They pre-subbed for the wards. It wasn't like OG were just messing up. They had this great ward on bottom lane that won them this game. Completely changed the outcome of the game, and again, Kuroki always in the right place, always with the right wards, just really shining this game in his play.
Absolutely. I mean, no game of Dota is ever going to be perfect. There's always going to be things that you're going to look back on and wish you would have done differently, but that game, Nigma take full advantage. They play perfectly. I think Miracle definitely a standout player in that one. ILTW, you know, he struggled a little bit there at the start, but overall, really solid play. And OG, I mean, just keep doing what they were doing for those first, 30 minutes? Because that was the point where it all turned, and it swung back into the favor of Nigma. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break. When we get back, the panel is going to break it all down. We'll see you then.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit worried there during that game, thinking, oh well, that's disappointing. We've been waiting for the series for like the whole time, and here it is, and it's a quick 2-0. But it wasn't the case, because Peter, you said you want to see Miracle take the team on his back and carry his squad to victory, and that is exactly what he did.
Yep, I'm feeling like a little Miracle fanboy right now. I was depressed as most of the viewers were. I thought it was a 0-2 in the bag, it's over, and then all of a sudden Miracle's got the Midas. He's just going to town, dominating, and yeah, I'm excited for Game 3, to say the least.
It's because of this adjusting the glasses pose here versus Thompson with the flex, right? You know, Miracle, he's got the right idea for the power-up special that's required, thanks to the Animager, I'm sure. And he definitely succeeded in that front. Not just the Miracle show, though. I really think that ILTW, like, yeah, they hit the point with the Io and the Luna where the strategy there from OG just didn't work anymore, right? Like that whole like big gang up burst effect wasn't enough to actually cut through the sustain. I feel like they stopped hitting Ice Blasts as well. And suddenly the Luna's damage was just way too much to bear.
Very good.
Yeah, we wanted to see... Sorry, go for it.
So, sorry, I was going to say the very good 4-staff usage from the other people from Nigma to get the Luna, you know, out of the Clockwork Cogs, out of the AA Blast. You know, it's so hard to play carry against AA because I don't know, you just health regen and Satanic and everything is just so important for late game.
Mm-hmm. And what I was going to say is that we wanted to see the off lanes, or the side lanes rather, do a little bit better for Team Nigma this time around, because that's where they really dropped the ball hard in that first game. And it did seem like, Trent, that they were having a better, more comfortable laning stage this time around, even if after that, of course, it still was a pretty tough period.
Yeah, still a little bit better, obviously, than Game 1. So hopefully that means that Game 3, obviously, things will be surpassed even further. They're definitely still struggling in terms of, like, early map control, though. Because once again, OG took over a lot of the parts of the map. To me, one of the more impressive facets of the early game was actually just keeping ILTW relevant. I was surprised over and over to still see him so high up on the net worth chart, considering how much territory they were losing. So very well done from OG to even claw this one back.
Yeah, the Wisp really helps keep them in the game. Being able to like go down lanes and suicide save the Luna allows them to get so much more of the map when OG was doing such a good job of running back and forth and dealing with them. They're the best Wisp team in the world, probably, for that reason. They just always seem to make it work, even though people, you know, nobody else is willing to pick it in first phase or pick it at all. So I feel like OG would give it to him in the next game. I mean, what do you think?
I mean, should we just Chen versus Io? That's kind of what I'm at this point, you know.
No. I hope it's gonna get bad. We get something fresh. That would be fun for sure. As it stands now, the series is tied 1-1. Winner of this series will get a place in the upper bracket finals against Tundra tomorrow, and of course secures top 3, which in itself doesn't mean anything. There's only one space for TI, for Western Europe. So, you know, it just means a quicker road to the finals, perhaps, for either team. They're definitely making a good case for themselves. Let's find out what's going to happen in Game 3. We'll see you after the break. The remake of the TI9 Grand Finals right now here in the semi-finals of the TI10 qualifiers in the upper bracket. It is tied 1-1 between Team Nigma and OG. I'm here with PPD, I'm here with Trent. We're getting ready for game 3, the deciding game, Peter. So far, I want to actually talk about one thing specific. We saw previous game, OG, obviously they lost, but they had Clockwork and Ancient Operation, and I feel like in these games, both the games we've seen so far, Vision is king, right?
Yeah, it can be useful. It depends on your strategy, for sure.
Do you want to see more emphasis on maybe getting the heroes that give the vision, or is it not that big of an issue?
Well, I think if Miracle got to play TA, I think that would be very good for them. It's a vision hero. It's one of his best. I really like how he kind of adapted to play the Tiny. I feel like it's just such a perfect hero for him. And by opening with the Wisp, OG reacted with the Puck and then banned a couple of different heroes, right? I suggested Lion as a potential one for Kuroki, and I think that would have been a better ban in second phase. And then also, they have to think about this Tiny next time too if they decide to give the Wisp again, if they're going to play Puck against it.
Definitely, because we have the IO had it banned second phase in the first game. Trent, make your prediction. Will IO get banned first phase this time around? Oh, you're about to see the answer already. It is first phase ban.
Oh, damn. All right. I probably would have went with a
Timbersaw
yes.
makes it through.
Simply based off their first bans. They've had like the flex ban in a sense of like the yeah, I don't know. I feel like they're just good with anything like Invoker +1. I don't know if the Timber is as necessary to me. But of course that is the hero that's now left out. So
Hoodwink picked up by OG. I think a lot of people have been saying multiple times that it could obviously be a support, but Thompson has played it so much in his pubs, so it's up in the air. Flex pick here then for sure, and you will get your TA, Peter, on the side of Team Nigma.
Yeah, it's crazy how I said that and it happened. I just think this is like Enigma is just playing to Miracle's strengths, and I think it's a really important part of their team. I'm curious how OG is going to respond. Miracle looked the best at the major on Invoker, but TA was number 2. And it's, you can see how much they prioritize it here, because the one hero that you did mention that's left in the pool is Timbersaw. So, and there's also Dragon Knight. I think a lot of people like to take these heroes on 2-3, but they don't want to take DK if Timber's in the pool. So going with the TA before they ban 3 Miracle heroes is really interesting. Pangolier is it's a response. It was not my favorite response, but it is one of OG's best heroes.
It's one of the lowest commitment responses, I think, too. Because, like, the Viper is the one that I think just jumps out to a lot of people, but Viper is, I don't know, Viper's a little hit or miss. I don't know if it's, like, that good, just, like, shut down a TA game completely. It gets a little bit different, like, the late game thing, how farmed the Viper gets.
Well, I think TA dominates this lane. So, and that's my concern, is that OG is going to put Thompson on this Pangolier as they usually do and tell him to go mid, because I think that this is a matchup that can get really, really bad for Pangolier, and you don't want it you want TA is going to be farmed in any game. You just don't want it to be here for her to be crazy farmed.
You don't want to make it easy.
I would love for the Thompson Viper. I guess it's kind of bad against Nyx, but didn't he used to play this hero a lot?
Maybe during the Atos days and the stacking days, yeah.
I'm gonna imagine that any mid hero will know how to play Viper properly. It's not the highest skill ceiling.
It's become a little bit different. I think it's become a little bit more higher skill. Also, the mid lane in general is such a mechanical lane at the moment, just because it's played around so many different bounty runes and power runes and stacking camps. Like you have to be like on point. You know, you got to know your next 2 moves if you're playing mid.
The thing I'd like versus the TA is some way to help control up the Ancients too. Like whether that's through the mid hero in terms of like early invasions or position 4 and 5 that are willing to like roam in there a little bit more and get the blocks off. I mean, that's kind of why I like the Razor in these games too, is this idea of like actually getting a little bit active on the earlier end plus the laning stage. I feel like it's starting to grow a bit.
Pairing the TA with the Nyx is pretty smart when you think about it, because all the heroes that we're talking about, Viper, Razor, Bat Rider, these are heroes you don't want to play against Nyx. So will OG just man up and pick it anyways? I feel like sometimes that's the answer against Nyx. You just need to be like, hey, I want to pick this hero, but I don't want to play against Nyx. Just do it, because you want that hero.
Yeah, it's like Doom in a sense. It's just frustrating for everyone at some point. But
yes,
yeah, Nyx really ruins a lot of heroes games though.
Yeah. It's ideal that you find heroes that are good against both. There's just not many in the pool, and to focus your draft on that can sometimes backfire.
Yeah. In this second ban phase, we got a lot of bans on the side of Team Nigma, banning out some of Sumail's heroes with the Terrorblade and the Drow Ranger. And on the side of OG, it's a little bit of a mix with the Luna and the Timber still as well. But Phoenix also removed from the pool. Are we expecting this Nyx Assassin? I think it should be a GH hero, right?
Kuro used to play at 5 occasionally when they did like the they used to like Tusk 5s and Nyx 5s, but probably not this game.
Yeah, with the Lion pick, this is just so them. At the major, I think that at the major they were one of the most predictable teams. Right, they picked like the same stuff no matter what they were playing against a couple times, but they play it so well, and I think Lion is a very well-rounded hero, and Nyx also cuts down the hero pool of OG as well. So pretty solid heroes to pick every game if you're going to pick the same ones.
Kind of looks like a PL game at this point.
Chen's back.
There we go again.
Chen's back.
Chen's back.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So we saw a little bit how it worked in game 1, and it required a lot of stacking on the side of OG with the Chen creeps. Nyx Assassin, TA, they can just go into the jungle and take those stacks at the moment.
The Leshrac is also still in too, which they might just go for again. But again, it's into the Nyx, but yeah, you can't you can't just end your whole draft base off of that one factor.
I hope Nigma picks maybe their safe laner here, and last picks their off lane. I think it's going to be really important for their off lane that they can win and punish this Chen. That was the thing that I saw in the previous Chen game, is that I felt like the Chen pick should be punished harder, but Kuro was playing the Hoodwink. Maybe a newer hero for him, obviously a newer hero for him. I don't think he plays that Hoodwink as well as he plays the Lion. So if they can have Tide is a pretty well-rounded offlaner, so if they can win this Tide Lion lane and pressure the carry, I think that's the route that they should go, because I do really feel like Chen is a weak laner.
Yeah, he did get he got the creep last time from the small camp in the mid of his Radiant team. Is that something? Normally, that's something that a TA would want to farm eventually, but after last game, the first game, would you block it?
So I actually think that teams should generally almost always block the enemy team's small camp from the beginning of the game. You know how a lot of teams like smoke and place a ward on the opposite hill? I also feel like there's no reason not to sentry ward the enemy team's mid small camp in almost every single game, because it's just a 50-50 gold trade, and it's like another thing that, maybe their mid player goes to farm it, he's missing the small camp, now he doesn't have enough gold for his bottle, right? And that's something that can like win you a game or maybe even a series.
It's becoming more and more popular too. And like when we talk about the mid lane being, low skill in some ways now, where like there's all the water runes and everything, everyone has more opportunities to go for these little farming plays. So when you cut out that efficiency, it's just, that's one of the ways you can win a lane that's different now.
It just throws a wrench in there, right? It just, it kind of just trips them up. They're just like, oh, like this is annoying. Like,
Okay, so you know what counters TA and pairs really well with Chen is Meepo, so they should just Meepo, obviously.
I think
right?
That's Sheepstick was talking about it on her panel. She's a Meepo player, and I think she said
she tried to squeeze it in there. I saw that.
Yeah, I remember that. I don't know what the status is on Meepo at the moment. I still think the boosters play it a bit, but I think the Brood is kind of the go-to at the moment for that. But yeah, Meepo is. I don't think it's playable right now. I'm not sure the hero is good enough. Magnus.
Well, we got the Mag coming out for now. So far, it's been a Seb hero.
Tide is pretty good against Mag, because you can kind of always get Ravage off, even if you do get RP'd. You can kind of just like group around Tide almost. Not too much, but somewhat.
It feels like they're just trying to find another way to go after stacks from the Chen.
Yeah,
like
that's
another
true.
hero that can just do that.
I feel like, yeah, I guess they are just going to put the Pangolier mid then, right? And they're going to let Seb play his Magnus in the off lane, right? Now
they could switch the Hoodwink and the Pango. If they feel Hoodwink would be a good mid, I want to have it put out there because, again, if anybody would play it mid, it would be Thompson.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think it's a very good matchup versus TA, but
Same.
Thompson's the king of bad matchups, so we'll see how it goes.
We will see indeed.
Last
time they paired up a Leshrac with a Chen on the lane for Sumail for OG.
I'm assuming they want a better Empower hero than a Leshrac this draft, one would think.
There's Ursa.
Yeah, I think he's getting banned out, right?
Possibly,
gotta be number
but
one on the list.
These teams have done crazier things. I mean, there's a Chen in 2 out of 3 of these games, so who knows?
That's true, and he looked good versus the Centaur last game. They went for the CK instead.
Yeah, it's not bad versus. It's pretty good against all of Nigma's heroes, I think. No natural Yule's Buyer. They've got a lot of stuns. Ursa builds status resistance. Zalta gives status resistance. Crushes Tide in lane. Monkey King is the other melee abuser, but I don't think that hero has done very well recently. For real reasons. I feel like the hero is just weak.
Well, we got the standard PA ban for the PA mag. Peter, I know you don't like Juggernaut, but it is one of the standard combinations with mag.
I don't hate it that bad. Oh my god! Like, don't be afraid to say the hero's name.
Dude, I don't know. You've been throwing some major shit.
I do take. I take some hard stances, but it's for the show, guys. Like, it's fine. It's
sorry.
I like Juggernaut. I don't win when I play him, so I'm more of a PA, guy. Or Lifestealer.
Actually, OG ban out the monkey themselves.
Yeah, I don't know. This is really just up to Sumail, right? It's like, what can you carry this game on? I mean, you're playing against a TA. There's a PL, right? But maybe it's too hard into Tide. I was surprised they didn't ban PL in second phase, but that lane can be really hard, like Lion, PL. But they have a Chen. I have no idea.
I mean, there's still what?
But it will be. Won't it be Team Nigma picking first out of this? So could they potentially go for the PL?
No, I
OG's picking first. Yeah. They first picked Hoodwink, so they've got the 9 pick. It's all good.
My bad. Yeah. Math. It's hard.
It's okay.
Monkey King banned by OG, so they definitely don't want that. Ursa stayed in.
Wow, we're banning Troll. We're really digging deep here once the Troll bans come out. That's another hero that fell off pretty massively as of late.
Yeah, but if he has Empower, Beastmaster.
Hey! Whoa, is this Sumail Mag?
Beastmaster's also kind of, I would say, soft countered or maybe even hard countered by Tidehunter. I played a pub with Seb a couple days ago, and he was playing Beastmaster, and we exchanged some words.
Oh, you had you complimented him on his build, right?
We'll see if he does it again. He did
the description of this.
He did the Helm of Dom 2 item first.
Oh yes.
So I couldn't tell if he was being serious or memeing.
Okay, that would actually work in a 5-man like cheesy strat though,
The
right?
enemy team had techies, so I saw some merit to it. Okay, Furion for ILTW. I like.
Yep,
it's. We'll see how the tree synergy goes against Sox's Hoodwink.
I feel like we've got heroes into like direct counters they hate in so many of these picks. Like Beastmaster into Tidehunter. We have Nature's Prophet into Magnus and Hoodwink. I feel like it's pretty annoying. Even Pango, I think, is kind of a problem for NP in a lot of games. But to me, this is LTW's answer to like, I'm getting away from this 5-man stuff you guys are going to do, running down lanes. And I'm just going to like try and keep the map pushed out. And we're going to try and get Miracle massive.
Gotta say, I'm going OG. I can't
You're going
you
OG.
like it?
I can't go against
You're
them
going
twice.
for
and
Descent
I've got faith.
Beastmaster.
He's after the Chen.
We dominated that game, and I was wrong about Chen. So these guys are gonna crush it.
I think it's very dangerous, and I think they just lost the game attempting a very similar strategy with Enigma on the big hold. I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult with Miracle on the TA, but I think they might have learned their lesson from game 1, so I will go for Enigma.
All right, split panel. I like it. We also have the split series. That means this third game, is the deciding game. Which one of these two teams will face up against Tundra in the upper bracket finals tomorrow? We're going to find out together with Lyrical and AY.
It's come down to this. Wouldn't have it any other way, Aoi. We're here. The Chen has come back again. We saw what it was capable of doing in game number 1. Do you think that it has the same type of potency here in this game number 3 that we're now in? Do you like the pick?
I didn't like the pick the first game, and I was completely wrong. So I don't think my thoughts on Chen are.
And yeah, now you're recognizing.
Sorry.
Shout out there that you were muted.
I did the
I was just
Lyrical.
nodding along a little bit. It was fine. Don't worry.
Yes, the audience could hear me, just you couldn't, right?
Exactly. You're nailing it.
Okay. So anyways, I said so you can hear me, Lyrical, because you're the important one here. I did like Chen game 1, but I was wrong about it because I have no read on this hero at all compared to OG. But I think, you play against these really experienced captains like Kuroki, he's looking through his past experiences for the heroes that used to counter Chen really hard. I think Furion is actually one of these heroes. One of the best things against Chen push lineups where they group up a lot is, as the panel mentioned, just to split up, get that pressure, and eventually, like Furion ulti also destroys the Chen creeps. It's miserable playing Chen when you can't keep your army up.
Yeah, it's one of the worst feelings ever. We should mention real quickly, we're already into a pause, which is why we're staying on our beautiful faces for the moment. And also, as you saw in the bottom corner right there, in the other game that's going on right now, Into the Breach facing off against Spider Pigs. Apparently, spoilers, if anybody wants to go watch that series, just mute for like 30 seconds, then we'll come back. All right, you're muted now. Perfect. Into the Breach had a 16K gold advantage, lost a player, had to play 4v5, went down to 2K net worth. The player reconnected. They managed to salvage the game, the series, and now they're in game number 3. So just a lot of insanity all across the Western European qualifiers right now. And yeah, we're waiting for this game to get back underway. But so your idea with this Furion being able to take down the creeps, how does that pair together with like how much group up and push they've got on OG? Because with this Beastmaster in tow, Peter talking a little bit about potentially having the helm of the Overlord coming out in the later stages as well. It feels like they could run out of damage potentially.
Who will run out of damage? Nigma will run out of damage?
Nigma potentially.
I think Nigma won't run out of damage this game because of TA, right? I think she's like, I could see it if they had a different mid, but I think Miracle, he should have a really good lane this game, and he translated that pretty well in both previous games. I mean, he solo killed Thompson, both of the other games. If he does that this game, I could see TA completely taking over this game. He is sort of countered by Beastmaster. It used to be a really unplayable matchup for TA when Necrobook was in the game, but that just got yeeted out of the game.
Right.
So we'll see what happens. I also want to mention, when I played Chen, I also hated playing against TA, because it felt like how you deal with raw plus HP and heals is you have modifiers like plus damage percentage damage, or minus armor, because that's more effective against the heals coming in. TA, again, also one-shots all your creeps, and the new TA Blade who goes Psyblades with the Psyblade range talent and Dragonlance, you might cleave some OG heroes off those creeps. You're hurting your own team.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And like having that low armor could just be devastating to go into that and then getting hit by the side blades on the back side of it. So that's definitely going to be something to watch for. I guess the other thing that obviously ends up mattering so much is like, do we just see the early snowball as we are getting into this game still paused up? But do we see that early snowball potential that they had from OG? Are we going to see Nigma be able to go in and actually contest those stacks? I'm wondering how that will work out for them.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what you said. A lot of the game will come down to these Chen stacks. I feel like he shouldn't have as free a lane. Like Tidehunter, Nyx Assassin, I think looks more robust to me on paper. Like maybe Nyx can even go into the jungle and follow him a bit because Tidehunter's a more stable laner than they had in game 1.
Right.
But oh, look at this. They're set up for Thompson. They knew that he was going to scout the mid lane, but unfortunately the Treant scouts him. He doesn't go for it. They were so ready. They had 4 heroes here. The stun scout up on Lion and Nyx, and they wanted to get him.
That would have been really nice if they could have found
That's
that
really
first blood.
funny, actually. I love progression on meta like that, where someone always does this trick, and then they're ready for him. They even place the lane ward mid so they would see him, even if he tried to scout them out. And instead, Chen took over the Treant, and he's scouting the mid ward.
Oh my
so
god!
Their plan backfires a little bit. That Treant not only does it prevent them from getting the kill on Thompson, but it also gives away their ward mid.
Although I think that it might have revealed on one of the heroes instead, and I'm not sure what the Treant's vision is because the ward is actually up top.
If you wrap around the tower, like if you click that ward, it does see just past that top tree, so they should know where it is.
Okay.
The hero was from the left, so they probably wouldn't see it there. But who knows? It's very hard. I mean, it's easy for us with full vision, and like I'm able to click the ward, but for the players, it's not the same. Yeah. Ooh, good deny by LTW on the bounty rune bottom as well.
And No-Tail, he does spout it out right away. So this is nice for him. Able to get that D ward taken, and No-Tail, will he pay the price? The right click's coming in. The laning stage hasn't even started yet, but as the gush slow wears off, No-Tail able to walk away.
This is not good for Nigma, though. I would take that trade on No-Tail any day. He gets a D ward, and then they follow him for so long. Sumel's going to get a free, like, 2 or 3 denies here, and free CS.
That's great for him.
They did get all the bounty runes on Nigma, though. 3 bounty runes and 1 denied, so that's a big start for them.
Well, an early good start up there in the top lane, and we'll see if they can sort of translate that into more. The other thing is they actually haven't blocked out this camp, so Kuro's going to need to body block it, and that does leave open the other camp to spawn as well. We'll see if No-Tail tries to take over some of those creeps in the early goings to get some pressure on there, as mid lane, Thompson, taking a lot of Psyblade damage there from Miracle. Yeah, TA, it's not an easy matchup, and Miracle has looked consistently just so good against Thompson. I don't know if it's just sort of a player thing or if, there's some skill differential, what's going on, but Miracle's looking really freaking good.
Honestly, sometimes it's just the 2 mid players specifically. I remember Miracle, he wouldn't go mid against no one back when like they were the 2 of the best mids in the world. Just because no one always had the edge on him, Liquid would always send Matumba Man against no one instead.
Right.
Whereas, in this matchup, like Thompson, I mean, he won 2 TIs. He's clearly a tier 1 mid player. His laning got really good in the last TI especially, but Miracle seems to have his number this series.
Yeah, in the head a little bit there, and looking pretty solid doing it as well. So we did see as the Psyblades continue to rain in on him there, Kuro getting kind of bullied back up top by No-Tail, and is going to be able to go for that D ward on the small camp as well, as he took over the Wild Wing Ripper little guy. And at least in the early goings, no lane appears to like get completely dominated here. Definitely the Mag is ahead of the Tidehunter. 2 cap, actually looking for that catch now for a punch down on a No-Tail. This would be big, and mind control able to draw first blood. Kuro goes down afterwards, but that's great for the Tide.
Yeah, that's huge. I think both of the last games, mind control had really rough off lanes. This time he's against a Magnus Chen. I know Peter mentioned it on the panel, but he said Chen is a pretty weak laner, and I completely agree. Every time I pick that hero, I lose my lane. That's why I don't play him anymore.
Right.
I think the fact that Nigma are punishing it this game is really important just from like a drafting outlook. You need to win lanes you're supposed to win in Dota.
Absolutely. Yeah, and they're able to do that now. Well, I mean, it's still not winning necessarily, right? Like they're still behind in CS, but at least they're starting to catch back up a little bit with that kill and gain a good wave pressuring into them. In the meantime, though, Miracle sitting in the mid has been able to get significantly more denies, and you can see that Thompson trying to make up for this by heading back to the jungle and farming up those small camps, as well as gain a bottle refill on the bounty. Had to wait for that voice line. It's too good.
Classic.
GH.
Man, the new meld, it just does so much damage.
Oh, but Saksa maybe going to go down afterwards? No, they can't chase him down with the treant. So really nicely played there. And yeah, Seb just sitting with the Helm of Iron Will in a Quelling Blade. This item is great. 6 armor, 5 HP regen. It's pretty solid.
Yeah, it's one of the most efficient early items. He went Quelling Blade, just no items into the fast Helm of Iron Will.
And Kuro taking some damage. Meanwhile, bottom, they're also going to LTW as the skewer back underneath the tower, hoping to find this kill, but it won't turn into anything afterwards. And down on the bottom side, they were also able to force back Seb, which kept alive LTW. Good stun coming from GH, stop the pressure.
This bot lane is a bit concerning for Team Nigma though, because if Beastmaster gets to start with Quelling Blade, literally no stats or regen, and gets all the way to this fast Helmet Dominator, I think he'll kick LTW out of lane pretty reliably. That means that they have pressure in this lane, where you last picked your carry, you'll be able to sort of take that tower and it might snowball the map. Top lane though, they're going into no-tail here.
Yeah, trying to find that finish, but will not be able to do anything at all. So yeah, still though, it's a nice big wave here that's sitting pretty for the Tidehunter. And underneath the tower, Miracle trying to take down Tops and ring around the Rosie, can't quite get him. OG have been doing a lot of hiding away in the trees throughout this series and not been doing a too bad job of it. Oh, that's a good jump.
I think
back.
that sideline hits.
That might have been a kill right there if he wasn't careful. Miracle hitting level 6 and Thompson half a level behind him.
It seems to be the story of the series. Miracle, he's just, I don't know if it's a matchup thing or, as we mentioned, like maybe a little bit of an outskill thing or a player-to-player matchup, but he's just dominating the mid lane this series.
And meanwhile, in the side lanes, it does feel like OG has been able to make a lot happen, at least in this early goings. The Bushwhack's going to go out there onto GH. How close are we to this Helm of the Dominator? We're about 200 gold away from Seb being able to finish that one off. And we'll see what creeps end up spawning. Right now, there's a Satyr over there, but doesn't look like that one's probably going to live that much longer as the pull is going out. Another Bushwhack, another beatdown. The strength of this Nyx Assassin just being able to sort of survive passively with all the regen he's got.
Yes, the one good thing for... Oh, they're going on to Seb bottom, but he looks to be turning it here.
Okay, a chance. Right clicks coming through. Spike Carapace, Saksa down low, can't get through those trees. The right clicks continue to come through, and they'll find that kill. Up top they were going as well. GH does fall, and LTW going to TP back home. So a refill in the mid lane where Thompson had used the Rolling Thunder while all that action was happening bottom. And as we've seen throughout this series, like in the early moments at least, there's been a lot of action, not always translating into a ton of kills though.
Both these teams are just so good at knowing their limits and sort of kiting their opponents. And Euphorion, he got this level 6 first, which means they should have some play timings. I mean, they're about to have Ravage top, yes, for an ulti. Usually you can combine those spells and get a kill. But I am a bit worried now that this Helmet of the Dominator has come out. He's picked up a centaur. I think he should be able to kick Furion out of the lane. Luckily, they, or not luckily, like, they managed to kill the catapult bottom, so he won't get to combine that, but top lane
RP,
again.
able to catch, skewer back, Mind Control still living, Ravage. And just going to walk away from him afterwards. So Ravage down, No-Tail gives the tip. The other thing, and just sort of this impending sense of doom I've kind of got right now, look in the dire jungle. There are a lot of stacks over there. Bushwhack, in the meantime, down bottom, trying to go for some type of a play here. As Roar has already been committed, as well as the Furion ulti. Chasing down, trying to find a kill. A lot of armor on Seb, taking the tower hits. Punches in, the Bushwhack afterwards, trying to find a finish. Love the turnaround. Impale as well as the Earth Spike. They find one kill and they TP out with the other. Seb getting slowed down and the body blocks coming in from the tree. Seeing if they can find a chase down, and they're going to. Look at these body blocks just encapsulated in the trees. And GH is the one that cleans it up. Dude, good stuff from LTW.
Yeah, I was scared about the Helm timing, but LTW with the perfect micro and perfect play, they managed to bait in the Beastmaster under the tower. They get this huge turnaround, and that's a missed timing for OG right there.
God, look at this farm,
they're going mid.
Yeah, I mean, Sumail's getting this farm, as you said, going in mid, trying to take down one. Kuro down low. Rolling Thunder, not going to get thrown. Oh my god, the sidestep. Saksa goes in a bit too deep, gets punished by Miracle. Thompson now trying to get the finish off there and will be able to secure it as he just rolls on out of there. But in the meantime, this is all space being created. Mag skyrocketing up the net worth. More stacks being created.
Ooh, TPN top by Furion. He has level 4 Treants already. One of the benefits of running this core Nature's Prophet, and getting this tower would be huge for them. Just opening up the map, it'll sort of allow the Ancients to be more protected in a sense, because if you can push lanes further in, it just gives you more info, and Miracle will be safer because of that.
Thompson gets the swashbuckle away. As down bottom, they are kind of setting up. What's the goal here? Are they trying to take the tower of their own on OG?
For sure, they want to take the tower. They have the Helmet of the Dominator, but because they're not catching anything here. Because of that first play made by LTW and the really good TP from Kuroki, this tower is almost full HP. They have no real pressure on it. Now we can sort of see the panel was talking about. Tidehunter has always been a Beastmaster counter in Dota, and this is why. If you get to the point where Tidehunter can sort of sit under this tower, it's very hard to be a real Beastmaster. I mean, if they can't kill bottom tower, I don't see how OG's lineup functions, to be honest. They need to bring everyone here.
Yeah, and the other thing too is like you kind of need that hoodwink ulti to be able to bring them down with the roar, to like get that break and then the burst afterwards, because otherwise you're just going to get ravaged. And right now at least, Mind Control doing exactly what they need him to do. And you can see just surrounded here by 3 different heroes, but they can't make any type of a move. Mind Control throws it out. Roar is there, but the Impale comes afterwards, and Seb in trouble, going to fall. They get his creep too. And, I mean, they're going to try and pressure this. Tower down to about half HP, but just throws out the Anchor Smash, right-clicking down this catapult. It's not working right now for OG. Nigma coming up with the answers.
And I feel like Kuroki, or whoever suggested this in the draft, maybe it's RMN, their coach, they've sort of outstratted OG in this game. And there's a lot of stacks that OG took, but just the fact that you cannot take your enemy safe lane tower if you're playing Beastmaster.
Oh, GH. Oh, the stun afterwards. Kuro finds that kill. Sumail might be able to play a little bit of cleanup, but taking down that Pango right there for the line, you'll take that trade every day of the week.
For sure. Look at this. Like, you're even pressuring the enemy offlane tower with Tidehunter. He can tank. I mean, I don't know if he's going to, but he could tank that tower with the level 3 Kraken Shot. Okay, he chooses not to.
Yeah.
But this isn't looking like the Chen of Game 1 at all.
No.
Their safe lane tower is dead. They can't take any towers with the creeps. And meanwhile, I mean, Sumail is farming a lot, but Miracle has been free farming on TA.
It's, yeah, I think that this TA, I mean, granted, not a ton of stacks being taken for him, as well, they do find LTW. And in some trouble, the drums, don't know if it's going to save him here. Roll back through, does a little do-si-do, hides away, jukes it out, and trying to TP out of there. Can they escape? No, the Bushwhack came through for the finish. Yeah, so a nice chase down. Eventually, they get it in Mind Control tipping. Okay, that's fine.
That's a good vibes tip. You know, you would never tip your teammate if the vibes on the team were bad or just any sort of bad feeling.
Unless it's really bad, then you might tip them as well. But
yeah, I mean, if you want to disband your team and lose the TI qualifiers, I guess you could do that.
Okay.
But I think these teams, you know, they have TI wins under their belts.
Fair enough. Kuro trying to drain out that mana from Thompson. And does finish the Echo Saber now. This has been a lot of the timing that he's looked for. But right now, God, he is so far behind the TA. Almost 3,000 gold. And they do finally bring down the Tide, who's playing too aggressive. And they catch him out with that sharpshooter.
Yeah, as you mentioned, they do have that Tidehunter answer. And they're top lane, though. Thompson's going caught here.
Going for him, looking for it. Stun comes out. He has Swashbuckle and Rolling Thunder, though. So Thompson still well within the safe zone. Seb in the area as well. And they're just actually getting this tier 1 tower for free down bottom.
Yeah, this is the most important objective for OG's lineup. They like Chen doesn't have purpose if this tower is alive. They just will never take mid tower either. But Nigma, look at the response. They're just going straight into Roshan here.
But they haven't played against Beastmaster in a while, and this Hawk, they've got full vision right now. They know what's going on. Can they get there in time to come and contest Seb? Moving in, wants to hit it. The Impale is out though. Miracle could finish off Roche, but instead turns to try and take down that Beastmaster. Right clicks coming through, he falls. So Roche still available to be taken. The rest of OG is trying to make the move over here. They jump out of the pit. Thompson going for the roll through, but Refraction is up for Miracle. He's fine. Trying to burn through it right now with that tornado. Get brought down low, but not low enough. The good stun coming out from that Centaur, but the Rabbit, that's the better stun. Takes down Thompson, turns on to No Tail. 4 go down. Enigma gonna claim the Roche afterwards.
And again, Kuroki, just in the right place at the right time. Thompson was trying to roll into the pit. Would have hit a really good Rolling Thunder there inside the pit, but Kuroki just disables him for so long, doesn't allow that to happen. As a result, they can play patient with the Ravage. They pick off the heroes, they don't commit to the Roshan, and just a really good teamfight win. And again, like the thing about Chen as a hero, the reason why I think both me and PPD don't like him, and he doesn't have much success in pubs or pro games other than a game 1 from OG.
Right.
Because if you lose a team fight like this, what is Chen now? You've used your long cooldown ulti, you've lost all 4 of your crates, which is basically feeding an extra kill to the enemy team. And you're going to have to steal farm away from your cores in order to get your army back. It feels really bad to lose fights in the early mid game as Chen.
Yeah, it's devastating, and you know there are some other things that you potentially have, but a lot of this stuff is built around the cooldowns. Roar on cooldown for 50 seconds. Mag, he's going to have RP back up in about 30. But this is a situation now where with like Rolling Thunder down, the map is completely open for Nigma, and they have the type of lineup that can pressure with it. You've got this TA Deso done. Granted, probably needs to farm back up a little bit, but NP can be there. A lot of things starting to come together for Nigma with a 4,000 gold lead, and hopefully we'll be able to start this game back up here in just another couple of seconds. But you can see this slow and steady increase that's been in the favor of Nigma is continuing on this way.
And Tidehunter almost has a Blink Dagger. You know, IOTW, he's actually used 5 drum charges, and I think they've made a huge difference this game. Drums is such an underrated item for these early fights. Really made a difference in that Roshan pit, and you know, he understands. He doesn't have some puck mid. He doesn't need to hard carry this game. If he can just play a normal Furion game, sort of support his TA, make space, Miracle is going to carry this game.
How do you feel about rebuying the drum charges, by the way?
I think I've done it like once.
Okay.
I feel like it can't be that bad, but it always feels so bad to do it, so you never end up doing it.
That's fair. I guess particularly on the NP, but maybe this is the first game for it. Kuro off in the lonesome area, manages to actually throw out those axes without breaking the tree, which is nice there by Seb. Did get nerfed in, I think, a couple patches ago, which actually ends up helping with the hoodwink. But nonetheless, a nice pick off while Nigma try and push out all of their side lanes. And I guess what's the play here now for OG? Are they looking to try and, like, does their draft have any other solution besides run down lanes with each other?
No, I think the enemy has no Ravage. You need to get a little bit of map control. They would have preferred to get mid lane, but Miracle, as soon as he saw enemy heroes on the top side of the map, he instantly ran to the enemy Ancients, farmed that up, and now he's pressuring mid alone. He's doing such a good job this game of, like, they just pushed a tower top, got a tower kill, and they lost 1,000 gold or more in terms of the team's net worth, just because of what Miracle did.
Good play. And again, they have to group together like this, definitely. I mean, Thompson really hasn't been able to pull that much together recently. Again, that Roche fight is that area where he's supposed to be like the be-all, end-all in terms of carries, rather mid laners, but carrying the fights in those instances, but just wasn't able to connect with it. These BKBs could be another nice timing for OG. Mag is working on one right now. Any other big items that are coming out? Tide has his Blink. So they will be able to take advantage if there's like a sort of overextension, and we'll see how it goes.
And I think it's not like OG are out of this game. They have the tools to win this game, as you always do when you have a Magnus lineup. If they can land a good sharpshooter onto Tidehunter, maybe burst him before Ravage, I could see them really dominating a team like Miracle mid though. He's getting rolled on.
Yeah, refraction burned through and didn't get his blink out in time. Good impale afterwards. Miracle trying to live, but that's Aegis down. A rare misplay, but mind control trying to catch up with this one. Blinking in, looking for anybody. The spill from those side blades doing a lot to no tail. They still have Ravage available. Spike Carapace comes out. Sharpshooter afterwards, breaking the Nyx. So Miracle gives up that Aegis, playing aggressively in the mid.
Yeah, and OG get out with no losses there. I mean, they used Pango roll, but that was pretty much it. Oh, they also used Hand of God.
That's
I guess that's actually quite a long cooldown, but I think they're very happy with that. Miracle with that Aegis, he was like stealing their Ancients, playing up on their tier 2. He was just being such a menace on the map. At least with that God, if you commit RP and you kill him, you can win the fight off that.
I guess that it was only a minute and a half left, but we've seen a couple of times in this series, you know, teams go up with a substantial lead and then things start to fall apart a little bit when they get a little bit too cavalier with their movements. And
LTW has a Crimson Guard queued up, by the way.
Okay. That's kind of cool. Jump.
It's an interesting idea for sure. He's really playing the role of sort of like an offlaner from the safe lane this game.
Right.
And he has the Maelstrom, so he's still scaling, but
I mean,
does have that full Vanguard, so he's committed.
I mean, this does get a little bit scary too. Like you talk about, like with the Beastmaster being there to potentially roar the TA, if they can all dogpile onto Miracle, it could be a problem here. Obviously, Aegis is going to be the big answer to that, but having just lost it, what are they going to find now? GH, hunting, scouting, LTW down bottom, doesn't have that much mana. Sox is down there as well, but you can tell they don't really feel that comfortable trying to play super aggressively here. Spike Carapace? Did nothing afterwards. Can't do it.
Yeah, and it's even reflected a bit in their item builds. I mean, Aeon Disc is a good item, but Soxa is rushing it as a first item. He just feels like he has to be the one to run in and tank the spells. You don't really want Beastmaster to do that. He'll just die. Magnus needs someone to like sort of give him space in the fights so you can get a good RP off, and like same for Pangler and Chen. They can all run in first. So a cool read from Soxa here, but ooh, they're close.
Looking for it. They saw this smoke, but they were not able to respond appropriately. Seb trying to slow him down a little bit there. Mind control, looking for a chase, but it won't come in time. I think they were right on top of that observer ward when they smoked, but OG not quite reading the direction they were going.
And they almost caught mind control there. Sorry, they almost caught Seb there because Miracle managed to sideblade him off the hoodwink. You know, he barely missed him with the trap there. That would have been a huge kill for them as well. Sumail does almost have his BKB. That will be their big timing back in this game. You can always, like, sort of outplay your opponent. You know, get a skewer onto a cliff a la EG, or just burst down the Tidehunter with Hoodwink ulti.
It'll be something to watch for, definitely. Next tier of items now coming out as well. We're seeing a couple of them. Thompson, I thought they were going to try and chase there, but it really feels like they just want to wait for that second Roche that so often is like turned into how these games end up working out, or find a pick off, but definitely not committing anything over the river substantially without that. Do OG want to try and hit a timing though with this BKB and make a move themselves? They are kind of grouping in the same area, but not smoking yet.
I think they should feel like they want to. Yeah, here we go. Here's the smoke. It's just a casual two-man smoke though. They don't even have the Beastmaster in it.
I think they thought that TA was real. The illusion.
Okay. Yeah, because they're just breaking it instantly. Noto just goes to D-ward.
Yeah, that illusion rune making the difference right there. Standing in the same place that Miracle might have. And they end up wasting a smoke, unfortunately, on OG.
And this was sort of their big timing. It's when they had BKB and TA didn't. Miracle is very close to his own. As soon as he gets that, you'll have the BKB, you have the Crimson Guard coming out for Nature's Prophet. And he's even, honestly, his build is really cool. Like Crimson Guard AC drums. He's providing so much to his team just by standing around in the fights. I mean, his right clicks are no joke either, to be honest, just with Drum's Maelstrom.
Right. And I guess the other thing too is like as this game goes later, you're just losing some value because of that Chen. Like Lion is going to be super effective into the later stages. Nyx is going for this Aghanims. If GH can get to that, that's going to be really strong as well. So like, yes, you're getting some more items on these other cores, but it does sort of feel like, you know, this OG draft was always meant to go for the big push up. Do you think that Like they sort of just need to try and wait for the second Roche themselves on OG and go for that fight at that point?
Honestly, I'm not too sure what the best play from OG is here. I feel like they have to fight their opponent. But OG's a team that is always willing to fight their opponent if they think they need to. So perhaps they see some timing that they can wait for. Maybe they just need BKB on Pangolier, Beastmaster, and Magnus. So when they jump TA, they won't get counter Ravage.
Okay.
It's a bit concerning though, because they're like, regardless of Crimson Guard or whatever, LTW is actually farming a lot, being very efficient. And Furion, he has like some 50 stack gain per level, so he will scale. Tidehunter also one of 50.
Okay, gotcha.
Tidehunter also one of the best scalers into the late game. Just the Smoke Blink Ravage, always a classic. He will have a refresher at some point in this game.
Right. Yeah, he is currently the lowest of the cores, but still managing to find farm here and there. And you can see just 4 Nature's Prophets have gone Maelstrom into Crimson games since TI5. And apparently Seb was one of the first ones to do it. But you can see the strength of it probably in these next couple fights with all the Zoo summon that they've got. LTW scouted out there. Axe is coming. Soxa tries to connect. There's a catch. Doesn't have BKB, doesn't have a way out. In some trouble, team trying to get there to help him, but it is going to be too late. So efficient farming sometimes leads into a pickoff, and OG take full advantage. And Roche is up in 20 seconds? What?
And he has no buyback. This is exactly what OG need. They didn't use the Roar. They only used Painkiller Roll, so they might try to snowball their advantage here.
Dude, that was the most casual, most important pickoff of this entire series. This is rolled into him. Oh, man. Well, they're going to know that Roche is back up with the TA trap that's in there, but do they scout it on OG?
Ooh, the creep, a little bit of miss micro, not quite in the pit there, so they don't know yet.
Wait, what?
This is Furion's respawning because the creep just wasn't inside the Roshan pit. They're scouting this maybe 10 seconds too late.
Oh, man. And now you've got Nigma. I mean, and because it's Furion, he can get there so quickly. We're going to see how close this is, but it might have been almost dead at this point, and now they have enough time to get in position. Sentry Ward is down. Looking for that opening. They spot GH now. Ravage comes out. It's on all of them. Good BKB afterwards with the skewer out and away. Meanwhile, the Roar comes as well. ILTW still living. Goes for the Sprout to try and buy a little bit of extra time. But Seb in the pit, super down low. Can't quite find that kill. They buy back on the Chen. ILTW inside the pit now. Still managing to live. RP going to be interrupted. But a triple kill for Soxa. This Hoodwink is doing so much. And with no more Nature's Prophet now, they actually have an ability to take down Roche for themselves. I can't believe it went like that.
Wait, how did they lose the fight?
I don't know. BKB came out during the Ravage for Sumail is the main thing that I saw there.
Oh my god, they got like
they didn't even use
great
RP.
smoke wraparound, big Ravage, bursted down to support Chen right away. I mean, he did buyback and hand to God. Like, I can't believe they lost that. They didn't even use RP during that fight.
Well, when things get chaotic, that is sometimes where OG will shine at their highest amounts, and that was the moment right there. That's huge. Aegis so important, and I believe that's also going to be. They have Horn Toss available now with the mags. They have some sort of lightweight initiation to come out. Enigma, no Ravage at this point. Seb gonna be found. Impale afterwards, trying to bring him down low. Can they go for the kill all the way? Right clicks, but the Roar, he gets away on nothing. 11 HP, he will eventually die. Meanwhile, though, the RP comes out. It's gonna connect on the phones with the Rolling Thunder back onto them. They blow up the Nature's Prophet and that Nyx Assassin. Mind Control has to get out. Trying to escape, but the Horn Toss pulls him back in. And they're going to eventually, well, no, TP out. Mind Control, oh, it's not quite enough. Soxa able to find the finish, and Kuro gets taken down by Thompson. OG blow this game open. 4 dead again. What a series.
Man, I really thought Nigma was in control of this game. At the last fight, maybe the Chen heals were too much. He bought back, he got full hander, got TPN on the shrine with mech. Meanwhile, when I forget who else bought back, but they're going. Miracle. He's gonna double melt someone. He can actually burst.
Looking for it. Blows him up. They weren't ready for that one. That burns through the Aegis, and Sumail has to back out. Oh my god.
Double meld. very strong. It's minus 23 armor, and with Magnus only having 20 armor, it pushes him through that crucial 0 armor point. You go from, I don't know what this is, like 54% reduction, so you're hitting for 46%. Instead, you deal like 20% extra. It's basically 3x damage.
Well, that definitely worked, and Sumail was going to be wishing he bought that plate mail instead of the freaking Hyperstone. That is unfortunate for OG. I mean, again, they're still going to have, I think, the cheese on somebody, probably. It might have gotten used in that last fight. But regardless, a smoke out now. And back and forth this series goes. Nigma moving up to the top side. There is no ward in the area for Nigma, but OG have a ton of vision.
And they're smoked up on Nigma here. They have the Blink Ravage.
Looks for it, jumps forward, potentially. It comes out, they find that Hex. BKB out from Seb, gets caught. This is uphill into 1, and Thompson able to get out of there just barely. He gets the roll off. The rest of them trying to run away. The Ravage has already been used. Sumail, this is on that skewer back. Looking for anybody here now. Thompson is so low. He's got to run, looking for the Sideblade still, but it's not going to connect. BKB out now from Sumail, trying to hit from the low ground. Thompson, he bashes Miracle, disarm afterwards. The BKB comes out, trying to find something here, but the bash again, and then the RP, the bash, the disarm, the RP, but Curl tries to salvage it. Follow-up stun coming from GH. Do they have enough damage? Miracle, he needs another reflection, but it is not going to come out. No refraction left. ILTW gets taken down for the kill. OG somehow pulls something out of nothing. They have the follow-up as Kuro is going to get ran down, killed off. How do they keep winning these fights?
Thompson got jumped by literally 5 heroes, and the Chen heals just managed to barely keep him alive. Notel even had a salve in the middle of that fight to keep him alive at the end there, and they get this insane turnaround. I mean, Nigma, they didn't want to commit the Ravage onto this Pangolier, because why would you? It's a Pangolier. You're caught by a Lion Hex, an Impale, a Finger, everything. But if you look at Thompson's items, all 5 of his main items other than Mask and Death give him tankiness, and he has his Cocoa Flames for even more reduction. There's just too much tankiness and healing coming out.
Well,
I thought they wouldn't lack that. Like, you actually asked at the start of the game, like, would Nigma lack damage? I'm like, no way, they have TA.
Right.
But it's really looking like they are. Notel, he had an Ice Ogre creep and a Wildkin creep. And I think these small differences, these just small amounts of bonus armor, they kept Thompson alive in that fight. And this is the thing about Chen, you can never see his impact. That's why I hate the hero, you know, I want the accolades, I want to look good, but Notel, he's probably having impact we can't see. I don't actually know. I don't know what the hero does still.
That's fair. That's a fair point, man.
He probably is owning though.
I mean, the thing about it too is, like, you see these couple of items that Nigma are trying to go for to mitigate this, right? Like Spirit Vessel on the Tidehunter, for instance, doesn't have any more charges now. They have to get that first kill for him to get it. Might need to look towards like a Scotty or a Shiva's on somebody potentially, but they need ways to mitigate this healing. It's been so important in the past, and well, feeling like it's important in this game number 3 here as well. Trying to stay alive in the upper bracket, looking for
dive bomb onto Miracle.
What? Disarm is there. Miracle gets roared. Sumail there on top of him again. They got him caught. He is dead. The dive bomb into the roar. Kuro goes down afterwards. Those Hawks are dangerous. And they take down 3. OG! 14,000 gold lead, and they're running it down a mid lane. It felt like it was completely in the hands of Nigma, and OG blew it wide open.
This is crazy coming out from OG. These heroes that you don't necessarily expect to dominate this meta. And Beastmaster, I thought he wouldn't be able to play Dota this game because he couldn't take the safe lane tower. But he's managed to just have so much impact, basically for nothing. I mean, the Hawk stunning TA. Who does that?
Look at this. They're absolutely owning right now. And OG setting their sights on the tier 4 towers afterwards. They gotta bring heroes home. Look at how quickly these tier 4 towers are going down. They get buyback now on the TA. You got potentially one more shot. Oh wait, he got hit by a sharpshooter. Goes down, has buyback afterwards. They need to buyback on everybody. You have to fight right now. Ravage is up, but OG, they're gonna retreat. They get away again. 22,000 gold. Oh, they're thinking about the fake back. They're ready. You wanna see some things? RP into Skewer, into Centaur Stomp. Never mind, Centaur's dead. Rip the dream.
Son.
Looks for it. LTW didn't pop his BKB. Foreign toss pulls him back in. ILTW in no man's land, going to get absolutely murked here. Pops the ulti, he knows he's dead. Now the turn, pulls back, Miracle trying to find that kill. Can they do it as they run him down one by one? OG, they can sense it. They want to continue on in this upper bracket, but you can see they're still playing it safe. Seb walks away again. Sharpshooter for round 2. If they can get this kill onto mind control, this would be huge. No Ravage yet. Nigma trying to hold out.
Is Chen broken?
I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, the way that they're making it look right now, it looks like it. It's crazy.
Because he lost his lane pretty hard this game, right? He was unable to do the early moves. But just the team fight, like the auras combined with the healing, just allowed OG to take a lot of these team fights that I thought they had no business winning. The Roshan one, the one top lane where they jump tops in. Yeah, just incredibly impressive like read on the team fights. I think every fight someone on OG is living on low HP because they're sort of kiting in and out of the fights. They're never afraid to disengage if they think they can take a little bit of a better percentage fight later. You know, they are killing these throne towers very quickly, but they're talking about it like when Miracle buys back, we're gonna run away. And they just ghetto instantly. They lose nothing for 2 buybacks on Nigma.
That's fair. And this is exactly what the way that you want to go. But with all their ultis back off cooldown again, gotta be wary of these pesky birds dive bombing in and finding that short stun that allows the initiation afterwards. Horn toss pulls back 1-2. Big old jump there. Kuro in trouble. Ravage with the BKB reaction immediately there. Miracle got his BKB off as well. The RP comes out, the 1-3, tearing them apart. Oh, and just like that, OG, I set on the tier 4s. That's GG. They got a date with Tundra. Man, they make it look so easy. This freaking Chen hero. Who would have thunk it?
In this game, I think they just team fought better than Nigma. I don't honestly like I've put like 40,000 hours into Dota. I poured my soul into this game, but I need to watch that replay because I'm not entirely sure how they won that game. Just really good play coming out from OG. This is very scary.
Well, and the thing about it is, like, you look at some of these healing numbers afterwards, right? Like, No Tail, 8,600 healing. Now, that there's games where we've seen, like, Phoenix do more than that, or like, you know, Winter Wyvern do more than that. But it's like that burst and the anticipation that you're going to be able to blow up a hero and then it doesn't happen. That's just so wild.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's about the baits, right? Like, they baited Thompson in that top fight, and it completely changed the outcome of the game.
Well, a very impressive showing for sure from OG as they will come out the victors in this one. It seems that like little triangle of, you know, these two teams in secret is going to continue on in the spree, but still a lot more Dota to be played in these European Western qualifiers. We're going to get back to the panel, possibly get a winner's interview. We'll see you on the other side.
I want to start off by saying that I am so sad that one of these two teams, and perhaps even neither, depending on what's happening in the next 2 days, is not going to make it to TI, because that Dota that we just witnessed, this series, I love that. I mean, it's back and forth, this crazy stuff. It's Chen coming out and crushing. Apparently, coming to a pub near you. Peter, are you happy about that?
Well, the pubs are going to be a little dangerous as of late from this series, but no, it was a really great series. I didn't really know who was going to win. Nigma was my favorite, but happy to see the upset. Yeah, I mean, big shout out to both teams for such a good series, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And this game, it was a bit of a roller coaster again as well, Trent, because the start of the game, it looked like Miracle was going to take over on his TA and the game was going to be an easy one for Team Nigma.
Yeah, that was like the freest start to a game ever for a TA, right? Like, Miracle didn't have to do anything. He's just playing on the top side of the map, having a time, farming ancients, while 5 heroes from OG are trying to take a single tier 1 tower by themselves versus this Tide Hunter. This stalwart force just standing there, backstroking around, unable to get through. And despite that turning into a big lead for Nigma, OG just like straight up played better. I don't think there's an easier way to put it. Like, they just completely outplayed them in team fights with a inferior hero lineup, I would say, at that point in the game.
Going into it further, I would say that just to critique Nigma, because I do feel like they were in a position to win this game. I think the Furion's item build was a big flaw. The Crimson Guard was cool and unique, and the casters mentioned it, but I think buying the BKB earlier would have given them success in that second Roshan fight. The 2 casters where Ali and Lyrical were pretty confused about how Nigma did not manage to win that fight, and that's because their cores were actually not connecting with their damage. The team was very spread apart. I don't think TA even used her BKB in that fight. And they just kind of gave up second Roche for free. And second Roche really is it's the big deal in this patch. And even if you're losing by 5 or 6 or 7K, if you get the second Roche, you're pretty much ahead as far as I see it.
Yeah, we also saw the gigantic amount of stacks coming out from the Dire Jungle from No Chill's Chen, of course, and it was Sumail that was able to farm that on his Magnus. He caught up with that a bit. But it wasn't the, oh wow, now Magnus has a power spike type of lineup, Trent, right? What do you think about that Magnus on the safe lane on hindsight? It worked out, it won, so, great there, but did you like it?
I think for me, it is one of the classics for Sumail. I feel like it was one of those ones where he used to kind of style on a little bit. And so having that ability to give your team that flex by like having the option of, I mean, we all thought it would be off lane. It made the most sense that it would be off lane. You saw the lane for the safe lane. So you're like, oh, there's like so many different carries they can pick here. And then suddenly it's Mag. So well, the best thing is that it just gives Sumail a way to farm stacks on a slightly more durable and also like game winner hero, right? Like at all points of the game, you can win the fight as Magnus if you make the big play.
I feel like Magnus
was definitely there.
Magnus is a great hero right now. And I think its best roles are position 1 and position 2. In the offlane, he's just kind of he can be a weak laner sometimes, but if he gets farmed or if he gets like a good start, which he almost always gets in mid lane, and then in this game he had an okay start, but because of the Chen stacks, he was able to catch up. The RP plus the damage that he can put out is just ginormous. So it's hard to deal with.
It's basically Chrono. Like, it's like a slightly worse version of Chrono, but like this idea of like, oh, I'm a position 1 hero, but I just get this like free crazy amount of control that I'm guaranteed to get a certain amount of burst damage onto you.
If you were to choose one
First version
MVP
of Chrono,
for
but like
series,
this idea of like, oh, I'm a
would it
position
be-
1 hero, but I just get
would it
this
be
like
Noto for
free
the
crazy
check,
amount of control that I'm guaranteed to get.
all the stacking?
Ooh, that seems
Peter,
like
who do
a
you
nice
got
easy
for-
cop out. I like it.
I think
That would be the easy cop out. That's why I say it already.
I think the Chen was really awesome to see. I'll still be a Chen hater for now. I don't think the hero is that good, but I do think that he played it really well, and I think that they played around it very well. I do feel like this was Nigma's game to lose, and they did lose it. So for me, like drafts and stuff, I just think OG they do such a good job of just hanging in really hard games, and then finding that one pick off on Furion on the top lane just opened up everything for them. And once they get the momentum, that's when they're really scary.
Okay, how about you, Trent?
I'd actually probably take Seb, I think. 'Cause even in their loss, I thought in game 2 that he played fantastic on that Darkseer too. Of course, they had the axe in game 1, and then game 3, he had the plays of the Beastmaster, where thankfully, due to Peter's service in matchmaking, he was able to find a superior build and not rush right into the Helm 2.
Please, you do not need to say that like right before we end.
You're welcome.
No,
I mean, you say.
No, I do agree. His Axe game 1 was, I mean, he dominated that game.
Oh yeah.
So
that was some TI finals vibes there, right there. I think a lot of teams maybe that are already qualified for TI, seeing this OG in this form here, and they might be starting to get a little worried, because if this is what they're doing in qualifier, Trent, they seem to be close to being back
The form.
in form, yeah.
yeah, as friendly as everybody is, I don't think anybody really wants to see OG join them at TI again for this year.
Yes.
So there's probably a lot of people cheering for Enigma or Tundra or maybe Spider Pigs or whoever at the moment.
Yeah, Spider Pig's still in there. That actually, just to update everybody, there's still one series going on, Spider Pigs versus Into the Breach. At the moment that we're saying this, and are 25 minutes into the game, which might be 35, or who knows, there is only a 2k net worth lead so far for Into the Breach, and the kill score fairly even as well, but you can head over there for more Dota 2. We will get an interview here, though, so you might want to stick around a little bit longer, because we got to talk to none other than Seb. Good evening, Seb. Congratulations on the series, first of all.
Thank you very much. Good evening to you all.
Good evening indeed. 2 questions. First, are you in a different boot camp than what you did during the DPC?
Yeah, we are. We are now in Copenhagen, in Johan's hometown, which feels like home also for us. But yeah, we just wanted a change of air. Obviously, didn't have the best DPC, so just wanted a change of air, which we got, and everything is fresher here. We like it.
Yeah, fresh environment definitely is doing you guys some good here in these qualifiers. I want to ask you about the Chen. It's been ignored in all of the different qualifiers. We had over 250 games so far, and you're like, you know what? Let's try him out here in these semifinals and upper bracket. What made you guys go for that? And was it something that you already planned for a while?
I mean, I can't really reveal why we go for it, because I'd rather have teams figure it out for themselves.
You can say stacks. We saw all the stacks.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not, but I'd say we always look at Dota, how, like, for us it's always the same. We look at the whole panel of heroes. We're just passionate about the game and about the heroes, and there is almost always, like, benefits to picking certain heroes, and the meta, of course, with all the talent out there and how smart people are about the game, it keeps switching, it keeps evolving, so it keeps creating openings. And if you're open-minded enough and savvy enough, then you will seize these openings. So some heroes naturally can come back, being pretty powerful. Chen is one of them. At least for us, it's something that works and something that we enjoy too. So why not?
Yeah, why not? It worked out today for sure. You're mentioning, for new environment, fresh air, fresh vibes. The series that you had yesterday compared to today, it also felt like there was a difference between the OG that we saw play. And I was curious, because you've played so many Dota games, so many official Dota games against so many different opponents. Is it something different facing, for, in this case, Team Nigma? You have played in a grand finals of TI against them. Obviously, they are well-respected opponents, and they have been also in the scene forever. So is there kind of a different feel when you're facing a team of Team Nigma's caliber?
There's a different feel. Maybe less in this qualifier than usually. Because we have, prepared to respect everyone as much as, to try to make no differences between the teams. So it's not like we expect Nigma to be a harder matchup than Viking or whoever we will have to face. We just expect everyone to give us a really tough fight. So in that sense, nothing changes. But of course, there is a different vibe to it. We have history with these players. We have also been in a position where we were straight up learning from them, and they were showing us the way when they were on top of the region and stuff. So there's that too. Obviously the TI history, and there's just a lot of respect between our two teams. We're pretty close, the players with each other's. I think our views on the game, on Dota, are also maybe a little bit more similar than to other teams. All of that to put together makes it quite special. And to answer the first part of your question, why it maybe felt different tonight than yesterday, is because the two teams that we faced are absolute opposites in terms of how they play and what they read on the game is, and we have to take that into account when we go into a series. So that's probably why.
Okay, I'm here with Trench PPD. They'd also like to ask you some questions.
Yep. First off, congrats on the series. Thank you for the awesome games. And secondly, you guys are playing up against Tundra next, and they're 4-0. I feel like they're playing the cleanest Dota at the moment in the qualifiers, at least so far. How confident is OG going into that matchup? Are you guys really like 10 out of 10? Like, you love your stuff right now?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that we're confident because we're facing them. I think we're confident because we are in good form right now, good shape. We're very, very happy. We actually we haven't had to show as much as we have ready so far. So we're ready for a lot to come, and we're ready for the teams also that we've beaten once to have to face them again in a stronger version of themselves. And now specifically talking about Tundra, is one of the few teams that actually accepted to scrim us. So we have a little bit more knowledge on them that we have on other teams. So that's something that adds to the confidence, but we're not confident in the sense that we expect to beat them. Not at all. They're gonna put up a very, very solid fight, and we're gonna have to claw our way through the games if we want to win, which we're ready for sure.
Cool, thanks.
So, Seb, the mid players will often talk about this idea of like certain players they like facing up against and certain players they don't like. Now, as an offlaner, are there any like carry players that you just get like really excited to like try and ruin their game as an offlane player?
I mean, actually, most of them, honestly, most of them. I think some. I mean, the ones that I feel like some of them get nervous. That's probably what makes me the happiest when I play against them. Like, I can feel it in their gameplay, or they get upset when they get outplayed. And then it just goes completely out of control. It just goes south. So, I mean, the more emotional they get, I think the more fun it is for me. Especially it's been a carry patch for so long. So, I mean, just like beating them up is just most of the joy I find in Dota these days is just about that, honestly. This patch, man. They spent 2 years with armor and HP regen buff. Like, so when they're going down, even though they have that, I just have a smile on my face.
The Dota mentality coming through. Love to make other people's games miserable. Love the Dota game. Seb, I have one final question before you let go. I know it's late, but you touched upon it a second ago when you said that Tundra is one of the few teams that actually was willing to scrim you guys. Could you talk a little bit about how the preparation has been, how the scrimming has been? Because we've heard from multiple corners like there weren't that many scrims because you don't want to really play the teams that you might face in the qualifiers. Could you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's been special, but it kind of feels like TI for us. Like, nobody wants to scrim us. It was the same before TI9. It was the same for this TI qualifier, so nothing new under the sun, I guess. But the fact that we could only scrim one region because all the other regions were kind of done with their action, and obviously China's going on, but we couldn't scrim Chinese teams. And yeah, most of the EU teams didn't want to scrim us anyway, so we mostly scrimmed against the lower bracket teams, a little bit of Brame and a little bit of Tundra, and that's good enough. I mean, we focus on ourselves. I think that works for us too. Of course, we like getting variety of scrims and yeah, just hearing about the different reads that people have about the patch. But we also had in the past to go through that, so yeah, we're also okay with it. That was basically how it went.
Okay.
Yeah. Not many streams. Mostly about yourselves.
Well, it's been working out so far. Congratulations once again, Seb. And we're going to let you go. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and good luck tomorrow in the upper bracket finals.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Good night indeed. And OG now locked in the upper bracket finals against Tundra. We can take a quick look at the bracket, see where that leaves us. We have said goodbye to 5 teams so far today. There's still 1 team remaining to be kicked out. We don't care about no losers. No, there's been a lot of low bracket teams that have been eliminated. There's only 6 teams. There will be only 6 teams left by the end of the day. And Trent, I don't think there's too many surprises that we saw today in terms of which teams got eliminated, right?
No, I wouldn't say in terms of the eliminations. I mean, I guess depending on how ITV and Spider Pigs ends. Those teams may be like kind of fairly even. I'd probably go Spider Pigs, but Into the Breach obviously showing up big time today. So you definitely want to stick around because we're going to check out that series and see how it does end. But probably in terms of like the non-eliminated teams, the 2-0 especially, like I think everyone knows the Tundra can probably beat Liquid, but I wasn't expecting a 2-0 in such fashion, especially the comeback win.
Yeah, the comeback win was pretty crazy. I guess in terms of also surprising eliminations, maybe I didn't expect Viking and Brame to be eliminated that fast. But with the 6 teams that are left, I'm pretty happy with them. We can take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. Of course, the upper bracket finals are in that schedule with OG versus Tundra. We're going to kick off the day with Team Liquid versus Chicken Fighters. Elimination match there. Team Nigma versus either Spider Pigs or Into the Breach, another elimination series, and then at the end of the day, it's going to be winner versus winner. Do you feel, Peter, that we are going to see Team Liquid versus Team Nigma in that series?
I would say definitely. Well, I mean, yes, Nigma. Team Liquid has been shaky this tournament with Boxy back. They had a pretty good first series, but today they just kind of got. It was kind of close, but I'm not sure I'm a Team Liquid believer right now, but I think they'll beat Chicken Fighters for sure.
Yeah, they should, but then again, Chicken Fighters also had a good series today. It's going to be an interesting one. Definitely a series that you should wake up for tomorrow morning. Well, you should be awake by that time anyway, actually, depending on where you're from. It's going to be played at 11 a.m. CEST, so if you are from that time zone, you should probably be awake already by that time, but otherwise set your alarms. Make sure you're ready for the penultimate day of the TI10 qualifiers for Western Europe because it's gonna be a hot one. Make sure you tune in. We'll see you then.
Similar to their play in game number 2, which I questioned at the time.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
just jumping on the Ironwood tree. What a cheeky play. By the way, is Hoodwink still holding on to the Ironwood tree? Unbelievable.
I mean, what else do you want to give it, right? The Ironwood tree allows you for a guaranteed bushwhack. I honestly think it's the best item here.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
I love the 4 tier 4 items that Hoodwink with a tier 1. Like, I guess you can give her spider legs, but you already have scurry.
Yeah.
You can give her the cooldown
No,
reduction.
I think you're right.
Charm.
I think you're right. I don't think you'd really want anything else here. Oh, and by the way, Divine Rapier just delivered with a Penta Edge Sword for Coma and a DD rune. Oh no, that creep wave got absolutely obliterated. Yeah, look at this. Did you see this? Malik pinged it. He's like, something's not right here. Something is not right. This is the equivalent of that scene. I've never seen Jurassic Park, but I assume there's a scene where they walk up and they find the big footprints of the T-Rex, and they're like, oh no, like we're in for something we might not be prepared for. That was the equivalent.
Yeah. Yeah. It is scary. This is scary. I don't know how you deal with the Monkey King now, honestly. Like when the fight goes the way that Spider-Pix wants it to, or at least like the way they predict it to, if it's like an even fight I'd say the Monkey King wins that matchup with Alacrity, Solar Crest, and Power, and Divine Rapier now, right? Can Wraith King offer... He has to go for the Rapier himself. I don't think there's any other solution.
Are scanning.
Yeah, and you know, a benefit of the Wraith King is that divine damage, of course, is not copied onto illusions. That would be the dumbest thing in the world. Okay, just a casual Sunstrike because they want to try and find Malik or Fishman. Gonna sidestep the Tornado though. I absolutely love this this kind of persona that Ancient Apparition has. He's slowly transforming from this tiny little, you know, popsicle into this big buff iceberg over time with more and more immortals that get added.
Yeah. That's true. That's why do you think A is getting picked again? It has nothing to do with... It's more to do with the cosmetics.
100%.
People started realizing, oh hey, AA actually is good because he looks buff now. Like, you don't want to pick a weak looking hero. Next time CM gets like a steroids injection, she's gonna get picked again. That's just all she needs, really.
Well, for now he's got the Aeon Disc, which is gonna help keep him alive a bit longer in these fights. Ice Blast is pretty crucial here, being able to shut down what is now going to be just an obscene amount of healing off of Jingu. If we can get it off, is going to be so punishing. Not to mention, of course, the Satanic that'll be coming. Roshan Aegis, if it was still up, would be about to be reclaimed. So we're about to hit now the 3 to 6 minute window where Roche will respawn. It seems like, once again, Avo, just like we had a 1:02 minute game, or sorry, an hour and 2 minute game last time, where INTB were able to get the reconnect and take the win. Seems like we might be in for another long game here.
Yep, I think so. Might get to the 60 minutes for sure, I think. What items are we looking for if we go to 60 minutes? I think the only real big one, honestly, is like Pirate had Apex, are the two big ones I'm thinking of.
I think Mirror Shields has got some good usages for Spider Pigs, not so much for ITB. I think if you can reflect the stun, if you can reflect the cold feet, if you can reflect a mana burn even.
Oh, actually, I would say Mirror Shield. Mirror Shield for the Wraith King actually a pretty big deal, because that way it blocks the Dark Portrait. Okay. Oh my god, what was that? Funnick, dude, what are you doing? This whole E4 stabs him like as a sign of sorry.
Just a moment of brevity, right? It's just a moment of brevity here.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that Apex still like pretty big. A Giant Swing actually for Wraith King.
Oh, a Giant Swing is, yeah, that's always what you want, isn't it?
Yeah. If you're a strength hero, for sure. You know, Wraith King would really benefit, by the way, from an Ags. He would love to get an Ags.
Yeah, he's actually not going for the Divine. He's
right now, obviously,
he's keeping it open. Of course, you can turn that Relic into the Demon Edge, but I think for now, the difficulty is more getting the Courier to the Secret Shop and not having the money.
I mean, the Nullifier, I think, is more valuable in your mono-mono against Monkey King, because you get rid of the Jingle Mastery, right, while you do it. And you get rid of the of like potential saves like Dual Scepters, Wind Wakers, honestly, actually a reality now. The Ghost Scepters, etc. So I do find the Nullifier is actually a really good pickup here. I agree with the Divine Rapier though. I still think you need to get a Divine Rapier at some point, but maybe you feel like you still have the damage if you have enough control.
Once again, very familiar sights as both teams will exchange high ground, setting up for the Roche fight. Vision set up by Spider Pigs. We'll see, actually, as they're being a little bit adventurous. ATZ, of course, now with this beautiful persona for DK, is able to just freely walk over the edge. He still has Midas, by the way. Still using that, so plenty of gold in the inventory. But eventually, the creep waves are shoving just too hard, unfortunately, is the matter of the fact. So they are going to be forced back.
Yeah. Yeah, those Forge Spirits help a lot in that sense as well. I mean, those Forge Spirits are a form of what's being now called Ghost Push, right? Actually, nobody here has any source of Ghost Push except for the Invoker, really. You don't, I mean, I guess Illusion is King.
I would.
We don't have any Lunas, no
the
TPs.
way that Dino has been using the Ags, I would say he has it. Banner? Yeah, he broke a smoke.
I mean, yeah, I guess you can consider the Dark Portrait a degree of Ghost Push. Yeah,
Hold
sure.
on.
Dark Portrait and the Forge Spirits, and that's it.
Wow, LeBron.
No, he's like, no.
Yeah, LeBron, he started walking up there, and then the voice in his head said, maybe we turn around. We don't have any vision here, and it's a little scary up there.
Yeah, you don't go. You have Scurry, which is great when you have trees nearby, but if Deforestation has taught Dino or has taught LeBron anything, is that without
Fast
trees,
Roche,
squirrels die.
10 seconds.
Oh, wow. Fastest Roche. Even Ice Frog is pumped in this game.
He's pumped.
I like to imagine in my head that there's a special room in like, you know, in the Valve chambers where Ice Frog decides whenever Roche spawns. And that's all he does all day. He doesn't even do patch notes. He just tweaks things.
Oh my goodness, look at the damage this Raking Illusion is doing to the top. I mean, this is an illusion. Illusions aren't supposed to do this. Remember TI6? They supposedly removed this from the game, but he just took your tower. That thing did it 9.
Malik is having a serious chat with his team, and he's like, I think you have to disconnect. I feel like you're stronger on the enemy team than on our team right now.
On they goes, and down goes Roshan. In the meantime, they were a bit distracted trying to take down the Illusion, so they are not going to be able to contest this Rosh whatsoever. Now there's an Ags, I believe, right, for Monkey King. He picked this up. He didn't have the Ags beforehand. Yeah, no way, because he was still saving up for, yeah, there's no way he farmed, what, 6,000 gold in this short amount of time. So he now has the Wukong Command soldiers as well. Wait a second, who's this? Tanner? What are you doing here? Back to class.
No. That's a freebie. That's a good one. That should not be happening here. I mean, Spider Pigs, I feel like they honestly really have this game now. With the Ags on Monkey King could just honestly stand near the racks for a bit and even get a huge push. There's the Wukong command, you just stand near them.
Backdoor, though?
And how do you deal?
Yeah, it's...
who cares about backdoor? I have Rapier. Okay, there's the Eclipse.
I think you just go again, right?
I love that he alacrity.
Who's got the Refresher Shard?
No, because you have no Wukongs.
Okay.
No, it's
Give
not
Refresher Shard to
You wait for the
Dinos.
Wukong,
see
and then
this?
you do it again. Oh, yeah, more Dark Portraits.
Guess so.
I like this.
Well, for now, it refuses to... And by the way, they can't just go all in on the top lane of barracks. It's not going to get them megas. They still need to do a little bit of damage here to the range barracks, which are not regenning, and bottom lane is constantly shoving in. So you might just get those if you're able to get, start a fight that's longer than 30 seconds, honestly. There they go, Funnick leading them in. Got Refresher. Got the Blink. Cheese, he's built all about this RP right now. Not even bothering to pick up the Horn Toss, quite surprisingly, in my opinion. All right, so what's the play? 3 minutes until Aegis is reclaimed, right? 2.5 minutes until you have tier 5 neutrals. Do we look to flash farm maybe 1 or 2 neutrals and then just go all in while ITB are still trapped in the base and won't have that same opportunity? Some of those items are...
Yeah, for sure.
Like, yeah, right? Some of those
you
items
just choke them out right now.
Game changers.
That's why I feel like this control they have over the triangle is so clever. Oh, they're actually going in. They're going to try to go for the rating first. BKB used. The Wukong's command. There's the Cataclysm as
BKB
well.
on his first life.
Could be in trouble. He can't deal. He cannot deal with a Monkey King. I think he might just die in a second life immediately as well. 0 chances for Lil Pleb. Just an absolute destruction by Spider Pigs. Up the night. Yeah. They're going to go down right now.
Down for now.
As the Timbersaw tries to going in. But Tanner's gonna die as well. No chances. I mean, this Monkey King is leaving no prisoners. He's just massacring everything he sees. Someone stop him.
There it goes. There it goes. They just got megas. Like I said, one fight longer than 30 seconds. That's all they needed. Monkey King just with way too much damage. Funnick didn't even hit the RP. It didn't land on anyone, just the threat of it. And now Noob, he's been gone on. Brady will definitely blast though. We're going to buy him a bit of space. As now Dino looking for a second illusion here of Lil Pleb. He's going to have a bunch of best friends. Big RP this time around though into the Soul Bind, pushing him even further back than they were expecting. Kuma though right now fighting versus Malik. He's hit with the Ice Blast, so he's not lifestealing, but it doesn't matter a thing because he's gotten the kill. Lil Pleb has respawned. He's going to be able to lifesteal now even without the Aegis. As Funnick dragging one back yet again, Lil Pleb displaced. He's being beat up by 2 of his own illusions, and they call it GG. Well played. ITB are going to be eliminated by the Spider Pigs. It took, what, 3.5 hours, but they got the job done to take the 2-1 victory.
I absolutely love that Funnick decided to whiff like 2 or 3 RPs in the early mid game, and then when it counts, usually when players actually start to get nervous and they actually whiff RPs, like fuck it, sorry, he's like screw it, I got it. I'm gonna hit all my RPs, I'm gonna hit all my skewers, I'm gonna make 0 mistakes. Funnick was so on point in this late game. Absolute god. Really, really impressive play by Funnick in this late game. Of course, all of Spider Pigs I think played an incredible game. I feel like the draft also helped them, as we mentioned in the early game. I didn't love Into the Breach's draft as much because of the core-to-core matchup was really difficult. And of course, later on, it was really tough to really propose these team fights for Into the Breach, as you had a frontliner but no real initiator compared to Spider Pigs having the Magnus, and that really made a difference in the late game where tanks don't matter as much. Nothing is really that tanky, but initiation is huge, and particularly long stuns like the RP are too
Are
important.
you seeing this post game right now? Look how positive this post game is, and let's just take a step back and explain what happened in this series because we've now got a lot of refugees, a bunch of Dota fiends, as I think the main series has ended. Game 2. I mean, catch us up, Avo, here, as we'll come back to cameras just a bit everyone to do for the day, as this is going to wrap up our day of coverage here.
So, in case you guys don't know, the teams at all, Into the Breach is a British org. They do have 2 British players, but they're a team of Europeans in general, right? And Spider Pig's another team of, honestly, pretty mixed bag of Europeans. Though they call themselves Serbian because they have, I think, 2 players, right?
I think so.
That's it. But yeah, but in general, mostly Balkan team as well. But a couple of the one of the players, Low Pleb from Into the Breach, their carry actually used to play with Spider Pigs. He left, but they left on good terms, and you could tell this whole match there was some really nice banter between the both teams. I mean, honestly, both teams just have been performing pretty well in the close qualifiers. Into the Breach, honestly, kudos to them for making it this far. I'm really excited to see them next season. Spider Pigs looking really good towards the end of last season. They were level up before this, and they lost the org due to some issues. I'm not going to get into that, but now they're Spider Pigs again. And I mean, they gave a Liquid a run for their money. They've actually been doing really well in these close qualifiers, and they even played really well these games. The first game was almost a stomp by Spider Pigs. They outplayed Into the Breach. Second game, Into the Breach really brought it back. It was incredible. Particularly Malik played a game out of his mind on that axe. It was amazing. He even disconnected, didn't really matter. He actually came back in time to bring it back.
Yeah, but that pause was what, 25 minutes? It's a long pause, right? And just Spider Pigs the entire time, very patient, even giving him tips on how to get connected via his mobile hotspot. That's what I wanted to highlight here. And even, I mean, but game 3 then? Game 3?
Game 3, I mean, you guys saw it, right? It was honestly a constant back and forth. I think Spider Pigs played to their strengths early and to the late game. Into the Breach played really well with their mid-game power spikes, but in the end, the draft just did them no favors. When you're playing a draft that has a window opportunity that will close at some point, and your draft is push, but it's not like a Lesh push, right? It's like a DK push, which is okay, but it's not fast. Not like Luna or Lesh, who can take objectives as soon as you finish a fight. It was tough for them to really utilize this into the late game. And once DNZ got the Dark Portrait, it was over pretty much. But I mean, I don't know. I'm sad to watch Into the Breach go because I was very impressed with the performance these close qualifiers. But I'm very happy to see Spider Pigs continue because I'm a fan of this team. I was a fan of Level Up when RDO was in it. I think Koma has actually fit into the team really, really well. I loved him on Windstrike, which is when I got to know him as Aggressive Child, right? Was Aggressive Child his name?
Yeah. Yep.
And now on Spider Pigs, he's looking great. He's fitting with a team. Spider Pigs are just all lads, dude. You can't dislike DNZ LeBron. They're genuinely lads.
Yeah.
They've been in the tier 2 scene for forever. They're super wholesome. They make tweets supporting each other. Noob is like the up-and-coming pro. It's a great team of players.
100%. Yeah, I think Noob is one of the players, especially mid laners, if we want to just hyper-focus on that, to keep your eye out in the Western European region. Up and coming, regardless of the results here for Spider Pigs. Congrats, they're moving on to round 4 to face. I'm not sure who won or lost the other series, so I won't comment on that quite yet. But that is going to do it for us here, as we're all finished, and that's already round 3 done. So I think now we've got our winner bracket finals, and we've got semifinals tomorrow starting for the Western European TI10 qualifiers. Date and dates and location rather is set in Romania in October. We still have 2 more teams to figure them out, and we're starting to whittle them away. Thank you guys so much for joining us here on Line B throughout the day. You can find Avo and myself bright and early in the morning for the first series over on the main channel. So on behalf of Alvaro and myself, thank you guys again for tuning in, and we'll catch you tomorrow when the qualifiers resume. Until then.
You